Yi Chen, due to your negligence, the Jiangning fortress has fallen, resulting in the tragic demise of 100,000 soldiers and civilians at the hands of foreign invaders. Do you not acknowledge your guilt? In the 11th year of the apocalypse, on the 7th day of June, the sky was overcast. At Wanda Plaza in Sioux City, tens of thousands of people gathered, their spirits ignited and voices raised in fury. Today marked the public trial of Yi Chen, the former commander of the Jiangning fortress. Countless soldiers and civilians from Sioux City unleashed their wrath upon Yi Chen, vehemently attributing the loss of the fortress solely to him, filled with a desire for vengeance, as if to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Kill him. Yi Chen colluded with the foreign races, a heinous crime. He deserves to be tortured to death, paying for the lives of the tens of thousands who perished at the fortress. No, I object. Executing him alone would be too lenient. As the commander, Yi Chen's collusion with the foreign races and his failure to defend led to the fall of the fortress, allowing nearly 1 million sea beasts to invade Jiangning, slaughtering 100,000 in Sioux City. Such a monstrous crime cannot be forgiven. His entire family should be executed as a warning. Otherwise, the souls of the deceased shall find no peace. I implore the mayor and esteemed jurors to impose the harshest punishment upon this murderer. Yes, kill Yi Chen and annihilate the entire Yi family. The fervent crowd of tens of thousands in Sioux City, akin to a frenzy, clamored for Yi Chen and his family to pay with their lives for the deaths of the 100,000 at Jiangning Fortress. The presiding judge of today's trial was the mayor of Sioux City, Peng Hui, the highest authority in Sioux City, wielding immense power. The jurors were equally formidable figures. Among them were the 7th-level human king Lei Ba, the wealthy merchant representative Su Jinlong, the 5-star commander of the defense forces Zheng Zhe, the head of the Sioux City Judicial Department Gao Jianliang, and the head of the Sioux City Police Department Luo Chuan. Each was a person of great influence, either wealthy or powerful. Esteemed mayor and honorable jurors, I am Lu Ruoyan. The villain Yi Chen is my fiancé. I testify that Yi Chen and his family, in their cowardice, secretly colluded with the 6 great sea beast kings, betraying humanity and Sioux City, leading to the tragic deaths of the 100,000 at Jiangning Fortress. He deserves to die, and so does his family. Please pass judgment to execute the entire Yi family. As the first witness, Lu Ruoyan, bound to Yi Chen by an engagement, tearfully accused him of collusion with foreign races, inciting an uproar from the crowd. They roared for the presiding judge and jurors to condemn Yi Chen to death, demanding the annihilation of the Yi family. I am Zhou Tong, Yi Chen's cousin, and I too wish to testify. Yi Chen and his family secretly colluded with foreign races, leading to the fall of Jiangning Fortress. They deserve the gravest punishment. I implore you, esteemed judges, to sentence Yi Chen and his family to death, to be tortured and turned to ashes as a cautionary tale. As the second witness, Zhou Tong's noble act of turning against his kin further convinced many that Yi Chen was a traitor, inciting more anger and called for the presiding judge and jury to execute Yi Chen and his family. I am Lu Shan. I witnessed Yi Chen colluding with foreign races, allowing sea beasts to invade the fortress, resulting in the deaths of my compatriots. He is a traitor, and he must die. Not killing him would not suffice to quell the people's wrath. As the third witness, Lu Shan, a former subordinate of Yi Chen, accused him of treachery against Sioux City and humanity. Lu Ruoyan, Zhou Tong, Lu Shan, Peng Hui, you vile-hearted individuals, not only do you seek my life, but you also wish to exterminate my entire family. If I, Yi Chen, do not perish today, I will ensure that our enmity remains unresolved. I will return double the blood debt. And you ignorant fools, incapable of gratitude or discernment, what have I done to deserve your hatred so profound that you wish to obliterate me? What crime have I, Yi Chen, committed? I have fought valiantly for 10 years, safeguarding Sioux City and granting you a decade of peace. I have slain no fewer than 10,000 sea beasts. Without my protection, who would you rely on? These self-righteous figures on the stage. Would they care for your lives? Without me, Yi Chen, leveraging my peak 6th-level strength and the army at my command to advocate for you, would you possess the resources and life you have now? Do you not know that these individuals once schemed to employ foreign races to slaughter you, the powerless common folk, simply because Sioux City's resources were dwindling? They refused to support you, the ordinary citizens. It was I, Yi Chen, who opposed this plan, allowing you a chance to survive. Now you seek to kill me, to annihilate my family, to wipe out the entire Yi lineage. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Seated among the condemned, the former commander of the Jiangning fortress, Yi Chen, let out a self-mocking laugh. His expression was one of sorrow and indignation. The fervent heart he once bore for the protection of the masses had now turned cold. Draped in blood, weakened, and shackled by two robust chains, he struggled against the injustice he faced. Yet, bound by the chains, he could only glare with bloodshot eyes, unleashing his inner fury and discontent. He resented the heavens for their indifference, the world for its cruelty, and himself for his foolishness. He could not comprehend whom he had fought to protect for 10 years. Heartless, ungrateful, so utterly cold that Yi Chen, this scoundrel, truly deserves death. Even as he faces his end, he cannot remain silent, insisting on tearing the heavens apart with his words. On the platform, Peng Hui and the others grew increasingly anxious. For Yi Chen spoke the truth, the previous plan had been shelved due to his opposition. Now, they feared the populace might believe Yi Chen's nonsensical claims, potentially inciting a riot that could spiral out of control. Yet, as they grew restless, the reaction from the tens of thousands of citizens exceeded their expectations, filling them with unexpected delight. Yi Chen, you shameless traitor colluding with foreign races on the brink of death, yet you still attempt to invert right and wrong and slander others. Do you take us for fools? Your collusion with foreign races is irrefutable. We shall not believe the words of one such as you. Such nonsense about using foreign races to eliminate us powerless commoners utter drivel, a deception. You deserve to be tortured to death. Esteemed judges, we demand the execution of Yi Chen, the annihilation of the Yi family. Kill him. The crowd, now consumed by emotion, had lost even their capacity for rational thought. They no longer discerned good from evil, nor cared who was virtuous and who was not. They were merely blind and fervent, wishing for Yi Chen's death. In the public trial of tens of thousands, not a single soul stood to defend Yi Chen, the hero who had protected them for a decade. How the times have changed, and how the hearts of men have grown cold. The hot point 10 years of guardianship. And this is the treatment I receive. I truly am a fool if I am fortunate enough to survive today. I, Yi Chen, shall live solely for myself henceforth. The notions of home defense and protecting the people are mere illusions. They are no longer my concern. I shall protect only my family. Any who harm my family shall die. As for those clamoring for my death, let them perish. They are not worthy of pity. The foreign races will tear them to shreds. Yi Chen understood that he would not leave this place alive. This public trial was his grave. Despite his unwillingness to accept fate, he found himself powerless to alter his circumstances. He could only hope that the heavens would show him mercy, allowing him to transform into a vengeful spirit to exact retribution upon his enemies. Preposterous! Yi Chen, even as death approaches, you remain so audacious and obstinate. Silence. It is time for the verdict. Peng Hui, the presiding judge, spoke with indignation. After thorough examination, it is evident that Yi Chen has colluded with foreign entities. The evidence is irrefutable, and the charges are upheld. According to the decree issued by our Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, those who conspire with foreign factions shall be treated as traitors during wartime, facing execution without mercy, their entire family obliterated, and their lineage exterminated. He paused momentarily before continuing to pronounce the sentence upon Yi Chen and his family. Hereby, I declare, Yi Chen is guilty of conspiracy with foreign forces, sentenced to a gruesome death by 1,000 cuts. However, considering his past contributions to Sioux City, I hereby commute his sentence to poison. Upon his death, his body shall not be interred but abandoned in a mass grave, subject to eternal disdain. All members of the Yi family shall be expelled from Sioux City, branded as criminals, and shall not return even if pardoned. Kill Yi Chen! Kill Yi Chen! Kill! The roar of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians echoed, their ignorance and self-interest blinding them to Yi Chen's past sacrifices. Lu Ruyan, Zhou Teng, Lu Shan, Peng Hui, and all of you, I will remember you. Even in death, I, Yi Chen, shall return as a vengeful spirit to settle the blood debts with you. Yi Chen bellowed with profound sorrow and fury, raising the cup of poison to his lips. He drank deeply, and soon the poison took effect, causing him to bleed from every orifice until he perished. In the fleeting moments before his soul dissipated, a mechanical notification echoed in the depths of his consciousness, igniting a spark of joy within him. He exclaimed inwardly, "It has come! It has come! My golden opportunity has finally arrived. My life is about to take flight." Beep, binding the invincible attribute point system. Beep, binding successful. Beep, this system is designed to provide you with unlimited attribute points through the absorption and transformation of various energies and the completion of system tasks. The points may be freely allocated by the host for personal enhancement. Once used, attribute points are non-refundable. Please use them judiciously. Beep, detection reveals that the host is deceased and temporarily lacks the conditions for revival. This system will automatically switch the host to the invincible Zombie King evolution path. Do not be disheartened. As long as you persevere and diligently train, even a zombie can find its springtime. Damn it, the invincible Zombie King evolution path? System, are you mocking me? I protest. I refuse. I do not wish to become a zombie. I want to be human. Zombies are utterly grotesque. I do not want hair growing all over me within the decaying corpse. Chen's spirit howled in desperation, vehemently opposing the system's inaction. Beep, detecting host agitation. Symptoms resembling rabies have emerged. The system generously provides a rabies vaccine X1. Beep, rabies vaccine is being administered. Chen fell silent, rendered speechless. Chapter 2, transformed into a corpse zombie 7 days later. Sioux City. Outside the city, at the mass grave, the sound of rain poured down. Another wave of apocalyptic crimson rain had descended, a torrential downpour of blood-red droplets, as if to cleanse the world of its filth and grievances. The world was silent, and all was hushed. Chen's lifeless body was haphazardly wrapped in a straw mat and discarded on the ground. His form was exceedingly filthy, smeared with mud, rotting vegetable leaves, foul eggs, and excrement. Hiki. Chen's soul sneered continuously within the corpse. Ignorant and foolish people, you have collaborated in my demise, killing me. Chen, you will inevitably regret it. It won't be long before I need not lift a finger. Those predatory alien races will ravage Sioux City. And I wonder who will protect you then? How will you react when the aliens unleash their torment upon you? Having battled bloodily against the alien races for a decade, Chen was acutely aware of their terrifying nature. The 6 great sea beast kings alone were beyond the capacity of Sioux City's inhabitants to withstand. Peng Hui and the others, in their arrogance, mistakenly believed that Chen's peak 6th-tier strength had successfully defended Sioux City for 10 years, leading them to underestimate the aliens. They were oblivious to the fact that Chen, though at peak 6th tier, possessed extraordinary talents, capable of slaying foes with the sword in hand, even rivaling early-stage 8th-tier alien warriors. After all, at the dawn of the apocalypse, he was among the first batch of awakened warriors. And he had awakened the SSS-level talent, Battle God Physique. The SSS-level talent was the pinnacle of abilities in this apocalyptic world. And the Battle God Physique was one of the top 10 talents. Host, Chen, level 0 corpse. Next level, Purple Zombie, life, -1 billion, can reverse life and death through attribute points, combat power, 0, a lifeless corpse. Incapable of inflicting harm on humans or animals, ability, level 1 energy draw, capable of autonomously absorbing various energies within a radius of 1,000 meters. With an energy absorption speed increase of 200, attribute point conversion of 10 points hour, with a daily attribute point conversion cap of 100. This ability can be upgraded. With no upper limit on levels, current upgrade requirement, 100 points. Level 1 corpse resistance, immune to all zombie and corpse viruses, maxed out, cannot be allocated further. Level 1 corpse poison, capable of inflicting harm through corpse poison, can be upgraded, with no upper limit on levels. Current upgrade requirement, 100 points. Talent, SSS-level talent Battle God Physique, awakening not yet achieved, cannot allocate points. Available attribute points, 220 points -1 billion? Does this imply that if I accumulate 1 billion attribute points, I can reverse life and death and be resurrected? Upon realizing this, Chen felt a surge of joy. 1 billion attribute points, though it sounded like an astronomical figure, was trivial for him. After all, he was currently a corpse, and what he lacked the least was time. Given enough time, he would ultimately be able to reverse life and death and live again. Beep, absorbing a wisp of energy. Attribute points 1. Beep, absorbing a wisp of moonlight energy. Attribute points 1. Beep, absorbing a wisp of energy. Attribute points 1. Available points, 225. Which should I enhance first? Energy draw, or corpse poison, or... Alas, this is so vexing. I seem to be suffering from a fear of choice. Damn it, how should I allocate these? System, do you have any recommendations? Chen found himself in a quandary, seeking the system's guidance. Beep. At that moment, a panel from the system appeared in his mind, depicting the evolution path of the invincible zombie king. The panel only contained two major categories, the self and external elements. Within the self, there were two categories, corpse and soul. The soul could not be further classified, but the corpse was subdivided into many different levels. First level classifications included skin, muscle, bones, blood, brain, and organs. Each first-level classification was further divided into several second-level classifications, and each of those could be divided into multiple third-level classifications, down to every strand of hair, every nail, every tooth, every cell. As for the external elements, they were quite simple, primarily used for enhancing skills, talents, techniques, and secret arts. Enhance the soul. After a brief consideration, Chen decided to allocate points to his soul first. After all, his soul was quite fragile. 1, 2, 3, 160. 2 minutes later, he had allocated 160 points to his soul. At that moment, he felt his soul becoming increasingly solid. Subsequently, he discovered that his soul force could actually leave his body and radiate outward. After experimentation, Chen found that with the current strength of his soul force, he could sense objects within a 500-meter radius centered around his body. With his soul as his eyes, he observed the desolate surroundings, strewn with countless dilapidated coffins and numerous grotesque skulls scattered haphazardly on the ground. This barren and silent expanse exuded an eerie and chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Allocate points to hair. Chen then placed the remaining attribute points into his hair. After enhancing 65 strands of hair, they underwent a noticeable transformation, becoming purple. Simultaneously, the skin at the roots of the hair also changed to purple due to the influence of the hair. The area of skin affected by the 65 strands of hair was roughly the size of a palm. The speed at which these purple hairs and skin absorbed energy seemed to have increased by at least tenfold compared to before. This discovery filled Chen with ecstatic joy. He envisioned that if he could enhance all 65,000 strands of hair, the speed at which he absorbed various energies would reach a terrifying level, allowing him to better refine his invincible corpse and facilitate his infinite evolution, ultimately achieving sainthood and becoming unrivaled in the world. My journey to invincibility shall commence from here. Chen was elated. This energy draw ability, coupled with his evolved purple hair, would significantly enhance his combat power. He estimated that if he successfully enhanced all 65,000 strands of hair, he would smoothly transition into a purple zombie, rendering his flesh impervious to decay and granting him immortality. At that point, his combat power would undergo a transformative change, at the very least no longer being at the current 0 combat power. Purple zombies are the most basic form of zombie, characterized by purple skin, purple hair, and purple eyes. Zombies can be broadly categorized as corpse, purple zombie, walking corpse, black zombie, green zombie, blood corpse, flying corpse, red zombie. Corpse Immortal Emperor. The red zombie is also known as the Zombie King, a formidable and terrifying existence, truly invincible. Chen's short-term goal was to become the invincible Zombie King. Why does the apocalyptic crimson rain have different colors? Red? White? What is this? Chen's attention was suddenly drawn to the apocalyptic crimson rain while observing with his soul's eye. With the enhancement of his soul, his microscopic perception of the environment had increased tenfold. Now, he could vaguely sense that the crimson rain contained two special substances, one red and one white. The red substance seemed to possess some ability to promote biological evolution. The mutations of plants and animals on Blue Star, as well as the awakening of martial arts talents in humans, were all attributed to this red substance. The white substance, a terrifying and dread-inducing zombie virus, has the power to transform humans into the undead. The apocalyptic red rain serves as both an opportunity and a calamity, seemingly propelled by an enigmatic force urging the blue planet towards a leap in evolution. Is this the secret of the red rain? He inquired. Beep. Detection of the host's preliminary discovery of the secret of the apocalyptic red rain. In recognition, this system awards the host a mysterious gift package. Beep. Reward obtained. Mysterious gift package X6. The mysterious gift package contains numerous precious items, including martial arts techniques, secret skills, 100,000 attribute points, 1,000,000 attribute points, and 10,000,000 attribute points, along with the chance to draw mythical grade items. Would you like to open the mysterious gift package? The system prompted. Yes. Chen did not hesitate and immediately consented. Opening mysterious gift package. Beep. Reward obtained. Widow Wong's footcloth X1. Beep. Reward obtained. Blood of an 8th-stage transformation warrior X100. Beep. Reward obtained. 10,000 attribute points. Beep. Reward obtained. Agility, level 1 ability. Beep. Reward obtained. Plunder, level 1 ability. Beep. Reward obtained. Chi Essence Pills X100, 8th Stage Transformation Warrior's Blood. 10,000 attribute points. Chi Essence Pills. Chen began to examine the 6 rewards, temporarily setting aside Widow Wong's footcloth, dismissing it as a mere gist of the system. He first scrutinized the agility skill. Chapter 3. Ascension to the Purple Zombie. Beep. Unhindered movement. Level 1 ability. Upgradable. Current required attribute points for upgrade. 500 points. Upon consuming 1,000 attribute points, the host can briefly control their currently rigid body, achieving a state of fluid movement indistinguishable from that of a living person, lasting for 15 minutes with a cooldown of 72 hours. By heavens, this ability is truly remarkable, exceedingly powerful, and immensely useful in the early stages. It grants me the capacity to move, freeing me from the confines of perpetual stillness. However, trading 1,000 attribute points for merely 15 minutes of mobility seems rather unwise. Furthermore, the cooldown period is excessively long. 72 hours? That is far from sufficient. It appears I must conserve this ability for critical moments. It is undoubtedly a lifeline in these early stages. Though Chen lamented the many shortcomings of this ability, he could not deny its undeniable advantages. Unhindered movement? With this power, his temporarily immobile corpse could accomplish a myriad of tasks. For instance, he could seek out an optimal burial site to inter himself. As a zombie, he requires the absorption of substantial Yin energy, while the system can absorb various energies to convert into attribute points. What truly benefits Chen's corpse is still the Yin energy. After all, he is a zombie, an embodiment of utmost Yin and malevolence. Now, he was gradually becoming familiar with the system, contemplating a general direction for its use. For example, when the daily limit of attribute points was not fully utilized, he could absorb various energies to convert into attribute points. Yet, once the conversion reached its limit, he could then absorb Yin energy to refine his corpse. This is a judicious utilization of time. Beep. Blood of an 8th-order dragon transformation warrior. Zombies sustain themselves on blood. Consuming the blood of top-tier beings will induce astonishing transformations. The host is encouraged to boldly attempt this, as it poses no danger. Beep. Plunder. Level 1 ability. Upgradable. Current required attribute points for upgrade. 300 points. This ability, as its name implies, provides a certain probability of plundering a portion of the opponent's attribute points upon slaying humans, zombies, or other entities. The higher the ability level, the greater the triggering probability and the quantity of plundered attribute points. Hiki, this ability is splendid. Truly an essential skill for treasure hunting. I like it. Chen chuckled heartily upon hearing this. As for the essence pill and the 10,000 attribute points, without even glancing, he knew their purpose. The essence pill is a concoction used by corporeal warriors to enhance their cultivation. It holds no relevance for him as a zombie, at least not until after his revival. Next, Chen directed his attention to the soiled rag belonging to the widow next door. Upon sighting it, he received a notification from the system. Beep. Rag of the widow next door. Unknown grade. Mysterious origin. Using this cloth to wipe the body may result in unexpected changes. A rag? To wipe the body? From the widow next door? How utterly repulsive, my tastes are not so coarse. Begone, Chen exclaimed, tossing the rag into the system's backpack. After reviewing all the rewards, he began to fervently allocate his 10,000 attribute points to the Chi drawing ability. This ability determines the daily limit of attribute points he can obtain and is the preferred focus for allocation. Beep. Deducting 100 attribute points. Chi drawing ability upgraded to level 2. Beep. Deducting 300 attribute points. Chi drawing ability upgraded to level 3. Beep. Deducting 2,000 attribute points. Chi drawing ability upgraded to level 8. With 6,200 attribute points, Chen elevated the Chi drawing ability to level 8, resulting in a monumental transformation of its capabilities. Level 8 Chi drawing ability autonomously absorbed various energies within a radius of 22,000 meters, with an absorption speed increase of 3,000. converting attribute points at a rate of 160 points per hour, with a daily conversion limit of 1,500 attribute points. This ability is upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. Current upgrade requirement, 3,000 points. The daily acquisition of attribute points has escalated from 100 points to a remarkable 1,500 points. The enhancement of this skill is incredibly worthwhile, filling him with unwavering confidence for the future. System, utilize the blood of the 8th Order Dragon Transformation Warrior. 100 drops, all at once. Chen intoned. Beep. Utilizing blood of the 8th Order Dragon Transformation Warrior. Beep. Attribute points 10,000. Beep. Attribute points 10,000. Beep. Attribute points 10,000. 100 drops of blood. Totaling 1 million attribute points is an unfathomable fortune. Chen felt as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of existence in that instant. He understood the wisdom of his elders. Fortune does not come without risk. 1 million attribute points straightened his spine, instilling a sense of elation within him. Simultaneously, Chen noticed that the 100 drops of blood seemed to be absorbed by his heart. Thump, thump. The once lifeless organ quivered twice upon receiving the essence of the 8th Order Dragon Transformation Warrior's blood. This scene was undeniably peculiar. Is it possible that my heart has begun to beat again? The heart is the source of power. Perhaps I can. Upon witnessing this, Chen's mind ignited with an audacious thought. With 1 million attribute points, he first filled his remaining hair, which promptly transformed into a vibrant purple, appearing rather eerie. Additionally, the skin covering his body also turned purple. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to Purple Zombie. Beep. Acquired ability, Strength, level 1. Beep. Acquired ability, Defense, level 1. Beep. Acquired talent, Soul Devour, level 1. Beep. Acquired ability, Movement, level 1. Once again, a series of mechanical notifications rang out. I have leveled up this quickly? I became a purple zombie just like that? How astonishing. Truly, the system is extraordinary and utterly insane. Yet, I absolutely adore it. Chen was immensely astonished. Typically, it takes an ordinary corpse 3 to 5 years to become a purple zombie. Yet he accomplished this in just over 30 minutes. The disparity is striking. At this moment, he was filled with boundless hope for the future, confident that it would not be long before he could exact his revenge. Lu Ruyan, Zhou Ting, Lu Shan, Peng Hui. Prepare yourselves, for when I return, it shall be the day of your reckoning. Chen coldly proclaimed. This is his unwavering resolve. Host, Chen, level 1, purple zombie. Next level, walking corpse, life, -1 billion, can reverse life and death through attribute points, combat power, 1200. The host's ascension to purple zombie has significantly enhanced combat power, abilities, level 8 chi drawing ability. Autonomously absorbing various energies within a radius of 22,000 meters, with an absorption speed increase of 3000, converting attribute points at a rate of 160 points per hour. With a daily conversion limit of 1500. This ability is upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. The current required attribute points for upgrading are 3000. Level 1 corpse resistance, which grants immunity to various zombie and undead viruses, is maxed out and cannot be further enhanced. Level 1 corpse poison, capable of inflicting damage through toxic means, can be upgraded with no upper limit. The current required attribute points for upgrading stand at 100. Level 1 strength increases combat power by 500 and is eligible for upgrades without a cap, requiring 500 attribute points for each upgrade. Level 1 defense renders one impervious to ordinary weaponry, providing significant resilience. It can withstand a single peak strike from a 3rd-tier master and is also eligible for upgrades without limits, necessitating 300 attribute points for each enhancement. Level 1 mobility allows for basic lifting and lowering actions with the arms, upgradable to a maximum of level 10, with 200 attribute points required for each upgrade. Talent, SSS grade talent, Battle God Body, not yet awakened, points cannot be allocated. Soul Devour, level 1, upgradable, requiring 1000 attribute points for upgrades. Available attribute points, 938,800. Friendly reminder, the minimum combat power for a 1st-tier master is 500, for a 2nd-tier master is 1000, and for a 3rd-tier master is 2000. Chapter 4. The Blood Silkworm Goo Worm. Add some strength. Add some defense. Add some chi. Add some soul. A frenzied series of enhancements saw Chen's power undergo a remarkable transformation. Level 15 chi absorption ability enables autonomous absorption of various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters, with an absorption speed increase of 8000. Attribute points conversion rate of 520 points per hour, with a daily conversion cap of 6,000. This ability is upgradable with no upper limit on levels. The current required attribute points for the next upgrade, 150,000 points. Level 10 Strength Combat Power increased by 3,500. Upgradable with no upper limit on levels, requiring 60,000 attribute points for the next upgrade. Level 10 Defense, impervious to ordinary blades and firearms, resistant to 6th tier attacks. Having damage from 7th tier foes, capable of withstanding a single peak strike from an 8th tier master. This ability is also upgradable, with no upper limit on levels, requiring 50,000 attribute points for the next upgrade. Currently, my combat power stands at approximately 4,700, which is not inferior to that of a 5th tier master. Coupled with my various skills, I believe I could survive against a 6th tier master. Chen mused to himself. This statement was not unfounded. The minimum combat power for a 4th tier master is 3,000, while for a 5th tier master it is 5,000. His current power of 4,700 is quite close to that of a 5th tier master. Furthermore, he had also allocated a significant number of points to his soul, with 10,000 attribute points dedicated to it. His soul power now reaches at least the level of a 7th tier monarch. After all, enhancing one's soul power is a challenging feat. It is only due to his invincible attribute point allocation system that he could strengthen his soul power in this manner. Otherwise, relying solely on cultivation without opportunity, it would take him at least a decade to restore his soul power to the 7th tier. Allocatable attribute points, 490,000. Chen decided to allocate all these points to his heart. He was taking a gamble. The sensation from the 100 drops of essence blood emboldened him to attempt reviving his heart. Beep, deducting 100 attribute points. Beep, deducting 100 attribute points. Beep, deducting 100 attribute points. He cautiously conducted his reckless experiment, hoping for a miracle to occur. Chen, where are you? Sienna has come to see you. As Chen languished in boredom, a girl's voice called out from a distance, approaching him. Sienna? How did she get here? Doesn't she realize the danger? The crimson rain is accompanied by the sinister. How foolish of her to come. Chen's anxiety heightened. Isn't she still at Maoshan? When did she return? Upon hearing her voice, he felt a surge of nervousness. If there was anyone in this world he still cherished, it was this girl calling his name. The girl's name was Shangguan Sienna. Chen and she were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together with a deep understanding of one another. At 17, they promised to spend their lives together, but who could have predicted the catastrophic changes that befell Blue Star a decade ago? As the bizarre apocalypse descended, they awakened powerful martial talents and were subsequently forced apart, each embarking on a journey to protect the millions of citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, enduring profound longing for one another. After 10 years of separation, they were reunited, yet the world had transformed. It was a case of things have changed beyond recognition. Lamenting the indifference of fate, lovers destined to be apart. Tap, tap, tap. A breathtaking figure holding an umbrella finally emerged from the darkness, appearing in Chen's spiritual vision. The girl was a vision of unparalleled beauty, with a delicate complexion and enchanting allure. Her fair skin and slender waist evoking an irresistible urge to embrace her tenderly. Sienna, is that really you? Chen yearned to speak with Shangguan Sienna, but he had forgotten that he was but a corpse, unable to utter a word. The rain outside grew heavier. The eerie glow of the blood moon swept across the earth, as if it were cloaked in a strange crimson shroud. Chen, where are you? Chen, Shangguan Sienna, holding the umbrella, wandered aimlessly in the downpour, searching for Chen's lifeless body. Eventually, she spotted a suspicious figure beside a muddy little pool. A tattered straw mat haphazardly covered a body, the face obscured, partially exposed to the rain, glistening faintly with a purple hue under the moonlight. The body appeared filthy, covered in rotting vegetable leaves, mud, and foul-smelling debris. She slowly peeled back the mat. In the dim light of the blood moon, the girl clearly discerned the features of the corpse. Upon recognizing the face, she suddenly embraced the body and wept bitterly. Chen, you died so tragically. Indeed. The body belonged to Chen. Chen, please open your eyes and look at your Sienna. It's me, Sienna. I finally found you. I've heard the people of Sioux City are heartless and ungrateful, forgetting that without your blood-soaked battles, they would not enjoy their peaceful lives. Now they dare to accuse you of colluding with foreign tribes, driving you to your death. I will never forgive them. They are ignorant, cold-blooded, and unworthy of our protection. Tonight is your night of resurrection. I have stolen forbidden techniques from my sect. Regardless of the cost, I will bring you back to life. Even if you can only become a corpse puppet, I refuse to be separated from you by death. I want you to be with me forever. Until the end of time. As Shangguan Sienna spoke, she attempted to lift Yu Chen's body from the filthy pool, only to realize the immense weight of his lifeless form. As if it were heavier than 1,000 pounds. Were it not for her exceptional talent and profound cultivation, it would indeed be a challenge to lift him. Once she managed to elevate Yu Chen's body, Shangguan Sienna noticed something unusual about him. Huh? His skin is purple, and his hair. How could this be? Is this not the form of a purple zombie? Yu Chen, has he been invaded by the sinister? No, I will not allow it. Yu Chen belongs to me. And no one can take him away. Not even the sinister. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Sienna's expression changed dramatically. In this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying entities were not the zombies or foreign tribes, but the sinister. The sinister heralded misfortune and terror. A decade ago, with the onset of the apocalypse, humanity's millennia of civilization was ruthlessly buried. The heavens unleashed crimson rain, and the sinister arose, causing plants, animals, and insects to undergo bizarre mutations. They not only grew larger but also developed incredibly strange abilities. These mutated beings feasted upon humanity, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Moreover, many races that were believed to be extinct, such as the demon race, sea beasts, demon tribes, and ghost tribes, resurfaced, slaughtering humans and wreaking havoc, becoming the source of chaos in this apocalyptic world. Additionally, in this sinister apocalypse, the Crimson Rain carried a highly contagious zombie virus, transforming countless humans into the undead. Only a select few could awaken their martial talents amidst the Crimson Rain, becoming extraordinary warriors. These extraordinary warriors represented the last hope of humanity. Yu Chen, Sienna misses you dearly. Shangguan Sienna gazed tenderly as she caressed Yu Chen's rigid visage, gently clearing away the impurities that marred it. With her delicate, jade-like hands, she began to tenderly wipe his face. Sienna, Yu Chen observed the sorrow etched on Shangguan Sienna's features, and his heart ached profoundly. He longed to reach out and brush away her tears, yet he was unable to do so, for he had become a zombie. Unable to exert control over his own body, even the simple act of raising his hand felt insurmountable. What is this? Shangguan Sienna suddenly exclaimed softly. It was then that she discovered a sinister insect dwelling within Yu Chen's dantian, a blood silkworm. Chapter 5, The Spirit Sword Body Who Dares? What audacity to employ such malevolent means against my brother Yu Chen. I shall not forgive him. Yu Chen, rest assured. I will unearth this perpetrator and rend his body to pieces, ensuring he meets a most untimely demise. Upon discovering the blood silkworm goo, Shangguan Sienna's gaze turned chillingly cold. In an instant, she comprehended that Yu Chen's death likely held deeper implications. The entire affair was probably a conspiracy orchestrated by someone or some force seeking to usurp her brother's exceptional talent and prowess. The SSS-grade talent known as the Battle God Body is an exceptionally formidable martial arts gift, and it is only natural that it would attract envy. The blood silkworm goo is one of the most sinister and toxic entities in existence, with its primary function being the usurpation of one's innate abilities. Although it currently exists in larval form, after a span of 49 days it will mature and drain Yu Chen of everything within him, including his talent and strength. Subsequently, through a secret technique, the goo can be refined to yield all of Yu Chen and Appo's essence. Yet, such a method is exceedingly vile and deemed forbidden by the global martial arts community. Anyone who practices it is subject to execution. The mere fact that someone has dared to employ this abhorrent goo against Yu Chen ignites her fury. Blood silkworm goo? I have been afflicted? What is happening? Why did I not notice this sooner? System. Yu Chen, upon hearing this, became acutely aware of his situation. He was consumed with rage. The blood silkworm goo is notorious for its malevolence, outlawed across nations within the martial arts realm. The realization that someone had nurtured a goo within his body to covet his talents and abilities filled him with intense anger. Who could it be? This was the greatest question weighing upon his heart. He vowed to uncover this individual and shatter their bones into fragments, as only then could he alleviate his seething hatred. Truly worthy of being the saintess of the Maoshan sect, the possessor of SSS-grade talent. My young master's actions, shrouded in secrecy, have nonetheless been unveiled by you. Impressive. A light whistle echoed from the depths of the night. With a swift motion, numerous figures emerged from the shadows. Garbed in cloaks and hats, their faces obscured by masks. Most of them possessed peak 6th tier strength, yet the leader's cultivation was rather mediocre, only at the 4th tier. With a black dragon insignia emblazoned on their chests. Young master? Nonsense. Merely a group of despicable miscreants. I have no inclination to entertain you tonight. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave at once, or I shall annihilate every last one of you without exception. Return and inform your so-called young master that I, Shangguan Xiener, will extract double the debt for what you have inflicted upon my brother Chen. Let it prepare for his imminent demise. Shangguan Xiener spoke coldly. She had no desire to engage with these individuals. Her heart longed only for the company of her brother Chen to alleviate her yearning. As for vengeance, it could wait. She had time. Shangguan Xiener, cease your arrogance. Though you are a 7th-tier warrior, we possess over a dozen peak 6th-tier fighters. Your fists alone cannot contend with our numbers. I advise you to comply and not provoke us into violence. The leader spat, fury boiling within him. He detested being belittled. Peak 6th-tier warriors are but ants to me. I could dispatch you with a mere wave of my hand, Shangguan Xiener retorted, her voice frosty as she felt the stirrings of murderous intent. Do not be so reckless. Lest the wind carry your tongue away. I suggest you come with us voluntarily. My young master is a rare gem in this apocalyptic world. Having spent 10 years scheming not only to eliminate the eyesore that is Chen and seize his talents, but also to claim your pure and untainted form. For 10 years, he has coveted you, and should we succeed in bringing you back, he will bestow upon us great rewards. Any techniques or elixirs will be at our disposal. The leader snarled, convinced of his impending triumph over Shangguan Xiener due to their numerical advantage. Seeking death, Shangguan Xiener hissed, her anger palpable. That voice. Yes, Lu Shan. The treacherous wretch who not only testified against me at the public trial, but also betrayed me and seeks to lay claim to my Xiener. I shall grind him to dust. Kill, kill, kill. Chen finally discerned the identity of the leader, and his fury intensified upon realizing it was that traitor Lu Shan. Just as he prepared to unleash his abilities to eliminate Lu Shan, he noticed Shangguan Xiener had already made her move. With her left hand holding an umbrella and her right hand raised, an invisible sword aura erupted forth, sending even the crimson rain scattering before her overwhelming might. She was the possessor of the SSS-grade talent, the spirit sword body, having entered the Maoshan sect and acquired the swordsmanship legacy from the sect's founder. She stood at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, capable of challenging 8th tier experts with unparalleled swordsmanship. The spirit sword body, while an SSS-grade talent, boasted combat prowess and potential rivaling that of an SSS-grade talent. After all, a sword body embodies a terrifyingly lethal constitution. Today, I, Shangguan Xiener of the Maoshan sect, invite you all to your demise. With a commanding cry, she unveiled her most fearsome aspect. As her right hand moved, a long sword appeared in her grasp. Though it appeared simple and unadorned, it radiated a disquieting power. Beware, this woman is formidable. Do not underestimate her. Attack together. The leader, Lu Shan, shouted urgently. Yet, before his command could fully escape his lips, Shangguan Xiener's sword was already in motion. With a delicate flourish, she unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy, enveloping the assailants in an overwhelming tide. Ents. Die. The sword's might was terrifying, sweeping with an unstoppable force. Those caught within its grasp were mercilessly pierced, their bodies reduced to nothingness. Damn, is this sword intent? This woman has comprehended sword intent. One warrior gasped in horror as several strands of sword energy cleaved through his cloak and hat. In a thunderous explosion, his body was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The spirit sword body is indeed formidable. It is no wonder it stands as a top-tier talent akin to an SSS grade. Such combat strength is truly astonishing. Chen watched. Astonished. No, just as Chen's shock deepened, the remaining 7 or 8 warriors met the same fate, their lives extinguished by Shangguan Xiener's merciless sword energy, leaving no remains. Gulp. Lu Shan's face drained of color, his fear palpable. No, please do not kill me. He retreated step by step, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Coward, Shangguan Xiener exclaimed, her voice dripping with disdain. She raised her hand, retracting the aura of her sword. Speak the truth, you cur. Who is the young master you mentioned? What sinister plot does he harbor? The longsword pressed against Lu Shan's neck, the menacing energy of the blade slicing through his skin. Drip. Blood cascaded down like crimson rain, pooling on the ground. Speak quickly. Shangguan Xiener commanded sharply. Sanus, I truly cannot reveal my young master's identity. He will kill me, Lu Shan stammered, trembling in the rain. Yet, as he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Swoosh, Shangguan Xiener remained oblivious to this deception, having been ensnared by Lu Shan's facade. Only Chen perceived the subtle shift in Lu Shan's demeanor. Without hesitation, he activated his ability to move freely. He could not allow any harm to befall Shangguan Xiener. Chapter 6. The Puppeteer Spirit Binding Charm. Heed my command. Lu Shan suddenly exclaimed in a fierce tone. Soon after, a purple talisman in his hand transformed into a beam of violet light, penetrating the consciousness of Shangguan Xiener entirely. Damn it, you deceived me. You wretched creature. Shangwan Xian'er realized she had been duped. Just as she intended to retaliate, she found herself utterly immobilized. The spirit-binding charm? Her delicate face drained of color, her heart racing with desperation. The spirit-binding charm could ensnare one's essence, rendering them incapable of movement and preventing her from employing her sect's protective techniques. The holy maiden of the Maoshan sect? Nonsense. Was she not still ensnared by Lu Shan? Ha ha ha. Before I hand you over to young Master Hung, I must first claim your body. The thought of desecrating the woman who occupies Yi Chen's thoughts excites me immensely. Lu Shan, reveling in his success at binding Shangwan Xian'er, grinned maliciously. What? You are Lu Shan? You traitor? You betrayed my brother Yi Chen. I shall slay you. Shangwan Xian'er spat vehemently. She had witnessed the video of Yi Chen's public trial and recognized Lu Shan, Lu Ruoyan, and Zhou Tong as her targets for vengeance. Kill me? Huh. Shangwan Xian'er, do you still possess that capability? I am about to claim your pure body, and then I shall become the nightmare from which you can never awaken. But first, to be safe, I must render you powerless. After all, you are a peak 7th-tier martial artist. If anything goes awry, I cannot fathom my demise. After incapacitating her, Lu Shan intended to find a suitable place to indulge himself. I will not disappoint you, he sneered, brandishing a dagger towards Shangwan Xian'er's abdomen, a cruel smile playing on his lips. No, Lu Shan, I swear that even as a vengeful spirit, I will tear you to pieces. Shangwan Xian'er shrieked in terror. She understood the dire consequences of her dantian being destroyed. Without her powers, she would be left vulnerable, a lamb to the slaughter, subjected to humiliation and torment. Her complexion paled in regret for not having eliminated Lu Shan earlier, thus falling into his trap. Transform into a vengeful spirit? Shangwan Xian'er, even if you become one, I shall still make you my woman. I tell you, I will seize everything belonging to Yi Chen, especially the women he cherishes. I will ensure his restless nights. Once I am done with you, I shall gift you to Qin Shao. Alas, even though he possesses immense power, he is only fit to play with the remnants of Lu Shan. Lu Shan's words were plentiful, oblivious to the corpse that had recently lain on the ground. Now stealthily appearing behind him, 2 arms, covered in purple fur, seized Lu Shan's hands, and with terrifying force, his body was mercilessly torn in two before he could even scream. A torrential downpour of blood erupted forth. Ah no, how can I die? No, this cannot be. It is an illusion. I am not dead. I am not. Lu Shan's spirit, like a rabid dog, could not accept this grim reality. Traitor, you shall pay for your treachery. Yi Chen's spiritual force unleashed the soul-devouring talent, instantly consuming Lu Shan's soul. As he absorbed Lu Shan's essence, a flood of memories surged within Yi Chen's mind, including information regarding Qin Shao. No, do not kill me, Lord Yi Chen. I was wrong. I will be your dog. Your slave, I. Lu Shan and Apos. S spirit pleaded for mercy within Yi Chen and Apos. S consciousness. You, scum, are unworthy of being my dog. Die. Yi Chen activated his soul-devouring ability, obliterating Lu Shan's essence entirely. No, Lu Shan perished. Brother Yi Chen, you? Shangwan Xian'er could scarcely believe her eyes. A corpse had just torn Lu Shan apart. She blinked, struggling to grasp the reality before her. Was this a resurrection? After consuming Lu Shan and Apos' soul, it seems my own spirit has grown stronger. This soul-devouring talent is truly remarkable. It allows me to absorb others' souls to enhance my own spiritual power. Haha. I like this. Yi Chen made a startling discovery that filled him with immense joy. Notification. Host has successfully devoured Lu Shan's soul, unexpectedly triggering the hidden task to slay Lu Shan. Reward. Attribute points 2000. What? There are hidden tasks and additional attribute point rewards associated with soul absorption? This system is incredibly powerful. Yi Chen was astounded by the capabilities of the system. He felt an unwavering confidence about the future, believing that he would soon rise to prominence. After all, this apocalyptic world harbored countless unknown dangers. To survive, he needed sufficient strength. His enemies, Zhou Ting, Lu Ruoyan, Peng Hui, and Qin Yudong, the orchestrators of his downfall, were still alive. He could not afford to relax. He must possess strength that surpassed millions. Moreover, there were those he was determined to protect with his life. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Chen wasted no time, hesitating only briefly before scooping up Shangwan Xian'er and fleeing into the distance. The rain intensified above them. He sprinted tirelessly, the torrential red rain concealing their scents and tracks, rendering their pursuers unable to trace their whereabouts, inadvertently safeguarding them. Brother Chen, what just happened? Did you truly kill Lu Shan? Weren't you dead? Why? Wait. I think I understand now. Brother Chen, although you died and transformed into a mindless corpse, your lingering consciousness still remembers me. You must have undergone the transformation to protect me. Shangguan Xiener, cradled in Yi Chen's arms, was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her stunning face. But they were tears of joy, not sorrow. She was elated that, despite his transformation into a corpse, Yi Chen's remaining consciousness still held her dear. Brother Yi Chen, I have made up my mind. Since you have become a zombie, I will use the Mao Shan's secret techniques to refine you into my corpse servant. And we shall forge a master-servant contract. From now on, we shall never be separated. Our ancient texts mention that a zombie can attain enlightenment. As long as you continue to grow stronger, you will eventually restore your memories and remember me. I possess techniques to help you strengthen faster. One day, when you become a zombie immortal, we shall share a bed. A frenzied glint sparkled in Shangguan Xiener's eyes. In her quest to remain with Yi Chen, she was willing to defy the prohibitions of the Mao Shan sect, aiming to cultivate him into an invincible zombie king. What? Refine me into her corpse servant? Master-servant contract? No. What on earth is swirling around in Xian and Appo's, her little mind? Raising corpses? Is she truly the saintess of the Mao Shan sect, and not of the demonic path? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was equally astonished. Yet, while he moved with agility, he found himself momentarily unable to articulate his thoughts, rendering him incapable of communicating with Shangguan Xiener. Thus, he decided to transport her to a place of safety. After all, the mass graveyard was a perilous location. The hidden mastermind, Qin Yudong, noticing that Lu Shan and the others had not returned, would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to assist him. He could not permit any harm to come to Shangguan Xiener. Chapter 7. The arrival of the sea beasts with the sound of pattering rain. Yi Chen sprinted through the downpour, cradling Shangguan Xiener as he entered the southern mountains of Su City. Before long, they found refuge in a secluded cave. A hidden sanctuary that Yi Chen had stumbled upon earlier, an obscure place known only to him, unlikely to be discovered anytime soon. Once inside, he gently laid Shangguan Xian and Appo's, on the ground. However, just as he was about to communicate his circumstances through writing, his time of lucidity abruptly expired. With a soft thud, Yi Chen collapsed, his mind momentarily incapacitated, plunging him into unconsciousness. Brother Yi Chen, what has happened to you? Shangguan Xian and Appo's, exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern. Despite her extensive knowledge of the Mao Shan sect's texts, she found herself perplexed by the situation, which only heightened her anxiety. She wished to approach and assess Yi Chen's condition, but the power of the binding talisman still held her in place, driving her to frustration. All she could do was wait. Brother Yi Chen, you mustn't Appo's, come to harm. Meanwhile, a voice reported, My lord, we have scoured the vicinity, but there is no trace of Lu Shan and his companions within a 10-mile radius. Yi Chen and Appo's body is also missing. Just as Yi Chen had surmised, shortly after he had departed with Shangguan Xian and Appo's, a group clad in raincoats and conical hats had appeared at the graveyard, armed with blades. These individuals were affiliated with Lu Shan and were sent by Qin Yudong. What? Yi Chen and Appo's body is also gone. Damn it! Lu Shan is utterly inept. He has ruined the grand plans that my master has meticulously plotted for years. I shall not spare him, declared a man named Tong Dajuan, a peak 6th-tier martial artist, his words laced with disdain for Lu Shan, revealing a personal vendetta. My lord, do you think Lu Shan may have secretly absconded with Yi Chen and Appo's body? He has always been cunning and treacherous. Perhaps he covets Yi Chen and Appo's talents and abilities? Suggested one of his subordinates respectfully. You raise a valid point. Lu Shan, the traitor who has betrayed Yi Chen, could very well betray my master as well. Such a heartless wretch should have been eliminated from the start. If he truly has turned on my master, I, Tong Dajuan, will not let him escape. I will pursue him to the ends of the earth and ensure he is brought to justice. Tong Dajuan vowed fiercely, a loyal servant to Qin Yudong. My lord, what shall we do now? Inquired the subordinate. At this late hour, the rain has erased their tracks, making pursuit futile. Relay to our brethren that we shall withdraw for now. I will report this matter to my master, Tong Dajuan commanded loudly. Understood. The subordinate promptly set off to gather the men. Before long, they all retreated. In Su City, at the eastern side within the Fenglin Pavilion, Tong Dajuan and his men evaded the patrolling guards and entered the estate, which served as their stronghold. With a series of rapid footsteps, Tong Dajun dismissed the others and hastened to meet Qin Yudong. Master, I pay my respects. Upon entering the study, Tong Dajun bowed deeply before Qin Yudong, who was in the midst of his training. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. Lu Shan, has he made his escape? Master. When we arrived at the graveyard, both Lu Shan and Yi Chun and Apos' body had vanished, and our brethren are also missing. I suspect Lu Shan has taken Yi Chun and Apos' body for himself, and our comrades may have perished at his hands. Tong Dajun reported without reservation, his loyalty unwavering. What? Lu Shan has betrayed me? That scoundrel. I placed my trust in him and entrusted him with significant responsibilities, only to have him deceive me. I will not let him go. Qin Yudong and Apos' voice was filled with fury. Tong Dajun, while I do not concern myself with killing Lu Shan, you must retrieve Yi Chun and Apos' body. The blood silkworm within him is essential. The battle god physique is an SSS grade talent. If I acquire it, I shall ascend the ranks and become the strongest prodigy in this apocalypse. Do you understand? Yes, master. I shall ensure Yi Chin's body is returned, Tong Dajun vowed, internally adding that he would also bring back Lu Shan's head. Little did he know that Yi Chun had already torn apart the traitor. Have you discovered Shang Wanxianu? Where is she? Just as Tong Dajun reached the door, Qin Yudong seemed to recall something and inquired. Tong Dajun quickly approached, his loyalty and respect ingrained within him. A devoted servant to the Qin family. Master, we found no trace of the Maoshan Sanctus at the scene. The torrential rain has washed away all evidence. However, I will send someone to investigate her whereabouts and ensure she does not escape, he said, his voice trembling with urgency. Go dispatch more men. Since she has left Maoshan, she must not be allowed to return. Qin Yudong harbored long-standing designs on Shang Wanxianu. His schemes against Yi Chin were not solely motivated by the desire for the SSS-grade battle god physique. Shang Wanxianu was also a significant part of his plans. He sought revenge and satisfaction. Ever since their encounter at Maoshan, he had secretly vowed to possess her. His attempts to persuade the Qin family's ancestor to propose marriage had been met with a firm refusal from Shang Wanxianu. He was a man of malice and cunning, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. Over the course of a decade, he orchestrated an elaborate plot involving thousands to frame Yi Chun, all to eliminate his rival and vent his frustrations. Understood. Tong Dajun responded respectfully before departing to organize the search for Lu Shan. Shang Wanxianu, everything I, Qin Yudong, desire shall ultimately be mine. You shall not be an exception, he murmured to himself darkly. You belong to me. At that moment, a maid entered, her demeanor demure. Master, Peng Hui, Zhou Ting, and Lu Ruyan request an audience. What? What brings them here at this hour? Qin Yudong was taken aback, though he was not fond of them. Their relevance to his grand scheme compelled him to tolerate their presence for the time being. Let them in, he instructed. Yes, the maid promptly went to summon them. Before long, Peng Hui, Zhou Ting, and Lu Ruyan entered cautiously. Greetings, young Master Qin, they bowed respectfully. What brings you here? Qin Yudong inquired. Young Master Qin, we have come regarding the defense of Sioux City. Peng Hui responded with a respectful gesture. What defense of Sioux City? Is it not thriving at present? What need is there for defense? Qin Yudong replied, perplexed by the statement. Young Master Qin, you are unaware of the latest reports from the front lines. 6 great sea beast kings have personally led an army of hundreds of thousands of sea beasts towards Sioux City. It is in grave danger. We have come at this late hour to beseech you to assist us in repelling the sea beasts and ensuring the safety of Sioux City, Peng Hui explained slowly. What? An army of sea beasts is marching towards Sioux City? Chapter 8. The eerie silver blood. Is this news accurate? Qin Yudong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard, diverging entirely from his prior plans. He had initially believed that the 100,000 military and civilians within the Jiangning fortress would suffice to satisfy the appetite of the sea beasts. However, to his astonishment, these creatures, after butchering the fortress, now set their sights on Sioux City. The greed of these foreign entities was astounding, yet he remained indifferent to their intentions. First and foremost, he was unconcerned about the lives of the millions in Sioux City. The death of a friend does not affect the Taoist. His purpose in Sioux City was solely for Yi Chun and Shang Wanxianu. The fates of Peng Hui, Lu Ruyan, Zhou Tong, and the others were of no consequence to him. Their demise meant nothing. This was the harsh reality. In the apocalypse, human life was the most trivial. A packet of instant noodles held more value than a life. Young Master Qin, this matter is utterly certain. These sea beasts are despicable. They are devoid of honor and trust. We had clearly agreed that after we eliminated Chen, the Jiangning fortress would be relinquished to them. But they would refrain from invading Sioux City. Now they have broken their promise and launched a surprise attack, catching us completely unprepared. What do you suggest we do now? How should we respond? Pang Hui spoke with palpable fear. He understood the ferocity of the sea beasts and realized that relying solely on the tens of thousands of defenders in Sioux City would be futile against such predatory foes. Had it not been for Yi Chen's steadfast defense of Jiangning Fortress over the past decade, Sioux City would have long since fallen. When they initially plotted to eliminate Yi Chen, they were deceived by Qin Yudong's words. What alliance? What non-aggression pact? Now, with the Sea Beast army unilaterally tearing up their agreement and invading Sioux City, he felt utterly despondent, regretting the decision to poison Yi Chen. Despite Yi Chen's rebellious nature and his disregard for Pang Hui, his presence had at least deterred the vicious sea beasts, allowing Pang Hui to continue his reign in Sioux City as its local tyrant. Now that Yi Chen was dead and the sea beasts were invading, what could they rely on to defend themselves? Qin Yudong? Could he truly manage this? They respected Qin Yudong not merely for his pinnacle 7th-tier prowess, but rather because he was backed by a family of immense terror, the Qin family. The Qin family was one of the ancient martial families of the Dragon Nation. In the decades since the apocalypse began, they had produced 2 elite 8th-tier warriors, catapulting them to the forefront of power in the Dragon Nation. The Empress had even conferred the title of Sun King upon the head of the Qin family. In this apocalyptic age, the 9th tier had yet to emerge, and the 8th tier represented invincibility. It was for this reason that they had consented to Qin Yudong's proposal to eliminate Yi Chen, for they could not afford to offend the Qin family. Young Master Qin, while the invasion of hundreds of thousands of sea beasts is dire, it is not the most critical threat. If those sea beast kings were to expose our collusion in betraying Jiangning Fortress, the millions of citizens in the city would not forgive us, nor would the Empress. Lu Ruoyan interjected suddenly. What? What are we to do? Do you have any strategies? Qin Yudong asked, equally perplexed. Fear gripped him. He understood that if this matter were to come to light, not only would he suffer, but the Qin family would also face the wrath of millions in the Dragon Nation. Even if the Empress spared the Qin family, she would certainly ensure his demise. Inside the cave, blood, silver blood, luminous silver blood. What is this? Shang Wanxianer felt her worldview shift. The phenomena surrounding Yi Chen were unprecedented, even within the ancient texts of the Maoshan sect, leaving her in a state of profound terror. She attributed these occurrences to the eerie, fearing that it might exploit Yi Chen's corpse to wreak havoc upon humanity. This was unacceptable to her. Brother Yi Chen, you cannot come to harm. Suddenly, a powerful wave surged through Yi Chen's soul sea, and with this surge, his consciousness began to gradually awaken. Simultaneously, he heard the system's notifications within his body. Ding. Host has added 460,000 points to the heart. Heart resuscitation initiated. Ding. Heart resuscitation successful. Hematopoiesis activated. What? Heart resuscitation? Hematopoiesis? This is... Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Concurrently, he noticed silver blood coursing through his body, and wherever this silver blood flowed, the once stiff and lifeless organs and meridians began to revive. Subsequently, this silver blood seeped into his dantian. The blood silkworm cursed insect was instantly enveloped by the silver blood, which then exploded with a resounding pop. The essence and innate talents absorbed by the blood silkworm returned to Yi Chen's body, accelerating the revival of his internal organs, drastically diminishing the necrotic energy within him. Yi Chen sensed the life force emanating from his dantian, an encouraging sign. He believed he would create miracles. If the dantian and meridians revived, would that not imply I could begin cultivating anew? This conjecture filled him with exhilaration. Through the power of his soul, he examined his revived heart, discovering its ability to absorb and convert necrotic energy. The silver blood produced at the heart also possessed this transformative capability, albeit at a slow pace. A heart? Hematopoiesis? Silver blood? Was I still a normal zombie? Would I evolve into some monstrous entity? Yi Chen found himself bewildered by these thoughts. Despite having seen numerous zombie films and novels, he had never encountered such a scenario. Zombies with heartbeats? Silver blood? He dismissed his concerns and continued to activate the attribute point allocation mode, pouring the remaining over 100,000 points into his dantian. -100, -100, -100. Yet another lengthy point allocation process ensued, and he could distinctly sense the diminishing necrotic energy within his dantian with each allocation. The silver blood's purification efficiency increased accordingly. The revival of his dantian was imminent. Meanwhile, the power of the spirit-sealing talisman was exhausted, and Shangguan Xian'er finally regained her freedom. She approached Yi Chen, scrutinizing him closely. A heartbeat? Silver blood? What on earth is happening? Despite being the saintess of the Maoshan sect, having perused countless texts, she remained utterly perplexed by the situation, which shattered her understanding. Brother Yi Chen, I am sorry. The only way I can protect you now is by refining you into my life spirit corpse. I will not allow anyone to enslave you. As she spoke, she began to cast the Maoshan sect and Appo's corpse control technique. Moments later, an ancient and mysterious talisman pattern materialized before her. A crucial component of the technique known as the corpse control talisman. Go. She gently bit her tongue. A single drop of essence from the tip of the tongue materialized instantly, merging into the talisman of corpse control. Subsequently, she infused the talisman into Yi Chen's body, and in an instant, the talisman penetrated into the depths of Yi Chen's consciousness. This talisman unleashed an ancient and profound power. Before Yi Chen could resist, the talisman successfully fused with his soul, becoming inseparable. Soon after, he perceived a peculiar transformation within his soul. It seems that I have established a deeper connection with Xian'er. Is this a master-servant contract? I am the servant, while Xian'er is the master. Yi Chen was rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 9. The Life Essence Corpse of My Fate. What? I have become the Life Essence Corpse of Xian'er? This? She is the master, and I am the servant? Ding, the host successfully establishes a contract with his beloved. Shangguan Xian'er. From this moment onward, the host shall become Shangguan Xian'er's Life Essence Corpse, compelled to obey her commands. If Shangguan Xian'er directs you east, you cannot go west. A mechanical system prompt resonated. Very well. I accept this contract. Yi Chen could only acquiesce reluctantly upon hearing this. After all, Shangguan Xian and Appo's, was no stranger. She was the one he cherished most. Within his consciousness, a golden talisman radiated with brilliance, an ancient power safeguarding his soul from malevolent entities. Ding. Detection indicates a level 1 corpse nurturing ground located 300 meters east within this cave. Another system prompt emerged. A level 1 nurturing ground? Yi Chen's interest peaked instantly. Such a place was of utmost importance to him, capable of facilitating an astonishing transformation of his corpse in a remarkably brief period. However, having just utilized the free movement ability, which required a cooling period of 72 hours, he could only wait anxiously. Alas, what to do? He found himself in a predicament. This area? The terrain is. Just then, Shangguan Xian'er seemed to sense something as well. Her gaze flickered like lightning towards the east, as if she had discovered something. Tap, tap, tap. She arrived at the level 1 nurturing ground indicated by the system, beginning to measure and observe, occasionally calculating with her fingers. Is this the in-earth cavern? According to the records of the Maoshan corpse nurturing technique, such in-earth caverns are excellent initial nurturing grounds for the early evolution of corpses. Perhaps I could inter the elder brother Yi Chen here. I believe it won't be long before he successfully evolves into a walking corpse. Once he becomes a walking corpse, I can take him away from here. Shangguan Xian'er's eyes brimmed with boundless affection. The in-earth cavern, being a level 1 nurturing ground, possessed an exceptionally rich energy, which served as a tremendous supplement for beings of the undead nature. As the holy maiden of the Maoshan sect, Shangguan Xian and Appo's wielded numerous secret techniques. With a mere gesture, she set up a simple gathering array around the cavern, straining to drag Yi Chen into the formation. She is nurturing the corpse. Ding. Absorbing a trace of energy. Attribute 0.1. Ding. Absorbing a trace of energy. Attribute 0.1. Yi Chen realized his body was continuously drawing in the energy, which penetrated into him, causing the pores of his purple hair and skin to open wide. Each pore resembled an endless abyss, akin to a whale consuming water, relentlessly absorbing the energy from the cavern. Is this the terrifying aspect of the level 15 Qi induction ability? He marveled inwardly. What on earth is happening to elder brother Yi Chen? His rate of absorbing energy seems exceedingly rapid. At this pace, the energy of this cavern will be depleted in mere days. Shangguan Xian'er gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this. Yet, she felt no concern. Instead, she harbored a glimmer of anticipation. Perhaps elder brother Yi Chen might truly become a corpse immortal within a century. At that time, they could share a room, and perhaps even have a child. Sioux City, Eastern Defense Zone, Sulio Town. In the torrential downpour, The Sioux City Defense Army's Lu Da's command post stood resolute. The rain intensified, enveloping everything in silence. However, the soldiers remained vigilant, cautious of any complacency. They had received accurate intelligence that the monstrous Marine Army, which had recently annihilated the Jiangning fortress, was heading towards Sioux City. Their post stood at the forefront, poised to become the prime target of the impending assault. "Commander," the deputy officer, Sun Daming, surveyed Lu Da with a grave expression. He held little hope for their situation, believing their forces to be woefully inadequate. "What is it?" Lu Da's expression darkened as his eyes narrowed, contemplating strategies for overcoming the enemy. Alas, even a skilled artisan cannot create without materials. The disparity between their forces was insurmountable. "Report. Commander, we just received a communication from the operations office, instructing us to hold Sulio Town at all costs. Without orders, we are not to retreat. Those who defy the orders shall face military law." Sun Daming spoke with palpable indignation. "What? We are to hold Sulio Town? What are those officials in the operations office thinking? Have they lost their minds? Sulio Town lacks fortifications, protective arrays, and heavy weaponry. We possess few awakened warriors, particularly lacking top-tier combatants. How can we hold our ground? Do they have no awareness of the monstrous nature of those sea beasts? Is the lesson from the Jiangning fortress not enough? I deeply regret trusting Peng Hui and Zheng Zhe back then, failing to provide timely support to Commander Yi Chen. Now, our retribution has come. We have become discarded pawns." Lu Da, filled with anger, also felt a deep sense of guilt. He berated himself. "Commander, our failure to support Jiangning Fortress was in accordance with the operations office's orders. Moreover, there was undeniable evidence of Commander Yi Chen colluding with foreign tribes. Supporting him would be an act of treason. We did the right thing," Sun Daming asserted. Slap. Lu Da raised his hand and struck Sun Daming across the face with a ferocity that reflected his rage. His eyes gleamed with malice. "Colluding with foreign tribes? You fool. What nonsense are you spouting? I care not about the situation of those officials in Sioux City, but can we not recognize who Commander Yi Chen truly is? He has fought valiantly for a decade, safeguarding the peace of Sioux City. Without him, we would not have enjoyed a decade of tranquility. He has slain countless foreign tribes. Would he truly collude with them? Nonsense. I would rather die than believe such absurdity." Lu Da, a commanding officer of the Defense Army, had crossed paths with Yi Chen before. Years prior, he had been ordered to accept Yi Chen and Appos as command and ambush the invading sea beasts. He had witnessed firsthand the terror of the sea beast army and the formidable strength of Yi Chen. "Commander Yi Chen saved us when we were besieged. Have you forgotten the life-saving grace he bestowed upon us, you ungrateful wretch? I remind you, the deceitful nature of those in Sioux City is their own affair. We, as soldiers, should not emulate their tricks. Do you understand?" he admonished loudly. "Yes." Sun Daming, covering his face, responded with palpable trepidation. Tap, tap, tap. Someone entered from outside. "Report. Commander, we have just lost contact with the outermost sentries," the messenger reported. "What? The outermost sentries have vanished? It seems the damned foreign tribes have arrived." Sun Daming. "Relay my orders. The entire army is to be on high alert, and immediately send a telegram to Sioux City. The sea beasts are coming," Lu Da declared loudly. "A great battle is imminent. Cackling humans, this telegram is of no use anymore. We have arrived. Food. Eat." As Lu Da's words faded, the ground of the frontline command post suddenly transformed, with countless tendrils emerging from the earth. "This is bad. It's the alien race." Quickly, on high alert. Before Lu Da could finish his sentence, those tendrils had already pierced through dozens of defense soldiers, who had no time to react as their life essence was drained away. "Damn it. What in the world is this? It devours humans." Witnessing the scene, Sun Daming was immediately overwhelmed with fear. "No, don't eat me. I never bathed. My flesh is quite foul." He was terrified. Chapter 10. The Sovereign of Sea Beasts. Alas, help me, quickly. It became evident that Sun Daming was nothing more than a cowardly fool. Gazing upon the blood-soaked battlefield, he was instantly paralyzed by fear, his trousers soaked in terror. "I do not wish to perish." Tears streamed down his face. Useless. Lu Da could not help but curse upon witnessing this. He raised his firearm, aiming it at the writhing tentacles. "Do not retreat. Return to me. Only through aggression do we find our path to survival," he bellowed. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Chaos had engulfed Chulu Town, with everyone fleeing in every direction. No one heeded the orders of their commander. "Monsters, cease your rampage." At this critical moment, a dozen human martial artists finally arrived. Leading them was a mid-6th tier martial artist named Yu Chaodong, dispatched from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Kill. He cleaved a path through the chaos, approaching Lu Da, and proclaimed loudly, Commander Lu, we face an 8th-tier sea beast, Cthulhu. We are no match for it. You must flee with us. Yu Chaodong brandished his sword, forcing back a tentacle, though he too bore injuries. Ugh. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What? 8th tier? Master Yu, are your eyes deceiving you? Lu Da's heart sank into despair upon hearing this. Cthulhu, the so-called Slayer, was a sea beast monarch with an ancient bloodline capable of manifesting countless regenerative tentacles. Commander Lu, there is no time. We must leave now, Yu Chaodong warned, as he noticed more tentacles sweeping toward them. Whoosh, whoosh. Tentacles, like bolts of lightning, pierced through the void, sweeping towards them. Splat, splat, splat. These tentacles were terrifying, instantly annihilating the soldiers surrounding Lu Da. In the face of such monstrous appendages, the ordinary soldiers had no ability to retaliate. They were simply too weak. Not only these soldiers, but many of Yu Chaodong's comrades were also impaled by the tentacles, yet they did not perish immediately. They struggled desperately, clinging to life. But to no avail. Their fate was sealed. Humans, you are but prey for us sea beasts. This is your destiny, unalterable by any means. Cthulhu roared. Then, with a commanding voice, he called forth, warriors of the sea, come forth and indulge in slaughter. He summoned forth more sea beasts. The earth trembled as countless creatures emerged from the ground, sea scorpions, sea serpents, sea centipedes. They surged forth through the subterranean water veins, catching the humans completely off guard. No, why? How can we humans be defeated? I refuse to accept this. Lu Da lamented, witnessing the devastation in Sioux City. This is retribution. Had we not conspired against Commander Yi Chen, we would not face this catastrophe. The city was doomed, and millions would pay for their foolish decisions with their lives. Lu Da watched in horror as the sea beast slaughtered his subordinates, not only killing them but devouring them as well. This scene filled him with profound regret. Commander Lu, as long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We must retreat, Yu Chaodong urged, pulling Lu Da by the arm to safeguard his escape. Humans, food. Delicious. Eat, eat. From the crevices emerged countless venomous sea creatures, launching a frenzied assault. This was a war devoid of suspense. Lu Da's forces had no capacity for resistance, facing a one-sided massacre. The carnage was appallingly brutal. Commander, why? Just moments ago, we were the hunters of sea beasts. What has changed? Have they grown stronger, or have we become too weak? Sun Daming, the vice commander, screamed in madness, unable to accept the grim reality unfolding before him. No, we were wrong. Our previous victories against the sea beast were due to Commander Yi Chen. His unmatched valor brought us 10 years of peace. Under his protection, countless sea beasts dared not cross the Jiangning fortress. But what have we done? We conspired to tarnish his name, branding him a traitor, and ultimately, we killed him. Now, the reckoning has come. Without Commander Yi Chen, without the Jiangning fortress, who would protect them? Lu Da's face turned pale with regret. He should never have allied with Peng Hui and the others. Nor should he have been swayed by promises of promotion to a first-tier commander. Now, death loomed. What use was a first-tier commander now? No, it cannot be. Yi Chen is merely at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. What makes him so formidable? We have many 6th-tier warriors in Sioux City and hundreds at the 7th tier. We are no longer the same. We shall not lose. Sun Daming shouted defiantly, lost in his delusions. Foolishness. Enough. There is no point in discussing this any further. We cannot fight our way out, Lu Da replied with a bitter smile. There is no need for debate, Commander. You are too pessimistic. You have been deceived by Yi Chen. He is a traitor to our kind, colluding with other races to murder his own people. He deserved to die. As for who guards Sioux City, the sea beasts are merely at their last gasp. We have Lord Leiba of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy and Lord Qin Yudong, both at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. They surpass Yi Chen by far. With them, Sioux City will be safe. We will not perish, Sun Daming insisted, bordering on hysteria. Lu Da began to retort but was interrupted as several tentacles struck, piercing his body. His armor offered no protection against the onslaught. To die is better. I will atone to Commander Yi Chen, he murmured, succumbing to death. The tentacles then hollowed out his corpse. No, Commander Lu, Yu Chaodong cried out. Witnessing the tragedy, he attempted to turn back, striving to save Lu Da, but his body was also pierced by multiple tentacles. Monsters, I will fight you to the end, he declared in his final moments, self-destructing with a resounding explosion that severed several tentacles nearby. Damn it. Humanity, you have provoked my wrath. I shall annihilate you all. Cthulhu is enraged, and his assaults have intensified. The severed tentacles have regrown once more. Master, Commander, Yu Qingdong, you cannot abandon me. I do not wish to. Sun Daming, witnessing this, turned pale with fear. As he attempted to flee, he was ensnared by hundreds of sea centipedes. No, within mere seconds, Sun Daming's flesh was devoured, leaving only a chilling skeleton upon the ground. Ah, run. These monsters are utterly terrifying. They are insatiable in their slaughter. Lu Da's regiment has instantly disbanded, reduced to mere fodder for the sea beasts. Where is our guardian, Lord Yuchen? At last, someone remembered Yuchen. Ding. Absorbed a wisp of earthly energy. Attribute points 1. Ding. Absorbed a wisp of earthly energy. Attribute points 1. Chapter 11. Observing coldly. Silently witnessing the fall of Sioux City. I have grown stronger once again. My heart beats faster. Within the cave, Yuchen is filled with immense joy. Previously, his heart beat 5 times per second. Now, it has increased to 10 beats per second, though it may seem like a mere increment of 5 beats. One must not underestimate this progress. With the rise in the frequency of his heartbeat, the production of his silvery blood has also surged exponentially. Consequently, the quantity of this peculiar silver blood, which possesses the ability to purify deathly energy, will increase significantly. This burgeoning blood is indeed a momentous boon for him. Ding. Detection reveals that the Sea Beast Sovereign, leading 100,000 sea beasts, has attacked the defense line of Chulu Town in Sioux City. The defense line has fallen. Commander Lu Da has perished, and the 6th-rank martial artists stationed there have also met their demise. Ding. The system has triggered a new mission. Mission name: Observing coldly, silently witnessing the fall of Sioux City. The sea beasts come with ferocity. Should the city fall, they will unleash a massacre, turning the old and young alike into their prey. The people of Sioux City are heartless and ungrateful. Host, please observe coldly. The lives and deaths of millions in Sioux City are of no concern to you. Let them perish. Observe coldly for 12 hours. Reward, Stylish Skin 1. Observe coldly for 24 hours. Reward, Quintessence Realm, Ultimate Cultivation. Observe coldly for 48 hours. Reward, Soul Secret Technique Mental Communication. Observe coldly for 72 hours. Reward, Danteon 1. Another new mission has been triggered? The rewards are exceedingly generous. Stylish Skin? Ultimate Cultivation in the Quintessence Realm? Mental Communication? What astonishes Yuchen the most is the Danteon 1. He already possesses 1 Danteon. Receiving another would grant him 2. When he ascends to the Spirit Sea Realm, his power will effectively double. For the strength in the Spirit Sea Realm is directly correlated to the size of 1's Danteon. How exhilarating! His heart swells with joy. As for the recent mission calling for him to observe the invasion of the sea beasts, he would not have intervened even without the rewards. At the public trial, no one in Sioux City spoke a word of justice for him. His once fervent heart has turned cold. He even anticipates the sea beasts' entry into Sioux City, yearning for the demise of the millions devoid of conscience within. Those unscrupulous individuals deserve to perish. Bah, what of Lord Yuchen? He does not merit our respect. He is a traitor to our kind. Had it not been for his collusion with the alien races, the Jiangning stronghold would not have fallen. That scoundrel, in league with the others, deserves his fate. At this moment, among the surviving defenders of Commander Lu Da's unit, many reminisce about the glorious moments when Yuchen led them to vanquish the alien races. Back then, they pursued and slaughtered the sea beasts. Now, with Yuchen gone, they're the ones being hunted. Regrets fill their hearts. Yet some continue to harbor hatred for Yi Chun, blatantly insulting his past achievements. Haha, humans, you are truly foolish. Yi Chun fought valiantly for you for 10 years. Yet out of jealousy and infighting, you destroyed your own walls, colluding with the sea beasts to entrap him, and condemned him to death. Have you no conscience? Ungrateful wretches, deserving of death. The 8th-rank sea beast sovereign, Cthulhu, proclaimed loudly. His voice resonated, reaching even Sioux City. What? Whose voice is that? Where does it come from? What entrapment? What infighting? What does it all mean? Were we truly manipulated at that public trial? Reflecting on Yuchen's time as commander, the Jiangning stronghold was impenetrable, never breached by the alien races, and inflicted heavy casualties upon them, particularly the sea beasts. So why would Yuchen suddenly collude with them? Upon further contemplation, it seems utterly irrational. He has slain countless sea beasts. What benefit would there be in allying with them? Would the alien races spare him? Many citizens of Sioux City finally recognized the myriad flaws in the accusation against Yuchen for collusion with the alien races. Yet, why did they not see these issues earlier? Why did no one speak up for Yuchen? Now that he is dead, their realizations come too late. Is it possible? Did we truly err? Did we wrongfully accuse Chen? He was the hero safeguarding Sioux City when Chen was present. When had we ever been pressed by the sea beasts to our very door? If only he were alive. Let him battle the sea beasts, even if he perished. It would be noble. Some began to reflect, reminiscing about Chen's accomplishments. Yet more were concerned with having him continue to serve them, showing little regard for his life or death. Deep down, their selfishness remained etched in their beings. Their misfortunes were self-inflicted. In the sea beast stronghold. What? Lord Cthulhu. Have you eradicated Luda's forces? Wait, did Chen not appear? Has he truly been slain by those fools, has he? The mightiest among the 6 sea beast sovereigns, the giant whale king, inquired incredulously. They were testing the waters to see if Peng Hui and the others had indeed killed Chen. If true, the 6 sea beast sovereigns would lead over 1 million sea beasts in a full-scale assault on Sioux City, vowing to annihilate its millions. They sought sustenance and a territory to call home. In the endless ocean, terrors lurked, which was one of the reasons for their invasion of humanity. They too were fleeing for their survival. Giant Whale King, for such a grave matter, I wouldn't dare speak recklessly. As it concerns the very lives of our sea beast clan, I have heard that Peng Hui conspired with humans to accuse Chen of collusion with our kind, even arranging for someone to identify him. Now, the Chen who has defended the city for 10 years has not only failed to become a hero but has instead been executed, the Divine Feather King declared loudly. This information was extracted from captured human soldiers, and it is undoubtedly true. What? Humans are indeed ruthless, ungrateful, unprincipled. Though we sea beasts are enemies with Chen, we still harbor genuine admiration for him. He is a hero, a warrior. The giant whale king, upon hearing this, expressed his rage. Humanity is the protagonist of the heavens. Had they not engaged in infighting and power struggles, we alien races would hardly stand a chance against them, at least with a madman like Chen. We could never breach the Jiangning stronghold. He is a madman. Humph. Those foolish humans, they have slain Chen and destroyed their own defenses. Without him, we would have long since trampled Sioux City, and they would not have enjoyed 10 years of peace. They know nothing of gratitude. The giant whale king, in his fury, defended Chen. These fools deserve their fate. The remaining sea beast monarchs also voiced their discontent for Chen. The king of whales proclaimed, "Now that madman Chen is dead, what do we have to fear? Let us surge into Sioux City. By devouring 100,000 souls, I should successfully evolve into an 8th-tier sea beast emperor. At that point, our sea beast lineage shall be unrivaled." The 6 great sea beast monarchs, upon hearing this, were filled with both profound rage and boundless delight. Previously, Chen had obstructed their invasion of the human race, but now he had been slain by his own kind. Sioux City lay before them, unimpeded. Humanity was merely their sustenance, facilitating their rapid evolution. This was one of the reasons for their invasion of the continent and the massacre of the human race. Send the order, advance en masse. Target, Sioux City. Chapter 12. The Leviathan's Wrath. The 6 great sea beast kings united to issue a command for a full-scale assault. Attack. Slay. 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 Countless sea beasts roared with frenzy. With a thunderous roar, nearly 1 million sea beasts mobilized for battle, marching towards Sioux City in a formidable wave. The 8th-tier sea beast Cthulhu led hundreds of thousands of sea beasts to annihilate Luda's forces, feasting on nearly 1,000 human lives. Their flesh invigorating him and elevating his combat prowess to its zenith. As he hesitated to continue the assault, a familiar battle horn echoed from behind, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. Excellent! Excellent! The valiant warriors of the Sea Beast clan, our reinforcements have arrived. Let us charge into Sioux City together. Humans. Our sustenance. Slay. Cthulhu and his kin were consumed by a frenzied bloodlust, as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. An hour later, Chulu town fell, leaving no trace behind. Such is the nature of war. Brutal. Heartless. Report. Commander, the 6th defensive line has collapsed, and the forces of General Luja and General Ning will have been entirely wiped out. The 8th-tier sea beast Cthulhu has breached our 5th defensive line. The situation is dire on the front, and various divisions are calling for our assistance. Please advise. The highest commander of the Sioux City Defense Forces, Zhang Zhe, wore a grim expression, panic overtaking him. His position as commander was tenuous, a result of nepotism, having been elevated by Peng Hui, and he was fundamentally inept. Had it not been for Yi Chun's steadfast defense of Jiangning Fortress over the past decade, he would not have retained his position. Now, with Yi Chen deceased and the sea beast advancing, he found himself utterly powerless. Commander, what shall we do? A staff officer whispered. Indeed, Commander. The Sea Beast army is poised to breach all our external defenses. The 8th tier Sea Beast Cthulhu is overwhelmingly powerful. If we do not eliminate him, our forces are doomed. Another officer stepped forward, voicing his concern. They understood what the 8th tier Sea Beast Monarch represented. 8th tier? Invincible. Curse it. Why? These Sea Beasts were previously weak. Why have they become so formidable now that traitor Chen is dead? No, there is something amiss here. It seems that Chen's battles with those Sea Beasts were mere theatrics. This traitor deserves his fate. He should not have been given poison, but rather torn to pieces. Zhang Zhe seethed in anger. Many of the officers in the operations room were left dumbfounded. They could not comprehend why, at such a critical moment, Commander Zhang was cursing a dead man instead of contemplating strategies against the enemy. What theatrics? If Chen had truly colluded with the other races, Sioux City would have fallen 10 years ago. Moreover, Chen had slain countless sea beasts. The cost of such a performance would have been far too great. Why could Zhang Zhe not grasp this simple truth? Or was he merely pretending? Once again, they scorned the malevolent political machinations at play. Transmit the order. To ensure the safety of the millions of citizens of Sioux City. All divisions of the defense forces are to fight the sea beasts to the death without waiting for military orders. Any who retreat shall be executed without mercy. Zhang Zhe declared loudly. What? Fight to the death? What nonsense tactic is this? Incompetent. Many were unable to suppress their inner curses. They were filled with regret. When Chen was judged, why did they not speak a word of justice on his behalf? Perhaps if he had lived, he could have led the army to defeat the sea beasts. Alas, Chen was dead. What are you all standing around for? Has my command become irrelevant? Go relay the message. Those who disobey shall face military law. Zhang Zhe's voice rang out sharply. Yes, in an instant. This military order was transmitted to all divisions of the defense forces outside the city. Shameless. Useless. Garbage. Yet, upon receiving the order, it incited anger and doubt among the various divisions, with many commanders cursing Zhang Zhe. It must be said, he was truly incompetent. Sun Nan Division. What absurd military order is this? Fight to the death? Without support, are we not merely sending ourselves to death? Does Zhang Zhe have dung for brains? Absurd. Commander Sun Nan exclaimed in outrage. Commander, we cannot become cannon fodder. The sea beasts are approaching with overwhelming force. We cannot possibly withstand them, Staff Officer Lu Xing urged. Desperate to avoid death. Enough. Do you think I am unaware of the situation? Yet, what other choice do we have now? If I disobey, it is also a death sentence. Not just for me, but my family will be labeled as traitors and executed as well. I cannot take that risk. Do you understand? Sun Nan replied, filled with helplessness. He loathed Peng Hui and Zhang Zhe but felt powerless to change anything. For now, they could only fight to the death. If only Lord Chen were still alive, it would be wonderful. With him here, we would not need to fear the sea beasts. Lu Xing lamented, inadvertently mentioning Chen. Silence. Chen is a traitor to our kind. If he had truly colluded with the other races, Sioux City would have fallen long ago. And countless lives would have been lost. If it were not for him, we would not be in this predicament. He deserves his fate. Sun Nan said sternly. Lu Xing immediately fell silent, refraining from uttering Chen's name again, though he felt an immense sorrow within. He had never believed that Chen would betray their kind. Yet when Chen faced an unjust trial, he had feared the repercussions of Peng Hui's power and had not dared to speak up for him. Now, their retribution had come. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. A colossal hand pierced the void, descending upon them. Not good, it's the Leviathan King. A massive hand pressed down, shattering much of the sky above. In an instant, at least 600 men from the Sun Nan Division were crushed into a gruesome pulp. Soon, the terrifying figure of the Leviathan King appeared on the battlefield. In his presence, no firearms or artillery could inflict any harm upon him. At the pinnacle of the 7th tier, he could ascend to the 8th tier at any moment. Such might rendered them utterly incapable of obstructing his advance. Where are the warriors of our kind? Lu Xing stammered, trembling in fear. You insignificant humans, without Chen's protection, you are merely food for us sea beasts. The Leviathan King coldly mocked the members of the Sun Nan Division. Do not be arrogant. We have peak 7th tier experts in Sioux City. They will arrive shortly, Sun Nan replied, attempting to intimidate the Leviathan King, though his voice trembled. Foolish beings. In this apocalyptic era, do you truly believe that those peak 7th tier warriors would selflessly protect you, the worthless? No, they would not take such risks. Only Chen stands as an exception. He has fought valiantly for you for a decade, yet what he received in return was your condemnation. You betrayed him. Ungrateful. Worthless. Huh, it seems you have grown stronger again. Excellent, continue. Begin. Meanwhile, within the cave, Shangguan and Chen are diligently practicing, seizing every precious moment without letting a second slip away. Their powers are steadily ascending. In this apocalypse, possessing absolute strength is paramount. Everything else is mere illusion. Ding. Absorbed a wisp of Earth-Scene energy. Attribute points 1. Ding. Absorbed a wisp of Earth-Scene energy. Attribute points 1. Ding. Successfully added 120,000 to the Dantian. Current revival progress is 99. 8. Host, please continue your efforts. When the Dantian fully revives, a delightful surprise awaits you. Once again, the mechanical voice of the system chimes in. What surprise could it possibly entail? Chapter 13. The use of dashing skins. The system has fallen silent once more. Damn it. Playing dead again. This dog of a system is utterly shameless. I hold you in contempt. Chen cursed quietly upon witnessing the situation. Outside the city of Su, the flames of war raged fiercely as countless sea beasts launched an all-out assault, causing the city's defenses to crumble under relentless pressure. Countless soldiers of the human defense forces were slaughtered, meeting a gruesome fate as they became mere fodder for the beasts. Unbeknownst to him, 12 hours had slipped away. At last, the system's task rewards arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, for observing coldly for 12 hours. You have received a reward. Dashing Skin 1. A familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Dashing Skin? Me? Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. What did the plight of Sioux City matter? The suffering of the human race? What concern is it of mine? One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, heaven and earth will conspire against you. Now, he had come to terms with it, viewing fame and fortune as mere illusions. He activated the Dashing Skin. A refreshing sensation enveloped him. And he soon discovered that his previous purple skin, violet hair, and the filthy visage of a zombie had transformed into that of a suave gentleman. Wow, is that you? Chen? So handsome, exclaimed Shangguan, noticing the change in him. She was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the source of this transformation. Mysterious? Perhaps from the Yin Cave? She was at a loss. Nevertheless, she found it delightful. I like it. Women are creatures who appreciate beauty, and Chen's newfound charm captivated her heart. 99. 8. Only 0. 2 remained until complete revival. This percentage was not daunting. An initial estimate suggested that 10 hours would suffice. Yet, Chen was not preoccupied with his appearance. His focus lay on the changes within his Dantian. Thump, thump. His heart continued to beat rhythmically, each pulse generating silver blood, which coursed through his body, purging the deathly auras and revitalizing his bodily functions. The process was slow, but he was patient. He understood that the revival of his Dantian was merely a matter of time, and he possessed the requisite endurance. Soon, the path of invincibility would be reignited, and he would annihilate all his enemies. God stands in my way. I shall slay the gods. The Buddha obstructs me. I shall extinguish the Buddha. He roared, releasing the pent-up frustrations within. In the eastern defense zone, chaos reigned. Lu Ernio, damn those sea beasts. I will not rest until I see you destroyed. Kill. Under the command of the King of Whales, a pinnacle 7th-tier sea beast, the troops within various sectors crumbled. Ordinary humans could not withstand the brutality of the sea beast monarchs, placing their hopes solely on the arrival of 7th-tier warriors from Sioux City. Yet, after more than 10 hours, there was still no sign of reinforcements, and panic began to take hold among the soldiers. Where are our 7th-tier warriors? Why haven't they come? Many soldiers expressed their indignation and fear. They did not wish to perish. Are we already forsaken? Do those leaders care nothing for our lives? They recalled how, during the public trial of Chen, he had declared he protected them. Otherwise, the leaders of Sioux City would have eliminated them. Now, in light of the current battlefield, was this not also part of their scheme? Did they deem them incompetent and a drain on resources, seeking to eliminate them instead? Some boldly speculated. What? Abandon? Eliminate? No way. That's impossible. Many soldiers were fraught with fear. Chen colluded with the alien races. He is a traitor to our kind. His words cannot be trusted. Some soldiers sought solace in denial. The King of Whales swung his massive hands and bone knife, slaughtering nearly 100 with each strike. Humans. You are too feeble, he boasted arrogantly. Bold King of Whales, cease your deceptive rhetoric. We have irrefutable evidence of Chen's betrayal. Our 7th-tier warriors will come. You are doomed. Sunan shouted defiantly. Haha. Humans, accept your fate. Those so-called leaders of yours are still entangled in petty schemes. They only know how to persecute their kin. I shall tell you plainly, it is your mayor and some Chen fellow who have colluded with our sea beast clan. trading the Jiangning fortress for the opportunity to eliminate Yeqing. Yeqing is merely a pitiful pawn who has been betrayed. Understand? The King of Wales revealed this information to undermine the morale of the citizens of Sioux City. What? No. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. The mayor and Chen would never do such a thing. This is a conspiracy. Sunan shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept such a harsh reality. A conspiracy? So be it. I shall ensure you perish with clarity. The King of Wales produced a video of the clandestine agreement and broadcast it across human networks, instantly shocking Sioux City and the entire Dragon Nation with the sordid transaction. What? It's true. Commander Yeqing is innocent. Chen and Peng Hui are the treacherous betrayers. We have been deceived. Outrage erupted online as numerous netizens expressed their fury. Damn it. Peng Hui, Chen Yudong, they conspired against our hero. Kill, kill, kill. Comments proliferated across the internet. Peng Hui, witnessing the uproar, was consumed by fear. He cursed the King of Wales vehemently. Disloyal wretch, you've stooped to spying. Meanwhile, Chen Yudong was also in a state of panic. He had to admit that his previous secretive dealings with the sea beasts were foolish and had been a grave mistake. The current situation filled him with dread. He feared the Empress's wrath and the prospect of being cast aside by the Chen family. Shameless. He railed against the King of Wales. The online video had firmly placed him on the pillar of shame. Master, the old man is on the phone. A maid entered, holding a satellite phone. Unfilial son, what have you been doing all these years? A voice on the other end roared. Chen Yudong felt a chill run down his spine. He had always held a deep-seated awe for his father. He took the phone and said, Dad, was that video online you're doing? On the other end of the line, the head of the Chen family, Chen Tianda, spoke. It was my doing. I sought to seize Yu Chen's talents and powers, but now the plan has gone awry. Chen Yudong replied, I will make a promise to the Empress on this matter, allowing you to atone for your sins. If you can repel the sea beasts, the Empress will not hold you accountable for your transgressions. However, among these sea beasts, there are formidable experts of the 8th tier. Can you withstand them? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianda responded, Father, I am uncertain. Currently, I possess only the peak strength of the 7th tier. I have not acquired Yu Chen's battle god physique. And I fear Chen Yudong hesitated. Useless. After a decade of effort, there has been no success. It is impossible for the family to send reinforcements to your aid. The battle in Longjing is also fierce, and our 2 8th tier experts must remain stationed there. I tell you, if Sioux City truly holds no hope, then you must flee, as long as you become an 8th tier expert in the future. I believe the Empress will not take action against you. Do you understand my meaning? Chapter 14. The Empress's favoritism incites fury among the troops' dragon capital, Chen family. My dear, how is Xiaodong? Is he in danger? ISN and Oppos. T your Chen family quite formidable? Wide on and Oppos. T you save Xiaodong. He is your only son. Jiang Xuemei, the mother of Chen Yudong, exclaimed. She was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Yinjing, a prominent martial arts clan. Enough. I have done all I can. If it weren't for my intervention, that ungrateful wretch would have already been executed by the Empress, Chen Tianda replied vehemently. In a desperate bid to rescue Chen Yudong, the Chen family had struck a deal with the Empress. They had dispatched a late-stage 8th tier expert to assassinate the invading demon race general, Zhirulang. Zhirulang was a peak 8th tier powerhouse, commanding 1,000,000 demons, with formidable warriors at his disposal, posing a grave threat to Dragon Capital and the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Empress, along with numerous elite warriors, had taken residence in Dragon Capital to guard against unforeseen events. What? Why is the Empress so heartless? Xiaodong has done nothing wrong. So what if he killed someone? Those commoners are inconsequential. Their deaths mean little, Jiang Xuemei protested. Smack. Chen Tianda struck Jiang Xuemei across the face. Foolish woman. Such thoughts should remain unspoken. Do you wish for our Chen family to be annihilated? He admonished. My dear Jiang Xuemei felt utterly wronged. Tears streaming down her face. The person that ungrateful wretch killed was Yi Chen, a hero who defended Sioux City for 10 years, the commander of the defense forces. With Yi Chen dead, that wretch and Oppos' fate is sealed. After all, he is currently at the peak of the 7th tier, with boundless potential. Once he ascends to the 8th tier, he will be a national asset. It is for this reason that the Empress has compromised, Chen Tianda explained. What? Xiaodong has caused such a great disaster? Why? Has he lost his mind? Jiang Xuemei finally grasped the severity of the situation. Let us not dwell on this matter. I advise you to sever ties with that ungrateful wretch for the time being. When the moment of reckoning arrives, we must distance ourselves from him. Do you understand? Qin Tianda instructed before departing to fulfill his agreement with the empress. Yes, Jiang Xuemei recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from further protest. Knowing that Qin Tianda would not abandon their son, in Sioux City at the municipal government, Peng Hui was filled with trepidation after learning of the online revelations. His collusion with Qin Yudong to murder Yi Chun had come to light, and he was now anxious, fearing retribution from the empress. Damn it, I thought those legendary sea beasts were merely simple-minded brutes. When did they become so cunning? He cursed, simultaneously worrying about how the empress would handle him. Yi Chun, that scoundrel, even in death, brought no peace. How infuriating. The decree from the empress stated, Peng Hui, Qin Yudong, and others conspired with the sea beasts to murder the former commander of Jiangning Fortress. Their crimes are unforgivable. However, considering the complex situation in Sioux City, which faces imminent peril, and for the safety of millions of citizens, their punishment shall be deferred. They are to bear their crimes while serving the nation. As long as Sioux City stands, they shall live. Should it fall, they shall face death. Shortly after, the Dragon Kingdom's official statement regarding the matter was released. The empress did not execute Qin Yudong and Peng Hui. Rather, she ordered them to redeem themselves through service. If Sioux City fell, they would also be executed. What? How can the empress handle it this way? Is it possible that those who conspire against loyal subjects can simply be absolved by performing meritorious deeds? Yi Chun, who guarded Sioux City for a decade, died so unjustly. Where's the justice in this? Many netizens voiced their outrage. Various military leaders also stepped forward, demanding severe punishment for Qin Yudong and Peng Hui to uphold justice and soothe the hearts of the masses. Opposition. Those who conspire against loyal subjects must be executed without mercy. We, the military of Kuan City, advocate for harsh punishment against Qin Yudong and Peng Hui, the principal offenders. All accomplices must also be held accountable. We cannot dampen the spirits of our warriors in the fight for survival. Send our petition from the Kuan City military to Dragon Capital. In the command center of the Kuan City Defense Forces, numerous generals voiced their dissent against the empress's decision, deeming it unjust. Send a message to Dragon Capital, to the empress, expressing our military and Oppo's stance. We must severely punish the culprits. Our soldiers refuse to accept anything less. Leading the charge, the commander of the war zone also pressured Dragon Capital, advocating for stringent penalties for the criminals. To the empress, we, the soldiers of the Ganzhou Defense Forces, implore you to issue a decree for the severe punishment of Qin Yudong and Peng Hui. Their crimes against loyal subjects warrant death and cannot be forgiven. Before long, all military personnel from the 46 cities sent protest letters to Dragon Capital, united in their demand for justice against the murderers. The blood of war heroes should not be shed in vain, nor should tears accompany their sacrifice. It was profoundly unjust. Those who conspire against heroes must face death without exception. Otherwise, who would fight for the state in these turbulent times? The soldiers, advocating for Yi Chen, also had their own self-interest at heart. They feared that Yi Chen's fate could very well be their own. Your Majesty, we have received petitions from all 46 cities demanding that we bring Qin Yudong and Peng Hui to justice. What are your thoughts on this matter? Asked Yamen, the chief minister, bowing respectfully. He supported the severe punishment of those who harmed Yi Chen but was unable to sway the empress, who had already forged a deal with the Qin family, resulting in an even greater uproar. Minister Yang, do you have any suggestions regarding this matter? The Empress Ji Ilan inquired, taken aback by the turn of events. She had initially believed that since Yi Chun was dead, executing Qin Yudong, a potential 8th-tier warrior, would be a significant loss for humanity and the Dragon Kingdom. This consideration led her to strike a deal with the Qin family. Your Majesty, I believe you have erred in your judgment, Yang stated bravely. What? I have erred? The Empress retorted. Minister Yang, I act in the interest of our Dragon Kingdom and humanity. What is wrong with that? True, Yi Chun served the kingdom well, but he is dead, while Qin Yudong is alive, with extraordinary potential to become an 8th-tier warrior. You must understand the significance of an 8th-tier warrior to our kingdom. Your Majesty, this understanding is flawed. Without rules, chaos reigns. Even setting aside Yi Chen's 10 years of service, the murder of any person warrants punishment. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Moreover, if those who have rendered service are allowed to be harmed without consequence, who would genuinely fight for the nation in the future? If hearts turn against the cause, they are difficult to win back. What you say holds undeniable truth. Minister Yang, you may be exaggerating, the Empress replied. I am the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, with unparalleled merit. Would these local leaders dare to rebel over Yi Chen's fate? If they do, they will be condemned for eternity. In our Dragon Kingdom, it is imperative that all those who oppose us be eradicated, Ji Ilan proclaimed, her words tinged with a hint of arrogance and presumption. Your Majesty, the words of the people are formidable, and the hearts of men must not be disregarded. I beseech you to retract your decree, Yong'an implored fervently. He could not allow Ji Ilan to persist in her self-destructive course, for it would spell the ruin of the Dragon Kingdom's foundations. Your Majesty, I urge you to issue an edict to execute those who conspired against Yi Chen, thereby quelling the tempest of the people's fury. Chapter 15. The Revival of the Dantian and the Awakening of SSS-level talent. Your Majesty, I implore you to decree the execution of Qin Yudong and Peng Hui, to quell the fury of the populace and to pacify the hearts of the soldiers. With these words, Yong'an, the Prime Minister, knelt before the throne. An act akin to a palace coup. Yang Aiqing, how dare you? I am the Empress of this era, revered by countless souls. The matters I deliberate are vital to the enduring prosperity of our Dragon Kingdom. It is one thing for others to lack understanding, but for you to fail to grasp the difficulties I face is profoundly disappointing. Perhaps it is time to consider a new Prime Minister, the Empress, Ji Ilan declared, her voice laced with disappointment and anger. Seeing this, Ji Ilan was incensed. Your Majesty, as the Prime Minister, I bear the responsibility to oversee your actions. If you err, you must correct your course. Yong'an gritted his teeth, determined not to allow Ji Ilan's unilateral decisions to destabilize the Dragon Kingdom. In these apocalyptic times, various factions lurked, ready to pounce. The continued adherence to the commands from Longjing stemmed from the soldiers and citizens' belief in the Empress as their leader. Should she falter in virtue, it could lead to unrest among the military and the people, causing the present advantageous situation to dissolve. Enough. Where's the Imperial Guard? Ji Ilan, in a fit of rage, commanded, take Yang Aiqing back to his residence. Without my decree, he is not to leave. Lei Wujia, you are to ensure Yang Aiqing's protection. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, replied Lei Wujia, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, a talented warrior with an A-level talent in blue silvergrass, whose prowess rivaled that of S-level warriors. Subsequently, Yong'an was escorted away. Let it be known throughout the realm. I, the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, am a woman of my word. Although Qin Yudong and Peng Hui conspired against Yi Chen, their crimes warrant punishment, yet I, considering the fate of Sioux City, decree that they may redeem themselves through merit. Should Sioux City fall, both will face execution. Should it survive, I shall overlook their past transgressions. Anyone who disobeys my decree shall be treated as a traitor, regardless of rank or merit, and their family shall be exterminated. Ji Ilan's voice was resolute. The proclamation incited outrage among the military and populace alike, as it seemed to disregard the morale of the troops and the sentiments of the masses, demonstrating her intent to unjustly protect Qin Yudong and Peng Hui. The Empress's decree stirred a storm of discontent. As news of her decision to confine Prime Minister Yong'an spread, her reputation plummeted. Bang! In the palace, upon receiving the latest trending news, Ji Ilan was consumed with fury. How dare they? Bring forth my decree. Anyone spreading such rumors shall face execution without mercy, their families obliterated. Her loyal confidants were taken aback. Your Majesty, this course of action is unwise. They prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. The will of the people cannot be disregarded. I am the Empress. Am I not entitled to punish those who incite chaos? Ji Ilan retorted, her voice thunderous. These individuals are sowing discord. They deserve death. If I do not act, what becomes of my authority? Your Majesty, you are the Empress, the one to whom millions pledge their loyalty. The so-called rebels are also citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. If you execute them, you risk losing the people's hearts, they urged, kneeling in supplication. Hesitating, Ji Ilan pondered the implications. Very well, I shall not execute them. As long as Sioux City is safe, the clamor of dissent will cease. Regarding the rumors, I shall not concern myself. Inform Qin Tianda that the defense of Sioux City must not fail. Should it fall, I shall personally see to the execution of Qin Yudong and Peng Hui. She altered her strategy. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. In the eastern part of Sioux City, at Li Family Hill, a small town had succumbed to chaos. The area under the command of Su Nin had turned into a living hell. Sea beasts surged forth from all directions, undeterred by death, with scorpions, centipedes, and various venomous creatures joining the fray. These aquatic monsters were far more lethal than their terrestrial counterparts. Kill. Kill. The sea beasts, driven by primal instincts, wreaked havoc, devouring soldiers in an instant, leaving only remnants of bones in a scene too horrific to behold. Brothers of the sea beast army, slay these hypocritical humans. They are destined to be our sustenance, commanded the mighty whale king, towering over the battlefield, his grandeur instilling awe. The soldiers of Su Nan's forces were crushed beneath his might. No, Su Nan could not bear this tragedy, tears of blood welling in his eyes. This is retribution. I failed to defend Lord Yi Chen, leading to his demise and inviting this calamity upon us. I am to blame. In a moment of regret, as he recalled how Pang Hui and Qin Yudong had once courted his favor, Su Nan had succumbed to jealousy of Yi Chen's achievements and had chosen inaction during the siege of Jiangning stronghold, resulting in its fall. Vile coward! Kill! He cried out, but before his words could settle, the Whale King's massive hand descended, obliterating him into a pulp. The forces of Su Nan were vanquished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing for 24 hours. Reward: extreme level cultivation of the pure body realm. Another system notification rang out. What? Extreme level cultivation of the pure body realm? Me? Yi Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Time had flown, and 12 hours had passed since he completed the system task, with the second reward finally arriving. Yet, before he could fully savor his elation, a new notification chimed in. Ding! 136,000 attribute points added to the Dantian. Awakening the Dantian. Ding! SSS-level talent. Battle God Physique awakened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the revival of the Dantian. You may now resume martial cultivation. Wishing the host continued strength and growth. The three notifications resonated in Yi Chen's mind, filling him with exuberance. His previously lifeless Dantian had finally come to life. His extraordinarily formidable talent awakened alongside the resurgence of his Dantian, allowing him to distinctly sense the terrifying combat prowess bestowed by the Battle God Body. The Battle God Body, an SSS-grade talent. It is an exceptionally rare combat-oriented gift. Once unleashed, it grants comprehensive enhancements from the Battle God Body, such as a remarkable increase in combat power, defense, and recovery capabilities. Moreover, this talent enables one to engage in battles beyond their level. For the past decade, Yi Chen has been able to prevent sea beasts from crossing the Jiangning fortress, relying on the formidable amplification abilities inherent to the Battle God Body. The Battle God Body thrives on warfare, growing ever more valiant with each battle. As long as the flame of combat intent within his heart remains unextinguished, he can continue to engage in relentless slaughter. Cackling, a zombie capable of wielding the Battle God Body may well become a nightmare for countless individuals. I find this premise quite appealing, he declared with a fierce countenance. Kill. He yearned desperately to invade Su City and annihilate all his enemies. Lu Ruyen, Zhou Teng, Pang Hui, and Qin Yudong. Chapter 16. Infiltrating Su City Host. Yi Chen level 1, Purple Zombie. Next level, Walking Corpse, Life, -1 billion. Can reverse death through attribute points. Combat power, 1,200. This power is the base combat power. Abilities, level 15 energy absorption. Autonomously absorbs various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters. Energy absorption speed increased by 800. Attribute point conversion of 520 points hour. Daily attribute point conversion limit of 6,000. This ability can be upgraded with no upper limit. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 150,000 points. Level 1 zombie resistance. Immune to all zombie and undead viruses. Maxed out, cannot allocate points. Level 1 zombie poison. Inflicts damage through venom. Can be upgraded with no upper limit. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 100 points. Level 10 strength. Increases combat power by 3,500. Can be upgraded with no upper limit. Required attribute points for upgrade, 60,000 points. Level 10 defense. Immune to ordinary blades and firearms. Have damage from 6-level attacks. Can withstand 1 peak strike from an 8-level expert. Can be upgraded with no upper limit. Required attribute points for upgrade, 50,000 points. Level 1 mobility. Arms can perform simple lifting and lowering motions. Can be upgraded to a maximum of level 10. Required attribute points for upgrade, 200. Talent. SSS-level talent, Battle God Body, awakened, can enhance talent potential through attribute points. with a chance to trigger talent sublimation, 100 points per allocation. Soul Devour, level 1, can be upgraded, required attribute points for upgrade, 1000. Available attribute points, 13 points. Oh, 13 attribute points? Once again, I am a pauper. Chen sighed upon seeing this. He had just awakened his Dantian and restored his martial arts talent. Yet this panel did not reflect it. Clearly, the system still regarded his primary vocation as a zombie, while his identity as a martial artist was merely a side occupation. Unremarkable. However, he did not dwell on this matter. He had far more pressing tasks at hand. Utilizing his extreme cultivation of the pure body realm, he instantaneously consumed the rewards he had just obtained. Soon, his Dantian surged within, and a terrifying power coursed through his body. As the cultivation of the pure body realm forcefully cleansed his flesh, refining his physique, rendering his zombie body exceedingly formidable. The pure body realm entails refining one's physical form through the essence of heaven and earth, strengthening one's vital energy. The stronger the vital energy, the greater the strength. Roar. His vital energy roared like a dragon, unstoppable in its might. Within such a manifestation, his heart was extraordinarily tempered, immensely resilient. And the strange silver blood within him grew increasingly heated, its purifying ability significantly enhanced. My body brims with power. I feel as if I could rend a colossal dragon asunder. Haha, this refined zombie body, without employing the battle god body, could easily tear apart a 6th-level martial artist. My combat power has risen once more. Chen was immensely exhilarated. Beep, absorbed a wisp of Earth's energy. Attribute points 1. Beep. Absorbed a wisp of Earth's energy. Attribute points 1. Another exceedingly tedious process. Huh. Chen's brother emits such a rich vital energy? What is going on? Is he not a zombie? How can he possess vital energy? As she practiced, Shangwan keenly sensed the vital energy emanating from Chen. Gulp. She was filled with bewilderment. The situation surrounding Chen left even the saintess of the Maoshan sect in a fog, exclaiming, "How bizarre." It was no wonder she thought so. The circumstances surrounding Chen were indeed peculiar. First, he transformed into a purple zombie, then rose from the dead to kill. Suddenly became handsome, and now exuded an extraordinarily dense vital energy. Are these traits characteristic of a normal zombie? A mutated zombie? She murmured to herself. One delicate hand gently caressed Chen, and she suddenly noticed a hint of warmth on his face, a discovery that left her astounded. Warmth? What is happening? Brother Chen, is this a sign of revival? She was immensely excited. Upon further examination of Chen's body, she found that his heart, Dantian, and certain areas of his body were warm, with the skin in those areas gradually becoming supple, no longer stiff and rigid. This revelation further convinced her that Chen was in the process of revival. She was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Brother Chen, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Yes, everything will be all right. I will help you find numerous extreme locations to nourish your flesh, and I will concoct various corpse-rearing liquids for you. Moreover, I will gather various treasures for nurturing the body. I believe you will revive soon. We will be reunited. Shangwan felt as if she had discovered a new world, filled with excitement and fervor. The so-called corpse-rearing liquid is a spiritual concoction made from precious herbs. This liquid can aid in flesh growth and bone replenishment through oral ingestion or immersion, accelerating the evolutionary process. It is an essential aspect of corpse-rearing techniques. However, this was her first time engaging in such a practice. She was quite unfamiliar with it. Previously at Maoshan, she had only learned talismans, feng shui, martial arts, and swordplay. Now, she needed to become self-taught. For the concoction of the corpse-rearing liquid, she could only start with the most basic recipes. The 18 soup, made from 27 ingredients including cinnamon, star anise, dragon bone, ginseng, rootless water, and tung orchid, is the simplest corpse-rearing soup. She diligently wrote down these ingredients. Brother Chen, I must venture into the city. These materials can only be found in Sioux City's pharmacies and herbal markets. Rest assured, I will be safe. I was previously deceived by Lu Shan, but this time, I will not be easily tricked. I shall return within half a day, at most 2 days. She took out a storage pouch and retrieved a formation flag, setting it up in front of Chen to protect him. Brother Chen, I have arranged a mid-level formation to safeguard you. I will return swiftly. After speaking, she disguised herself before Chen. However, as she changed her clothes, Chen's soul revealed her pure, flawless form, causing his heart to inexplicably race. So beautiful. Before he could continue to admire her, Shangguan Xian'er donned ordinary garments, transforming into an unremarkable commoner, and departed the cave, braving the rain towards the distance. Before long, she vanished into the crimson rain. Amidst the rain, somewhere. Was that merely an illusion? Did I notice Brother Yi Chen's heartbeat quickening? Could it be that he truly possesses awareness? Then I changed clothes in front of him. How embarrassing. Brother Yi Chen, you are so naughty. Her cheeks flushed crimson. This was the first time her body was revealed before a male, leaving her rather anxious. Though Yi Chen was her beloved, they had yet to marry. Feeling shy and bashful was entirely natural. With her face flushed, she proceeded towards Sioux City. However, as she arrived at the area of the mass grave, she heard distant sounds of slaughter and gunfire, causing her heart to sink and a sense of foreboding to arise. It is dire. The foreign tribe is assaulting Sioux City. I must go. Just as she was about to draw her sword to assist, hesitation overcame her. The ungrateful inhabitants of Sioux City conspired against Brother Yi Chen. They deserve their fate. She gritted her teeth and declared. Subsequently, she relinquished her duty to protect Sioux City, skillfully evading the sea beasts. She traversed the chaotic battlefield and entered Sioux City. She deftly navigated her way to the Wanson Hotel in search of her junior sister, Xia Lan. Chapter 17, The Killing Intent on a Rainy Night. Have you heard? Following the exposure of the video showing General Yi Chen being deliberately harmed by the Sea Beast clan, the Empress not only failed to seek justice for General Yi, but also continued to shield the Qin family's young master and Peng Hui from Sioux City. Even after the military personnel from City 46 protested, the Empress remained obstinate, advocating for Qin Yudong and Peng Hui to redeem themselves, while the esteemed Minister Yong'an, who called for the severe punishment of the perpetrators, was placed under house arrest by her. What is this Empress truly aiming for? Does she view the lives of those who bled and sacrificed for the resistance as mere weeds, while the lives of Qin Yudong and Peng Hui are of utmost value? Can such an Empress be the object of faith for the common people of our Dragon Kingdom? Upon entering Sioux City, Shangguan Xian'er discovered the dire state of affairs. Desolation permeated the surroundings, and the streets lay eerily deserted, resembling a wasteland. Alas, let's not dwell on this. What can we, the people, do? We all attended the public trial where General Yi Chen was framed by Qin Yudong and his ilk, yet we remained silent. General Yi was too pitiful. Among the hundreds of thousands in Sioux City, not a single soul spoke up for him. For 10 long years, he defended the Jiangning fortress, ensuring our safety. Shangguan Xian'er listened intently, her gaze growing increasingly cold, filled with hatred. Indeed, the death of her brother Yi Chen was inexorably linked to Sioux City. It was the indifference of its citizens that had led to her brother's demise. Her fists clenched tightly, harboring an endless fury. This city concealed too many sins. They deserve judgment. Let these foreign beings cleanse the city of its transgressions. With unwavering resolve, she strode towards the Wanson Hotel. Xia Lan, a disciple of the Maoshan sect, was also a student of Chu Mingwen, the master of the Tsuaping Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Maoshan. Sister, where have you been? I've been so worried about you. She paced back and forth in her room. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Who is it? Xia Lan asked, her voice tinged with caution. It is I. Shangguan Xian'er's voice came from outside. Sister, is that you? Upon hearing, Xia Lan rushed to the door, flinging it open to reveal the disguised Shangguan Xian'er entering. Who are you? Xia Lan failed to recognize her due to the disguise. Enough, junior sister, it is me. Shangguan Xian'er removed her disguise. Sister, it really is you. What is going on? Xia Lan was puzzled. Junior sister, I have come to inform you to leave Sioux City immediately. The sea beasts are approaching aggressively. It is unwise to linger here. You must depart at once. You can return to the sect or go to Jiang City, but you cannot remain in Sioux City. This place is likely facing calamity, Shangguan Xian'er warned. Sister, is it really that serious? Xia Lan was incredulous. Sioux City has hundreds of thousands of people, and there are branches of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. Many awakened warriors reside here, including numerous 6th and 7th tier practitioners, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of defense troops. Besides, haven't the sea beasts been thwarted for the past decade? Nothing will happen this time. Junior sister, I do not have time to explain. I will clarify everything later. Trust me, you must leave immediately. Shangguan Xian'er insisted, turning away without further discussion. After all, she had matters to attend to. She needed to procure medicine. Sister, wait. Seeing this, Xia Lan ultimately heeded Shangguan Xian'er's advice and departed Sioux City that very night. In this apocalyptic era, the primary means of transportation between cities was by airplane. The rain intensified, pouring down relentlessly. Shangguan Sienna braved the downpour and arrived at a pharmacy named Beozatang, where she found all the medicinal herbs she required. However, just as she completed her purchase and stepped outside, she was confronted by dozens of individuals blocking her path. "Saint Shangguan, our young master requests your presence," one of them announced, revealing himself as Tong Dajun. He had been secretly monitoring Xiao Lanlan at the Wansan Hotel. Knowing that Shangguan Sienna would eventually connect with her tonight, he had indeed awaited her arrival. "Is that wretched scoundrel Qin Yudong behind this?" Shangguan Sienna retorted coldly. "Sainus, please watch your words. Our young master Qin cannot tolerate such disrespect. Apologize at once, or do not blame us for being impolite," Tong Dajun declared loudly. As a loyal servant to the Qin family, he would not allow anyone to insult its members, particularly Qin Yudong. "Filthy cur," Dai Shangguan Sienna was unrelenting. Summoning her sword with a flick of her wrist, her beautiful eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Though not inherently cruel, she would show no mercy to Qin Yudong's lackeys. "Kill her." She charged at Tong Dajun and his men. "Remember, the young master wants her alive. Do not harm her," Tong Dajun ordered. "Understood." The Black Dragon Guards lunged at Shangguan Sienna. The skirmish ensued. Swish, swish. In a flurry of sword light, several of Qin's Black Dragon Guards fell mercilessly. Shangguan Sienna unleashed her formidable skills, possessing peak 7th tier strength and an SS-level talent of the Holy Spirit sword body. Her adversary stood no chance against her. Within moments. Another 6 fell, pierced through the heart by her sword aura. "Damn it, this woman is incredibly formidable. Sir Tong, our brothers are no match for her," a Black Dragon Guard uttered, fear evident in his voice. Before he could finish, Tong Dajun gripped his throat, silencing him. "Sir Tong, what are you doing?" The Black Dragon Guard gasped, struggling for breath as he realized Tong Dajun intended to kill him. "Your kind is of no use to the Black Dragon Guards," Tong Dajun coldly replied. Crack. The Black Dragon Guard's neck was snapped, his body unceremoniously discarded. "Any cowardice in battle shall be punished with death," he proclaimed loudly. Yes. The remaining Black Dragon Guards, filled with dread, could only fight to the death. In that moment, despite Shangguan Sienna's peak 7th tier prowess, she felt the overwhelming pressure as most of the Black Dragon Guards were also at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. After battling for half an hour, Shangguan Sienna was significantly drained. Though she had managed to slay over 30 enemies, her energy was waning. "This is not good. Prolonged combat is not in my favor," she reminded herself. "Saint Shangguan, is it too late to consider breaking free now?" Tong Dajun sneered, his voice dripping with malice. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged from the curtain of rain. 1, 2, 3. 6 shadowy figures, each exuding an aura of profound terror. "What is this?" Shangguan Sienna gazed in utter astonishment. "The 6 demons of Tsangzhou. You are not dead?" she exclaimed sharply. These 6 individuals are notorious figures within the martial arts realm of the Dragon Kingdom. Truly worthy of the title of Mysterious Maiden of Maoshan, she can even recognize us. The 6 brothers. Impressive. Deducting 200 attribute points. Ding. Mobility ability upgraded to level 2. Deducting 500 attribute points. Ding. Mobility ability upgraded to level 3. Deducting 5,000 attribute points. Ding. Mobility ability upgraded to level 8. Chapter 18. Promotion. The zombie has attained level 8 mobility, with the potential to upgrade to a maximum of level 10. Its arms have begun to liberate, allowing for the execution of basic martial arts techniques, while its legs have achieved a preliminary liberation, granting it the ability to walk with great difficulty. The required attribute points for upgrading are 8,000. Beep. Detection shows the host has acquired the ability to walk, meeting the promotion criteria. Promotion in progress. Beep. The host has successfully promoted to zombie. Chen had just allocated points to upgrade his mobility to level 8, gaining basic movement capabilities, when he was immediately notified by the system. "What? I've been promoted to a zombie? Is it truly this simple to advance as a zombie?" He was utterly bewildered. Subsequently, he opened his personal information panel. Host, Chen level 2 zombie. Next level, Black Zombie. Life, -1 billion, can reverse life and death through attribute points. Combat power, 3,200. Combat power increased by 2,000 upon promotion to zombie. Ability, level 15 Chi induction. Capable of autonomously absorbing various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters, with an energy absorption speed increase of 8,000. Attribute points conversion rate is 520 points hour, with a daily conversion limit of 6,000. This ability can be upgraded without any level cap. Current upgrade requires 150,000 points. Level 1 Zombie Resistance. Immunity to all zombie and undead viruses, maxed out, cannot allocate points. Level 1 Zombie Poison, capable of inflicting harm through poison, can be upgraded without any level cap. Current upgrade requires 100 points. Level 10 Strength, combat power increased by 3,500, can be upgraded without any level cap. Upgrade requires 60,000 points. Level 10 Defense. Impervious to ordinary weapons, reduce damage from 6th tier attacks, have damage from 7th tier attacks, able to withstand 1 peak strike from an 8th tier expert. Can be upgraded without any level cap. Upgrade requires 50,000 points. Level 8 Mobility can be upgraded. Max level 10, arms have begun to liberate. Allowing for the execution of basic martial arts techniques, legs have also achieved preliminary liberation, able to walk with great difficulty. Upgrade requires 8,000 points. Talent, SSS-level talent. Battle God Body has been awakened, can enhance potential through point allocation, with a chance to trigger talent sublimation, requiring 100 points per allocation. Soul Devour, level 1. Can be upgraded. Upgrade requires 1,000 points. Allocatable attribute points, 362 points. Kind reminder, the minimum combat power for a 4th tier expert is 5,000. For a 5th tier expert is 9,000. For a 6th tier expert is 10,000. For a 7th tier expert is 30,000. For an 8th tier expert is 100,000. And for a 9th tier expert is 500,000. This disparity in combat power between levels is quite substantial, isn't it? No wonder it is so arduous for a peak 6th tier to ascend to 7th tier. Especially for a 7th tier to become an 8th tier, the challenge is indeed formidable. He realized that the gap in combat power between 6th and 7th tiers was a staggering 20,000. This 2,000-point disparity in combat power equated to the training time required for 3 cycles of 6th tier practice to attain 7th tier. Goodness, this is remarkable. Chen instantaneously grasped the significance of talent level. The higher the talent level, the swifter the training progress. He was endowed with SSS-level talent. And had it not been for his responsibilities at Jiangning Fortress, perhaps he would have already reached the 9th tier. With a crackle, he felt his body move. First, he attempted to wiggle his right fingers. They were remarkably agile. Then, he endeavored to stand. Initially, it was somewhat strenuous, yet ultimately, he managed to rise. To outsiders, he now appeared as a dashing young gentleman, exuding charm, and no one would perceive him as a zombie. I shall bide my time until my strength grows. In 72 hours, it would soon come to an end. At that point, he would deal with his enemies. Furthermore, he needed to await the return of Siener. He continued to remain dormant. Beep, absorbed a wisp of Earthseen energy. Attribute points 1. Beep, absorbed a wisp of Earthseen energy. Attribute points 1. Beep, kind reminder, today's attribute point conversion has reached its limit. Not long after, Chen received a system prompt indicating he had reached the maximum number of attribute points he could convert for the day. System, can you assess my current peak combat power? He inquired. Beep, detecting host peak combat power. Base combat power, 3,200. Level 10 strength increment, 3,500. Purity body extreme martial Dao combat power, 2,800. Battle God body, 10-fold combat power enhancement. Beep, the host's current peak combat power is 95,000. Infinitely close to an 8th tier expert. Yet another series of prompts echoed. 95,000. Infinitely close to 8th tier? My current combat power is comparable to what it was before my demise. However, while this strength may suffice to eliminate Qin Yudong and his ilk, surviving amidst millions is a daunting task. He needed to enhance his strength further. Pride must not cloud his judgment. Chen reminded himself quietly. He understood that he had yet to acquire the capital for arrogance. Consequently, he resolved to continue his period of dormancy. His potential for advancement was tremendous. Firstly, by elevating his zombie level, he would gain combat power. Secondly, he could convert more attribute points to enhance his strength. Thirdly, he could improve his martial arts cultivation. This, too, was the quickest avenue for his advancement. As long as he could return to the pinnacle of the 6th tier, he would emerge as a paragon among 8th tier experts. At least in this apocalyptic world, he would be nearly invincible. Rumbling, in Sioux City, the assault of the sea beasts grew increasingly fierce. The military of Sioux City was now wholly relying on lives to buy time. They were unable to mount an effective defense against the invading sea beasts, and it was merely a matter of time before the city fell. The eastern war zone had collapsed entirely, with the Whale King and Cthulhu, both 8th-tier sovereigns. Converging their forces, they commenced a vigorous assault on the East City Gate. Report: the entire Eastern War Zone has been annihilated. All 26 divisions have been wiped out. The Sea Beast Army is now launching a fierce attack on the East City Gate of Sioux City. Once they breach the walls, Sioux City will be in peril. Mayor, we urgently require your decision. Shall we fight or retreat? In the municipal building of Sioux City, numerous officials were filled with trepidation. After all, the Sea Beasts were advancing with alarming ferocity. The defense forces of Sioux City had suffered catastrophic losses, failing to halt the Sea Beast Army even a step. They understood that Sioux City was likely unsustainable. What? All 26 divisions have been eradicated? What is the highest commander of the Sioux City Defense Forces, Zhang Zhe, doing? Is his mind muddled? Useless. Where is Lei Baxiang? As the master of the Lightning Martial Arts Academy and Appos, Sioux City branch, where is he? Why did the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School refrain from taking action? Are they plotting a rebellion? Upon hearing this, Pang Hui was filled with intense dread. He understood clearly that if the army of sea beasts breached the East City Gate, Sioux City would truly be doomed. At that moment, it would signify his demise. The Empress had declared that as long as Sioux City stood, he would remain safe. If Sioux City fell, he would face certain death. Go convey my words to Lei Baxian, instructing him to promptly send reinforcements to the East City Gate. Should he dare to defy my orders, I shall immediately report to the Empress. Chapter 19. The vulnerability of Pang Hui in the Maple Forest Pavilion. The young master spoke. I am guilty. Shangguan Xiener has killed the 6 demons of Tsangzhou and escaped. However, I have discovered that she is heading towards the mass grave site, where a vast mountain range lies. I suspect she is hiding with Yi Chen's corpse within those mountains, and I am willing to lead a search party. Tong Dajuan, in utter disarray, confessed to Qin Yudong. The men he had dispatched to ambush Shangguan Xiener had all perished, and the 6 demons of Tsangzhou had similarly fallen at her hands. Useless. The southern mountains are expansive and shrouded in perpetual rain. How do you intend to locate them? Qin Yudong and Appos' voice was laced with disdain. Enough of this for now. Gather the troops immediately. We shall head to the Eastern City Gate. Qin Yudong was also monitoring the battle situation. Fully aware that Sioux City was on the brink of disaster, and the Eastern City Gate was pivotal, especially with the King of Whales and the 8th-tier Sea Beast Emperor, Kuzu, stationed there. It was not that he did not wish to find Yi Chun and Shangguan Xian and Appos, but rather he was stretched thin. The conspiracy with Pang Hui to eliminate Yi Chun had been exposed, and he himself bore the weight of culpability. Should Sioux City fall, he would become a prime target for the Empress and Appos' wrath. Yes, Tong Dajuan replied, bowing respectfully. Qin Yudong, the prominent heir of the Qin family, was not without strength. Standing at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, on the cusp of entering the 8th, he was notably arrogant. Come closer, Tong Dajuan, he commanded, summoning him near to whisper a few urgent instructions. Young master, I shall see to it, Tong Dajuan vowed. This matter must remain clandestine. No one must detect any anomalies. Do you understand? Indeed. Mayor, wait. A hurried footfall echoed from outside as Lu Dapeng, the Secretary General of the municipal government, arrived. Dapeng, what brings you here? Pang Hui inquired. Mayor, there's no need to relay the previous orders. I have just returned from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, where Lei Baxian is still gathering personnel. He stated that once his forces are assembled, he will dispatch aid, urging us to hold the defense until then. Lu Dapeng trembled as he spoke. As an influential figure, he wielded considerable power within the government. What? Still gathering personnel? By the time they are assembled, it will be too late. What is that wretched Lei Baxian planning? Does he not fear the Empress's retribution or the consequences from the Thunder Martial Arts headquarters? No. I must lodge a complaint against him for his passive resistance and disregard for the greater good. Pang Hui and Appos' voice rose with indignation. He was furious and perplexed. Unable to fathom why the death of a mere pinnacle 6th-tier warrior, Yi Chun, had spiraled Sioux City's fortunes into such disarray. Mayor, I believe a complaint would yield no results. Firstly, it cannot quench our immediate thirst. Secondly, we lack evidence. Lei Baxian has supporters at the Thunder Martial Arts headquarters. It may be best for you to personally visit him, speak some kind words, and request his assistance. Currently, only the warriors of Thunder Martial Arts can contend with those ferocious sea beasts. Our defense forces are merely fodder against them, Lu Dapeng suggested, bowing respectfully. What? You want me to personally plead with him? What right does Lei Baxian have? I, Pang Hui, am the mayor of Sioux City, above thousands. He is merely the head of the local Thunder martial arts branch. Does he wish to follow Yi Chun and Appo's path of defiance against me? If I could slay Yi Chun, I could just as easily dispose of him. Pang Hui retorted sharply. Mayor, the greater situation is at stake. If Sioux City falters, we all perish. With Yi Chun's death, only Thunder martial arts can repel the sea beasts, Lu Daping continued. He understood he had struck a nerve, inciting Pang Hui's fury. Yet the dire situation left him little room for hesitation. With nearly 1 million sea beasts at the gates, failing to secure Lei Baxian's aid would spell doom for Sioux City, and they would all become mere prey. Mayor, the crisis is dire. We must unite all possible forces to turn this predicament around. You must consider not only the millions of citizens but also Miss Nana, Lu Daping urged. If Sioux City falls, she too will not survive. Daping, is there truly no alternative? Pang Hui questioned. Mayor, our defense forces number only around 300,000, and their capabilities are woefully inadequate against the Sea Beast army. Sioux City remains unbreached only due to the city's protective array. If the Sea Beasts deplete its power, what will we have left to fend them off? We must request Lei Baxian to station men on the walls. As long as there are warriors to infuse the array with their energy, we can momentarily withstand the onslaught and buy precious time to repel the invaders. Lu Daping asserted gravely, speaking only the truth. Clop, clop, clop. Pang Hui, I concur with Secretary Lu's assessment. Qin Yudong entered the municipal council chamber, intent on fortifying the city. Young Master Qin. Several officials greeted him with respect. Mayor Pang, we are all in the same boat. Unity is our only chance for survival. Surely you do not doubt the Empress's words, Qin Yudong remarked. Though he could escape the confines of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, he did not wish to resort to such drastic measures. He was determined to stake everything on this endeavor. As long as they could safeguard Sioux City, both he and Pang Hui would have a chance to survive. Young Master Qin, you wish for me to humble myself before Lei Baxian? But I am the mayor. I cannot lower myself to that level. His foolish son will never marry my precious daughter. Pang Hui insisted. You will approach Lei Baxian and convey that I, Qin Yudong, guarantee on behalf of the Qin family that if he sends men to defend the city, we shall enlist the services of the renowned healer Long Yushuan to treat his son, Qin Yudong proposed. Very well. Pang Hui relented upon hearing this. His previous obstinacy was rooted in Lei Baxian's desire for his daughter. Lei Long, the son of Lei Baxian, had once been a prodigious talent but had been grievously injured by a mountain beast while seeking the Sanctus fruit, leaving him in a state of folly. Subsequently, Lei Ba made a visit to propose marriage, seeking to wed his foolish son to Pang Hui's daughter, Pang Nana. However, Pang Hui declined, thus sowing seeds of animosity between the two. Pang Nana represents Pang Hui and Appo's Achilles and Appo's heel. In the southern mountains, Shangguan Xian and Appo's staggered back to her cave. But as soon as she stepped inside, her strength faltered, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Brother Yi Chun, save me, save, were her final words before losing consciousness. Just as her body was about to touch the ground, a remarkably strong hand embraced Shangguan Xian and Appo's, cradling her gently. Such a familiar embrace. Is it you, Brother Yi Chun? Chapter 20. Who is Lei Baxian? How dare he harm my Xian and Appo's? I shall kill him. Yi Chun, filled with anguish, cradled Shangguan Xian and Appo's, in his arms. He carefully placed her on the ground and, after a thorough examination, discovered the severity of her injuries, both internal and external. This revelation ignited a furious wrath within Yi Chun. Was it Qin Yudong? He swiftly pinpointed the assailant as Qin Yudong, for Shangguan Xian's prowess was well known. And only Qin Yudong and Lei Baxian from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School possessed the capability to inflict such harm upon her in Sioux City. Yet, he had no grievances with Lei Baxian. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts School could not possibly attack the Holy Maiden of the Maoshan sect. Presently, only Qin Yudong had both the motive and the strength. Qin Yudong, you scoundrel, I will slay you. He seethed with indignation. Afterward, he summoned the true energy within him to heal Shangguan Xian and Appo's, wounds. Fortunately, he had recently revived his Dantian and regained some martial true energy, enabling him to assist her. Xianer, I will not allow anything to befall you. He channeled his true energy into her body, mending her internal injuries. The external wounds, though grave, would pose no issue once the internal damage was rectified. Despite his cultivation being only at the refinement stage, he was at the pinnacle of that realm, his true energy rivaling that of a peak spirit sea realm warrior. Exhausting a significant portion of his true energy, he ultimately repaired several damaged meridians in Shangguan Xian'er. Stabilizing her condition, at least, her life was no longer in peril. With a gasp, he spat a mouthful of silver blood. Ignoring the dwindling true energy within his dantian, he continued to infuse her with energy. Xian and Appos. I will protect you with my life, he declared with unwavering determination. As he persistently channeled his true energy into her, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and blood pooled at the corners of his mouth. Time slipped by, and he found himself unable to endure any longer. His mind grew foggy. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xian and Appos. I truly did my utmost. He was utterly fatigued. After an indeterminate period, Shangguan Xian'er's beautiful eyes fluttered open with great difficulty, and she noticed a figure nearby. Brother Yi Chen? Is it you? Ignoring her own injuries, she gazed at him. Then, sensing his soul's fluctuations through their bond, she sighed in relief. Her brother Yi Chen was merely unconscious, unharmed. Brother Yi Chen, did you heal me? How did you do it? Shangguan Xian and Appos noted that her internal injuries had largely healed, concluding that Yi Chen had helped her. Yet she was bewildered as to how he accomplished it. Was he not transformed into a zombie? As her gaze fell upon the conspicuous bloodstains on the ground, she vaguely understood that her brother Yi Chen had suffered greatly to heal her, even spitting blood. Brother Yi Chen, it is my ineptitude that has caused you concern. I am sorry. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. She then directed all her hatred toward Qin Yudong. Qin Yudong, with new grievances and old, Shangguan Xian and Appos, will settle the score with you in due time. The rain poured down incessantly. In the conference hall of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, Lei Baxian spoke with a tone laden with sarcasm. Peng Shiho, do you not look down upon my Thunderbolt Martial Arts School? Why have you come to seek me out at this late hour? Surely, you do not require my assistance? His demeanor was as cold as ice, for his precious son, Lei Long, had fallen into misfortune because of Peng Nana, and Peng Shiho had previously rejected his proposal for marriage. This grudge would not be easily resolved. Lei Baxian, I have come regarding the sea beasts invading our city. I understand your resentment towards me, but the innocent millions of Sioux City should not suffer due to your disdain for me. Very well. I admit that Lei Long and Appos' incident is partly our family's fault. But if you were in my position, would you marry your daughter to a fool? Peng Shiho, though displeased with Lei Baxian, had to relent for the greater good. Enough. If Peng Nana had not bewitched my son, would he have ventured into the southern mountain? Had he not gone there, he would not have encountered disaster. His transformation into a fool is also due to your family. I will not forgive you unless you marry Peng Nana to my son, Lei Baxian declared vehemently, his voice rife with grievance. Lei Baxian, you. Peng Shiho, furious, thought to himself that he had come to appease Lei Baxian for the sake of repelling the sea beasts. Did he truly believe that he, Peng Shiho, was afraid of him? However, he refrained from escalating the conflict, recalling Lu Dapeng and Qin Yudong's words. To protect Sioux City, he had to suppress his anger and dissatisfaction for the time being. Very well. Old Lei, I apologize. It is our Peng family and Appos' fault regarding your son, Lei Long. However, the damage has been done. Marrying Nana to your son will not remedy the situation. I have asked Qin Xiao for a favor. If you are willing to set aside your grievances and lead the warriors of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School to jointly defend Sioux City, Qin Xiao will summon the renowned healer, Long Yuxuan, to treat Lei Long. Her medical skills are unparalleled, and with her assistance, I believe there is a possibility for Lei Long and Appos' recovery. You mean it? Peng Shiho finally revealed his trump card, convinced that Lei Baxian would relent. For this was an opportunity to heal Lei Long. What? The renowned healer, Long Yuxuan? Peng Shiho, are you deceiving me? Does Qin Xiao truly wish to summon the esteemed healer for my son? Lei Baxian and Appos' heart stirred at the prospect. He was a father, and in this apocalyptic world, his greatest concern was not for the Dragon Kingdom, but for his son. Lei Long, having lost his mother at a young age, had been raised by him through sheer toil. Indeed, Qin Xiao guarantees it under the Qin family name. However, you must lead your people to defend Sioux City. If Sioux City falls, it spells doom not only for us, but also for you and your son, Lei Long. You should understand this, Peng Shiho asserted. Very well. It is a deal. Lei Baxian did not hesitate and promptly agreed to Peng Shiho and Appos' conditions. Peng Shiho, I will rally my forces to defend Sioux City against the sea beasts, but I hope you are not lying to me. Otherwise, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to exact retribution upon you and your entire family, he warned ominously. Understood. Though Peng Shiho was displeased, he could only clench his teeth and bear this grievance, vowing to settle the score with Lei Baxian when the opportunity arose. Summon my orders. Issue a call to arms. All members of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Lei Baxian wasted no time and sprang into action. Yes, with a single command, the vast Thunderbolt Martial Arts School stirred to life. Tap, tap, tap. Hurry. It is the call to assemble. We are finally ready to enter the battlefield, to vanquish the sea beasts and to establish our names in glory. A multitude of warriors gathered at the expansive training grounds of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. In a mere 10 minutes, nearly 20,000 assembled, exuding an aura of fierce determination and fervent spirit, eager to confront the sea beasts. They represent the most elite martial force of Sioux City. Report. The city lord, grave news has arrived. The defensive formation at the eastern city gate is on the verge of collapse. Lord Chen implores you to dispatch reinforcements post-haste. A scout has come bearing this message. What? Chapter 21. The arrogance of Chen Yudong. What? Peng Hui was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the situation would deteriorate so rapidly. Striding forward to stand before Lei Baxian, he whispered urgently, Old Lei, time is of the essence. Quickly send reinforcements to the east city gate. If we delay, Sioux City faces ruin. Understood. Lei Baxian acknowledged the gravity of the matter without hesitation and immediately issued orders. Lingbai, Yinjing, where are you? He called out. Here. Master. Two middle-aged men, both of whom were 7th-tier martial artists, stepped forward respectfully. You are to lead 500 men to the east city gate at once. Your mission is to reinforce the city's protective formation. You must hold the line until our main force arrives. Do you understand? Lei Baxian commanded loudly. Yes. We guarantee the completion of our task. Lingbai and Yunjing responded with a bow. Good. Go. With that, the 500 martial artists dashed towards the east city gate under the leadership of the two men. Observing this, Peng Hui took his leave as well, heading back to the city hall to oversee the situation. After all, as the city chief, many affairs required his decisive input. The weight of responsibility upon his shoulders was immense. What a splendid opportunity. At last, I have the chance to step onto the battlefield, to slay the sea beasts and defend my homeland. I shall vanquish numerous sea beasts, and afterwards, I will confess my feelings to the girl I adore, declaring that I do long, am brave, and capable of safeguarding her, not the coward she perceives me to be. I will kill 100 sea beasts, thereby earning merit and accolades, elevating myself to a position of prominence. Over 20,000 martial artists watched the departing 500 with fervent excitement, blissfully unaware of the peril that awaited them. Their imaginations painted a glorious picture. Regrettably, they underestimated the strength of the sea beasts. The creatures beyond the city walls were not the soft targets they envisioned. On the contrary, those alien beings were merciless killers, savage and powerful. Countless defenders had already fallen prey to their onslaught. Master, when shall we march? Someone could no longer contain their eagerness and inquired. The desire to slay sea beasts and earn merit was palpable in the air. In this apocalyptic world, merit was worth more than currency, redeemable for invaluable resources, martial arts techniques, and medical supplies. Indeed, Master. When shall we rush to aid the defenders and vanquish those sea beasts? We cannot allow them to breach Sioux City. Our families reside within. I would rather die than see Sioux City fall. Many stepped forward, motivated by their loved ones. Silence. Allow me to speak. The founding purpose of our Thunder Martial Arts Hall is to safeguard the Dragon Nation and humanity. Now, our responsibility is to protect Sioux City. This duty cannot be evaded or neglected. However, we must also employ strategy in our warfare. The sea beasts are currently emboldened. Engaging them now would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. We must wait until we can leverage the strength of the defenders and the city's protective formation to wear down their morale. Only when their spirits are diminished shall we act. Do you understand? Lei Baxian proclaimed with authority, justifying his selfish motives. Yes. The 20,000 martial artists were swayed by Lei Baxian and Appo's rhetoric, and they quietly awaited their opportunity. Attention. Rest. Stand at ease. Everyone, take a moment to recuperate. Lei Baxian was no fool. While he had promised to confront the sea beasts, he was acutely aware that he could not take Peng Hui and Chen Yudong's words at face value. Whether they were merely spinning grand tales remained uncertain. For now, he resolved to conserve his strength. Only by maintaining his forces could he remain calm and collected in the face of adversity. Having concluded his address, he returned to the conference hall. Bring tea, he instructed. At the East City Gate, Chen Yudong personally led his men. Greetings, young Master Chen. The commanders of the 6th Division stationed at the East City Gate saluted him. All right, what is the status of the battle? Chen Yudong inquired. Young Master, the situation is dire. The sea beasts are relentlessly battering our protective formation, and our reserves of spirit stones are dwindling. The array is at constant risk of being breached. One commander reported, We are out of spirit stones? Immediately requisition them from the wealthy merchants and citizens within the city. The defense of Sioux City is paramount. Send out orders at once, especially to those families who possess spirit stones, Chen Yudong commanded. Young Master, that may not be wise. I fear it could incite unrest. The commander hesitated slightly. What do you fear? Anyone who causes a disturbance shall be dealt with harshly. The justification will be their obstruction of our defense efforts. Go. Chen Yudong dismissed the concerns with a wave of his hand. Understood. The commander quickly dispatched men to scour the city for spirit stones. Before long, Yunjing and Ling Bai arrived. Report. Young Master, we come at Master Lei's behest to provide support and reinforce the protective formation. The two men bowed respectfully to Chen Yudong. Good. Go reinforce the formation at once. Hurry. Chen Yudong and Apos. Fury boiled within him as he cursed Lei Baxian's duplicity for sending only 500 men, such a despicable act. However, this was a time for unity. And he could not afford to quarrel with Lei Baxian now. That grievance would have to wait for another day. Yes. Yunjing and Ling Bai immediately led their men to strengthen the array. With the assistance of the 500 martial artists, the previously precarious formation was finally restored. Infused with their energies, the array's power gradually revived, making it exceedingly difficult for the sea beasts to breach the city in the near term. Young Master, Lu Daping also arrived at the East City Gate to oversee military affairs. Lu Darren, is there something you need? Chen Yudong asked. You misunderstand, young Master. I am merely here to oversee military operations. I harbor no ulterior motives, Lu Daping replied with a forced smile, though he felt deep resentment towards Chen Yudong. The latter's authority in the current situation compelled him to suppress his feelings. After all, the well-being of Sioux City's millions of citizens was of utmost importance. Young Master, do you believe we can hold Sioux City? He queried. Lu Darren, those sea beasts are nothing more than mere pests in my eyes. Slaying them is a trivial matter. The so-called 6 great sea beast kings are merely boasting. If they were truly formidable, they would not have been trapped by someone as inept as Yichen in Jiangning Fortress for a decade, Chen Yudong declared with audacious confidence. His words dripped with arrogance, completely disregarding the threat posed by the sea beasts outside the city. Young Master, I think it would be wise to exercise caution. The sea beasts outside seem rather ferocious. We have already suffered losses of tens of thousands, Lu Daping cautioned, especially with the presence of the 8th-tier sea beast monarch, Cthulhu, and the 6 great sea beast kings among them. They have amassed considerable bloodlust through their slaughter. I fear they may advance to 8th tier before our very eyes, which would spell disaster for Sioux City. Lu Daping, with a forced smile, attempted to persuade him. He believed that Chen Yudong's words were somewhat exaggerated. On the other side, Chen Yudong, filled with self-importance, immediately sneered upon hearing Lu Daping's remarks. Lu, you truly overestimate these beasts beyond the city. Not to mention the insignificant creatures below the 7th tier. Even the 7th tier sea beasts are hardly formidable. They are exceedingly foolish, lacking martial skills, relying solely on brute strength. How could they possibly contend with our martial practitioners of the human race? Previously, that waste, Yi Chun, merely with his peak 6th tier martial power, managed to halt 1 million sea beasts at the Jiangning Fortress, rendering them incapable of invading Sioux City. Now, with me, Chen Yudong, at the pinnacle of the 7th tier stationed in Sioux City, they will certainly not stir up any waves. Furthermore, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy has assembled 20,000 elite warriors. Each one possesses formidable martial techniques, capable of slaying sea beasts far beyond their level as if they were mere dogs. Moreover, Lei Ba, also at the peak of the 7th tier, possesses remarkable talent. Together, we are more than capable of crossing boundaries to slay the 8th tier sea beast monarch, Cthulhu. As for those 7th tier sea beast monarchs, such as Tugdal, his tone was laced with disdain. Chapter 22. The Conspiracy of Sea Beasts. What? The 7th tier sea beast king is a mere mutt? Is this acceptable? Lu Daping observed with genuine concern for Chen Yudong, as the latter's words seemed excessively exaggerated. To disregard the existence of sea beasts and treat the 8th-tier sea beast Emperor Cthulhu as inconsequential, was this truly wise? Furthermore, was Commander Yi Chun of the Jiangning fortress truly as ineffectual as believed? Lu Dapeng was uncertain. However, he did not consider Yi Chun's decade-long defense of the fortress to be mere fortune. He wished to persuade Qin Yudong further, but the latter's haughty demeanor made it clear that he held Lu Dapeng in little regard. Was there truly no hope for Sioux City? He pondered. Rest assured, my lord Lu, with me here, Sioux City shall remain unscathed. To me, these sea beasts are akin to ants. I could crush them with a mere gesture. Qin Yudong declared, his eyes glinting with disdain. His pride blinded him to the genuine might of the sea beasts. Or perhaps he simply did not believe himself inferior to Yi Chen. Young Master Qin is indeed formidable. Lu Dapeng offered insincere praise, secretly praying that everything would unfold as Qin Yudong envisioned, leading to a resounding victory against the invading sea beasts and safeguarding Sioux City. Ah, how delightful to hear such words. Lord Lu, I find myself increasingly fond of you. I have great expectations for you, Qin Yudong exclaimed joyfully, patting Lu Dapeng on the shoulder with evident happiness. Young Master Qin is truly mighty. Many senior officers echoed, eager to curry favor. After all, Qin Yudong, as the eldest scion of the Qin family, wielded immense power. Following the revelation of the plot against Yi Chun, he should have faced execution. Yet even the empress had yielded to the Qin family, shielding him and allowing him to atone for his sins. They all aspired to align themselves with Qin Yudong, hoping to ascend to greatness. Excellent. Your faith in me will not go unrewarded. I promise a bountiful feast for all, Qin Yudong proclaimed with unrestrained arrogance. This battle against the sea beasts will be our opportunity to achieve great deeds. When the sea beasts are vanquished, it will be our day of promotion and fortune. We shall heed young Master Qin's orders. The officers affirmed, pledging their loyalty. Suddenly, from afar in the torrential rain, thousands of colossal sea beasts surged toward the East City Gate, their presence menacing and bloodthirsty, heralding an impending bloodbath. The distant, wave-like roars of the sea beasts echoed, and soon, a vast horde surged forth like a frenzied tide. Young Master, it is a mutated seahorse legion. Damn, they have 20,000 troops. The officers stationed at the East City Gate were struck with terror at the sight of the approaching sea beast army, with some breaking into a cold sweat. What are you afraid of? With me here, slaughtering these sea beasts is as simple as butchering dogs. Today, I shall demonstrate my strength, Qin Yudong declared, resolved to take to the battlefield personally and showcase his prowess. With that, he summoned his treasured blade, known as the Moonbreaker. As he soared into the air, his 7th-tier peak strength erupted, and he charged toward the sea beasts. Beasts, meet your demise. He bellowed, raising the Moonbreaker, and with a single sweep, he cleaved through dozens of flying sea beasts, painting the skies with their blood. His swordsmanship was both grand and ruthless, effortlessly obliterating the weaker sea beasts in his path. Ah, what a thrill! Qin Yudong exclaimed, his sword radiating an unmatched brilliance, cutting through the low-tier sea beasts with ease. Young Master Qin is indeed valorous. Hooray! The soldiers atop the city walls cheered, viewing him as their savior. In the sea beast camp, the giant whale king observed the carnage wrought by Qin Yudong with a chilling gaze, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. What is Qin Yudong doing? Is he merely performing for amusement? He seeks death. He seethed in fury. Allow me to go. I shall ensure Qin Yudong pays for the lives of our fallen kin. The Shadow Serpent King, one of the 6 sea beast kings, volunteered, unable to endure Qin Yudong's arrogance any longer. Patience. Let him revel in his hubris for now. We shall send others to engage him. When he is intoxicated by his own arrogance, that shall be our moment to strike. Shadow Serpent King, you possess the finest stealth among us. Handle Qin Yudong, but do not kill him, merely incapacitate him. I wish for him to suffer, the giant whale king instructed, intent on rendering Qin Yudong powerless. I assure you, I will not fail. I possess a formidable weapon to aid in the demise of Qin Yudong. The Shadow Serpent King replied, vanishing as he activated his invisibility. Continue the assault. Let the expendable troops engage, while our main force remains concealed, the giant whale king commanded. Yes, the elite sea beasts sprang into action. Kill, kill, kill. In the ensuing hours, countless low-tier sea beasts surged forth, serving as fodder to distract Qin Yudong and the forces of Sioux City, willingly marching to their doom. Simultaneously, Numerous members of the Qin family's Black Dragon Guard deployed to protect Qin Yudong, having spotted the approaching horde of sea beasts. Young master, retreat immediately. It is dangerous, they urged, their voices filled with urgency. The Black Dragon Guard were sworn protectors of the Qin family, with the weakest among them being mid-fifth-tier warriors. Hundreds combined constituted a formidable force. Kill. Protect the young master. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for observing coldly for 48 hours. Reward, Soul Secret Technique Mental Communication. Ding, reminder, only 24 hours remain before Sioux City faces destruction. The host may witness the massacre of millions in Sioux City by foreign beasts, which may trigger a mysterious grand gift. Several system notifications roused the slumbering Yi-Chun. What? Has it been 48 hours? Mental communication? Me? As he stirred, his mind was in disarray, but upon regaining his senses, he immediately sought out Shangguan Siener. Sienna, I. Yet, as he turned, he discovered Shangguan Siener staring at him in astonishment. Brother Yi-Chun, how is it that you can move? You? Her alluring cherry-like lips formed a na shape, brimming with astonishment. Me? Yi-Chun, upon witnessing her reaction, felt a surge of confusion. How could he possibly explain this? He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet his ability to speak had not yet returned. He found himself rendered mute. As for writing, while I cannot speak, I can certainly write. Chapter 23, Spiritual Communication. Beep, beep, Spiritual Communication, Soul Secret Art. Upon mastering this art, the host can communicate with other evolved beings through mental power, including but not limited to Shangguan Sien and Amp, Oppos, Beep. Does the host wish to learn spiritual communication now? Yes, I will learn immediately. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun eagerly consented. He felt immense joy. With this secret art, he could communicate mentally with others before regaining his ability to speak. Beep. Imparting the spiritual communication secret art. Please wait. Beep. Impartation complete. As the system's message indicating completion faded, Yi-Chun discovered detailed information about the spiritual communication art flooding his mind, and inexplicably, he grasped this skill without the need for comprehension or practice. Brother Yi-Chun, please tell me, what has happened to you? I have searched through the ancient texts of our Maoshan sect, and I have never encountered a zombie like you. Could it be that you have truly been controlled by something sinister? Shangguan Sieno said anxiously, her eyes reddened from crying. Seeing her in such distress, Yi-Chun felt a pang of sorrow. He quickly activated the spiritual communication art, channeling his soul's power to connect with Shangguan Siener. Siener, do not cry. I have not been controlled by anything sinister. I am just... He paused abruptly. Beep. Warning, serious warning. The existence of this system is classified as a top secret. The host must not disclose it to anyone, or the system will obliterate the host's consciousness and seek another. Kind reminder, this is not a joke. This is not a joke. What? I cannot speak of this to outsiders. Obliterate my consciousness. Yi-Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Huh, was that just now? Brother Yi-Chun's voice? What is this? Shangguan Siener looked utterly bewildered, as an incredibly strange message echoed in her mind, the voice eerily reminiscent of her brother Yi-Chun, leaving her astounded. Siener, do not doubt, it is I, your brother Yi-Chun. I can no longer speak, but I can communicate with you through mental power. Yi-Chun continued to converse with Shangguan Siener. What? Brother Yi-Chun, is it really you? You are still alive? That is wonderful. Shangguan Siener exclaimed with excitement as she leaped into Yi-Chun's embrace. Despite his body being cold, the heartbeat in his chest warmed her heart. She cried. Siener, do not be sad. Trust me, it won't be long before I can revive, Yi-Chun reassured her. Brother Yi-Chun, I believe in you. I believe. But what can I do to help you? Shangguan Siener asked, wiping away her tears. Siener, tell me, was it that scoundrel Qin Yudong who harmed you? Yi-Chun inquired. Yes, brother Yi-Chun. I went to the city to gather medicinal materials and prepare the corpse-nourishing liquid for you. Outside the pharmacy, I encountered Qin Yudong's men. And after a conflict, I unexpectedly ran into the 6 devils of Cangzhou. Those 6 were all 7th-tier warriors, and they were so in sync with each other. I fought with all my might to defeat them, but I was also injured. Fortunately, I managed to return despite my wounds, Shangguan Sieno explained. What? The 6 devils of Cangzhou? Aren't they wanted criminals? How could the Qin family secretly recruit them? They are courting death, Yi-Chun said sternly. He swore to himself to annihilate the Qin family in the future, to eradicate this malignant tumor for Longhua. The Qin family must be punished. Brother Yi-Chun, I am preparing the corpse-nourishing liquid for you now. The 18 soup will aid your rapid evolution. Mentioning the corpse-nourishing liquid reminded Shang Wanxianer that her infiltration into Su City was to obtain medicinal materials to brew the 8-yin soup. 8-yin soup? What is that? Yi Chen asked. Brother Yi Chen, first go to the Earth-yin abyss to absorb the Earth-yin energy. I will brew the 8-yin soup. And you will understand its purpose then, Shang Wanxianer replied with a gentle smile. All right, Yi Chen responded, feeling elated. After all, being able to converse on a spiritual level with the one he cherished was a form of happiness. He now looked forward to swiftly enhancing his strength. Once he accumulated 10 billion attribute points, he would be able to reverse life and death and successfully resurrect. Then, he could live an unrestrained and blissful life with his beloved Xiener. Beep, absorbing a wisp of Earth-yin energy. Attribute points 1. Outside Su City. East City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of black dragon guards leapt from the city walls, charging towards the distant sea beasts. They were seasoned warriors. Those low-tier sea beasts stood no chance against them and were annihilated without a trace. On the city wall, Lu Dapeng watched the scene unfold. Yet he felt not joy but concern. He sensed that this level of performance was highly unusual, for the strength of these sea beasts should not be so feeble. They ought to be formidable. This is bad. Everything feels too abnormal. As the saying goes, when things seem off, there must be a demon. He had a nagging feeling that there was a conspiracy at play. But what were those sea beasts secretly plotting? He could not fathom it. Haha, what terrifying foreign creatures. Nonsense. It is all just rumors. These sea beasts are clearly weak. How could they be strong? We have been duped by that shameless scoundrel Yu Chen. For the past 10 years, under the pretense of defending against foreign beings, he has embezzled countless resources and cultivation materials from our Su City. That damned creature. Qin Shao is right to kill him. He deserves it. Many soldiers of the defense forces began to curse Yi Chen loudly. They labeled him as a shameless fraud. Haha, kill them swiftly. Black dragon guards of the Qin family. Join me and slay them. Qin Yudong was consumed by rage. At that moment, Pang Hui arrived with Zheng Zhe and other high-ranking officials to survey the battlefield. As he arrived, he witnessed Qin Yudong leading a slaughter, causing the sea beasts to continuously collapse. What is this? He was taken aback. He wondered when the sea beasts had become so weak. Was he seeing things? Comrade Dapeng, what is happening? He asked. Mayor, we have been deceived by that scoundrel Yi Chen. These foreign creatures are nothing like the fearsome and powerful ones from the legends. They are utterly weak. Their combat capability is pathetic. For 10 years, he has embezzled countless resources and materials from our Su City. He truly deserves to be punished severely. Attempting to poison him was far too lenient. A commander cursed angrily at Yi Chen. What? Embezzled resources, materials? Yi Chen. This. Pang Hui's expression shifted slightly. For the reality was not as the commander had claimed. For the past decade, Yi Chen and the station troops at Jiangning Fortress had received very few resources and materials. In an effort to suppress Yi Chen, he compelled the logistics department to withhold supplies and resources under various pretexts, reluctantly delivering only inferior grain to the Jiangning Fortress. He found himself puzzled as to how Yi Chen and his companions had endured for a decade. Furthermore, in his recollection, the foreign tribes were exceedingly formidable, after all. He had once visited the Jiangning Fortress to oversee operations and had witnessed firsthand the brutality of those alien races as well as Yi Chen and Appos, as valor. Yet, what was the current state beyond the city walls? Had the combat prowess of the foreign tribes diminished over the past 10 years? Comrade Dapeng, what is your perspective on the situation outside the city? He inquired. In critical moments, he placed his trust in pragmatic individuals like Lu Dapeng. The superior who had just lavished him with flattery was someone he held in utter distrust. That individual was unreliable. Chapter 24. The marvelous effects of 8-yin soup. Lu Dapeng fell silent at the mention of the matter. He wrestled with whether he should speak the truth, as honest advice is often unwelcome. He feared that revealing the reality might provoke Pang Hui's ire. Pang Hui was a cunning individual with a heart as cold as iron. He had previously conspired with Qin Yudong to eliminate Yi Chen, who had garnered merit in safeguarding humankind, solely because Yi Chen refused to compromise his integrity. Now, Lu Dapeng feared that speaking the truth could lead to Pang Hui sending assassins to eliminate his entire family. Mayor, I too believe that the combat capabilities of the foreign tribes outside the city have diminished. They are not as ferocious as the legends suggest. In this battle, our Su City will surely emerge victorious. His words were a blatant falsehood. Comrade Dapeng, is this truly how you feel? Pang Hui fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Dapeng. Mayor, Lu Dapeng hesitated. Comrade Da Peng, I understand your concerns about potential retribution. However, you need not fear. Speak your mind today, and I shall grant you clemency. Peng Hui appeared to sense Lu Dapeng's apprehension and offered some reassurance. Mayor, I believe the foreign tribes outside the city have not weakened at all. Their apparent fragility is a deliberate ruse to feign weakness, likely to lure us into a trap. I request that Qin Shao return immediately. I suspect the foreign tribes may be targeting him, Lu Dapeng asserted. What? Are you suggesting that the foreign tribes are attempting to entice Qin Shao to act, so they can ensnare him? Peng Hui's expression shifted dramatically. Mayor, this is merely my conjecture, but I consider the likelihood to be exceedingly high, Lu Dapeng replied, bowing respectfully. Is that so? Peng Hui also began to entertain the possibility, recalling the ferocity of the foreign tribes he had witnessed before. The previous battle at Jiangning Fortress, where Chen led the charge against those tribes, had resulted in devastating casualties. The current situation was far from it. Quickly, summon Qin Shao back. Hurry, he urged, urgency permeating his voice. Qin Yudong was a pivotal figure in safeguarding Sioux City and could not be compromised. Wait, just as he finished speaking, a grand procession appeared in the distance. It was Lei Baxian leading 20,000 warriors, finally arriving to offer support. Old Pang, do you truly believe such foolish words? I see your competence is waning. Lei Baxian leapt forward, his disdain for Lu Dapeng evident, clearly dismissing his earlier analysis. Old Lei, you have finally arrived. This is wonderful. With you here, Sioux City is saved, Peng Hui exclaimed with immense relief. With the assistance of the Lei family, the odds of safeguarding Sioux City had significantly increased. Do not presume. You should be well aware of the reasons for my arrival. I advise you not to deceive me regarding our prior agreements, or I shall not spare you, understood? Lei Baxian's tone sharpened. He despised being manipulated regarding the affairs of the Lei Dragon. Old Lei. Qin Shao is currently battling the foreign tribes outside the city. Once he returns, I will personally verify with him in your presence. How does that sound? Peng Hui quickly offered, forcing a smile. Although he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lei Baxian, the greater good compelled him to endure for the time being. He believed that revenge would come in due time. Very well, Lei Baxian acknowledged. Though he felt some irritation towards Peng Hui, he dared not overstep with Qin Yudong. Given the prominence of the Qin family's power, publicly, the Qin family boasted 2 formidable 8th-tier transformations. I shall await your word, he stated. Then turned his attention to the scene outside the city. Qin Yudong wielded the moon-slicing blade, cutting through foes with ease, slaying the sea beasts as though they were mere livestock. When did the foreign tribes become so weak? He was taken aback. He had previously witnessed the ferocity of the sea beasts. Before joining the Lei family, he had led campaigns against them, and they had proven formidable, fearless, and exceedingly powerful. What was occurring now outside the city? Was he imagining things? Clop, clop, clop. Among the 20,000 warriors, a striking figure stepped forward. It was Gong Yanyan, Lei Baxian's most cherished disciple. Possessing early-stage 7th-tier strength, she was indeed a prodigious talent. Master, these foreign tribes are exceedingly feeble. Previously, it was rumored that Chen had guarded Jiangning Fortress for 10 years, achieving great merit for our people and being hailed as a hero of Sioux City. However, it seems now that his accolades are greatly exaggerated. For 10 years, he has purportedly defended the city while secretly embezzling countless resources and supplies from Sioux City. We must investigate this matter and expose his true nature to the public. We must unveil his misdeeds. Gong Yanyan expressed her disdain. Yanyan, do not speak recklessly. Chen has indeed contributed to the defense of Jiangning Fortress. We must show respect to those who have served valiantly, Lei Baxian interjected, preventing Gong Yanyan from pursuing the investigation into Yi Chen's alleged misappropriation of resources. He was well aware of Peng Hui's role in withholding supplies from Yi Chen, which had been appropriated by the upper echelons of Sioux City. What merit? Yi Chen has no real military achievements. Please, Master, allow me to investigate this matter thoroughly. Gong Yanyan insisted, remaining resolute. Enough, Yanyan. Yi Chen is no longer among us. Let this matter rest, Lei Baxian replied, his dissatisfaction evident. He would not permit Gong Yanyan to pursue the investigation, as it could potentially unearth their multitude of sordid affairs. Master, Gong Yanyan protested, feeling quite unwilling to relent. However, faced with Lei Baxian's insistence, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Yes, I shall heed your counsel. 10 hours later, in the cave, Shangwan Xiener finally completed the brewing of the 8-yin soup. The vast array of medicinal herbs had yielded merely half a bowl of the concoction. Brother Yi Chen, The soup is ready, she announced. This was her first attempt at concocting the body-rejuvenating liquid, and though it had its shortcomings, she was confident that her next endeavor would be even better. The soup? Chen, is this the body-rejuvenating liquid you concocted? Is it safe to consume? Chen expressed his apprehension. The half-bowl of green, viscous liquid emanated a pungent odor that unnerved him. Is this soup toxic? He inquired. Is it toxic? Brother Chen, I truly do not know. I followed the method recorded in the book, so it should be fine. Would you like to give it a try? Quickly. Drinking this will accelerate your evolution, Shangwan Chen urged with unwavering confidence. Well, all right then. Seeing her determination, Chen could not bring himself to waste her hard work. He took the bowl and consumed the entire half-bowl of 18 soup. Gulp. The thick, green liquid flowed down his throat, passing through his stomach and intestines, and was entirely absorbed by his body. In merely the span of 10 breaths, he had consumed half a bowl of the 18 soup. Ding. Absorbed 1 drop of 18 soup. Attribute points 10. Ding. Absorbed 1 drop of 18 soup. Attribute points 10. The essence contained within the 18 soup was instantaneously transformed into a substantial number of attribute points. Each drop of the 18 soup could convert to 10 attribute points. However, the efficiency of this absorption and transformation was somewhat sluggish. As his spleen and stomach had yet to revive, he estimated that it would take an hour to completely absorb and transform half a bowl of the 18 soup. Brother Chen, is this 18 soup delicious? Does it serve a purpose? I hope I did not make any errors in its concoction, asked Shangwan Chen anxiously. After all, this was her first attempt at brewing the corpse-rearing liquid, and her skills were limited. Chapter 25, 8th Order Combat Power, 18 Soup, Corpse Nourishment Liquid. The method documented in the book for concocting it is remarkably straightforward. Logically, there should be no issues. Brother Chen, it's my inadequacy, all my fault. You must not come to harm. Me? Shangwan Chen gazed at Chen with profound concern, her demeanor radiating urgency. Chen, my dear Chen, you are truly remarkable. This 18 soup is of great utility to me, genuinely. Chen had just been refining the medicinal properties of the 18 soup and had not initially noticed Shangwan Cen's anxiousness. Upon realizing her distress, he immediately employed soul secret techniques to reassure her. His words were sincere, not mere platitudes. He discovered that the attribute points transformed by this corpse nourishment liquid were beyond the daily limit imposed on his chi-gathering ability, marking a monumental discovery and signifying a new avenue for acquiring attribute points. A bold thought emerged. Perhaps he could attempt to absorb the medicinal properties of these spiritual herbs. Currently, his ability to consume food had not yet recovered, but if he could concoct these spiritual herbs into a medicinal broth and ingest it, he might acquire the attribute points he so desperately needed. Is it true, Brother Chen? You really mean it? Shangwan Chen exclaimed joyously upon hearing this. Finally, she could contribute to Chen's endeavors, filling her heart with a sense of accomplishment. That is wonderful. Her smile was truly enchanting. Befitting the saintess of the Maoshan sect, a goddess in the secret admiration of countless men. Chen, this corpse nourishment liquid is immensely valuable to me. Could you brew it for me more often in the future? Perhaps you could also concoct the spiritual herbs into a medicinal broth that I could absorb, Chen inquired. Though he had regained some basic mobility, intricate tasks like brewing medicinal soup were still beyond his capability. A half bowl of corpse nourishment liquid, by his preliminary calculations, could yield at least 12,000 attribute points. This was a considerable sum, holding immense significance for him. Of course, I possess numerous recipes for the corpse nourishment liquid in my book, and I can prepare them for you. Brother Chen, Shangwan Chen replied with a smile. Thank you. Chen expressed his gratitude. Brother Chen, our ancient texts in the Maoshan sect contain many methods to accelerate your zombie evolution. I will diligently study these materials to assist you in your rapid evolution, Shangwan Chen declared with immense excitement. She believed that, with her help, it would not be long before her brother Chen could be revived as a normal person. Chen, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Chen said sincerely. Shangwan Chen was a guiding light in his life, bringing warmth and hope. I feel the same way, Brother Chen. Approximately an hour later, after absorbing the medicinal properties of half a bowl of 18 soup, Chen transformed a total of 12,000 attribute points. If I consume this several more times, I can elevate my power level to level 11. At that time, my strength will be even more formidable. 8th Order combat power is not far off. Yi Chen was filled with hope for the future. His path to ascendancy was now unobstructed, and soon he would soar above all beings. It was also time to witness the downfall of Sioux City. After all, this was the task set forth by the system. The system had previously warned him that if he personally witnessed the demise of Sioux City, a mysterious grand reward would await him. Any reward from the system was bound to be exceptional, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. Siener, let us go witness the downfall of Sioux City, he proposed. All right, Shangwan Siener readily agreed, harboring no fondness for the citizens of Sioux City, who had shown ingratitude for Yi Chun's decade-long defense of humanity and had unjustly slain him. Now, as Sioux City faced its demise, she felt no inclination to intervene. To her, it was merely poetic justice. They deserved their fate. At the East City Gate, atop the city wall, Lord City Governor, young Master Chen has become utterly reckless. He is charging forth at an alarming pace, distancing himself from us. I implore you to summon young Master Chen back quickly. I fear the other races may be lying in wait, Lu Daping urged, unable to comprehend Lei Baxian and Gong Yanyan's unwavering confidence. How can they dare to assess Yi Chun's decade-long contributions to Sioux City or criticize the strength of the other races when they have only clashed with them a few times? If those other races were truly weak, would Dragon Country and even Blue Star be in such dire straits? Have they forgotten how long Jing was besieged, leaving even the Empress powerless? Those who act recklessly are bound to face disaster. He sensed an impending calamity was about to befall Sioux City, and it filled him with anxiety. Lu Daping, what nonsense are you spouting? You worthless fool. Young Master Chen is currently on a rampage, and it is precisely the time for Sioux City to display its might. We must support him, seize the momentum, and vanquish the other races while reclaiming the lost Jiangning fortress, Lei Baxian bellowed, dismissing Lu Daping entirely. Lu Daping, lacking any awakened talent and unable to practice martial arts, was regarded as a person of little worth, and many looked down upon him. After all, in the apocalypse, martial prowess reigned supreme. Old Lei, is it wise to take the initiative? Pang Hui hesitated, caught in a dilemma. While Lu Daping's concerns were not without merit, young Master Chen was indeed on a victorious spree, and the sea beasts were being decimated. Perhaps, as Lei Baxian suggested, this was Sioux City and Appo's moment to counterattack. If they missed this opportunity, regret would surely follow. Yet, he was also wary of Lu Daping's warnings that the other races outside the city were bait, a ploy to lure them into a trap. Should they venture out to engage, they might fall into a deadly ambush, leading to catastrophic consequences for Sioux City. Pang Hui found it exceedingly difficult to arrive at a decision, as it pertained to the very survival of Sioux City. He was deeply conflicted. Yan, relay my orders. All martial artists are to prepare to venture outside the city to confront the other races, annihilate them, and avenge our fallen kin, Lei Baxian declared, taking matters into his own hands without waiting for Pang Hui's resolution. Fool! A voice, discordant and jarring, suddenly rang out from among the 20,000 martial artists. This remark struck like a thunderclap upon the city wall, instantly capturing the attention of many, who were curious about the identity of the individual daring enough to challenge Lei Baxian's authority. I see the ones lacking sense are not the sea beasts outside the city, but rather you lot. Lei Baxian, Gong Yanyan, I have truly had enough of your foolishness. What is it that fills your brains, excrement? On what grounds do you possess such audacity to slander Commander Yi Chen? Commander Yi Chen is incompetent? And you think you possess any capability? Have you not discerned that those sea beasts outside are part of a greater scheme? They are bait. His words instantly provoked the ire of both Gong Yanyan and Lei Baxian, darkening their expressions. Who dares to speak? Come forth. Do you seek death? Upon hearing these words, Gong Yanyan instantly turned her gaze in the direction of the voice, her heart ablaze with fury. What sort of mind could harbor such excrement? Never before had anyone dared to humiliate them in such a manner. Soon, she discerned that the speaker was a youthful maiden, approximately 19 years of age, radiantly beautiful. With fair skin and striking features, her prowess at the 5th level barely qualifying her as a pillar of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. This revelation ignited a fire within her eyes. Who are you? She demanded. Why do you speak in defense of that shameless scoundrel Yi Chen? Are you not an accomplice of that rogue? Chapter 26. The Deceit of the Enchantress Commander Yi Chen. You are not a criminal, are you? The girl laughed coldly. The previous video has already proven his innocence. Even if I speak for him, as one of his allies, what of it? Is there a problem? Have I broken the law? Hearing this, Gong Yanyan and Appo's chest heaved with rage, her lips turning pale. Once she regained her composure, she continued, that scoundrel Yi Chen, although he has not conspired with the other races, has used the pretext of defending the Jiangning fortress to bolster his own power and deceive us of Sioux City's resources. Such actions are worthy of 1,000 deaths. Once again, it was baseless slander. What? Bolstering his own power? Embezzling resources? Spare me your nonsense, Gong Yinyan. Others may be oblivious, but I am well aware of the truth. For the past decade, there have been no resources at Jiangning Fortress. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with our mayor and director Lei, or those powerful figures, where Sioux City and Apos' resources have truly gone. Perhaps you should also ask Lord Liu if he knows where the supplies have vanished to. The girl scoffed at the absurdity. She was one of the informed. In truth, many in Sioux City were aware of the situation. They merely feigned ignorance, afraid to speak out due to the threat of retribution. During Yi Chen's public trial, numerous citizens of Sioux City had benefited from him, yet they remained cold-hearted, refusing to utter a word in his defense. Regrettably, for the sake of humanity, for the Dragon Kingdom, and for the millions in Sioux City, Yi Chen had fought valiantly for a decade, yet instead of receiving the glory he deserved, he was betrayed by those he had protected. How innocent he was. Yet now, these people relentlessly tarnished his name, casting dirt upon him. What a chilling conclusion this was. Who would not feel a pang of sorrow? Did their consciences not ache? For their sake, Yi Chen had risked his life and fought fiercely against the other races. Yet they remembered none of his kindness and instead delivered him to the guillotine, showing gratitude and reverence to the vile Peng Hui. Such behavior is utterly ludicrous. What do these people truly think? To betray their benefactor who fought for them, and to fawn over those who persecute them? Perhaps in this apocalypse, only a man like Peng Hui could survive. Their hypocrisy is overwhelming, their selfishness unbearable. As for the deceased commander Yi Chen, his demise was indeed tragic. He should never have possessed a kind heart. Sometimes, humans are no different from beasts. One must not overindulge them, lest they come to see your sacrifices as mere entitlements. Enough. You wretched creature, cease your deceitful words and nonsensical babble. Peng Hui and Apos' voice cut through the air. Seize this wretch and beat her to death. Peng Hui and Apos' anxiety spiked. He knew they could not allow the girl to continue speaking, for it would complicate matters significantly. They had far too many sordid affairs to keep hidden. Should these filthy truths come to light, they would find no refuge, and not only the people of Sioux City, but also the Empress would exact vengeance upon them. What and Apos, is happening? Mayor, why have you suddenly become so agitated? Are you planning to kill to silence her? Could it be that what this girl said is true? Over the years, the resources gathered by the municipal government were not for resisting the enemy. Where then have they gone? Who has embezzled them? Have we wronged Lord Yi Chen? No, that cannot be. It's impossible. This must be an illusion. Many soldiers of the defense force were struck with confusion and guilt. No, the girl is right. We have misunderstood Lord Yi Chen. He is not the villain everyone claims. He is a good man. Previously, on the battlefield, he had saved me from the clutches of the other races. I am not worthy. I believed the rumors and did not speak up for Lord Yi Chen. I am a beast. I am not human. Many began to reminisce about Yi Chen, engulfed in remorse. Indeed, when our division was besieged by tens of thousands of sea beasts at White Horse Gorge, it was Lord Yi Chen who personally came to our rescue. He is a good man. We have truly wronged him. He is innocent. Tears flowed freely as more voices joined in sorrow. We were wrong. Lord Yi Chen is innocent. He is not a bad person. He is our hero. As long as he was present, the other races never breached Jiangning Fortress, nor did we ever suffer defeat. All of this is due to a conspiracy fabricated by some within Sioux City, colluding with the other races to harm Lord Yi Chen, resulting in the deaths of countless soldiers and civilians at Jiangning Fortress. This is retribution. All of it. Many soldiers reflected on the truth. The true instigator was Peng. Some turned their gaze upon Peng Hui, yet they lacked the courage to confront him, trembling in fear and cowardice. Enough. This farce must come to an end. Old Lei, this wretch is undoubtedly in league with the other races. She is deliberately sowing discord among our ranks. Kill her, Peng Hui declared. Indeed, what Mayor Peng says is correct. This wretch, in collusion with the other races, deserves death. Lei Ba, upon hearing this, wore a sinister expression. Just moments ago, he had clashed with Peng Hui, yet now, as the girl threatened to expose their misdeeds, they joined forces once more, employing the same treacherous tactics they had used against Yi Chen to eliminate her. What? Another accusation of collusion with the other races? This is slander. No. What she just spoke was the truth. She did not. Several soldiers mustered their courage to speak in defense of the girl. They had previously remained silent during Yi Chen's trial, but this time, they refused to be mute any longer. With a swift motion, Gong Yanyan drew her sword and beheaded a few soldiers who had dared to speak out. No mercy for those who absolve traitors. Heads rolled, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Enough. Seize this wretch and beat her to death, Pang Hui stated, his demeanor unflinching. His tyrannical nature silenced the soldiers of the defense force and the warriors of the Thunder Martial Hall, leaving them too afraid to speak out. Mayor, I suggest we hang this wretch on the city walls. Since she is a dog of the other races, let her witness our triumph over them. Gong Yanyan proposed. Oh, haha, what a splendid idea. Let it be as you say, hang her from the city walls. Pang Hui agreed, finding merit in her suggestion. Yes, Gong Yanyan exclaimed joyfully, summoning people to bind the girl and hoist her upon the city walls. Vile wretch, when we have vanquished those foreign tribes, it shall be your turn to meet your demise, she proclaimed with unbridled pride. You scoundrels shall not find peace in death, the maiden cursed vehemently. It is time, she declared. Not far away, atop a towering building in Sioux City, Yi Chun and Shangwan Xiener stood silently, bidding farewell to the millions of souls in Sioux City. Ding! The fall of Sioux City is imminent, with only 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 23 seconds remaining. He awaited the arrival of that moment with great anticipation. This night, he would unleash a massacre. Chapter 27. The ambush of the Shadow Serpent King. The Wanha Building, soaring to a height of 582 meters, stands as one of the most iconic landmarks of Sioux City, once the pinnacle of its splendor. Before the apocalypse, this was the bustling heart of the city, yet now it lies in ruins. In the early days of the cataclysm, when the Crimson Rain fell, countless individuals fell victim to the zombie virus, transforming into the undead. At that time, the Wanha Building housed 200,000 souls, and with 100,000 zombies rampaging, many lives were lost. Subsequently, the military intervened, exterminating every last zombie within the building. What was once a magnificent edifice has since become a desolate graveyard, feared and avoided by all. It was in this forsaken place that Yi Chun and Shangwan Xiener chose to witness the impending slaughter as countless otherworldly beings invaded the city. Yi Chun sought solitude for his contemplative enjoyment. The thought of the sea beasts wreaking havoc upon Sioux City exhilarated him. Let the storm come forth with unabated fury. With 10 years of wisdom gained from battling the otherworldly, he stood here, perceiving the intentions of the invaders beyond the city walls. Feigning weakness to lure the enemy deeper? Shangwan Xienu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, sister. The human race is currently riding a wave of momentum, with 20,000 martial artists from the Thunderbolt Martial Academy. We possess an immensely powerful force. Look, Qin Yudong leads the dogs of his clan, driving the sea beasts to rout. There is not a hint of defeat in sight. She remarked, this is part of the otherworldly strategy. They are luring us in. Based on my understanding of Pang Hui and Lei Ba Xian, they will strike first. That will be the true end for Sioux City, Yi Chun asserted with unwavering confidence. What? They will take the initiative? Such a ploy? Pang Hui and Lei Ba Xian are prominent figures. Could they truly be so foolish? Shangwan Xiener expressed her disbelief. They are not devoid of intelligence. Yet their avarice clouds their judgment. Qin Yudong is also clever, but he is blinded by rage and arrogance. He yearns to prove himself, Yi Chun elaborated. Prove himself? You mean he wishes to demonstrate that he is superior to you? Shangwan Stin and Oppos, are quickly grasped. Precisely. Yi Chun affectionately ruffled her hair before continuing. Desire breeds vulnerability. Anyone who harbors ambition carries a burden and leaves an opening. Qin Yudong, Pang Hui, and Lei Ba Xian are all driven by their desires. Despite understanding the risks of a preemptive strike, they are willing to gamble. They believe they will prevail, but reality will reveal their folly. They are not foolish, nor lacking in scheming. Rather, their focus is solely on slaughtering the otherworldly beings. Matters of power and profit are mere trifles to them. Ah, what of them? Shangwan Xian and Oppos, her expression shifted dramatically as she turned her gaze afar. As foretold by Yi Chun, Lei Ba Xian led 20,000 martial artists out of the city. Brothers, the time to achieve greatness has arrived. Let us slay. Lei Ba Xian proclaimed with fervor, charging forth with his weapon raised. The warriors, invigorated and unafraid of death, surged towards the sea beasts, initially dispatching the lower-tier creatures effortlessly. Haha, this credit is too easy to claim. Kill. In the enemy camp, the 6 great sea beast kings, including the 8th tier ruler Cthulhu, gathered, reveling in their triumph as they witness Chen and Apos as forces emerge. Humans are indeed foolish. They and Apos, fallen into our trap. The giant whale king boasted. Shall we take action? Seize Sioux City, Cthulhu inquired. Patience, let the bullets fly a while longer. The giant whale king replied with a sinister glint in his eyes, having positioned the elite of the sea beasts on either flank of the battlefield. The moment to ensnare the humans was solely at his discretion. In his eyes, Sioux City was already his. Indeed, the fish are in the net. There is no fear of them slipping away, Cthulhu proclaimed, pride radiating from him. The other sea beast kings shared a conspiratorial laugh. That scoundrel Chen has arrived. Damn it, he seeks to claim credit for himself. That wretch, Chen Yudong fumed, intensifying his strikes with the moon-slicing blade. Young master, we have breached the enemy and Apos' territory. I fear there may be ambushes. It would be prudent to withdraw, a cautious black dragon guard advised. Sensing the growing threat from the increasing number of sea beasts. What nonsense! Chen is leading the charge. This is our chance to crush the otherworldly beings. I shall show the world that I am far superior to the likes of Chen. I am, Chen Yudong declared with unwavering determination, intent on proving himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this very mindset would lead to his demise. Young master, we? The guard pressed, his apprehension deepening. Everyone has arrived. There is no need to leave. A thunderous roar echoed, as a massive serpent shadow manifested behind Chen Yudong, ensnaring him tightly, its cavernous maw sinking its fangs into him. A chilling scream resonated as Chen Yudong fell victim to the ambush of the Shadow Serpent King, succumbing to its venom. Damn it. Shadow Serpent King, I will slay you. Chen Yudong bellowed defiantly, swinging his moon-slicing blade towards the creature. Slay me? Chen Yudong, do you think you are Chen? An S-rank talent? Yet you come to embarrass yourself. Pathetic. The Shadow Serpent King derided, with a sweeping motion of its colossal tail. It not only sent the moon-slicing blade flying, but also propelled Chen Yudong several dozen meters away, crashing into the ground. In that moment, all he could do was stare in disbelief at the Shadow Serpent King. How is this possible? I am at the peak of the 7th tier. Why can I not withstand even a single strike from you? He questioned, bewildered. Peak of the 7th tier? And what of it? Do you not realize that while your kind possesses a talent advantage, we otherworldly beings harbor the secrets of our bloodlines? The 6 great sea beast kings are not mere ordinary creatures. We are awakened beings of unparalleled lineage. Against a monster like Chen, we are indeed suppressed. But against a waste like you, we can easily dominate. You are a fool, far too arrogant. Have you ever contemplated why we have allied against Chen? It is undoubtedly because Chen surpasses you by a considerable margin. The Shadow Serpent King mercilessly mocked Chen Yudong, branding his tactic as striking at both life and spirit. No, I, Chen Yudong, am the pride of heaven. Chen is nothing but a mere trifle. I refuse to concede defeat. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yudong was indeed infuriated, and once again began to spew blood. His blood was a deep shade of green, indicative of poisoning. The SSS talent and the formidable battle god physique are not something you, a worthless creature, could ever hope to rival. Chen Yudong, it is you who are the true failure. Chapter 28, The Human Race's Deception. I, Chen Yudong, am not a worthless being. I am the pride of the Chen family. Chen is the true waste. I will kill him. Chen Yudong vehemently protested, somewhat deranged by the unfolding events. What madness is this? What nonsense about mental fortitude? Worthless. The Shadow Serpent King scoffed disdainfully, realizing that Chen Yudong and his companions were mere facades, possessing only the superficial strength of a peak 7th level, yet unable to unleash the true power that such a level demanded. Death. His colossal serpent shadow vanished, transforming into an ethereal form. Quickly, protect the young master and escort him away. A squad of black dragon guards rushed in to rescue Chen Yudong. These bothersome ants. Scram. A thunderous shout echoed, followed by an immense serpent tail sweeping through, striking down several peak 6th level black dragon guards, obliterating them in an instant with overwhelming force. Damn it. Why is this alien so powerful? The death of the 6 black dragon guards sent chills down the spines of the remaining guards. A few of them lifted Chen Yudong and began to retreat. Quickly, escort the young master away. The rest, hold him off. Kill. Dozens of black dragon guards gathered to confront the Shadow Serpent King. Those who obstruct me shall perish. The Shadow Serpent King declared sharply. his massive serpent shadow re-emerged, sweeping towards the black dragon guards. Buzz, his right hand summoned a seemingly crude bone knife, forged from beast bones, inscribed with ancient runes of the sea beast clan, endowing the knife with terrifying might. Flash! A dreadfully powerful strike from the beast knife cleaved forward, tearing through the air and instantly shredding dozens of black dragon guards into pieces. This is bad. This monster is too terrifying. We are no match for him. Retreat. The remaining black dragon guards were horrified, pondering the sheer ferocity of this sea beast. The previous sea beasts had all been feeble in comparison. This is a trap. A lure. We have fallen for their scheme. Oh no, we're doomed. One black dragon guard finally grasped the situation. But as he finished speaking, he felt the ground tremble, and countless sea beasts surged forth from the curtain of rain. These creatures were fearsome, enormous, exuding a menacing aura that instilled terror in all who beheld them. What should we do? Someone asked. We cannot escape. At that moment, from the distance amidst the torrential rain, several terrifying beast figures emerged. They were led by the Great Whale King, an 8th-level sea beast sovereign, Cthulhu, alongside 4 other sea beast monarchs. Roar, attack en masse. Annihilate the city. Kill. The Great Whale King commanded a full-scale assault on Sioux City. The earth trembled as hundreds of thousands of sea beasts advanced towards the city. This is bad. Retreat. We've been deceived. There's an ambush. Retreat. Bao Yan Yan, Lei Ba Xian, and others realized the gravity of the situation. Panic surged through them, but their warnings came too late. Their escape routes had been severed, as countless sea beasts emerged from the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Swarms of venomous insects also surfaced, hunting for prey. Ah, what is this? Why? On the city walls, Pang Hui witnessed the horrific scene, filled with dread. Zhengzhe immediately mobilized troops to support Lao Lei and the others. They cannot falter. Go now? He shouted. Lord City Chief, we cannot abandon the city's defensive formation, otherwise we will all perish. Zhengzhe replied, openly defying Pang Hui's earlier orders. Someone, quickly seal the city's defensive formation. Be wary of the alien invaders. Go into the city and seize more spiritual stones. The defensive formation must not falter. He commanded. Zhengzhe, how dare you? Outside is young Master Chen, along with tens of thousands of warriors from Sioux City. You would abandon them? What reason do you have for such treachery? Do you wish to rebel? Someone seize him. Take him to prison. Pang Hui shouted. Yet, no one heeded his command. The nearby guards stood silent, choosing to remain mute. What are you all doing? Do you not heed the words of your city chief? How audacious! Pang Hui exclaimed, still attempting to assert his authority, but no one paid him any mind. Lord City Chief, you should not raise your voice. They are all my people. Zhengzhe retorted arrogantly. You? Zhengzhe, what do you intend to do? I warn you. Should you rebel, the Empress will not spare you. I advise you to think thrice. Pang Hui, now genuinely frightened, had not anticipated Zhengzhe's betrayal at this moment, which sent him into a panic. Slap. Zhengzhe struck Pang Hui twice across the face. Think thrice? You insolent fool, you've bossed me around for years. I've long wanted to kill you, but lacked the opportunity. At last, heaven has granted me this moment. Bring forth the Pang family's kin. Zhengzhe declared with unrestrained arrogance. As his words fell, several soldiers dragged forth numerous family members. Nana, Jin Lian, Ping Er, Chunmei. What is this? Pang Hui's eyes turned red. He saw that his women were disheveled, bearing numerous wounds as if they had been violated. Zhengzhe, you scoundrel. You allowed others to lay hands on my women. I will kill you. He bellowed in fury. Kill me? Old fool, do you think you are worthy? Do you not see who holds power in Sioux City now? I intend not only to toy with your women, but also your daughter. Zhengzhe hissed maliciously. What? Nana? No, Zhengzhe, you cannot harm Nana. She is but a child. Spare her. You may kill me instead. Pang Hui's expression shifted dramatically, panic rising as he feared for his daughter's safety. No. Why have the alien races grown so strong? Outside the city, countless sea beasts invaded, and Lei Ba Xian's 2,000 warriors were swiftly surrounded. Faced with the slaughter of the sea beasts, they were overwhelmed and utterly outmatched. Initially, they had underestimated the sea beasts, thinking them to be the same feeble creatures as before, but now they had transformed into nightmarish hunters, leaving them as mere prey. The transition was utterly terrifying. 20,000 warriors were overwhelmed by an army of several 100,000 from the alien tribes, and the slaughter continued unabated. In this moment, they finally comprehended the true essence of despair and fear. Was this the genuine strength of the alien races? Many warriors were thrown into a state of panic. We are finished. We have been defeated. These warriors were engulfed by hopelessness. In the Wanha mansion, within the clock tower, a sinister excitement surged within Yi Chun as he beheld Qin Yudong's injury and the entrapment of the 20,000 warriors. This was his war of vengeance. He was utilizing the hands of the alien races to exact retribution upon his enemies. He harbored an intense loathing for everyone in Sioux City. The inhabitants of this city deserved to perish. Brother Yi Chun, they are so pitiful, a voice echoed. Chapter 29. Lei Baxian has fled. Young Master Qin has been defeated. Young Master Qin was swiftly vanquished by a single blow from the alien foes. The alien race proved to be formidable. The winds howl, urging everyone to escape for their lives. Sioux City is doomed. Outside the eastern city gate, rumors swirl like a tempest. The previously favorable situation has flipped in an instant, leading to a state of utter despair. 20,000 warriors are ensnared in the slaughter by hundreds of thousands of alien adversaries, unable to extricate themselves. Morale is plummeting, and the will to fight has evaporated, leaving only despair. In this battle, Sioux City has already succumbed. No, please don't kill me. Mother, I'm scared. I don't want to die. It's raining. I need to go home and fetch the clothes. Don't bite me. My flesh is not fresh. I never bathe. My arm. Give me back my right hand. The human warriors, numbering 20,000, have become lambs to the slaughter. The aliens are merciless. They are reduced to mere sustenance, suffering at their hands. Master, the situation is dire. We must flee, Gong Yinyan said gravely as she approached Lei Baxian. The defeat is overwhelming. Hope for victory has vanished. The fall of Sioux City is merely a matter of time. Once the aliens breach the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. The only viable plan is to escape. Only by fleeing can they hope to survive. Escape? You treacherous disciple, what nonsense are you spouting? Our Thunderbolt Martial School is not composed of those who retreat without a fight, who fear for their lives. Anyone who speaks of retreat shall be met with death. Those loyal to their country shall be honored. Kill. Lei Baxian's fury erupted at her words. Master, the aliens are cunning and filled with deceit. Our defeat is certain. No one can reverse this fate. Preserving our strength is the best strategy. It is futile for us to perish here. As long as we survive, we will have the opportunity for vengeance. Gong Yinyan argued, betraying her own fear. What? Me? Lei Baxian hesitated, recognizing his own fear behind his earlier bravado. Master, if not for yourself, then consider Lei Long, your only son, and my lovely fellow disciples. If anything were to happen to you, who would protect them? Especially my dear sister Chi-Chi, the campus belle, with her fair skin and long legs. Countless vile men covet her, wishing to take her home. Gong Yinyan's eloquent words struck a chord in Lei Baxian's heart. Gulp. Indeed, my beloved cannot fall into the hands of others. The fate of others matters little to me. I am not like that fool Yi Chen. I shall return to the city, gather my family, and depart Sioux City at once, heading for Jiang City. Lei Baxian was evidently swayed. Lei Long. He is his beloved son. Those few women acquired in the apocalypse are his treasures, especially Chi-Chi, a woman of unparalleled charm. Before the apocalypse, she was the belle of the arts school. Her beauty, grace, and prowess in bed have enchanted him to no end. He cannot allow others to touch his women. Yin, you are correct. I have been foolish. We must return to the city immediately. Lei Baxian proclaimed anxiously. Master, you are wise, Gong Yinyan replied, elated that her scheme had succeeded. Subsequently, Lei Baxian personally forged a path, leading his loyal followers away from the battlefield in secrecy. Chi-Chi, my dear heart, your loving husband has come to rescue you. Not good, the pavilion master has fled. Hurry. With the departure of Lei Baxian and Gong Yinyan, the two mainstays, the remaining 20,000 warriors became headless flies, swiftly falling prey to the slaughter, meeting their end more rapidly. The alien army soon engulfed them all. Eat. Kill. Humans, food. Delicious. Savory. The 20,000 warriors were reduced to sustenance for these sea beasts, who consumed their bodies, absorbing their essence to enhance their own power. Without Yu Chen, these humans are like ants. Killing them is dreadfully tedious. They brought this upon themselves. Their foolishness led them to ally with us to conspire against Yu Chen, ultimately sealing their own doom. I have thoroughly investigated their treachery. Just days ago, Peng Hui, Qin Yudong, and others fabricated charges, convening a public trial to condemn Yu Chen. He was framed, forced to take poison and perish, his body discarded into a mass grave, leaving no trace. Not a single soul spoke on his behalf during the trial. These humans are truly vile. In the alien camp, upon learning the truth, the sea beast leaders were equally incensed by Chen and Apos, as fate. Alas, heaven is envious of talent. Chen did not deserve to die this way, one sea beast king lamented. Indeed, Chen should have died in battle, not at the hands of his own kind. What of the common folk? Why did none speak for Chen? He defended humanity for 10 years, fighting valiantly at the Jiangning fortress. Has his sacrifice been in vain? Another sea beast king expressed his bewilderment. Enough of this. We must take action now. Kill. Thilu commanded. Slaughter Sioux City. In the bell tower, Yi Chun and Shangwan Xiener observed the carnage outside the eastern city. Xian and Apos, I know you possess a kind heart, but in this apocalypse, boundless kindness can become a sin. The people of Sioux City have brought this upon themselves. Do you understand? Yu Chen cautioned. Brother Yi, I understand, Shangwan Xian and Apos, replied, though reluctant. She acknowledged the actions of Qin Yudong and Lu Shan and, considering Yi Chen's plight, began to grasp the reality of the world, realizing the truth in Yi Chen's words. She resolved to be wary of others in her future dealings. Xiener, harbor no ill intent, but remain vigilant against others. In the apocalypse, the duality of human nature is magnified infinitely. To survive, killing and arson become trivial. And some might even sell their own wives, daughters, or family for a packet of instant noodles. In these extraordinary times, people have lost their moral compass. I have only just come to understand this truth. I do not wish for you to suffer harm, Yu Chen remarked, his words forged from the bloody lessons of experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for watching coldly for 72 hours. Reward, Dantian 1, another system notification. What? A new reward? Dantian 1? Splendid. I am approaching the Spirit Sea realm. After the Pure Body realm comes the Spirit Sea realm. His current cultivation level is at the pinnacle of the Essence Refinement realm. And now he has received a reward of Dantian 1. Next, he will advance to the Spirit Sea realm, at which point his combat power will significantly enhance. With 2 Dantians in the peak of the Essence Refinement realm, his starting point in the Spirit Sea realm will be formidable compared to others. When he eventually enters the Spirit Sea realm, the surge in his power will be exceedingly daunting. He plans to strive for the ultimate level of the Spirit Sea realm. Tonight, he intends to take a life. He requires strength. Additionally, he must protect Shangwan Xiener. Brother Yu Chen, I'm so sorry. I realize my mistakes. From now on, I will heed your advice and ensure my own safety, Shangwan Xiener said, overwhelmed with guilt. She understands Yu Chen's concern. Chapter 30, 2 Dantian Xiener. Harboring benevolent thoughts is commendable, yet we must first learn to safeguard ourselves, Yu Chen earnestly urged. I will heed your words, Brother Yu Chen, Xiener responded softly, entwining her arm with his. She did not argue, understanding that Yu Chen was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Xiener, how are Uncle and Aunt faring in Longjing? Yu Chen inquired. They are well enough. As the holy maiden of the Maoshan sect, my family is under our protection. And Longjing has also dispatched people to watch over them. They are safe, Xiener assured him. In these tumultuous times, the families of high-level martial artists receive protection from the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring their safety and livelihood. Previously, Yu Chen's family enjoyed similar privileges, but now, due to his perceived treachery, they have been exiled. Brother Yu Chen, I heard that a video surfaced online showing the alien races conspiring to harm you alongside Qin Yudong and Peng Hui. Your grievances have been vindicated. I believe the Yi family will also receive care from the Dragon Kingdom. They will be safe, for you are innocent, Xiener stated. Realizing that Yu Chen was worried about her. Will they? The Empress is truly incompetent. She failed to exonerate me promptly, neglected to seek my remains, and did not issue any rewards or reassurances. Her leadership of the Dragon Kingdom is a grave error. I am certain that chaos will soon engulf the Dragon Kingdom, and her reign will reach its conclusion, Yu Chen expressed with palpable discontent. Brother Yu Chen, surely not? The Ji family is backed by the Xianyuan clan, the foremost family in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting terrifying martial prowess. Our ability to stand against the alien races is largely due to their influence. It is rumored that the Xianyuan clan has ancient emperors of the pinnacle 9th rank, Xiener noted, aware of many secrets within the Dragon Kingdom. 9th rank ancient emperors? The Xianyuan clan? What of it? Even the 10th rank emperors of the Dragon Kingdom cannot prevent the Empress from stepping down. Her unjust actions have alienated all the meritorious individuals. Ignorance. I am acutely aware of the Empress's stance regarding my predicament, and it fills me with profound disappointment. Yu Chen replied, do not forget, he is a person of merit, having defended humanity for a decade. If an ordinary citizen were to be harmed simply due to their martial background, would that be overlooked? while I may understand the actions of some local officials. As the Empress, Guillotine represents the Dragon Kingdom's stance. Her behavior will dishearten countless individuals who have contributed to our cause. After all, many martial artists were once ordinary people before awakening their talents, and they too may turn their backs on the Dragon Kingdom, Chen asserted. Indeed, those who win the hearts of the people will seize the world. This holds true even in these apocalyptic times, he continued. Brother Chen, the Empress has indeed overstepped. Yet, perhaps she has her own burdens. After all, she possesses an SSS-level talent and has now ascended to the 8th rank of the Dragon Transformation realm. The Dragon Kingdom will not falter, Chen contended, believing Chen to be overly pessimistic. Guillotine is foolish. Are you also foolish? It is widely discussed online. She disregards the opinions of the defense forces throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Why do they advocate for the severe punishment of Qin Yudong and Peng Hui? It is not for me, but for themselves. They fear that they might end up like me, fighting valiantly for the defense of humanity, only to be easily framed and slain, with no one to seek justice for them. They dread that the perpetrators will continue to thrive, while they perish unjustly. Chen elaborated. Chen, tell me, if you were in my position, what choice would you make? Would you continue to dedicate yourself to this Empress, to this country? Chen's maturity shone through, as he had learned to gauge the hearts of others. Well, Brother Chen, I do not know. Perhaps I too would become disillusioned with this nation. But with the Xianyuan clan, the Empress. Chen hesitated, for Chen's words resonated with unsettling truth. She could not fathom that the Empress's arbitrary decisions could lead to such dire consequences. Did this not undermine the very foundation of the nation? Let us not dwell on her. She believes that I am dead. No matter how exceptional my talents, I possess less value than Qin Yudong. Such views will undoubtedly influence others. Many will start to seek alternative paths, for the Dragon Kingdom possesses numerous factions beyond just Longjing, does it not? Chen remarked. Indeed. There are many people and forces currently allied with our Maoshan sect, and that number seems to be increasing. Disillusionment with Longjing is growing among the populace, Chen acknowledged. Having attended many charitable events as the Holy Maiden of the Maoshan sect. Meanwhile, as Chen conversed with Chen, he diligently focused on enhancing his power. Beep. Please note. The system is implanting a new Dantian. This process is swift. Please hold on. Beep. Dantian implantation successful. Beep. Congratulations, the host now possesses 2 Dantians. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Wonderful. Chen exclaimed with immense joy. He immediately began to circulate the true qi within his Dantians, breaking through the threshold of the Spirit Sea realm, officially entering that level of martial cultivation. A terrifying aura surged from his 2 Dantians. Then, astonishingly, they transformed into the symbol of Taiji, resembling a cosmic sea of stars from afar, utterly miraculous. What is this? Taiji? Yin and Yang. What is happening? He was utterly bewildered, the transformation surpassing his comprehension. Beep. Congratulations to the host for serendipitously opening the Taiji Yin-Yang Spirit Sea. This Spirit Sea is the first of its kind throughout history, containing the mysteries of creation and evolution, capable of manifesting the heavens and earth within the Dantians. Beep. The host has triggered a top-tier achievement reward task for opening the Taiji Yin-Yang Spirit Sea. Relevant rewards are being distributed. Please check your inventory. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving the supreme gift package of the Spirit Sea realm. Shall I open the gift package? Yes. Chen replied blankly. Ding. The supreme gift pack of the Spiritual Sea realm is now being unlocked. Ding. You have received the reward, the Primordial Tao Scripture, Spirit Sea Chapter. Ding. You have received the reward, 10 Taiji Yin-Yang fish. These fish can swim within the Taiji Yin-Yang Star Sea, allowing the host to absorb the essence of heaven and earth autonomously. Ding. You have received the reward, 1 million attribute points. Ding. You have received the reward, 1 Imperial Empress's intimate bodice. This bodice, a personal item of the Empress, emits a youthful fragrance, calming the mind and spirit. It is a priceless treasure. Ding. You have received the reward, 1 private photo of Guillotine. This reward seems rather inappropriate, does it not? A private photo of Guillotine? The Empress? A bodice? Me? Chen found himself utterly speechless upon witnessing this. He promptly absorbed the Taiji Yin-Yang fish into his Dantian, with 10 Yin and 10 Yang fish entering their corresponding Yin Sea and Yang Sea. As the 20 Yin Yang fish swam freely within his Dantian Spiritual Sea, he soon realized that the peculiar red substance contained in the strange red rain was being drawn into the Yin-Yang spiritual energy through the bizarre absorption force generated by his 2 Dantian. Subsequently, Chen clearly observed that his spiritual sea was expanding at a visibly remarkable rate. What is happening? He was utterly bewildered. Chapter 31. The Antidote. In the dim light of the eastern city wall, Pang Na lay helplessly on the ground, her garments tattered and her visage drenched with tears, evoking a sense of profound pity. Zhangze, you scoundrel, may you suffer a fate worse than death. My father will avenge me, she lamented. Haha. As expected of the esteemed daughter of the Pang family, you are indeed quite soft. I find it delightful, Zhangze retorted with an air of arrogance, his face betraying a sense of satisfaction. Over the years, all his pin-up rage had been unleashed upon Pang Na. It was exhilarating. He gestured for someone to remove the foul sock from Pang Hui's mouth. See, Pang Hui? This is your retribution. I have not only bedded your wife but have also sullied your daughter. What can you do about it? Pathetic. His arrogance was palpable. Zhangze, you wretch. I treated you well, and your rise to the position of the highest commander in Su City was due to my support. Now you betray me and insult my daughter. I shall kill you and have you suffer 1,000 tortures. Pang Hui seethed with hatred, regretting ever promoting this devil. Oh, 1,000 tortures? Do you possess such capability? Zhangze mocked. I, Zhangze, am the ruler of Su City. Your life and death lie within my grasp. He chuckled disdainfully. Pang Hui was rendered speechless by Zhangze's audacity. Suddenly, a figure emerged, Lei Baxian. Zhangze, you dare to lay a hand on my daughter-in-law? You seek death. His expression was twisted with fury upon discovering the plight of Pang Na. He could not bear the thought of someone else taking the lead. Lei Baxian. How did you get in? I ordered the city's defenses to be activated. Zhangze stammered, his face paling. Though he was the highest commander of the Su City Defense Forces, he was utterly powerless. Seeing Lei Baxian triggered a primal instinct to reach for his sidearm. In a swift motion, a cold glimmer flashed, severing Zhangze's right hand, which fell to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. You dare to harm my master? You are courting death. The assailant was none other than Gong Yanyan, a martial artist of the initial stage of the 7th rank, rendering Zhangze as insignificant as an ant before her. Gong Yanyan, how dare you? I am the highest commander of the Su City Defense Forces. You are committing an act of rebellion against authority. Zhangze shouted defiantly. Report you? Zhangze, you are quite naive to think you have such an opportunity. Ignorance. Su City is doomed. Everyone within will perish. I will kill you without anyone knowing, Gong Yanyan replied coldly. What? You? No, please don't kill me. I can offer you wealth, supplies. I possess many resources. Just spare my life. Lei Baxian, I am willing to be your dog. Please, let me live. Zhangze pleaded, his complexion ashen. You wretched scoundrel. You have insulted my daughter and sullied my wife. Go to hell, Pang Hui declared, and with that, gunfire erupted as he shot Zhangze mercilessly. Dad! Pang Na cried out as she flung herself into Pang Hui and Appo's embrace, weeping helplessly. It's all right, Na. With your father here, you will be safe. I will eradicate the Zheng family entirely, Pang Hui vowed, driven by a desire for vengeance. Old Pang. Su City cannot be defended any longer. We must flee, Lei Baxian suddenly suggested. Very well, we shall depart for Su City, Pang Hui affirmed. He had long prepared escape routes for himself, and Su City was among them, where he had established a foundation. Yan, you are in charge of protecting old Pang. I will gather our allies. We shall meet in the northern city, Lei Baxian instructed. Understood, Gong Yanyan replied. As Lei Baxian departed, Qin Yudong returned, accompanied by several members of the Black Dragon Guard. One of them carried Qin Yudong, urgency etched on his face. Quickly, summon a doctor. Hurry, he commanded. This individual was Shi Qian Dao, a peak 6th rank warrior with A-level talent and a leader within the Black Dragon Guard, an elite force of the Qin family. Organized similarly to the Jinyui, comprising ranks from the Supreme Commander to the 100-man leader. Fetch Mr. Chang, Gong Yanyan ordered, her teeth clenched in determination. She had not anticipated Qin Yudong's injuries would be so severe, especially upon noticing the dark aura surrounding his wounds. She immediately deduced he had been poisoned. Mr. Chang, a physician from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, had once been a traditional healer before the apocalypse, later discovering his talent and becoming a martial artist. What is this? Snake venom. After assessing Qin Yudong's condition, Mr. Chang's brow furrowed deeply. This injury is quite troublesome. Mr. Chang, what has happened to our young master? Shi Qiandao inquired anxiously. The situation is dire for young Master Qin. He has not only sustained internal injuries but has also been poisoned. Fortunately, his vital energy is robust, or he would have perished by now. He has been poisoned by the Shadow Snake King and Appo's venom, which is notoriously difficult to treat, Mr. Chang explained. Is there a remedy? If you can save our young master, you shall be our benefactor, and the Chen family will be eternally grateful, Shi Qiandao implored, bowing deeply. Very well, I will assist. Mr. Chang replied after a moment's hesitation. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his person and poured out a snow-white pill. This is the snow ginseng pill, crafted from century-old snow ginseng and various other medicinal herbs. It not only neutralizes poisons but also enhances a warrior's power. Such a treasure exists? Gong Yinyan exclaimed, her admiration evident. Will this pill save our young master? Shi Qiandao pressed. It cannot cure him entirely, Mr. Chang stated, shaking his head. However, it can suppress the poison and prevent it from worsening. The venom of the Shadow Serpent King is, after all, one of the most extraordinary poisons of our time. To completely neutralize it, there are only two remedies, the Tian Shan Snow Lotus and the Shaolin Grand Rejuvenation Pill. Alas, Su City has fallen. Within Yuchen, an enigmatic crimson substance from the Red Rain continuously siphons energy, entering his Dantian and transforming into a mysterious force that aids his evolution. He faintly senses that the origin of this red substance is far from ordinary. Previously, he had inquired with the system, but it paid him no heed. The system assessed his peak combat power. He asked, Ding, detecting host and amp, Oppos, S peak combat power. Base combat power, 3200. Level 10 strength amplification, 3500. Martial power of the Spirit Sea Realm, 5800. Battle God Body, tenfold power enhancement. Ding, the host and Oppos, S current peak combat power is 125,000. 125,000 combat power? At last, I possess 8th tier strength. Tonight, I shall unleash my full might in battle. Qin Yudong, Peng Hui, Lei Baxian, none of you shall escape. Yi Chen spoke ominously. 1 million attribute points? Where shall I allocate them? To myself? Chapter 32, Ascending Again, Black Zombie, Level 10 Strength, Combat Power increased by 3,500. Upgradable. With no upper limit on levels. Required attribute points for upgrade, 60,000. Level 10 defense, impervious to ordinary blades and firearms, resistant to 6th tier attacks. Have damage from 7th tier assaults, capable of withstanding one pinnacle strike from an 8th tier master. Upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. Required attribute points for upgrade, 50,000. Soul Devour, Level 1 talent, required attribute points for upgrade, 1,000. Plunder, Level 1 ability. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 300. This ability, as its name implies, grants a chance to seize a portion of attribute points from humans, zombies, and other races upon their demise. The higher the ability level, the greater the chance and amount of points obtained. System, what conditions must be met to evolve into a black zombie? Yi Chen inquired. Ding. To evolve into a black zombie, one must continue to enhance their hair until it evolves to black, at which point it will automatically transform into a black zombie. The system prompted. Enhance hair? This seems rather simplistic. Let and amp, Oppos, S begin the enhancement. Yi Chen, with a staggering 1 million attribute points, felt quite luxurious. Enhancing hair. Initiate. Ding. Successfully deducted 200 attribute points. Added 40 strands of hair. Ding. Successfully deducted 200 attribute points. Added 40 strands of hair. Adding a single strand of hair requires 5 attribute points. To reach 65,000 strands, approximately 325,000 attribute points are necessary. This is yet another lengthy enhancement process. After about 30 minutes, he finally completed the enhancement. Through his handsome exterior, Yi Chen observed that both his hair and skin had transformed to black. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving into Black Zombie. He had successfully ascended. I have become even more formidable. Haha, too impressive. Yi Chen felt an immense sense of pride. He could distinctly sense that his zombie form had been further augmented. It was estimated that during his previous state as a walking corpse, his physical defense was adequate against ordinary sniper rifles and common artillery. However, upon becoming a black zombie, his black skin could withstand missile bombardments. This enhancement was substantial. In the post-apocalyptic world, while both other races and human warriors wield extraordinary powers, humanity and Oppos, S advanced weaponry still poses a threat to both warriors and other races. For instance, certain missiles can eliminate 6th and 7th tier entities. Only 8th tier masters possess the ability to teleport and wield terrifying mental prowess, allowing them to anticipate the targeting of missiles and other top tier weapons. Thus, Only by reaching the 8th tier can one become a pillar of national strength and the true overlord of the apocalypse. Let us continue enhancing. He began to allocate points to strength, defense, soul devour, and plunder. After another 30 minutes, he had exhausted all his attribute points. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host, Chen, level 3, black zombie. Next level, green zombie. Life, -1 billion, can be reversed through attribute allocation. Combat power, 6,200. Host ascended to black zombie. Combat power increased by 3,000. Abilities, level 15 chi induction ability, autonomously absorbing various energies within a 55,000 meter radius. Energy absorption rate increased by 8,000. Attribute point conversion of 520 points hour, with a daily conversion limit of 6,000 points. This ability is upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 150,000. Level 1 corpse resistance, immune to various zombie and undead viruses, maxed out, cannot allocate further points. Level 1 corpse poison. Inflicting damage through poison, upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 100. Level 13 strength, combat power increased by 5,500, upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. Required attribute points for upgrade, 200,000. Level 12 defense, impervious to common blades and firearms, resistant to early stage 8th tier attacks. Have damage from late stage 8th tier assaults, capable of withstanding one pinnacle strike from a 9th tier master, upgradable, with no upper limit on levels. Required attribute points for upgrade, 150,000. Level 10 mobility, maxed out. Arms can move freely, capable of executing even the most complex martial techniques with greater agility than an ordinary person. Legs have also been fully liberated, exceeding normal human flexibility. Level 10 plunder, maxed out, cannot be upgraded. This ability grants a 65% chance of successfully seizing the majority of attribute points from those killed, including humans, zombies, and other races. Talent, SSS-level talent, Battle God Body, Awakened. Can enhance talent potential through attribute allocation, with opportunities for talent sublimation, each allocation requiring 100 points. Soul Devour, level 8, upgradable, required attribute points for upgrade, 60,000. Available attribute points, 17 points. Test my peak combat power. Chen exclaimed with immense excitement. He firmly believed that his combat power had significantly increased. After all, he had just elevated his zombie rank and enhanced his strength abilities. This time, he expected an increase of several tens of thousands in combat power. Ding. Testing host peak combat power. Base combat power, 6,200. Level 13 strength combat power increase, 5,500. Martial arts combat power in Spirit Sea Realm, 5,800. Battle God Body, 10 times combat power boost. Ding. Host's current peak combat power is 175,000. 175,000 combat power? That will suffice. Chen brimmed with confidence. He was assured that he could trample the 8th tier sea beast king, Cthulhu, into the ground. He would not waste any more time. It was time for vengeance. He could not allow Leba and the others to escape. Sienna, let us proceed. The game is afoot. It is time for our performance. Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus, Shaolin Big Revitalizing Pill. Shi Qiandao found himself genuinely troubled. After all, acquiring either of these items would pose a significant challenge. Even for the Chen family. Is there no alternative, sir? He asked. This? It is not. However, this method involves harm. Mr. Chang hesitated. He had chanced upon a forbidden technique known as transference technique within the hands of a wicked healer. This dark art could transfer the poison within young Master Chen to another, but the recipient would inevitably perish. As long as you can save young Master Chen. Our Chen family is willing to try anything, Shi Qiandao said anxiously. However, this method requires transferring the peculiar poison from young Master Chen to another. The individual receiving the poison will die. I have calculated that at least 20 transferees are necessary to complete this process. The cost is exorbitant. Mr. Chang's expression reflected his dilemma. What? 20 people? Sir, that is trivial. I shall immediately procure 20 lowly individuals for you. Please, assist the young master in detoxification. Shi Qiandao was indeed a ruthless individual. His sole concern was young Master Chen Yudong's safety, with no regard for the lives of ordinary citizens. This is rather inappropriate, is it not? Taking the lives of commoners is a capital offense. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chang's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware of the Chen family's ruthless and domineering ways, yet he never anticipated their audacity would reach such extremes. Do they truly regard human life as mere fodder? He regretted having disclosed the art of transfer so readily. Sir, you are solely responsible for saving lives. The burdens of any transgression shall fall upon us, said Shi Qiandao, bowing respectfully. With that, he ordered his men to seize individuals. Go. Apprehend 20 people. No. Make it 50. Chapter 33. The mutated zombie strikes. I refuse to die. No matter what it takes, I must be healed. Do you understand? Qin Yudong, drenched in cold sweat and suffering immensely, awoke from his unconscious state, grasping the hand of Shi Qiandao and speaking with intensity. Young master, even if I must slay every soul in the city, I will ensure your recovery, Shi Qiandao replied fervently. Very well, as long as I am unharmed and return to Longjing. I shall bestow upon you 20 beautiful maidens and promote you to the rank of Qianhu in the Black Dragon Guard. What say you? Qin Yudong inquired. Thank you. Young master, I vow my undying loyalty to you, Shi Qiandao exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. 20 maidens? Qianhu? Such rewards are beyond my wildest dreams. He thought. Serve me well, and I shall not neglect you. Qin Yudong continued to entice Shi Qiandao. In his current state of severe injury, he found himself reliant on Shi Qiandao. The Black Dragon Guard he had brought along had suffered significant losses. He lamented deeply. Each fallen member was a tremendous blow to the Qin family and Appo's strength. Indeed, Shi Qiandao affirmed. Mr. Chong, if you can heal me, I, Qin Yudong, will grant you a condition. His voice was weak but firm. That is a high price to pay, Mr. Chong mused, feeling tempted. A promise from Qin Yudong carried immense weight, potentially even saving his life. I, Qin Yudong, am a man of my word. I shall fulfill this condition. You should trust in the strength of the Qin family, he stated confidently. Very well, I will assist you. Qin Xiao, a pleasant collaboration awaits us. Within the city, the Black Dragon Guard commenced their ruthless hunt for civilians. They exhibited unparalleled brutality, mercilessly killing anyone who dared to resist. Let go of my husband, you fiends! A woman cried as 2 members of the Black Dragon Guard invaded her modest home, dragging her husband away. Begone! One of the guards barked, before ruthlessly slaying her. No, my wife. Why have you done this? I will fight you. The man screamed in anguish. Seeking death. Kill him. Another guard commanded, swiftly ending the man and Appo's life as well. Cursed luck. Next house. The guards continued their search for men. Simultaneously, the city's defense forces were rampantly looting for spirit stones, seizing money and supplies. Some soldiers even committed heinous acts against women. This one is quite fresh. I hear she and Appo's newlywed. We struck gold. They laughed as they terrorized the populace, evoking countless cries of despair. Why? Who will save us? Wasn't he there a General Yi who once helped us? We should seek him out for justice. Many began to remember Yi Chen. Feudal. During the public trial, we voted to poison General Yi. He warned us against trusting Peng Hui and those deceitful officials, but we did not heed his advice, leading to our current calamity. Regret has come too late. The crowd lamented, weeping over their lost resources. When General Yi defended Jiangning Fortress, we lived peacefully. Why did we listen to slander and allow Peng Hui to betray him? Why did we not speak up for him? Were we truly so foolish? As the citizens wallowed in regret, Yi Chen and Shang Wanxianer, having disguised themselves, entered the streets, soon encountering the defense soldiers brazenly plundering the public. Do not take my belongings. Let go of my wife. Cries of despair echoed around them. Several defense soldiers, having just stolen goods, were now eyeing the beauty of the man's wife. Please, gentlemen, have mercy and spare my wife. She is with child. One man pleaded desperately. One soldier callously placed his foot on the man's face, mocking him cruelly. We fight for Sioux City. Is it not fair for your wife to comfort us? Without us, could you live peacefully? Do not worry. Once she cleans herself up, she will still be of use. The soldier's cruelty ran deep, inciting the man's wrath. What? No. I will become a vengeful spirit and take vengeance upon you. The man's eyes burned with fury. This fellow threatens us. How shall we deal with him? Shall we cut off his left leg or his right? Perhaps we should decapitate him and use his head as a ball? The soldiers laughed menacingly. In that moment, Yi Chen noticed the man absorbing the white substance from the crimson rain. His body undergoing a transformation. He was becoming a zombie. Is this a zombie transformation? This is dire, Yi Chen exclaimed, filled with urgency. But as he spoke, he realized he was no longer a member of the Sioux City Defense Forces. He was a mere observer of death. What? Zombies? You brother, what are you saying? Did we not eliminate all zombies in Sioux City? Shangguan Sienna interjected, puzzled. Before she could finish, the soldier who had tormented the man suddenly screamed in terror. The man had transformed into a zombie and lunged at the soldier, taking him down. Curse you! You tormented me and my wife. I shall feast upon your flesh. The man, now a zombie, still retained the ability to speak. A phenomenon unlike any seen before. Could it be that the apocalypse has evolved? Chen pondered, astonished. Yet, he quickly returned to his own concerns. What happens to others is of no consequence to me. I need only to look after myself. Ah, it's a zombie. The zombies have come. The remaining soldiers, now filled with dread, lamented their reckless actions. Run? Can you escape me? I will feast upon you. The man, now a zombie, moved with blinding speed, swiftly taking down several soldiers. Ah, their cries echoed as they fell victim to his deadly hunger. Ah, delightful, the man exclaimed with a sinister grin. His gaze swept across Chen, yet he refrained from making a move against him. An instinctive awareness whispered to him that Chen was a formidable threat. He turned and retreated into the room, soon emerging with his wife in tow before departing. Brother Chen, who is he? Shangguan Sienna inquired, her voice laced with astonishment. This man is a mutated zombie, having awakened a unique talent alongside human intellect. I suspect the apocalypse has undergone an evolution, Chen speculated. Perhaps an even greater calamity is approaching. What? The apocalypse evolving? What do we do now? Where shall we go? Shangguan Sienna responded, her complexion paling as terror engulfed her. Chapter 34. The zombie massacre. Pay no heed to him. The sky will not fall. Even if it does, I shall protect my Sienna. Let us go. Chen was not merely boasting. He possessed such formidable strength. After all, he had a system by his side. In this apocalyptic era, with a system at his disposal, he was destined to ascend as the supreme overlord above the Blue Star, slaying gods and demons alike. He had every reason to be confident. Our target is Qin Yudong. Indeed, just as the two were about to depart, they noticed a squad of guards approaching. Upon discovering the bodies of their fallen comrades on the ground, they immediately locked onto Chen and Shangguan Sienna as their targets. Halt! A junior officer of the guards called out to them. Is there something you need? Shangguan Sienna inquired. Did you kill our brothers? The officer pointed at the lifeless bodies of the guards. No, they were bitten by zombies. If you don't believe us, examine the wounds, Shangguan Sienna replied. What? Zombies? Impossible. We have cleared all the zombies from Sioux City. Where could they have come from? The junior officer was incredulous at Shangguan Sienna's words. Believe it or not, you can check the bodies and find out, Shangguan Sienna urged. She wished to avoid conflict with the guards. Boss, it is true. The wounds are consistent with zombie bites. There are zombies in Sioux City. A soldier exclaimed as he examined a deceased comrade, sending a wave of panic through him. He recalled the horrors of a decade ago when the apocalypse struck, and zombies ravaged Sioux City, claiming countless lives. At that time, 3 layers of people had turned into zombies. Fortunately, a hero emerged, leading the guards to eradicate the undead. That hero was Chen. Impossible. Why? Haven and Amp. Oppos. The zombies disappeared? The junior officer approached to inspect the body. Just then, the corpse suddenly convulsed, its limbs and head twisting in an irregular manner. Crackle, humans, food, blood, flesh. The zombie lunged at the nearest guard, savagely tearing into him. Captain, help me. I don't want to. The soldier's cries were abruptly silenced as the zombie bit through his neck. Indeed, it is a zombie. Quick, shoot. Eliminate them. The junior officer shouted in terror. Crackle. This zombie has evolved. It is not a low-tier one. It possesses awareness and unique abilities, previously awakened with speed-related powers. You cannot kill me. Whoosh. The zombie vanished in an instant, becoming a mere shadow. It then lunged at the junior officer. No, someone, kill it. Kill. The junior officer was thrown into a panic. Beep. Current zombie strength. Tier 3, combat power 2650. Tier 3? Just awakened? The power of this mutated zombie is terrifying. Chen was astonished. He realized that perhaps not only the zombies had evolved, but so had the otherworldly beings. However, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with an unspoken anticipation, murmuring to himself, let the storm come with greater ferocity. Afterward, he departed with Sienna, their sights set on Qin Yudong. As they left, the remaining fallen soldiers transformed into mutated zombies, each imbued with a consciousness and distinct abilities, all at Tier 3 strength. No, the junior officer met his demise. Crackle. The zombies did not pursue Chen. Instinctively, they recognized him and Shangguan Sienna and Oppos, as formidable threats. They turned instead towards the city, initiating a new hunt. Humans, food, eat. Outside East City, the 6 great sea beast kings and Sukula had gathered. They joined forces to assault the city's protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive strike, the barrier began to tremble precariously. The prowess of the otherworldly beings was overwhelming. 6 peak Tier 7 beings, accompanied by a Tier 8 sea beast king. Young master, it and amp, oppos, s bad. Shi Qianhao exclaimed. What is it? Qin Yudong opened his eyes in displeasure. Those otherworldly beings are attacking the protective barrier fiercely. It may not hold out much longer, Shi Qianhao warned. What? Damn those otherworldly beings. Retreat at once. Shi Qianhao, take Mr. Chang with you. We must head to Jiang City. Jiang City has Tier 8 experts and a stronger protective barrier, Qin Yudong commanded. Understood. Just as they were about to act, someone arrived. Qin Yudong, you shall not leave. It was Yuchen and Shang Wanxian and amp, oppos. What? You dare provoke the Qin family? Depart. Shi Qianhao barked. Fool, be silent. Yuchen, clearly displeased, swiftly approached Shi Qianhao, grasping his neck and silencing him without a word, discarding the lifeless body aside. Him? Who is he? Qin Yudong was alarmed. A peak Tier 6 had been killed with a mere gesture. Such strength was beyond his capabilities. Qin Yudong, today marks your demise. Shang Wanxian revealed her true form, her unparalleled beauty shining forth. It's you, Shang Wanxian? What do you want? You cannot kill me. I am the eldest son of the Qin family. If you slay me, it will incite a conflict between the Maoshan sect and the Qin family. I advise you to reconsider, Qin Yudong said, his bravado faltering. Swish, swish, swish. The Black Dragon Guards immediately shielded Qin Yudong, their mission being to protect him. Step back. Beep. Killed Shi Qianhao, triggering plunder. Gained. Attribute points 62,000. Another system prompt echoed. 62,000? That is rather meager. How stingy. Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. To him, a peak Tier 6 should yield nearly 1,000,000 attribute points. After all, just one drop of blood from a Tier 8 dragon transformation yields 10,000 attribute points. Yet slaying Shi Qianhao resulted in a mere 62,000. This disparity was unacceptable. At that moment, he noticed a fragment of soul attempting to escape from Shi Qianhao's body. He immediately activated his soul-devouring talent, consuming that essence. Subsequently, the soul-devouring talent refined the soul, infusing an exceptionally pure essence of spiritual energy into Yi Chen's consciousness, nourishing his soul and augmenting his spiritual prowess. Why was there no reward this time? Previously, when he consumed Lu Shan, he received attribute points as a reward. Is the system hoarding resources? He murmured to himself. Ding, warm reminder, when the host devoured Lu Shan, a hidden task to eliminate Lu Shan was triggered, thus yielding a reward. Now, in consuming Shi Qianhao, no hidden task has been activated, and the distribution of rewards does not align with the established mechanism. We appreciate your understanding. Friendly reminder. This system operates with absolute impartiality. Please refrain from questioning it. The system expressed a formal protest. Killing a 6th-tier opponent yields 62,000 attribute points. What about these Black Dragon Guards before me? Good heavens, I am on the brink of fortune. Currently, Yi Chen gazed at the Black Dragon Guards with glimmering eyes, perceiving them as mere moving attribute points. If he could eliminate them all, he would amass a significant amount of attribute points. With attribute points, he could enhance his strength. You are Yi Chen? You're not dead? No, it's impossible. What about the poison wine? Chapter 35, The Demise of Qin Yudong Poison Wine? The mere thought ignited a fire of fury within Yi Chen. The root of all his woes was Qin Yudong, that scoundrel. This bastard had schemed in the shadows, seeking to kill him, to usurp his talents, and to seize his beloved. He deserved nothing less than a brutal end. I shall rend you limb from limb, he spat vehemently. Kill. He charged at the Black Dragon Guards, and thus began his quest for vengeance. The prior ambush was merely an appetizer. His true target was Qin Yudong. Is that Yi Chen? How can this be? He was clearly slain by poison wine during the public trial. Beside him, Gong Yinyin was equally astonished. I understand now. Shang Wanxian and oppos. You madwoman. You've turned Yi Chen into a zombie. Do you not realize the peril in this? Her voice was laced with dread, for he could easily become an uncontrollable monster. You are jeopardizing the future of our kind. Qin Yudong, true to his lineage as the scion of the Qin family, quickly discerned the anomaly in Yi Chen. Connecting the dots, he recalled that Shang Wanxian was the saintess of the Maoshan sect. and thus deduced that her recent disappearance was due to corpse refining. Monster? Future of our kind? Qin Yudong, do not attempt to deceive us with grandiose rhetoric. If you truly cared for our kind's future, you would not have plotted against my brother Yi Chen. He had guarded the Jiangning fortress for a decade for the sake of Sioux City, yet all he received in return was betrayal and treachery. And you, along with the countless citizens of Sioux City, dared to hold a public trial against him. Not a single soul spoke on his behalf. Now you claim to care for our kind? Who shall hear my brother Yi Chen's grievances? Shangwan Xiener was seething with indignation. You absurdity. I am the heir of the Qin family. He is but a lowly commoner. His woman, his talents, are but trophies to me. Qin Yudong retorted sharply. Shameless. Scoundrel. Gong Yanyan and the others seethed with anger. They had never anticipated that these so-called noble families would exhibit such disgraceful behavior. Yet, they felt powerless to resist and could only endure. Fallacious arguments? Shangwan Xiener voiced her dissatisfaction. Commoner? Yu Chen's wrath surged. Engaging with such a person was futile. He had to hunt down these Black Dragon Guards to earn attribute points. Everyone attack. Kill. The Black Dragon Guards retaliated. Trained as elite assassins of the Qin family, their combat prowess was formidable. They promptly formed a battle array, charging towards Yi Chen. Having just slain Qi Qiandao, they recognized Yi Chen's strength and dared not underestimate him. Yet their efforts were ultimately in vain. The disparity in power was insurmountable. With a thunderous crash, Yi Chen surged into action. His speed was blinding, and the innate abilities of the battle god body erupted. Channeling his 8th-tier combat power, he struck with his right hand, mercilessly sending a Black Dragon Guard flying before he could even unleash his technique. Who are you? The Black Dragon Guard, a peak 6th-tier fighter, lay on the ground. Speechless as death claimed him. Beware. This creature is problematic. His strength is uncanny, murmured a scar-faced Black Dragon Guard. Fear gripped them. Though the Qin family's assassins feared not death, they hesitated at the prospect of a futile demise. Worthless fools, attack. Kill him. I can slay him once. I can slay him twice. Once he is dead, I shall claim his woman. Those who exert themselves shall be rewarded with a taste of the Maoshan Sanctus. She is not for just anyone to toy with, Qin Yudong sneered. Qin Yudong, your demise is imminent. Shangwan Xiener also engaged, wielding her longsword with grace as she clashed with several Black Dragon Guards. Kill. She commanded, and her sword, moving in an almost mystical manner, swiftly pierced the throats of 2 guards, sending them to meet the Buddha. Unbelievable. This woman is formidable, the guards gasped, recognizing her as a peak 7th-tier warrior. What are these 2 monsters? They thought, overwhelmed by their prowess. While Shangwan Xiener dispatched 2 Black Dragon Guards, Yi Chen had already eliminated around 10. His method was straightforward. He disregarded blade and sword injuries and simply closed in to snap their necks. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate his formidable defenses. Remarkable. Gong Yanyan was taken aback by the duo's extraordinary abilities. Seeing the chaos unfold, she stealthily withdrew. Yi Chen and Shangwan Xiener were there to eliminate Qin Yudong, and she had no desire to wade into such tumult. She believed Qin Yudong's fate was sealed that night. As for Mr. Chang and the various guards, they too fled, unwilling to face death. You? Come back. I am the heir of the Qin family. I command you to return, you commoners, protect me. If I perish, you shall all suffer. Qin Yudong trembled in fear. Yi Chen and Shangwan Xiener were relentless, in the blink of an eye. Half of the Black Dragon Guards at his side lay vanquished, leaving only 7 alive. Ding. Slain Zhangsan, triggering plunder, gaining 43,000 attribute points. Ding. Slain Li Si. Triggering plunder, gaining 23,000 attribute points. Ding. Slain Zhangsan, triggering plunder, gaining 39,000 attribute points. Ding. Slain Zhouba, triggering plunder, gaining 32,000 attribute points. Before long, Yi Chen amassed hundreds of thousands of attribute points. What a windfall. He was exhilarated. It was no wonder that some resorted to killing for treasure. The rewards were simply too lucrative. More. Again, after dispatching the last few Black Dragon Guards, Yi Chen approached Qin Yudong, seizing him by the neck. So, you are the esteemed heir, are you? A commoner, right? You think yourself grand, do you? Today, I shall trample you underfoot. Through mental connection, he communicated with Qin Yudong's soul, then channeled his true energy to shatter Qin Yudong's dantian and meridians with brutal force. Wah! Qin Yudong spat blood, his cultivation obliterated. Yi Chen, you scoundrel! You dare ruin my dantian? How vile! You are a demon. Do not be so arrogant. The Chen family will not spare you. We shall annihilate your entire clan. His face contorted in a fierce snarl. The Chen family? Wipe out my Yi family? Chen Yudong. Have you not already engaged in such matters? Do you truly believe this threat holds any weight? Yi Chen spoke ominously. Me? Chen Yudong, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Yi Chen's assertion bore a semblance of truth, for the members of the Yi family had vanished. Previously, he had exiled them all, and their current fate remained uncertain. No, Yi Chen, brother Chen, let us not act impulsively. Everything is open to negotiation. Purchase my life with money? Is that feasible? His fear of death prompted him to plead desperately with Yi Chen. Buying your life? What a fanciful dream. Yi Chen retorted with a cold laugh. He callously threw Chen Yudong to the ground and placed his foot upon the latter's face. Chen Xiao, is it? Are you not fond of trampling upon others? How does it feel to be beneath my foot now? He reveled in humiliating Chen Yudong. Yi Chen, this humiliation you inflict upon me will lead to your regret, Chen Yudong warned. Regret? No, I shall not regret. It is only by sparing your life that I would come to regret, Yi Chen replied with a fierce tone. Chen Yudong, my intentions extend beyond your demise. I desire the obliteration of your entire Chen family. You shall not walk the path of the underworld in solitude. Chapter 36. The 7th level Zombie King Zombies. There are zombies in the city. They are devouring humans. Hurry, eliminate those zombies. As Yi Chen was humiliating Chen Yudong, the city was filled with alarm bells, signaling that, in a brief span of time, those zombies had bitten too many people. These individuals had transformed into mutated zombies. 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. A horde of zombies rampaged mercilessly through the city. What? Zombies? Where did they come from? Chen Yudong exclaimed in utter astonishment. You ask? It's the result of your and Pang Hui's misdeeds. Now, the heavens are enraged, and this is divine retribution, Yi Chen declared sternly. Nonsense. What divine retribution? Yi Chen, do not think you can easily deceive me, Chen Yudong retorted loudly. Your words are quite excessive, Chen Yudong. Unaware of your impending doom, Yi Chen replied, filled with indignation, and he forcefully crushed Chen Yudong's right hand underfoot. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Ah! Chen Yudong screamed in agony. My hand, my hand. Yi Chen, you scoundrel. I vow to repay the humiliation I suffered today 1,000-fold. Oh, is that so? Then let us continue. You may seek your vengeance in due time, Yi Chen said, raising his foot once more to mangle Chen Yudong's right hand until it was bloodied and unrecognizable. Ah! Chen Yudong cried out again. His hand was ruined. Yi Chen, you are not human. You are a devil. He cursed mercilessly, beginning to regret his decision. He pondered why he had provoked this madman. All for an SSS-level talent? Wasn't there another with SSS-level talent in the Dragon Nation? Shangwanxianu? Yes. He had to admit that his initial choice to target Yi Chen was primarily due to Shangwanxianu. Cursed be it, for a woman, he had sacrificed his entire life. This endeavor had led to his ruin. Yi Chen, no, please do not kill me. I truly understand my mistakes. I can make amends. I will make amends. He finally conceded to Yi Chen. Hiss, Shangwanxianu, witnessing Yi Chen tormenting Chen Yudong, felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, the sight of severed limbs was disheartening. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, numerous eerie figures leaped up from beneath the city walls. Is that zombies? This is bad. Yi Chen, we must leave. These. Shangwanxianu noticed hundreds of zombies charging towards the city walls, causing her considerable unease. Xianu, it is of no concern. They would not dare to provoke us. Yi Chen reassured her. Huh, they wouldn't dare? Why? Confusion etched across Shangwanxianu's exquisite features. She could not comprehend why Yi Chen made such a claim. Cackling, humans. Kill, kill. A dozen zombies lunged towards Yi Chen and the others. Those blind creatures sought their demise. Yi Chen, infuriated, perceived a challenge to his authority. Die. He transformed into a streak of crimson, charging at the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. With terrifying combat prowess, he enveloped the zombies with his 8th level strength, causing their bodies to falter mid-leap. In an instant, Yi Chen was upon them, his hands like blades piercing through their forms, and he vivisected their hearts. Such worthless beings dare to provoke me? Perish, he exclaimed, tightly grasping the heart. With a crunch, 2 zombies collapsed to the ground. They were dead. The zombies' vital point lay in their hearts. To kill them, one must target their hearts. Ding. Slain a 5th level zombie, triggering plunder, Gained 12, 500 attribute points. Ding. Slain a 4th level zombie, triggering plunder. Gained 600 attribute points. Having dispatched 2 mutated zombies, he reaped a small fortune, 20,000 attribute points acquired. Gulp. Chen swiftly eliminated 2 zombies, immediately intimidating the remaining ones. They dared not advance any further. This person? How formidable. Fear gripped them. Retreat. The mutated zombies possessed intelligence, and upon witnessing this, they scattered in disarray. Pathetic. Chen scoffed at their retreat. Cowards. This human is a monster. He is too powerful. We must flee. One by one, the mutated zombies ran away, terrified of Chen. After all, he had effortlessly dispatched 2 of their companions. These mutated zombies were conscious beings. They understood the advantage of fleeing from danger, unlike the mindless zombies that only knew to bite. Let us go destroy the city's defensive formation and lure the sea beasts inside, suggested a 6th level zombie. Is that wise? Once those sea beasts enter, they will compete with us for food, a zombie opposed. Indeed, the humans in the city are our food. If we can transform them into our kin, we shall dominate Sioux City, turning it into a realm of zombies, some zombies proclaimed fervently. Silence. What delusions are you entertaining? Humans are not as weak as they appear. Once they realize the threat, powerful humans will descend, and we cannot possibly defeat them alone. We need allies. Those sea beasts are our allies, the 6th level zombie asserted. This zombie was strategic. Do we truly have no other options? Sioux City has millions. If we convert these individuals into our kin, we shall be invincible. Even if 8th level beings come, we can outlast them using humans. Some zombies still hesitated to share Sioux City with the sea beasts. The defensive formation cannot hold for long. If we do not activate it, and the sea beasts attack, we will have no leverage to negotiate. We are not their match at present. Moreover, we share a common enemy. Humans are our mutual target, the 6th level zombie continued. This time, many zombies fell silent. Even those who had previously opposed were now quiet. We require a leader, a zombie proclaimed. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. If we had a leader, there would be no need for such disputes. But who shall assume the role of leader? The zombies present fell into silence. Yes, who shall lead us? Nearly 1,000 zombies hesitated. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed through the air. A terrifying aura surged from the distance. A zombie with golden fur appeared. Is that the Zombie King? A 7th-tier zombie. Referred to as the Zombie King. This golden-haired Zombie King was clearly an anomaly. Although he was classified as a 7th-tier zombie, his combat prowess was formidable. His presence rivaling that of 8th-tier warriors and 8th-tier sea beast monarchs. This leader is mine. This particular zombie could fly, soaring through the air. Do you have any objections? He inquired. All the zombies bowed before the Zombie King. Ha ha ha, excellent. As a human, one is but an ant, subject to slaughter and oppression. Now, having transformed into a zombie, I have become the ruler of countless zombies. How ironic. This golden-haired Zombie King was none other than the first to mutate, a man of the woman. What is he doing? Chen observed, narrowing his eyes. He could not comprehend how this individual had evolved so rapidly. Brother Chen, is he not that person? Chapter 37. The Slaying of Chen Yudong, is it really him? In merely half an hour, he has evolved into a level 7 Zombie King? How could this be possible? Has he consumed a celestial pill? Chen was equally astonished. A level 7 Zombie King? Chen and Amp, Appos, sister, Shangguan and Amp, Appos, exclaimed. I realize that I am no match for him. He is incredibly formidable. She could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from the Zombie King. This Zombie King possesses the strength of an 8th-tier warrior, Chen stated. What? 8th tier? How impressive. Shangguan gasped in disbelief. The notion that a newly awakened mutated zombie could wield such power was truly terrifying. Indeed, perhaps his bizarre transformation stems from apocalyptic evolution. However, we need not concern ourselves with him. If he targets us, we shall simply eliminate him. Chen held no fear of the Zombie King. He approached Chen Yudong. His intention not to exterminate zombies, but to seek vengeance. The fate of Sioux City was of no consequence to him. Young Master Chen, was that sensation pleasurable? The feeling of losing your limbs. How does it feel? He inquired. Chen Yudong replied, suppressing the hatred boiling within him. You have now rendered me powerless and maimed. Since I have exhaled my last breath, shall we negotiate? He forced a semblance of a smile. Negotiate? What kind of negotiation? Chen smirked. Well, if you spare my life, I'll reveal to you a monumental secret. Chen Yudong gritted his teeth. This information was originally his fortune, but now, in a bid for survival, he had no choice but to barter it for his life. What secret? Chen asked. Have you ever heard of the ancient Yin-Yang sect? Qin Yudong questioned. What? The ancient Yin-Yang sect? Do you truly possess information about it? Chen and Amp, Oppo's interest piqued. If you genuinely have such intel, I might consider sparing you. Speak. At that moment, Chen and Amp, Oppo's curiosity was ignited. Not solely due to Qin Yudong and Amp, Oppo's words, but also because a new mission had just been issued by the system. Ding, new mission triggered. Mission name, join the Yin-Yang sect, mission reward, supreme cultivation at the Dragon Transformation Realm. This reward can only be utilized upon reaching the pinnacle of the Dragon Transformation Realm. The ancient Yin-Yang sect is one of the transcendent powers of Blue Star, and also one of the 6 sacred lands. It is rumored that within the Yin-Yang sect lies a celestial scripture titled the Great Yin-Yang Ode. The sect is known for its eclectic recruitment, accepting talents of all kinds, including beings like the host. Supreme cultivation at the Dragon Transformation Realm? This reward is exceedingly generous. For no other reason than this reward alone. I must join the Yin-Yang sect. Chen, you must swear that if I divulge this information, you will spare my life, Qin Yudong insisted. Qin Yudong. It appears you still fail to grasp your circumstances. You are but a fish on my chopping board, and your life or death rests solely in my hands. You are in no position to negotiate with me. If you choose not to speak, it matters not. I can send you on your way immediately. Chen retorted disdainfully. Qin Yudong seethed with anger upon hearing this. Yet, he had to acknowledge the truth in Chen and Amp, Oppo's words. He was in no position to bargain. Fine. I shall tell you. In Jiaqing East, there exists a small gang known as the Wanhu Gang, led by an S-rank gifted warrior who currently possesses level 7 strength. He holds a Yin-Yang token, which is said to be the key to locating the Yin-Yang sect. According to the people of the Tiangong Tower, one must possess at least level 8 strength to join the Yin-Yang sect. This is precisely why I have come to Sioux City, to cultivate and to scheme for your SSS-level talent. I initially planned to usurp your talent, elevate my strength to level 8, and then seize the Yin-Yang token from the Wanhu Gang before heading to the Yin-Yang sect. He divulged all that he knew to Chen. The Yin-Yang token? The Wanhu Gang? Thank you. Chen grinned menacingly upon hearing this. He had never promised to spare Qin Yudong. Qin Yudong, given that you have provided me with such crucial information, I have decided to grant you a swift end, sparing you from torment. With that, he raised his foot, intending to end Qin Yudong and Oppo's life. Qin Yudong was his archenemy. He would never allow him to escape. What? Chen, you treacherous fiend. You just said that as long as I disclosed the information regarding the Yin-Yang sect, you would not kill me. Qin Yudong exclaimed, filled with rage. Enough of your prattle. Chen dismissed him, crushing Qin Yudong and Oppo's head beneath his foot. He then proceeded to devour Qin Yudong and Oppo's soul. As he absorbed Qin Yudong and Amp, Oppo's memories, he uncovered numerous secrets about the Qin family. For instance, there were 2 peak level 8 warriors within the family. Moreover, the most formidable member was not Qin Yudong, but rather Qin Yang, who was currently in the Luong sacred land, reportedly nearing level 8 strength, making him an exceptionally powerful prodigy. This individual possessed SSS-level talent, the Diamond Body. Qin Yudong's desire to seize his talent was rooted in the threat Qin Yang posed to his own aspirations of inheriting the family leadership, which explained his relentless pursuit of Chen. Brother Chen, now that Qin Yudong is dead, we should hastily depart Sioux City. The city's protective barrier is on the verge of collapsing, and the alien races are about to invade. Shangwan Xiener expressed her deep concern. Indeed, we must find a safe refuge first. As for Peng Hui and Lei Ba Xian, we shall deal with them later. Chen replied, not wishing to act recklessly. He then took Shangwan Xiener's hand, and they departed together. Whoosh! The zombie king exhaled a sigh of relief only after Chen had left. Chen exuded an aura of extreme danger. Listen well, I am known as the Pantheon Zombie King. From now on, you shall address me as Lord Pantheon. Do you understand? This man, once known as Zheng Ximin, had now become the extraordinary Zombie King. Pantheon Zombie King. He assumed this title as a farewell to his former self. In the past, he had been weak and helpless, unable to protect his wife from the soldiers. Now, as the Zombie King, he wielded unparalleled power. Henceforth, no one would dare harm him or his beloved. All hail Lord Pantheon. The mutated zombies bowed in reverence to Zheng Ximin. Haha, excellent. Zheng Ximin roared, arriving at the protective barrier, where he unleashed a terrifying force that obliterated it in an instant. Has the protective barrier vanished? What is happening? Outside the city, Cthulhu and the 6 sea beast kings were filled with curiosity. Great Whale King, you are known for your strategy. Can you elucidate this situation? Cthulhu inquired. My lord, there is something amiss here. I suspect this is a human conspiracy. We should send someone to investigate first, lest we fall into a trap. After all, the human race is cunning and should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, the Great Whale King found himself at a loss, for the situation was indeed too strange. Very well. Summon 10,000 sea beasts into the city. Attack. Yet before the army of sea beasts could enter, they were intercepted by 1,000 mutated zombies. Who goes there? The Great Whale King and the other alien monarchs immediately became alert. You were zombies? But wait, your aura and power? Wasn't it said that there were no zombies in Sioux City? Cthulhu observed the scene with great surprise. I am the newly awakened zombie king. I wish to propose a transaction with you. As Zhang Xinmin spoke, he raised his hand and threw Qin Yudong's corpse before the countless sea beasts as a gesture of goodwill. Is this Qin Yudong? Did you kill him? Chapter 38, Alliance and Slaughter. The Zombie King? 8th tier strength. This? Cthulhu murmured, assessing the formidable power before him. Upon realizing that this zombie king possessed such might, he could no longer dismiss the threat. What transaction? He inquired politely. I lead my subjects and wish to form an alliance with you, Zhang Xinmin stated. An alliance? Is it you who killed Qin Yudong? The question, posed not by Cthulhu but by the giant whale king, echoed in the air. Oh, are you referring to that useless Qin Yudong? I did not slay him. It was Chen who did. Chen is not dead. He has been transformed into a zombie. It was he who brutally killed Qin Yudong, Zhang Xinmin replied, shaking his head. He is an honest zombie, speaking no falsehood. What? Chen is alive? Transformed into a zombie? Are you certain of this information? Did not Qin Yudong poison him to death? Is he some kind of cockroach, refusing to die? The incredulity of the 6 sea beast kings was palpable, as they had battled Chen for a decade, well aware of his terrifying resilience. Previously, they had conspired with Qin Yudong and Peng Hui to ensnare Chen, resulting in his public execution in Sioux City. They had been relieved, believing their greatest threat had been vanquished. Now, the revelation that Chen still lived, transformed into a zombie, struck them like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, not only has he become a zombie, but his strength is formidable. I have a premonition that he could easily slay me, Zhang Xinmin confessed, a tremor in his voice. What? Chen could kill you? No, this defies logic. How could it be? Previously, he was merely at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. At best, he would have reached the 7th tier. If he could leap across 2 tiers to slay, that would be sheer terror. Is he even human? The giant whale king retorted, astonished. Chen is no longer human. He is now a zombie. What I stated earlier is the truth. As long as we do not oppose him, he will not interfere in our affairs. The public execution must have disheartened him. He has relinquished his guardianship over Sioux City. When we massacred the citizens of Sioux City, he did not stop us, allowing us to commit our atrocities, Zhang Xinmin explained. What? Is this truly the case? This is splendid news. As long as he does not act, Sioux City will pose no challenge to us. What of Peng Hui? What of Lei Baxian? They are but useless pawns. The Shadow Snake King expressed his exhilaration. He had faced Chen in battle, and the latter's valor had left him utterly awestruck. The SSS-level talent of the war god body was indeed terrifying. Even at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, Chen had thrashed him mercilessly, leaving him bruised and battered. Enough of this. Zombie King, let us discuss Sioux City. What are your intentions regarding it? Do you wish to monopolize it or share its bounty? Cthulhu returned to the matter at hand, prioritizing the interests of Sioux City. We certainly choose to share. Sioux City is too vast. Our strength is limited, making it impossible to claim it all for ourselves. The human race is our mutual enemy, and we should unite, Zhang Xinmin proposed. Excellent. Since you do not intend to monopolize Sioux City, matters become much simpler. Enter the city. As per usual, the spoils shall be divided according to merit. What say you? Cthulhu expressed his delight. Agreed. I consent. Zhang Xinmin did not contest Cthulhu's proposed arrangement. His willingness astonished the Sea Beast faction, who had anticipated haggling with the 7th tier zombie king, only to find him readily compliant. His reaction left the Sea Beast faction in a state of shock. They thought, are these zombies truly so accommodating? Could there be a hidden agenda? Nonetheless, with the situation at a critical juncture, any reservations were futile. After all, Sioux City lay at their feet. To abandon such a prize out of fear would not be accepted by the nearly 1 million sea beasts at their backs. Our sea beast kin. Sioux City is now ours. Enter. With that, hundreds of thousands of sea beasts surged into the city, unleashing a bloodbath as the shadow of death swiftly enveloped Sioux City. Yet another million sea beasts to feast upon. Such delectable flesh, I can hardly contain my anticipation. I trust my lord will be pleased. Zhang Xinmin observed the sea beasts invading Sioux City, an unsettling smile creeping across his grotesque visage. Lord Cthulhu, I suspect treachery. Can these zombies truly be so benevolent as to share Sioux City with us? The giant whale king felt an ominous foreboding, sensing that Sioux City harbored great terrors. Calm yourself, giant whale king. The sky will not fall today. Though the zombie king possesses 8th-tier strength, what of it? Our sea beast race boasts 1 million elite warriors, and our masters outnumber theirs. They cannot stir up much trouble, Cthulhu replied dismissively, brimming with arrogance, convinced that he was in control of all. Indeed, the giant whale king, though reluctantly accepting this outcome, could not shake his lingering worries. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the unfolding events within the city. Enough, giant whale king. Caution is wise, but excessive wariness is weakness. Today is our time to reap the rewards. We should rejoice. The humans within this city shall become our sustenance. By devouring them, the strength of our sea beast race shall surge, rendering us invulnerable, the Shadow Snake King declared, brimming with pride. Among the 6 sea beast kings, his rapport with the giant whale king was somewhat closer. Such words were spoken with audacity, conveying a sense of disdain for all. Countless sea beasts surged through the gates or demolished the walls, some soaring into the city. They were eager to commence their slaughter. The Eastern District was the first to fall. After all, this place is the closest to the East City Gate. Countless sea beasts surged into the city, initially targeting the innocent populace of the Eastern District. Oh, no, let go of my child. My wife, do not devour my beloved. She is with child. You demons, may 1,000 curses be upon you. I shall fight to the bitter end. The feeble citizens, confronted by these ferocious sea monsters, were nothing more than mere sustenance, utterly devoid of the means to resist. Regardless of age or gender, these sea beasts slaughtered indiscriminately, consuming their victims with unspeakable savagery. In a short span of time, at least tens of thousands had perished, and this grim tally continued to escalate wildly. Boss, just the 2 of us. Find us a quiet spot. We would like 2 pounds of marinated beef and a jar of Daughter's Red. Chapter 39, the wealthiest in Jiang City. Very well. Please. The 2 of you, upstairs. The upstairs area was indeed spacious. Xiang Manju, a well-established restaurant in Sioux City. In this apocalyptic era, the fact that a restaurant can operate so vigorously at night speaks volumes about its strength. This establishment, located in the northern district of the city, provides a relatively comfortable life for its patrons, as the news of the Eastern City Gate's fall has yet to reach them. People continue to live carefree, relishing the tranquility before their impending demise. In the main hall, guests leisurely sip their drinks, engaging in jovial conversation, completely unburdened by the outside world's chaos. Life here was indeed pleasant. Brother Yichen, let us head upstairs. The newcomers were Yichen and Shangguan Xiener. All right, Yichen replied. He was not fond of crowds. Had it not been for Shangguan Xiener's need for nourishment, he would not have ventured into the restaurant. They ascended to the upper floor, seeking a table by the window. The upper level was also bustling with patrons. One must admit, this restaurant was thriving. 2 bowls of white rice and a stir-fried dish with scallions and pork. We are in a hurry. Please serve us quickly, Shangguan Xiener instructed. Coming right up. The waiter replied as he hurried towards the kitchen. Brother Yichen, do you think those foreign tribes will attack us soon? Shangguan Xiener asked, her tone anxious. No need to worry. Even if they were to come, it would take time, Yichen reassured her. The eastern and central districts have a combined population of 2 million. They would need time to mobilize. Additionally, there is a formidable force in the northern district that should not be underestimated. What force? Shangguan Xiener inquired curiously. In the northern district, there lies an underground overlord named Zhao Shanha. He commands a monetary gang and has nurtured numerous warriors. Zhao Shanha is a 7th-tier warrior and a friend of mine. My visit to the northern district is to alert him. I could not bear to see him perish. Yichen explained. What? Zhao Shanha, the monetary gang? You are friends with him? Shangguan Xiener exclaimed, surprised. Brother Yichen, please tell me how you 2 came to know each other. Shangguan Xiener had heard of Zhao Shanha, a formidable figure from the Longjing Zhao family, known for his SS-level talent and peak 7th-tier combat prowess. The most famous tale about him was how he had renounced his family for the sake of love, fleeing to Sioux City to escape danger. This story had earned him considerable fame throughout the Dragon Kingdom. When he first arrived in Sioux City, I saved him. At that time, he was not a 7th-tier warrior, He and his wife were being hunted. I was the one who eliminated their pursuers, Chen recounted. Is that so? I always thought you were a taciturn person with no friends apart from me. I never imagined that the Zhao family's outcast would be your friend. How intriguing. Shangguan Skinner remarked, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Friends? They are rare and precious. One need not have many, Chen replied succinctly. Indeed, in this world, while many may call themselves friends, true friends are exceedingly few. There are those who would stab a friend in the back rather than lend a hand in times of need. Such is the state of society, Shangguan Xianu concurred. True friends are precious. Having 2 or 3 throughout one's life is sufficient, Chen added, as the two engaged in their leisurely conversation on the 3rd floor. A woman named Gong Yanyan was speaking to a young girl who had previously defended Chen. Before fleeing, she had taken this girl with her, viewing her as a talisman. In her eyes, this girl's connection to Chen indicated her importance. You and Piaxue. Stop pretending to be dead in bed and come eat. She called out loudly. Yin Yan, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. I would rather starve than allow your schemes to succeed. Commander Yi Chun is my idol, and I will not let you use me to threaten him. Abandon your hopes. The girl retorted defiantly. You? How infuriating. Yes, I do wish to use you to threaten Yi Chen, but I have no intention of harming him. I merely want to ensure my own survival. Is that a problem? It was not I who plotted against Yi Chen, if you must harbor resentment. Direct it towards Qin Yudong and Peng Hui. As for Qin Yudong, his fate seems grim. At least Peng Hui has fled. If you seek vengeance, live well and find Peng Hui. Gong Yanyan shot back angrily. You? That's a fallacy. Yuan Piaxue exclaimed. Though she had clashed verbally with Gong Yanyan, she ultimately came to a realization and ceased her self-torment. You are complicit in this. I will not let you off easily, she warned. Very well. I await your vengeance. Gong Yanyan replied, her cheeks puffing in frustration. However, she could not kill Yuan Piaxue. The girl was still of use to her. Have you all heard? The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall is gathering warriors. It seems those bothersome sea beasts have reached the outskirts of the city. The defense forces we pay for are utterly useless. They cannot withstand the sea beast invasion, and many have already perished. Do you think the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall can prevail? Can we still hold our ground? A tall, lanky man said as he gulped down his drink. Lu Laosi, are you jesting? Is this something you can comment on? Moreover, do we even need to discuss it? Even that useless Yi Chen could keep those incompetent sea beasts at bay at the Jiangning fortress for 10 years. If it weren't for his passive resistance, would the fortress have fallen? If the fortress had not fallen, would so many have died? I believe the city's leader and Qin Shao have treated him far too leniently. A person like him deserves the most severe punishment. A middle-aged man with a pockmarked face slurred, his words more outrageous than Lu Laoxi's. Scoundrel. Seeking death. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he cast a glance at the man, committing his face to memory. This man would certainly face his wrath. Shangguan's skin and Appo's, her expression also darkened. She despised those who spoke ill of her brother Yi Chen. Just as she was about to argue, Yi Chen grasped her hand, urging her to remain calm. Not yet. Let the situation unfold a bit longer, he said, his anger simmering beneath a calm exterior. Shangguan Xian and Appo's, understood this was the face of Yi Chen and Appo's deepest fury, silently mourning for those 2 reckless individuals for 3 minutes. What do you mean by severe punishment? Humatsi, your tongue is unbridled. You speak without restraint. I advise you to cultivate some virtue, lest your careless words lead you to calamity. Lord Yi Chen, regardless of his demeanor, has fought valiantly for Sioux City for a decade. He deserves our respect and cannot be disparaged in such a manner. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. An elderly voice resonated, unexpectedly defending Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and Shangguan Xian and Appo's turned their attention to the speaker. Before them stood an elderly man. Is it him? Yi Chen gasped in surprise, recognizing the figure. Brother Yi Chen, do you know him? Shangguan Xianu inquired. He is Uncle Bian Hong. Yi Chen replied. What? Uncle Bian Hong? That name sounds so familiar. I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before. Who is he? Shangguan Xian and Appo's asked. He is the wealthiest man in Jiang City. Chapter 40. Bian Hongba. Have Zhao Shana come to see me what? He is the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, Bian Hongba. This name sounded so familiar. It turns out to be him. Brother Yi Chen. The reason I have come to the Jiangnan district is to fulfill a special mission from my sect, and along the way, to convey our sect's birthday wishes to Bian Hongba. Bian Hongba has been benevolent towards our Maoshan sect. Shangguan Xianer suddenly understood. Indeed. The Bian family of Jiancheng has extended their kindness to the world. They enjoy befriending various heroes and talents. Bian Hongba is renowned as the contemporary Mengchong Jun. Upon hearing this, Chen remarked that as the commander of the Jiangning fortress, he had relied solely on Bian Hongba's support for military supplies and funding. A favor he would never forget. Yes, although the Bian family is merely a typical merchant family, their connections with heroes from all walks of life command immense respect. No one dares to provoke them. Shangguan Xianer sincerely commented on their impressive influence. Indeed, the Bian family is extraordinary. They have contributed greatly to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet what brings them to Sioux City at this time? Chen questioned the reason for Bian Hongba and Apos' visit to Sioux City with great skepticism. Shangguan Xian and Apos echoed this sentiment. Equally perplexed. Old fool, what did you just say? That Lu Laosi is a fool. He was drunk and just got rebutted by Bian Hongba, and his temper flared immediately. However, he chose the wrong person to bully. After all, Bian Hongba is the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. How could he not have protection when he stepped out? Grandfather, let me teach him a lesson. His mouth is too foul. Beside Bian Hongba stood a young maiden, clad in a flowing green dress, her long hair cascading, with a fair complexion and striking long legs. Oh, old fool, is this girl your granddaughter? Just perfect. I happen to be a bit intoxicated and am filled with mischief. Let her entertain me today. Lu Laosi was truly drunk. Unaware, he failed to notice the green aura swirling around the maiden, an indication of her being a sixth-tier martial artist. Lu Laosi stopped making a scene and quickly apologized to Boss Bian. Humatzi, also drunk, had just realized the situation and was now terrified, struggling to articulate his words. What? Boss Bian? What nonsense is that? A pig butcher from the east of the village. I believe his surname is Bian. Lu Laosi remained unperturbed, continuing to approach the maiden in the green dress. His rough hand reached out toward her face. Hey, little girl. Come here, be obedient, and your brother will treat you gently. His face wore a repugnant smirk. You filthy creature, seeking death. The maiden, unable to endure his lewdness any longer, decided to retaliate. She raised her hand, her delicate palm striking out toward Lu Laosi. Lu Laosi, a drunken fool with no martial skills, was no match for her strike and was ruthlessly sent flying. Wow, he landed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You little wretch, daring to hit me, I will kill you. He roared in anger. Fortunately, the maiden did not strike to kill but merely taught him a lesson. Otherwise, that blow could have shattered his heart. Yet, despite his fierce words, he was unable to rise. Though his injuries were not fatal, he would be incapacitated for at least half a month. You filthy creature, your mouth is truly foul. The maiden showed him no mercy. She stepped in front of Lu Laosi, her shoe sole pressing down hard on his face, increasing the force until he was pinned to the ground. You vile woman, let me go. I am from the money gang. If you provoke me, our leader will not spare you. Lu Laosi suddenly shouted loudly. His words immediately attracted the attention of many, for the name of the money gang was indeed formidable. 2 servings of sauce beef, steamed rice, stir-fried scallions with pork, daughter and Apos, red. The previous waiter brought the dishes to the table. Aran and Apos, are you going to intervene in this situation? Shangguan Xian and Apos, received the rice, mixing it with some shredded meat and sauce beef, delightfully savoring her meal. You two may not know, but Lu Laosi is from the money gang. We dare not provoke them. Our restaurant is also under the protection of the money gang. How can we interfere? The waiter replied helplessly. Money gang? Are they really that powerful? What about the city's defense forces? Shangguan Xian and Apos asked curiously, her mouth full of delicious sauce beef. Your restaurant and Apos' sauce beef is quite tasty, as long as you two enjoy it. The waiter beamed at her compliment, as restaurant owners naturally appreciate praise for their food. Sigh. What are the defense forces worth? They are merely bullies, afraid of the strong and oppressing the weak. They are no match for the money gang. The members of the money gang are top-tier martial artists. If the commanders of the defense forces offend them, even if they hide in their barracks, they will still be killed. In this era, brute strength reigns supreme. The waiter sighed helplessly, reminiscing about the life before the apocalypse. Although there were certainly places where sunlight did not reach, overall, ordinary people still had a way to survive. Nowadays, ordinary people are like livestock raised by the strong, utterly at their mercy, with no dignity left. For instance, his neighbor Li Wenju had just married a model, and on their wedding night, 2 martial artists broke into his home and took the bride for themselves. Afterward, when Li Wenju sought justice from the authorities, he had his legs broken. As for his wife, she was sent to the Tianxiang Pavilion in the city, reduced to a prostitute. Alas, we all miss the days when Commander Chen led the defense forces, Back then, military discipline was strict, and anyone who bullied ordinary people would be dealt with by the law. Those martial artists were no exception. That period was a glimmer of hope for us common folk. What a pity. Upon hearing this, the waiter expressed deep regret. Commander Chen? The traitor who was publicly tried? No, why did you all consider him your hope? Yet no one stood up for him during his trial? I heard that Commander Chen was poisoned. How tragic for him. Are you not undermining your own foundations? Shangguan and Apos, upon hearing this, did not hastily reveal her identity. Instead, she probed curiously. Well, we were blinded by greed. Initially, we believed everything the authorities said without question, trusting their lies, and now we deeply regret it. All of this was orchestrated by Peng Hui and Qin Yudong. They deceived us all. If Commander Chen were still here, would those foreign tribes be so rampant? The waiter lamented with deep remorse. Tap, tap, tap. A group of people stormed in from outside. Who is it? Do not underestimate our money gang. It is a matter of life and death. The one approaching is a member of the money gang. Wang Tangzhu, it is I, Lu Laosi. This little lady struck me. You must stand up for your brother. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, Lu Laosi could not help but shout loudly. Oh, this little lady is truly stunning. What a handsome face. Her skin is so fair. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall take you back and present you to our leader. Our leader has a particular fondness for young ladies like you. Wang Tangzhu is known as Wang Kuan. He's also a 6th-tier martial artist. Money gang? I am Bian Hongba. Summon Zhao Shanhe to meet me. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Menstruation. Old fool. What do you call yourself? Bian Hongba? Haha. If you are Bian Hongba, then I am Bian Hongba and Apos' grandfather. Bian Hongba, the esteemed master of the Money Guild, is the wealthiest man in Jiancheng, a figure of great stature, certainly not someone as cowardly as you. Hand over this little girl to our Money Guild, and perhaps I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, none of you will leave here today. Wang Kun declared with overwhelming arrogance. The waiter, not wishing to continue the idle chatter with Shangguan, busied himself with other tasks as new patrons arrived. In these dire times, having any job was a tremendous blessing, and he was determined not to jeopardize it. You? Bian Hongba, upon witnessing this, was engulfed in fury. You wretched girl, release my grandfather at once, or our guild leader Wang will not spare you. Lu Laosi, emboldened by his association with Wang Kun, immediately became arrogant. Silence. The girl in the green shirt exclaimed, stomping down hard. Wow! Lu Laosi spat blood, his front teeth knocked out, leaving him unable to speak without a gap. You, wretched girl. Our Money Guild will not spare you. You are doomed. He seethed with rage. Brother Yi, isn't the Money Guild too wicked? Shangguan asked between bites. Is Zhao Shanhe a good person? That? I cannot say for certain. After all, we are in the apocalypse and human hearts are hard to fathom. However, we must protect the Bian family. They are good people, Chen replied. Good. Shangguan agreed with Chen's sentiment. The Bian family had shown kindness to Mao Shan. And as the holy maiden of Mao Shan, she felt it her duty to ensure their safety. No, this is bad. Foreign tribes have invaded the city. The eastern district has fallen. We must flee. Sioux City is doomed. Outside the tavern, many fleeing citizens from the eastern district began to shout. But no one took their words to heart. They simply did not believe them. Foreign tribes invading Sioux City? Nonsense. Our Sioux City is strong. With Qin Yudong and the Thunder Martial Arts School, led by the formidable Lei Baxian, how could we possibly lose? Absurd. Someone is merely trying to stir the pot. Boring. Some diners laughed dismissively. These people are spreading rumors, undermining our morale, and don't even know where the defense forces are patrolling. Why aren't they capturing the rumor mongers? Someone remarked. Well, now that the foreign tribes are launching a major offensive against Sioux City, the patrols have gone to defend the city. Who knows how long this conflict will last? Another expressed concern about the war. What are you afraid of? That useless Chen managed to hold back 1 million foreign tribes at the Jiangning fortress with an army of 100,000. I tell you, those foreign tribes outside are not as ferocious as the rumors suggest. We have been deceived by Chen. That waste has lied about military affairs for 10 years, tricking us out of countless resources. Those foreign tribes are not that formidable. He could have easily eradicated them, but for his selfish desires, he has allowed them to become a means for his own fame. The fall of Jiangning Fortress was also due to his incompetence. He was outmaneuvered. The foreign tribes sent several top-notch experts, and his image crumbled. It would not be excessive to say he deserves to be killed 1,000 times. In the second-floor hall, a young man with tousled yellow hair loudly cursed Chen in front of his companions, oblivious to the malicious glares directed at him from many others. Young brother, Perhaps you should accumulate some virtue. Be careful. Trouble often comes from the mouth, Yan Hongba advised. He was an informed individual. For the past decade, the tranquility in the Jiangnan district was closely tied to Yi Chen's blood-soaked defense of the Jiangning fortress. Without Yi Chen, countless sea beasts from the ocean would have long since conquered the Jiangnan district. He had donated money and resources to the Jiangning fortress, both for the city and for himself. He had visited the Jiangning fortress multiple times and witnessed firsthand the difficulties faced by Yi Chen and the defense forces. Hearing someone insult Yi Chen now filled him with indignation. Old fool, am I mistaken? 10 years have passed, and Sioux City is transformed. In the early days of the apocalypse, we were weak, with few martial artists. Now, every year, more individuals awaken their martial talents. Among the younger generation in Sioux City, there are many skilled practitioners, not to mention Qin Yudong. Even Lei Baxian and Apos, as disciple, the heroic archer Gong Yanyan, is a true gem. They are far stronger than Yu Chen. And then there is Lu Ruyan, a true prodigy. I believe that in the face of our Sioux City's elite, those foreign tribes will be like chickens and dogs, easily defeated. Perhaps, if all the martial artists from Sioux City unite, we can wipe out those foreign tribes and restore peace to our home. The yellow-haired youth boasted recklessly, causing Gong Yanyan upstairs to break into a cold sweat, for she knew she could not claim such valor, having fled rather than stood against the foreign tribes. The true hero was Yu Chen. After experiencing the terror of those sea beasts, she finally understood how difficult it was for Yu Chen to guard Sioux City for a decade. She was also curious about the extent of Yu Chen's strength. In the apocalypse, without extraordinary power, it was impossible to suppress the 6 great sea beast kings among the foreign tribes. Though these 6 kings were also peak 7th tier, they were far more formidable than their human counterparts, owing to their powerful physiques. Moreover, the mighty sea beast kings had awakened their bloodline powers. Foolish creature. Damned. Yu Chen shook his head upon hearing the yellow-haired man's words, choosing not to engage. He was too apathetic to take action. After all, soon the zombies and foreign tribes within the city would take care of these fools for him. Lu Ruyan? If not for the yellow-haired man's reminder, he might have forgotten about that wretched girl. He had only dealt with Qin Yudong and Lu Shan among his enemies. Zhou Ting and Lu Ruyan were still alive, and he had no idea where those 2 wretched souls were hiding. Lu Ruyan was the daughter of Lu Qidong, the head of the Lu family, a merchant clan with little foundation or heritage. It was only through his protection that they had managed to develop over the years. He could not comprehend why Lu Ruyan had betrayed him. Was it infidelity or some ulterior motive? He could never grasp it. As for Zhou Teng's betrayal, it left him even more bewildered. The Yi family and the Zhou family were relatives. He had provided ample protection to the Zhou family. What could they gain from killing him? Eh? Who is that? No, how could he be here? Is he here to kill me? I merely spoke ill of him, surely. That does not warrant such a frenzied pursuit. Gong Yanyan peered through the window and unexpectedly spotted Yu Chen's shadow below, sending her into a state of panic and restlessness. She feared that Yu Chen had come to take her life. Gong Yanyan, what is wrong with you? A profuse sweat adorned her forehead. Could it be the onset of her monthly cycle? I advise you to procure some brown sugar and brew a concoction of brown sugar water, as it may alleviate your discomfort. Yuan Piaoxue savored the chicken leg with unparalleled delight. Stop your incessant prattle. My affairs are none of your concern. Kindly silence that foul mouth of yours. What? Is it that time again? Gong Yanyan, upon hearing this, was engulfed in a wave of frustration. Anger surged within her. Yet at that moment, she dared not lay a hand on Yuan Piaoxue. She bit her lip, enduring all her grievances in silence. Just moments ago, news had spread that the Eastern District had fallen. If this were the case, it would not be long before the Central District succumbed as well. This was no place to linger. However, at this hour, there were no vessels departing from the Northern District's port. What to do? Anxiety gripped her. Have you lost your senses? Yuan Piaoxue inquired. Enough of your ramblings. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Can't a chicken leg suffice to silence you? Chapter 42. The Zombie Invasion. Gong Yanyan, have you perhaps entered early menopause? Why are you speaking so harshly? Have I offended you? Murmured Yuan Piaoxue, who noticed the unusual expression on Gong Yanyan's face but chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on savoring the delightful food before her. Such delectable fare was a rare indulgence, and she intended to cherish this opportunity. Enough. We must leave immediately. Those damned zombies and the alien tribes have breached our defenses. The Northern District is no longer safe, Gong Yanyan asserted. What? Sioux City has fallen? How could this happen? With 20,000 warriors from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Institute, how could they not repel the alien assault? What have you all been doing? Useless. Yuan Piaoxue exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. 20,000 warriors were no trivial force, and she struggled to comprehend the events that transpired before her unconsciousness. Stop your prattling. We don't have time. We must move now. Gong Yin snapped, her thoughts solely on finding her master, Lei Baxian. The only individuals with a feasible escape plan were Peng Hui and Lei Baxian, both cunning and treacherous, no doubt having devised their exit strategy in advance. Where can we go? The planes are no longer operational. We cannot leave. It's all your fault. I warned you not to take the initiative and to hold our ground. But you disregarded my counsel. Sioux City is in ruins because of you all. Worthless. If Commander Chen were still alive, we would not have suffered this defeat. He would have led us to victory against the aliens, Yuan Piaoxue lamented, her heart heavy. 20,000 warriors, the backbone of humanity, had perished without a trace of worth. The loss in this battle was utterly devastating. Enough. Who could have anticipated the aliens' cunning? They feigned weakness to lure us in. And by the time we realized their true intentions, it was too late. Sioux City cannot be defended any longer. We must flee. Our survival is paramount, Gong Yin insisted. Just then, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from outside the tavern. Kikek, food, fresh. Eat. Dozens of zombies appeared, dispatched for reconnaissance, but inadvertently stumbling upon the tavern. There are people inside this tavern. Let's go. The horde of zombies declared as they crashed through the windows onto the second floor, their appearance utterly terrifying. What is that? Many patrons tensed at the sight. Kikek, we are here for food. You are our meal. Eat. One ghastly zombie hissed, its face grotesquely decomposed, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Zombies? Where did they come from? Weren't the zombies in Sioux City eradicated? Panic spread among the crowd. The zombies have returned? Then surely the sea beast's forces will follow shortly. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing, Chen observed with keen anticipation of the unfolding drama. Xiener, he called out. Brother Chen, what is it? Shangguan Xiener turned to him. The zombies are here. You must keep a close watch on Uncle Bian Hongba and ensure he remains safe. Chen instructed. Understood, Brother Chen. I will protect him, Shangguan Xiener assured, brimming with confidence in her abilities. Grandfather, it is the zombies. They do not seem like ordinary ones. They appear to be mutated variants. We encountered similar mutated zombies in Kuan City and Rong City, possessing intelligence that makes them exceedingly difficult to combat. Sioux City is doomed. The young girl in the green shirt explained as she discarded Lu Laosi and approached Bian Hongba to clarify the situation. But, grandfather, I will first take you away from here. We shall return to Jiang City, she declared resolutely. Qiulan, let's go, Bian Hongba responded, recognizing the peril and offering no resistance. He understood these zombies were far from ordinary. They posed a significant threat. Retreat now, Qiulan commanded, leading her group down the stairs. Kikek, think you can escape? We haven't given our consent. Attack. A formidable zombie lunged at Bian Hongba and his companions, demonstrating peak 6th tier strength. Its fingers long and menacing. Get lost. Just as Qiulan and her companions felt a surge of worry, a flash of cold light sliced toward the zombie. Swish. The zombie, unable to evade in time, had its arm mercilessly severed by the sword's glow. Kikek. A peak 7th tier? Who goes there? The 6th tier zombie said, its voice laced with apprehension. These mutated zombies possessed intelligence, and with that awareness came fear. Get lost. The one who had struck was none other than Shangguan Xiener. Sword in hand, exuding an intimidating aura. She faced the zombies with unyielding confidence and strength. Otherwise, I shall slay you all. You? The zombies exchanged glances, hesitating. Fine. You are formidable. We shall withdraw. Realizing they had no chance of victory, the zombies retreated. Thank you, young lady, for your timely intervention. Bian Hongba expressed his gratitude to Shangguan Xiener. You're too kind, Bian boss. I am Shangguan Xiener of the Maoshan sect. It is I who should be honored, she replied, bowing respectfully. Maoshan sect? Shangguan Xiener? You are this generation's saintess? Bian Hongba exclaimed, immediately displaying warmth and respect. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I pay my respects to the saintess. Bian boss, no need for such formalities. I am here to convey my sect's congratulations on your 70th birthday, Shangguan Xiener replied hastily. Thank you for your esteemed sect's kindness, saintess. Your presence is greatly appreciated, Bian Hongbo responded as they exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, Chen had vanished, making his way to the Central Street area. He had detected the presence of Zhao Shanha, who seemed to be engaged in a confrontation with the earlier zombies. Chen approached to observe closely, wary of Zhao Shanha's true intentions following the actions of the money gang. He was determined to ascertain whether Zhao Shanha had changed. If he had succumbed to darkness, he would not hesitate to keep his distance, for a warrior who slaughtered their own kin could not be trusted. Just then, three terrifying presences surged from the distance: the Shadow Serpent King, the Emerald Python King, and the Jiao Demon King. They arrived with remarkable speed. Zhao Shanhe. He is in trouble. Chen concealed himself in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. Another peak of the 7th tier? Over the past decade, the number and strength of human warriors have indeed increased significantly. Unfortunately, it remains futile. Upon witnessing this, the Shadow Serpent King couldn't help but sneer. He regarded Zhao Shanhe with disdain. In their eyes, humans were far too feeble. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, a multitude of alien masters emerged. They came to launch a surprise attack on the northern port of the city. Leader Zhao, please swiftly lead your money gang members to fend off the alien assault here, buying us as much time as possible. I will gather the defense forces and construct fortifications to ensure the citizens of Su City can escape, declared Li Dakong, the city official in charge of the northern district, loudly addressing Zhao Shanhe. What? Gather the defense forces? Construct fortifications? Li Dakong, are you deceiving me? Could you at least fabricate a plausible reason? At this time, where do you intend to gather the defense forces? You plan to flee, don't you? Zhao Shanhe saw through Li Dakong's scheme. Leader Zhao, Chapter 43, the Hydra Cypress Me? Well, Chief Zhao, one cannot speak in such terms. I am not fleeing. Rather, I am executing a strategic withdrawal. The situation in Su City is abundantly clear to us all. It is doomed. For the time being. Every escapee counts. I apologize, but I do not wish to perish. Li Dakong sighed in resignation. His intent to vanquish foes was thwarted by the insurmountable reality. Zhao Shanhe, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. The truth, as harsh as it was, could not be denied. Su City had met its demise. The rain has ceased. What is happening? Is that? A chorus of voices echoed as many gazed upward, including the undead and sea beasts. Above, a dome appeared, shielding the crimson rain, its form vast and elusive, reminiscent of ripples, not of this world. What is that? Someone inquired. Uncertain, perhaps a barrier? Another speculated. A barrier? Is that so? I have a foreboding sense that something exceedingly dreadful is about to transpire. Could it be? Chen also harbored profound confusion. Booming at that moment, the earth quaked as if in the throes of a great tremor. Fissures erupted, swallowing countless individuals and structures. The air was filled with anguished cries. Save me. I do not wish to die. Hurry. Su City had unmistakably transformed into a hellish landscape. Swish, swish, swish. Countless grotesque tentacles surged forth from the depths of the chasms. These appendages were terrifyingly alive, seeking out flesh to devour. Not only humans, but even the otherworldly beings fell victim to their relentless assault. Jia, food. You shall all become nourishment for my essence. The sacrifice begins. A chilling roar reverberated throughout every corner of Su City. Sacrifice? What on earth is this? What manner of creature is this? Where did it come from? Chen's expression turned grave as he linked this phenomenon to the mutated zombie incident. Could the zombie king be connected to this creature? But what exactly is it? These tentacles resemble plant vines, not flesh and blood. Could it be that this entity is an evolved plant-like monstrosity? Swish, swish, swish. A dozen vines hurtled toward Zhao Shanhe and the others nearby. Be careful. Zhao Shanhe, a peak 7th-tier warrior, reacted swiftly, raising his blade to strike one of the tentacles. Annihilate. His strike was accompanied by a fierce blade aura that tore through the air. Crack. The blade met the vine, but it was futile, merely sparking a few embers. What incredibly tough appendages. Harder than refined iron, Zhao Shanhe remarked as he deftly evaded. Yet, while he managed to retreat, Li Dakong and the others were not so fortunate. Over a dozen individuals were impaled by the tentacles, their bodies instantly withering away. Save me, save. Li Dakong's secretary, alive just a moment ago, was transformed into a mere husk devoid of flesh. Gulp. What is this? Li Dakong exclaimed in sheer panic. Chief Zhao, save me, save. Alas. Zhao Shanhe was also ensnared by two vines. Rip. A vine swept toward him, inciting the Shadow Serpent King's fury as he seized it to tear it asunder. You vile creature, masquerading with your tricks. His display of strength was formidable. He shredded the vine, green ichor splattering onto the ground, releasing a foul odor. What a stench. This minor skirmish enraged the creature lurking beneath, and more tentacles surged toward them. You dare harm my progeny? I shall feast upon you. The creature's voice was horrifying to behold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless tentacles descended like arrows, swift and fierce, targeting the Shadow Serpent King. You pitiful being. Is this all you can muster? Not enough to even make me stretch my limbs. Die. The Shadow Serpent King, a force to be reckoned with, manifested his true form. A moving mountain, as he crushed the advancing tentacles. I shall pull you apart. As he moved, the tentacles were severed with ease. Now, let me see your true form. The Shadow Serpent King plunged into a fissure, seeking the lair of the terrifying creature. Shadow Serpent King, return. It is perilous. The other two sea beast monarchs shouted in alarm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Shadow Serpent King had delved deep into the monster's den, vanishing from sight. By the heavens! The Shadow Serpent King, has he gone mad? Too fierce indeed. Is he under some divine influence? Chen was equally astonished by the Shadow Serpent King's display of power. From recent events, he surmised that this creature's strength was limited. Likely in the mid to late stages of the 8th tier. The sacrifice it spoke of might be pivotal for its ascendance to the 9th tier or a bloodline evolution. Yet, despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Chen refrained from acting impulsively. The situation was too unclear for rash decisions. Not good. This is dire. The Shadow Serpent King is in danger. Immediately inform Lord Cthulhu and the Whale King. We may need to storm the creature's lair to discern its true nature. It dares to strike against our sea beasts. It is courting death. The Dragon Demon King declared fiercely. Indeed, we must summon Lord Cthulhu at once. Quickly, the two sea beast monarchs hastily departed. Just as they left, countless tentacles emerged from other fissures. The rumbles of the Shadow Serpent King's fierce battle echoed from within the chasm he had entered. I shall pull you apart. The Shadow Serpent King grew more ferocious with each encounter, cutting a swath through adversaries. This ferocity was understandable. He had consumed the flesh and blood of numerous human warriors. His power ever on the cusp of the 8th tier. As a royal of the sea beast lineage, awakened by the ancient and potent bloodline. Such prowess was to be expected. Wait, what is this? No, this is terrible. It is the Hydra Cypress. The peak of the 8th tier. It seeks to forcibly devour the lives of 1 million souls in Sioux City to ascend to the 9th tier. Has this creature lost its sanity? No, it is. Flee. Quickly escape. The panicked cries of the Shadow Serpent King rang out as he warned those outside, clearly encountering an unspeakable terror. Ah, after a cry of anguish. The Shadow Serpent King at the endless rift fell into silence. Countless individuals outside were rendered mute, and Chen was no exception. What is the 9-headed Hydra Cypress? An apex of the 8th tier? Is it truly attempting to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm through the flesh and blood of millions of beings? This creature is indeed quite mad. What an extravagant endeavor! He was profoundly astonished by the origins of this rift creature. An apex of the 8th tier? Such power must surely rank among the elite on Blue Star. The 9th tier. The quasi-emperor realm? That is a realm of true invincibility, a domain of utmost transcendence. Some great practitioners assert that entering the quasi-emperor realm signifies a profound elevation of one's existence, allowing humans, demons, and beasts alike to step into a new domain. Others speculate that the quasi-emperor realm is intertwined with the legendary secrets of immortality. Ding, 9-headed Hydra Cypress, a legendary entity also known as the man-eating tree. Characterized by its numerous vines and colossal branches, this creature can generate countless tendrils, which ensnare and annihilate nearby prey before digesting it. What? The 9-headed Hydra Cypress is the man-eating tree? Chapter 44, The Slaughter Mission, the fierce sword of annihilation. Chen was utterly astonished. He truly did not anticipate the insatiable ambition of the Hydra Cypress, which sought to sacrifice millions of souls in Sioux City in its quest for the threshold of quasi-emperor status. Was he insane? The Shadow Serpent King had ventured deep within and had fallen silent, likely a grim omen. The pinnacle of the 8th tier? My goodness! Such formidable power was terrifying. Who could possibly stand against him now? Whoosh! A vine shot forth. Zhao Shanhe could not evade in time and was ruthlessly propelled away. He crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! These tentacles have grown stronger. What to do? He cursed under his breath. In that moment of frustration, a dozen tentacles launched towards him from various directions, blocking any avenue for escape. Damn! What is this? You wretched creature, if you wish to take my life, I shall fight back. Zhao Shanhe was no coward. Seeing this, he swung his blade and prepared for battle. Boom! Boom! 2 tentacles struck his blade with terrifying force, sending him reeling backward. The defensive might of the Hydra Cypress's tentacles was insurmountable for those of the 8th tier. His slashes proved futile. No Li Dakong, a high-ranking official of Sioux City, was pierced by a tentacle, instantly reducing him to a withered husk. I do not wish to die. These were his final words. Mother, I am afraid. I want to go home. No, do not kill me. I am still young. I have yet to experience love. From all directions, the sounds of despair echoed. Countless citizens of Sioux City became sacrificial offerings, slaughtered in droves. This was retribution calamity. Chen remained eerily calm. He had witnessed death countless times and had even brushed against it himself. Now, confronted with such a scene of carnage, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Boom. A thunderous crash as Zhao Shanhe was struck again, his right hand splintering. The moment the tentacles soaked up his blood, they seemed to revel in their newfound vigor. Is this the blood essence of a peak 7th-tier warrior? How delectable. Come, offer your body to us. More tentacles surged forward. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe had lost all will to fight. Am I to die? Despair washed over him. What 7th-tier prowess? Utter nonsense. He could not even inflict harm upon the creature's tentacles. How utterly useless he felt. Haha. Retribution, it is all retribution. I, Zhao Shanhe, have acted without loyalty, ungrateful. When you were held accountable for the lives of tens of thousands in Sioux City, I remained silent. Having been caught by Pang Hui's leverage, I failed you. Now, Qingling has discovered my infidelity, and she too has left me. I am truly forsaken. I deserve to die. Before death, Zhao Shanhe poured out his guilt, his voice barely a whisper, yet it was impossible to escape Chen's perceptive senses. He absorbed every word. Alas, he sighed in resignation. The Zhao Shanhe he once knew had ultimately changed. His quest to find Zhao Shanhe stemmed from curiosity about why neither he nor Mu Qingling defended him during the public trial. Others were one thing, but they were his friends. At the very least, he had saved their lives and protected them both. Now, the truth chilled him deeply. Was it all for profit? Ha. Chen let out a faint, bitter smile. Then, he moved with swiftness, appearing before Zhao Shanhe without revealing his identity. He raised his hand, unleashing a surge of power that brutally reduced the tentacles to mere dust. Zhao Shanhe, this is my final act of assistance for you. Whether you live or die from here on is no concern of mine. Our brotherhood has reached its conclusion. With that, he departed in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the tentacles of the Hydra Cypress. You have successfully triggered a time-limited slaughter mission. Slaying the Hydra Cypress's tentacles will grant you a substantial reward in attribute points. Should you succeed in defeating the Hydra Cypress, you may even receive an astonishing grand prize. What? An astonishing grand prize? A wealth of attribute points? This. Just as he was about to move away, he received a prompt from the system, triggering yet another task. A time-limited slaughter mission? The rewards were immensely tempting. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a tentacle of the Hydra Cypress. Reward, 1,200 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a tentacle of the Hydra Cypress. Reward, 1,000 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a tentacle of the Hydra Cypress. Reward, 1,110 attribute points. Excellent. I shall accept this mission. Fortune favors the bold. Hydra Cypress. I shall eradicate you. Chen hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, resolved to undertake a significant endeavor. Another opportunity to reap rewards. He would not let this chance slip by. Ding. The system acknowledges the host and Oppo's courage in the face of formidable foes and bestows a courage gift pack. Please accept it. And may you achieve victory in your quest to slay the Hydra Cypress. A superlative prize awaits you. Ding. Rewards received. The Annihilation Sword of Embers 1. This sword is broken, possessing only a fraction of its former might. It can be restored through slaughter. Ding. Rewards received. Azure Lotus Heavenly Fire 1. Ding. Rewards received. Sky Slaying Blade Technique 1. The Annihilation Sword of Embers. Azure Lotus Heavenly Fire. Sky Slaying Blade Technique. Such bountiful rewards. They arrived at the perfect moment. Upon hearing this, Chen was filled with immense joy. He currently lacked a suitable weapon. And now the system had bestowed upon him a weapon, heavenly fire, and swordsmanship. Was this merely a reward? No. It was a testament to the system's abundant affection for him. Let the battle commence. He equipped everything. He recognized the Annihilation Sword of Embers with the system and Oppo's assistance. Effortlessly claiming it as his own, he refined the Azure Lotus Heavenly Fire, merging it with the soul. This was a bold move, yet Chen felt no regret. He believed it to be one of his wisest decisions. As for the Sky Slaying Blade technique, with the system and Oppo's guidance, he mastered it flawlessly, elevating his swordsmanship to a level of perfection. Kakik, Hydra Cypress, I am coming to slay you. He was exhilarated. Who was that person just now? He was incredibly powerful. Could he be a strong warrior of my race? Not far away, Zhao Shanhe stared blankly at Chen, his mind racing yet failing to recall who this figure was. Never mind. It is best to retreat for now. I care not for any monetary aid. My life is at stake. He hastily made his escape, heading towards the port where a ship awaited him by the riverbank, ready to flee Sioux City. Tap, tap, tap. What is this? He had not run far when the scene before him made him gasp in shock. A bottomless abyss lay ahead, its chasm spanning at least 30 meters, with countless tentacles extending grotesquely across the gap. Clinging to these appendages were humans of all kinds, men and women, the elderly and the young, creating an utterly appalling spectacle. Help! Help me! Cried a member of the money gang, his body pierced by the tentacles, as he spotted Zhao Shanhe. Yet, Zhao Shanhe paid him no heed. Instead, he pondered how to navigate through the blockade of tentacles, his sole desire to escape this place. Sioux City was beyond salvation. Chapter 45. The Ancestor of the Maoshan Sect? Swordsmanship, 1000 Phantom Slash. Annihilate. Within the tavern, numerous tentacles emerged, infiltrating every nook and cranny. The once opulent establishment was now ruthlessly stripped away. The heavens collapsing and the earth sinking, many lives were lost. Numerous tentacles of the Hydra Cypress penetrated the interior, piercing through many bodies and consuming their flesh, leaving behind only grotesque skins stretched over bones. Shangguan Xianer possessed strength surpassing that of Qin Yudong and Zhao Shanhe, with an SS-level talent and the Holy Spirit sword body. Her offensive power was exceedingly fierce and terrifying, barely managing to repel the tentacles, yet annihilating them proved to be an arduous task. A rare bloodline. Such rich blood energy. Excellent. With your flesh, I may have a greater chance of breaking free from my shackles. One tentacle spoke, astonishingly articulating in Mandarin. An utterly bizarre occurrence. Monster? What nonsense are you spouting? Begone! Shangguan Xianer declared sharply, her spirit undaunted by the challenge. Begone? Woman, you are profoundly ignorant. You are desecrating the divine. My grandeur is beyond your imagination. Willingly offer your flesh, and I shall grant you eternal life. Otherwise, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Do you understand? The tentacle spoke ominously, its lofty tone eliciting profound aversion. I would rather die than submit. Shangguan Xianer replied resolutely. Woman, you are severing your own path to survival. Kill. The tentacle commanded angrily. Yet before its words could fully escape, a multitude of tentacles were severed in swift succession. A striking figure then appeared. It was none other than Chen. Brother Chen, you have returned. How wonderful! Shangguan Xianer exclaimed, her joy evident. All right, we must leave here immediately, Chen urged. Ding, killed a tentacle. Reward, 1,310 attribute points. Ding, killed a tentacle. Reward, 1,420 attribute points. Ding, killed a tentacle. Reward, 1,620 attribute points. Over 20,000 attribute points acquired. A small profit indeed. Good. Shangguan Xianer nodded, expressing no doubts about Chen's decision. Go speak with Elder Bien and his grandson. We must depart at once. We cannot linger in Sioux City. This Hydra Cypress creature is a peak 8th tier existence, seeking to sacrifice millions of souls to ascend to the 9th tier quasi-emperor realm. I can't guarantee I can deal with it, Chen explained. What? This fiend is that insane? Sacrificing millions? He is a demon. Shangguan Xianer cursed upon hearing this. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. I will take you away immediately, Chen stated. All right. Shangguan Xianer communicated the situation succinctly to Elder Bien. Elder Bien. We cannot stay in Sioux City. We must leave at once. Can you depart now? She inquired. Your Highness, we can leave at any time, Elder Bien replied. Good. Let us go now. She then led Elder Bien and Bien Xiaolan away, while Chen remained to cover their retreat. No, do not leave without us. Please take us with you. We truly do not wish to die. Wang Kuan, Song Laosi, and the earlier Hu Matzi shamelessly approached Chen, pleading for his protection, entirely oblivious that he was the very person they had previously insulted. Heh, didn't you just find great pleasure in humiliating me, Chen? And now, what is this? You beg for my salvation? How absurd. Do you think I am so lowly? Chen communicated with the trio using his soul power. What? You're Chen? No. It can't be. Chen is dead. They stammered, their expressions altering drastically, fear overtaking them. Before they could finish their words, Chen swiftly raised his hand, severing their heads. In your next life, remember to be a good person, he remarked before vanishing. Gulp. The remaining survivors watched in horror, filled with dread. What? He is Chen? Impossible. This. Song Laosi, Humatsi, could they have seen wrong? Did we not witness him being publicly tried and poisoned to death? Now, once Chen departed, they began to discuss in astonishment, their expressions filled with trepidation. After all, they had participated in Chen's public trial. And now that he had returned, they feared retribution. Perhaps this was indeed the case. If that man was not Chen, why would he have killed Song Laosi and the others? He was clearly exacting revenge. Previously, Song Laosi and Humatsi had openly humiliated Chen, leading to their demise. At that moment, countless tentacles surged forth, piercing through their bodies and ensuring they vanished, taking their secrets to the grave. They met a deserved end. Chen's soul power distinctly captured the murmurs of the onlookers. Had it not been for the Tentacle's earlier words, he would have eliminated them regardless. He could not expose his identity. Witnessing their demise, he resolutely departed. Not having traveled far, he suddenly soared into the air, racing towards the distance. Damn Hydra's Cypress. Truly insidious, he thought, realizing Shangguan Xiener and the others were in peril. Upon reaching the scene, he discovered hundreds of tentacles encircling Shangguan Xiener and the others. Fortunately, although Shangguan Xiener was at a disadvantage, she had treasures from her sect that formed a protective barrier, albeit one that was on the verge of collapse. Xiener, hold on. I'm coming, he called out to her. Then, wielding the Sword of Desolation, he swept towards the tentacles. Sky-splitting sword technique. This strike embodied the utmost intricacies of swordsmanship. Unfathomably swift and exquisitely profound. The sword light swept forth, unleashing terrifying killing power that instantly shredded the tentacles into dust. This single strike earned him over 200,000 attribute points, a significant gain. Hiss, heavens! Who is this person? Such terrifying strength? Could he be a top master of the Maoshan sect? Yin Xiulan speculated. Her conjecture was understandable, for it was indeed the most rational one. Such a level of mastery could only belong to elite families or ancient sections. Moreover, this individual was closely associated with Shangguan Xiener, leading her to believe Chen was her protector. He is my granduncle, a stalwart pillar of our Maoshan sect, holding a revered position within our lineage due to his extraordinary cultivation, which allows him to maintain a remarkably youthful and handsome appearance. As for his name, I must respectfully refrain from disclosing it. I kindly ask you all to keep this confidential. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xiener concurred with Bian Xiulan's inference, believing that Chen's esteemed identity serves as an excellent guise. After all, as the saintess of the Maoshan sect, the presence of a young man by her side might easily provoke baseless speculation and attract the attention of those with dubious intentions, possibly leading them to uncover Chen's true identity. Thus, it is prudent to present him as an ancestral figure of the Maoshan sect, here to safeguard her, which would alleviate many unnecessary troubles. We understand, Saintess. We assure you that we will not mention this to anyone else, replied Bian Hongba. Thank you, Shangguan Xiener said with a respectful gesture. With Chen clearing their path, they promptly made their way towards the port, needing to leave Su City without delay. Throughout their journey, although there were minor disturbances, they successfully reached the port, guided by Chen's presence as an ancestral figure of the Maoshan sect. Upon their arrival, they fortuitously encountered Zhao Shanhe, who had just arrived as well. Bian boss? Zhao Shanhe recognized Bian Hongba and immediately approached to greet him. Yao Gangmaster? Chapter 46, Refusal to take a Master Zhao. Are you all right? Inquired Bian Hongba with concern. He had a certain relationship with Zhao Shanhe, as many of the Bian family's businesses in Su City benefited from Zhao's guidance, and naturally, he had also returned the favor. Such debts of gratitude must be remembered. I'm fine, just a minor setback, Zhao Shanhe replied with a hint of embarrassment. Is that so? As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Now that we are in Jiang City, I will take care of everything, Bian Hongba, a man of great benevolence, assured him. Thank you, Bian boss. At that moment, several groups of people hurried over from a distance. Family of Commander Liu. Family of Advisor Ma. The concubine of Commissioner Su. Zhao Shanhe recognized their origins and remarked. Bian boss, do you know them? Yes. I have had dealings with them before. They are prominent figures in Su City. Now, they have become like lost dogs. How tragic. As he spoke, Zhao Shanhe gazed at the rippling force in the sky. These individuals sought to leave via the harbor, but could they truly escape? Would the monstrous Hydra allow them to depart from Su City? Could they break free from that rippling power? All right, we should leave as well. I fear that delays may lead to unforeseen changes, reminded Bian Xiulan. Yes, let us board the ship. The Bian family had merchant vessels at the port. Set sail. However, before they could react, a desperate cry echoed from afar. Why? Damn it. What is this cursed thing? Why can't we leave? Ship? We need to board the ship. Many voices clamored. What is happening? Yin Cholan and Amp, Apos, S face was filled with astonishment. The monster has set up a barrier. Now, we are trapped with no way to escape. We cannot leave. Zhao Shan's face turned ashen with despair. He had harbored doubts before, but his hopes had clouded his judgment. Now, his fears were confirmed, draining his spirit completely. They were unable to flee from Sioux City, and when that monster turned its attention to them, how could they expect to survive? Their situation was dire. What? We can't leave? Why? No, this cannot be true. Grandfather, it's my fault. I have brought this upon you, Bian Cholan said, filled with self-reproach. If she hadn't urged Bian Hongba to come to Sioux City, they would not have encountered such calamity. Enough, Cholan, this matter does not concern you, Zhao Shanha replied. General Yi was loyal to me. He was falsely accused and perished in Sioux City. I came to pay my respects. I had originally planned to bring General Ye's body back to Jiang City. Unfortunately, after days of searching, we have found no trace of it. General Ye's body has vanished. Bian Hongba shook his head in dismay. Bian boss, you came for Brother Yi? You haven't found his body. Could it be that Qin Yudong and his people have hidden it? Upon mentioning Yichen, Zhao Shanha's words became more numerous, perhaps out of guilt. That is a possibility, though not a significant one. While I dispatched people to search, I also discovered that the Qin family is secretly seeking General Ye's body. Then where has my brother Ye's body gone? Zhao Shanha lamented deeply. Previously, blinded by ambition, he had betrayed his brother, forgetting the bonds they shared. Now, having lost everything, including his beloved, he faced the consequences of his actions. He deserved it. All right, Bien boss, perhaps I have a way to deal with this barrier. No, to be precise. My ancestor from the Maoshan sect may have a solution. Shang Wanstian and Amp, Apos, witnessing the overwhelming despair, finally mentioned Yichen. First, she blindly believed in Yichen. Second, he was their only hope. What? Your ancestor? Is he capable? Bian Cholan wondered, recalling how Yichen wielded the burning calamity sword to vanquish those tentacles moments ago. Now, she placed all her hopes on him. This should not be a problem. My ancestor is formidable, an 8th-level master, Shang Wanxian asserted confidently, believing in Yichen's strength. Yichen, upon hearing this, was speechless. He had intended to feign ignorance, but Shang Wanxian pushed him into the spotlight. Now, he could not remain idle. The barrier set by the Hydra Ba was indeed tricky, yet it posed no challenge for him. He could resolve it with ease. Brother Yi, can you manage it? Shang Wanxian quietly inquired. This should be feasible. I will give it a try, Yichen humbly replied, feeling confident. The ancestor of the Maoshan sect? Is it him? Zhao Shanha recognized Yichen as the one who had saved him before. He had witnessed Yichen's power firsthand and mused. Perhaps this elder could perform a miracle. With the attention of those present, Yichen raised his hand and wielded the burning calamity sword, executing the sky-splitting sword technique. The brilliance of the sword sliced through the heavens, and where the sword light passed, the resilient barrier finally tore open a gap. What an extraordinary strike! Truly worthy of an ancestor from the Maoshan sect. This elder must possess at least 8th-level strength. So impressive. Zhao Shanha marveled, feeling envious. As a peak 7th-level warrior, he understood the true power of the 8th-level dragon transformation realm. When he faced those tentacles earlier, he had been utterly defenseless. Yet Yichen could tear apart the barrier created by the monster with a single strike. Such combat prowess could only belong to an 8th-level master. Sister Sten and Amp, Apos, This elder's swordsmanship is incredibly splendid. That last strike resembled a shooting star. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the sword light. It was too swift. That elder, does he accept disciples? I wish to become his apprentice, Bian Cholan asked softly. What? You wish to take him as your master? I think that and Amp, Apos, inappropriate. My ancestor is not one for conversation. He never takes on disciples, Shang Wanxian responded, trying to decline. What ancestor? That previous statement was merely an excuse. If Cholan truly becomes Yichen and Apos' disciple, it would lead to troublesome beginnings, and his secret would likely be exposed, she thought. Is that so? Then I must trouble Sister Siener, Bian Cholan said, a hint of regret in her voice. However, she could understand that Yichen was, after all, an almost invincible ancestor-level figure of the Maoshan sect. Such a person would not easily take on disciples. Let us board the ship, Zhao Shanha said, approaching Yichen to express his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life on 2 occasions. Yichen, unable to speak, merely nodded in acknowledgement of Zhao Shanha and Amp, Apos' words. Zhao Shanhe then proceeded through the opening alone, followed by the two members of the Bian family. When Shangwan Xiener reached Yi Chen's side, he conveyed a message to her. Xiener, you should board the ship first. I have matters to attend to in Su City. Once I have completed my tasks, I will personally go to Jiang City to find you. Do not worry about me. In this world, no one is born who can take my life. He was set on confronting the Hydra by, Brother Yi Chen, what are you planning to do? Shangwan Stin and Amp, Oppos, asked anxiously. Xian and Amp, Oppos, trust me, Yi Chen reassured her. Fearing that further explanation would only heighten her anxiety, especially since the Hydra was a peak 8th tier monster. I will be fine, he reminded her. All right, Brother Yi Chen, I will heed your words and leave Su City for now. However, I must tell you that I will be waiting for you in Jiang City. If you do not come for me in a month, I will return to Su City. If anything happens to you, I shall not survive either. Shangwan Stin and Amp, Oppos, declared resolutely. This was a stark declaration of her unwavering commitment. Sienna, Yi Chen was deeply moved, his heart brimming with emotion. With a wife like her, what more could one desire? He felt both unfortunate and fortunate. Damn it, you ungrateful fool, you've come to ruin my plans again. A thunderous roar echoed, and Yi Chen felt the ground tremble violently. With a rumble, the earth gave way beneath him, and he fell into a deep pit. Before his descent, he had ensured Shangwan Xiener's safety. Xiener, for you, I will survive. Wait for me. Chapter 47. This female ghost is a chatty one. The pit is exceedingly deep. Having fallen for at least half an hour, Yi Chen continues to descend. The tendrils on either side make no attempt to engage him, all avoiding his presence. Could this be a bottomless abyss? He speculates. Damn, what kind of cursed place is this? It's dark and damp, utterly devoid of light. After several minutes, Yi Chen finally hears voices. Through his spiritual power, he realizes he is not far from the bottom of the pit. The voices he heard earlier are coming from nearby. Indeed, what a bizarre location. Someone echoes his thoughts. Just as Yi Chen prepares to use his spiritual power for observation, he suddenly hears a chilling voice. Oh, a living person has entered? Another tomb raider? Excellent. I am so lonely, dear sir. I seek your patronage. As she speaks, strange rustling sounds arise nearby, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. Oh, no, don't bite me. Who are you? What monstrous thing are you? My flesh is unclean. No. Before the echoes of horror fade, the eerie voice of the woman returns. Little brother, do not be alarmed. I shall be gentle. Do you not find me appealing? I am truly beautiful. Come, let me kiss you. Embrace me. What? Yi Chen, witnessing this, swiftly moves, unleashing his spiritual power. At last, he spots his target, a disheveled woman in a red dress, crawling on the back of a man, a bloody tongue sliding across his body, tearing flesh with each pass. Ding, detected a level 3 corpse raising ground. This is a convergence of 3 eons. Approximately 2,000 meters ahead lies a vast expanse of extreme water. Extreme water? Yi Chen recalls that the Hydra Cypress is an object of utmost and evil. Perhaps he has discovered its location. However, he wonders why there are no tendrils in this area. A handsome young man. You are truly striking. I like you very much. Come, let us embrace. I know how to treat a person well. The woman in red suddenly becomes aware of Yi Chen. She discards the bloodied man and glides toward him, feet lifted off the ground. Is she a specter? A senior in red? Upon reaching Yi Chen, she transforms into a seductive beauty in red to entice him. Little brother, do you not find me beautiful? Her voice seems imbued with a certain enchantment. Yet, such trivial tricks are insignificant to Yi Chen. His soul is immensely fortified and fused with heavenly fire, rendering him impervious to such malevolent charms. Beauty? You insolent specter dares to provoke me? Seeking death, are we? With that, Yi Chen strikes with lightning speed, seizing the woman's throat with a firm grip. You, why? No. Are you a corpse? The woman in red panics at the sight of him. She struggles, but it is futile. Tell me, what cursed place is this? Yi Chen inquires, communicating through his soul. Little brother, no, please don't kill me. This is the city of Biluo. It belongs to Lord Biluo. I am merely a servant of Lord Biluo. The woman trembles at his words, instinctively fearing him. Yi Chen exudes an aura of extreme danger that intimidates her into submission. A corpse? A zombie? Lord Biluo? The city of Biluo? Yi Chen is taken aback. What? The Lord Biluo you speak of? Could it be the general of the south, Biluo? Who was dismembered by the court 1,000 years ago for his treasonous ambitions? Is this his burial place? Has he transformed into a vengeful spirit? He queries. Indeed. Little brother, you are correct. After being dismembered, his remnants were collected and buried here. Later, Lord Billuo, filled with resentment, became a specter. Now, he claims this place as his own and styles himself the Emperor of Billuo. The red-clad woman is astonished by Chen and Appos' knowledge. After all, Billuo was once a mere 4th-rank general. Emperor of Billuo? He is an 8th-stage ghost emperor? Chen asks. Yes, little brother. Lord Billuo is at the late stage of the 8th rank, she confirms with a nod. The late stage of the 8th rank? Indeed, a formidable opponent. Yet, it is not beyond my capabilities. Chen declares, brimming with confidence. Little brother, I have told you all I know. Can you spare me? I am but a lowly minion. I wish to seek revenge rather than vanish into nothingness. The woman pleads pitifully. Cease this facade. I am not swayed by your theatrics. Chen rebukes loudly. Having died once himself, he holds little compassion for such performances. Her pleas are of no use to him. What? I? The woman attempts to argue further, but notices the murderous intent emanating from Chen. She promptly retracts her words. My lord, please do not be angry. I shall never dare again. She reverts to her normal demeanor, dropping the pretense of helplessness. You are quick to adapt. Otherwise, I would have slain you. Now, tell me, where can I find the Hydra Cypress? Chen demands. What? The Hydra Cypress? What is that? The woman's face is filled with confusion. A creature with countless tendrils, Chen clarifies. Tendrils? Little brother, do you mean vines? I understand now. You refer to the monstrous being in the 3rd layer of the Billuo tomb. The city of Billuo is an ancient tomb, and we, the servants of Lord Billuo, only occupy the 1st layer. His strength is the weakest here. In the 2nd and 3rd layers, there are exceedingly terrifying beings. The 3rd layer of the Billuo tomb is a forbidden zone. Anyone who enters meets their demise. However, a few years ago, a young man ventured into this forbidden zone. He was quite formidable, causing even our Emperor Billuo to retreat in fear. The woman prattles on, revealing herself to be quite talkative. A young man? He entered the 3rd layer? Surely not. Are you certain? Chen inquires, the revelation staggering him. Indeed, it is true, little brother. This young man bears some resemblance to you. However, his eyes are double-pupiled, and his hair is golden. He is also quite handsome. The words of the woman in red are indeed quite plentiful. However, her discourse has provided Chen with substantial information. A young man? Similar in age to him. With dual pupils? Who could he possibly be? Chen felt an immense curiosity regarding which faction this young prodigy hailed from, a being of extraordinary talent. After all, an ordinary person could never triumph over the formidable 8-tier pinnacle of the 9-headed serpent. What is your name? He inquired. Young sir, I am Su Rongrong. 12 years ago, I was a student at the Sioux City Drama Academy. On the night of my demise, the vice principal, Luo Bin, summoned me for a reprimand. He sought to violate me and make me his mistress. I refused. Subsequently, he attempted to force himself upon me. In my desperation, I leapt from a building. After my death, my resentment lingered, leading me to Billuoqing, where I became a restless spirit, the female ghost recounted. Su Rongrong? A restless spirit? The Drama Academy? Vice Principal Luo Bin. Are you speaking the truth? Chen asked, recognizing Luo Bin as his mentor. He could scarcely fathom that the impeccably dressed Dean Luo was, in fact, a tyrant who preyed upon the vulnerable. It is true. I do not deceive you. Chapter 48. The City of Byro with a Swift Motion. Chen and Appos, as Soli revealed an expanse of endless bones. This site contained more skeletal remains than any mass grave. Countless bones covered the very bottom of this abyss. What is this? He inquired. Young master, prior to the Byro tomb, this was an ancient battlefield where innumerable soldiers were laid to rest. Most of these bones belonged to those warriors. Strangely, a decade ago, these bones underwent a transformation. Some have even gained consciousness. Our lord, the Byro Emperor, commands an army of over 100,000 skeletal warriors. Not only them, but the strength of our spectral entities has also significantly increased. I was merely a small wandering spirit, yet in the span of 10 years, I have ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier as a ghost general. And I recently discovered my power has surged once again. I believe it won't be long before I reach the 6th tier as a ghost commander. And perhaps the Ghost King is not far off. The red-clad ghost, Su Rongrong, expressed. What? These bones have attained consciousness? How is that possible? The dead revived? Why? Upon hearing this, Chen sensed that beneath the impending doom lay a hidden secret, one that was certainly not mere coincidence. Perhaps this secret could only be known to the ancient ancestral figures of the primordial sections. The ancient Yin-Yang sect? He thought that uncovering the truth might offer him a path forward. I am unsure. Our Lord, the Beheaded Emperor, has mentioned this in passing. Speaking of a calamity that recurs every 3,000 years, which has returned. When he spoke of this calamity, it was not with fear, but with immense excitement. I do not comprehend its full meaning, Su Rongrong explained. She had spent considerable time with Chen and was no longer intimidated by him. Young master, are you intending to visit our Beheaded tomb? I believe that with your strength, you could easily become our Lord's foremost general, the first ghost king, she flattered. Chen, a zombie and a bane to their kind, was not concerned about such matters. Continue leading the way, he replied curtly, remaining vigilant of the skeletal remains, which unnerved him. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through as an exceedingly grotesque male ghost appeared. Little Rongrong, your uncle Wankai has come to care for you. Come, embrace your uncle. He leered, oblivious to Chen's presence, as his lecherous hands reached for Su Rongrong. Ah! A scream erupted. Su Rongrong recoiled in terror, clearly frightened of this lascivious ghost. The previously silent multitude of bones erupted in a cacophony of disconcerting laughter. What? These ghostly beings are still alive? Chen, upon hearing the laughter, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Hey? Old Wankai, there's a person here. No, he is not angry, he is a zombie. Little Rongrong, why did you bring this zombie to our Beheaded city? Are you not afraid of the Beheaded Emperor's wrath? A chorus of voices questioned Su Rongrong, their chatter incessantly irritating. No, he is not with me. The ground collapsed, and they fell in. There were many just moments ago, Su Rongrong hurriedly clarified, her fear of the Beheaded Emperor palpable. What? The ground collapsed? Is that true? The lascivious ghost Wankai exclaimed with glee. The collapse indicated their potential escape. These spirits had languished in the tomb for far too long, yearning for freedom and fresh air. Yes, indeed. Many just fell down. They are the best evidence. Su Rongrong trembled as she spoke, not daring to conceal the truth, for Wankai was known to be ruthless. What? Brothers, this is monumental news. The humans outside are incredibly delectable. We can feast, Wankai declared with unrestrained enthusiasm. Indeed, we shall break through and gorge ourselves. And I shall even seize a human body so I can indulge with your alluring women, he cackled, as numerous spectral entities began to emerge from the bones. Chen, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. Women? Indulging? Is the allure of women truly so profound? Even after becoming mere bones and ghosts, they remain fixated on women. The lascivious ghost, having lost interest in Su Rongrong, turned with his companions and floated toward the nearby ground. Phew, that was close. Young master, are you all right? Do not take offense. These fellows are always like this. In life, they were soldiers with no aspirations, only thoughts of women. Even after 1,000 years of death, women remain their obsession, Su Rongrong explained. Is that so? Chen began to comprehend the situation. Let us proceed to Beheaded City, he urged. The temporary departure of these spirits was indeed a fortunate turn of events, sparing him from their interference in his impending rampage. All right, young master, what do you intend to do in Beheaded City? To pay your respects to our Beheaded Emperor? Su Rongrong casually remarked, entirely unaware that Chen's intentions were to wreak havoc. What? Pay my respects? The Beheaded Emperor? He is not worthy of my regard. I am here to eliminate him, Chen declared with unwavering confidence. The Beheaded Emperor was formidable, yet he was not one to be taken lightly. Ah, young master, you must not speak such nonsense. Our Beheaded Emperor is extraordinarily powerful, possessing immense capabilities. Such words could bring about your demise. Su Rongrong's ghostly visage turned pale with fright, her spectral form trembling uncontrollably. Enough with the chatter. Lead the way, Chen commanded sternly, lacking the time to waste on idle conversation with Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong, seeing his resolve, could only comply, albeit reluctantly, guiding Chen to Beheaded City. Young master, we have arrived. Ahead lies Beheaded City, she stated with evident trepidation. Very well. In appreciation of your guidance, I shall spare you. From this day forth, Beheaded City shall meet its demise. As he spoke, Chen summoned his sword, the burning silence. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he struck, initiating his deadly onslaught. Who goes there? The ghostly sentinels guarding the city gates barely had time to react before Chen's sword claimed their lives, their spectral forms exploding in an instant. These ethereal specters are exceedingly feeble. As their souls attempt to flee, they are consumed by the devouring sword. This. Before Chen could even activate his soul-devouring talent, these phantoms vanished. He found himself in a state of vexation. Subsequently, he continued to wield his sword, slaughtering his way into the city. One corpse, one sword, a massacre ensued. Ding, 1 4th tier Spectre slain, triggering plunder, acquiring 890 attribute points. Ding, 1 5th tier Spectre slain. Triggering plunder, acquiring 920 attribute points. Ding, 1 6th tier Spectre slain, triggering plunder, acquiring 1,600 attribute points. In just a few breaths, Chen had dispatched over 1,000 specters. At the very least, he had garnered substantial rewards, reaping a significant profit. While before long, the alarm within by Luo City rang out loudly. This is dire. Zombies are invading. Chapter 49. The Demon Suppressing Master. What? Zombies are invading? What nonsense are you spouting? Moreover, what is there to fear about zombies? With so many spirits at our disposal, why should we be afraid of one? As the spirits began to retreat, a mid-level 7th tier Ghost King emerged. With his flaming red hair, this Ghost King possessed an exceptionally solid ethereal body, exuding an aura of formidable strength. He personally came to confront Chen. Impudent zombie, this is the city of Bilo, the domain of our esteemed Lord Bilo. You have no right to wreak havoc here. If you wish to avoid utter destruction, kneel and swear allegiance to our Lord Bilo at once. Additionally, surrender a fragment of your soul as a token of your loyalty. Otherwise, I shall turn you to dust, the red-haired Ghost King proclaimed, his words dripping with arrogance. Chen, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. A 7th tier Ghost King? Mere ants. Your incessant chatter is beneath my notice. With a flick of his hand, he charged towards the red-haired Ghost King. Boldly, I shall slay you. The red-haired Ghost King, furious at the audacity, began to channel his ghostly power to eliminate Chen. However, in an instant, Chen, along with his sword, was upon him, and before the thousands of stunned minor spirits, the Ghost King was ruthlessly vanquished. You playing the fool? Despicable. Coward. Although the body of the red-haired Ghost King was destroyed, his soul escaped, and he began to curse Chen vehemently. His demeanor was exceedingly contemptuous. Silence, you loathsome creature. Chen retorted, raising the flame of Silence sword to consume the Ghost King's soul. No, the red-haired Ghost King breathed his last. Ding. You have slain a 7th tier Ghost King, triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 26,000. 26,000? A 7th tier Ghost King. Chen rejoiced inwardly, relishing the unexpected windfall. Ding. Absorbed a wisp of ancient Tombzine energy. Attribute points 3. Ding. Absorbed a wisp of ancient Tombzine energy. Attribute points 3. You killed Lord Kunz? This zombie, you are doomed. Lord Kunz is our esteemed Lord Bilo's brother-in-law. You are finished. Many spirits gazed at Chen, mocking him. Doomed? What of this Bilo Lord? That wretched ghost is not worthy. You vile spirits, perish. Chen declared with a fierce voice. His soul power surged forth, and soon, the flames of his primordial spirit engulfed the area. What is this abominable force? No. My body is disintegrating. Why? Countless spirits screamed in agony. Chen's soul had merged with the Azure Lotus heaven fire, rendering him nearly invincible. Within his consciousness, a holy blue lotus, radiating sanctified flames, shone brilliantly, impervious to all evils. This heavenly fire was terrifying, and the spirits were unable to withstand it. Many weaker spirits were reduced to ashes within mere moments. As for those of the 4th and 5th tiers, they too succumbed quickly to the flames. Is that the Azure Lotus heaven fire? This zombie possesses great fortune. He has earned the recognition of the Azure Lotus heaven fire. Yet, he should not have dared to provoke me. He is doomed. Meanwhile, not far away in the palace complex, Lord Bilo watched Chen with envious eyes filled with avarice. What? The Azure Lotus heaven fire? The second-ranked flame on the? This flame is the nemesis of evil spirits. How is it that he, a zombie, remains unharmed? In Bilo's arms was the enchanting ghost, Chui Yin, the sister of the previously slain red-haired Ghost King, Kunz. Now, she was Bilo's favored concubine. This zombie carries immense fortune. If I seize it, I might break through my current realm and ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th tier. At that point, I shall truly become the lord of the city of Bilo. Lord Bilo reveled in his ambitious thoughts. Our esteemed emperor is mighty, Chui Yin praised, serving the grotesque figure before her merely to survive. She harbored plans to cultivate into a ghostly immortal. If she attained this status, she could shed her former self and gain a true corporeal form, allowing her to escape the suffocating darkness of Bilo City. Summon my decree. Whoever slays this zombie shall be promoted 3 ranks and awarded with 200 Xianin pills. Longjing, Imperial Palace. Ji Yilan was fuming. Useless. What are Qin Yudong and Peng Hui doing? Have they lost their minds? 20,000 warriors are dead. And what of Lei Baxian? What is his predicament? Does he lack common sense? She shouted, causing the palace maids and guards to tremble in fear. Unsure of how to respond. Was it my mistake to place hope in Qin Yudong? Now, Su City has fallen, and millions of its citizens have become fodder for those alien creatures. This is my failure as well. She began to reflect on her actions, realizing the gravity of her misjudgment. Your Majesty, I believe the best course of action now is to send forces to reclaim Su City. It is the front line against the marine beasts invading our continent. If we lose it, places like Jiang City and Huizhou will also become targets for these beasts. Furthermore, we cannot allow them to establish a foothold in Su City. Otherwise, once they consume and digest our millions of humans, their power will increase tremendously, leading to true disaster. A maid named Wano advised. Wanner, your words are overly pessimistic. The loss of one city is not the end of the world. We must remain calm in the face of adversity. Those marine beasts pose no significant threat. I am more concerned about the recently reported zombies. The apocalypse has just begun. The emergence of mutated zombies signifies that a greater crisis is about to unfold. The Empress Ji-Elan asserted. Nearly 100,000 marine beasts may seem daunting, but they are not a substantial threat. We can eliminate them one by one. However, the real danger lies with the mutated zombies. These mutated zombies possess a far greater infectiousness, and if we do not eradicate them, they will soon escalate into a catastrophe of millions, even tens of millions of zombies. That is when the nightmare will truly begin. Your Majesty, we must send forces to eliminate these mutated zombies at once. Wano urged. Indeed, I have already made arrangements. I have dispatched the demon-suppressing master, responsible for guarding Fulong Valley, to Su City with orders to eradicate every last one of these zombies. Ji-Elan declared sternly, fully aware of the significance of the situation in Su City. What? Led by the esteemed Master Lu Qi, the demon-slaying celestial, the expedition to Su City is set forth. His Majesty's wisdom is truly commendable. The fate of the zombies in Su City is sealed. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed fortunate. Upon hearing this, Wanner could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her words were not mere flattery. Master Lu Qi, the demon-slaying celestial, is undeniably formidable. He is a legendary figure, immensely powerful. Chapter 50, Rampant Slaughter and Attribute Points Accumulation Report. Your Majesty, the latest news has just arrived. Qin Yudong is dead. An inner servant entered to relay the information. What? Qin Yudong is dead? Are you certain? Ji-Elan exclaimed, utterly astonished. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely true. The inner servant replied. Qin Yudong? His life or death holds no significance to me. I have never paid him any heed. What truly concerns me now are the two 8th-tier ancestors of the Qin family. Their power is perilously close to the 9th tier, merely a step away from becoming quasi-emperors. Previously, out of caution, I sought to unite with them against the alien races, which is why I allowed Qin Yudong to live. But now that he is dead, I fear the Qin family may undergo a transformation. Ji-Elan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of murderous intent inadvertently emanating from her. Hiss, Your Majesty. Is she truly considering taking action against the Qin family? Is that not too reckless? The palace maids and inner servants observed, their hearts filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. They trembled in fear. Enough, rise. I am not a bloodthirsty fiend. As long as you remember to speak judiciously and remain loyal to me, I shall ensure your safety, Ji-Elan cautioned. Yes, the palace maids and inner servants immediately affirmed, as if granted a reprieve from death. Having feared that Ji-Elan might eliminate them, inform the demon-subduing master, Lu Qi, that I grant him the authority to act first and report later. Furthermore, mobilize 20,000 Crimson Flame troops under Lu Qi and Amp, Appo's command. Those mutated zombies must not be left alive. Understood. The imperial decree from the Bailuo Emperor swiftly spread throughout Bailuo City. Anyone who slays an invading zombie shall be promoted by 3 ranks and rewarded with 200 Xianin pills. Countless spirits flocked upon hearing the decree. The allure of 200 Xianin pills was simply irresistible. The Xianin pill is a treasure capable of enhancing Yin energy and condensing the souls of the departed. Kill. 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 A multitude of spirits surged toward Yichen. They charged forward unflinchingly, undeterred by the specter of death. Yichen, witnessing this, felt a surge of surprise. Yet, he remained unfazed and instead found himself filled with anticipation. The prospect of slaying monsters to level up excited him. These spirits represented countless attribute points, his most cherished prize. In the third level of Bailuo City, a massive ancient tree trembled gently, its immense form swaying as the vines quivered in excitement. Shadow Snake King, my loyal servant, go and bring that little zombie back to me. As the ancient tree shook, a figure fell from its top, crashing down to the ground. Yes, this figure belonged to the Shadow Snake King, marked by a peculiar emblem on his forehead resembling the Hydra-esque crest. The Shadow Snake King vanished, embarking on a mission for the Hydra. The emblem was a mark of servitude. Earlier, the Shadow Snake King had ventured into the third level of Bailuo City through a different route and encountered the Hydra. Upon realizing that the Hydra had reached the peak of the 8th tier, he panicked. However, he did not flee but urgently warned those outside. The Hydra spared his life but branded him with the mark of servitude, compelling the Shadow Snake King to serve. System, grant me attribute points. I wish to enhance my soul. He unleashed the Qinglian heavenly fire without restraint, which began to take a toll on Chen. The consumption of his soul power was immense. Despite its formidable power, the Qinglian heavenly fire demanded a significant toll. This zombie and Appos, flames possess an oddity. They seem capable of harming our very souls. This is bad. This zombie is peculiar. Withdraw. Many spirits finally recognized Chen and Appos as peculiarity, as the number of spirits that had perished at his hands was alarmingly high. Ding, successfully deducted 10,000 attribute points. Ding, successfully deducted 10,000 attribute points. Ding, successfully. As attribute points surged into his soul, Chen felt his spiritual essence rapidly strengthening. The previous weakness dissipated, and the power of his Qinglian heavenly fire continuously escalated, expanding its range from 100 meters to 200 meters, and then to 300 meters. This range kept extending outward. Me? Chen sensed a mysterious transformation occurring within his soul, yet he had no time to examine it closely. For more and more spirits charged toward him, driven by their desire for the 200 Xianin pills, willing to sacrifice their very lives. Kill. Wielding the burning annihilation sword, Chen plunged into battle. The sword, a terrifying weapon, cleared his path as he slaughtered without hindrance. He was an embodiment of terror. The burning annihilation sword seemed to animate, its blade enveloped in a blood-red killing intent, capable of instantly absorbing the souls of the slain spirits, converting them into sustenance for its restoration. The eerie laughter of the sword's insatiable greed resonated within Chen. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the burning annihilation sword was deemed a ferocious weapon. Ding, killed a 5th-tier spirit, triggering plunder, gained attribute points 1200. Ding, killed a 5th-tier spirit, triggering plunder, gained attribute points 1500. Ding, killed a 6th-tier spirit, triggering plunder, gained attribute points 1260. Haha, what a thrill. My attribute points are soaring. Chen's eyes glinted red as he relentlessly reinforced his soul. The more he killed, the more ferocious the Qinglian heavenly fire burned, amplifying his soul power to a terrifying level, evoking sheer awe. This sensation was exhilarating. Kill. In just 20 minutes, he had slain at least 20,000 spirits. And the denizens of Bailuo City finally began to tremble in fear. Everyone, calm down. This zombie is problematic. His flames are uncanny. His body is too robust. Our strength cannot even breach his defenses. Moreover, his sword harbors a mystery. Many of our brothers' souls have been devoured by that sword. It is a cursed blade. Many spirits kept their distance from Chen, hesitant to confront him. 200 Xianin pills are immensely valuable, but they are not worth the lives we have lost. We have already seen over 20,000 of our kin perish without subduing Chen. Rather, he grows ever more formidable. They hesitated to advance, unwilling to face certain death. Shall we retreat? A ghost proposed. Good. Soon after, those apparitions fled. What? Why are you running? I shall be gentle. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Chen was about to charge forward, eager to vanquish a few more specters and accrue additional attribute points, the ghosts had already made their escape. Their prowess in murder was lackluster, yet their ability to flee was unparalleled. Chen could not catch up to them. They vanished in an instant. Chen was at a loss for words. He had no time to pursue them. He had more pressing matters at hand. The Hydra Cypress. He swiftly entered the palace of Bailuo City, where the ghostly guards, tasked with safeguarding the palace, charged at Chen. Their strength was significantly superior to that of the specters he had just encountered. Among them, the weakest were at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Me? Just right. Chen was filled with exhilaration. More attribute points awaited him. He brandished his sword and engaged in combat with the guards. Those who intrude upon the inner palace shall be mercilessly slain, many of the guards declared loudly. chattering, tedious. Upon hearing this, Chen was profoundly dissatisfied and immediately lunged forward with a sword. Die. He raised his hand and struck down the guard who had been chattering incessantly. With a single stroke, he severed the head. Many of the ghostly guards were left dumbfounded. Who are you? Chapter 51. Triggering the passive. Slaying the Emperor of Bailuo at this moment, an aircraft soared towards Sioux City at an astonishing speed. On board, a short-haired man was engaged in a video conversation with Chen Tianda, exhibiting utmost efforts. Chen Hong, you are an 8th-tier master nurtured by the Chen family using immense resources and secrecy. Exercise utmost caution on this mission to Sioux City. The situation is intricate, with not only 8th-tier sea beast emperors but also more terrifying entities lurking in the shadows. If circumstances become untenable, retreat immediately. Self-preservation is paramount, Chen Tianda advised. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. Chen Hong assures you that the mission will be accomplished, the short-haired man replied. Very well. Chen Tianda concluded the video call. Lord Chen Hong, how shall we proceed? We lack leads on who killed young Master Chen. Sioux City is in chaos, one of the individuals inquired. A remarkably enchanting woman stepped forward, expressing her apprehensions. Do not worry. According to the Patriarch, Tong Dajuan of the Black Dragon Guard is still alive. We must locate him. Chen Hong replied calmly. He was an 8th-tier master trained in secrecy by the Chen family, possessing an aura of terror and high prestige that commanded respect without the need for anger. Tong Dajuan? He is alive? Blood Queen expressed her astonishment. Each member of the Chen family's Black Dragon Guard possessed a soul token, and the tokens of him and a dozen others remained lit, indicating they were still alive, albeit in hiding. A flicker of rage ignited in Chen Hong's eyes. In his view, the Black Dragon Guard's failure to protect Chen Yudong was akin to betrayal, warranting their eradication. Yes, I'm your father. Chen cursed under his breath as he dispatched the specter. He then absorbed its soul. Charge. The remaining guards surged forward, fiercely loyal to the Emperor of Bailuo, prepared to die rather than retreat. Huh. Is it truly a zombie? Impressive. At that moment, the Emperor of Bailuo finally made his appearance, adorned in a dragon robe. Brother, may I know your name? He inquired. Chen. Chen responded through spiritual communication. Oh, you cannot speak? It seems you have just recently evolved to the 8th tier. Brother, I commend your cultivation. Would you be willing to serve me? The Emperor of Bailuo? The compensation is generous, and you will even receive a wife. What do you say? The Emperor proposed, offering lavish terms. Serve you? You dare to think yourself worthy? I have come to slay you today, Chen declined. Chen, is it? Do not be too arrogant. Arrogance brings disaster. This is my Bailuo city. My domain is the Emperor of Bailuo. You are merely at the early stage of the 8th tier. While I am at the late stage, before long, I shall reach the pinnacle. Killing you is but a matter of raising my hand, the Emperor proclaimed, overflowing with hubris. Is that so? Chen scoffed. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, charging towards the so-called Ghost Emperor. Die. He unleashed the burning sword technique, aiming decisively at the Emperor of Bailuo. Seeking death. Little zombie, I shall annihilate you. The Emperor roared in fury. He released an overwhelming force, summoning a terrifying ghostly hand to meet Chen's sword energy. A thunderous clash ensued as the two forces collided, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that radiated outward. Break. Chen's burning sword erupted with formidable power as he unleashed his full combat strength. The ghostly hand was cleaved apart by his radiant blade. What? This is bad. The Emperor gasped in disbelief, retreating immediately, but it was too late. The dreadful sword light severed one of his arms, spewing forth a foul torrent of blood. Damn it. He seethed with rage. I shall kill him. Channeling his true energy, he quickly regenerated his severed limb. As an 8th tier Ghost Emperor, his spectral body could regenerate as long as he had ghostly energy. Kill me? You dare? You, an 8th tier late stage, are pathetically weak. Do you even know how you trained? Rubbish. Trash. Chen mocked. You, insufferable. You are the true garbage. I am a prodigy, a sovereign. The Emperor's sanity began to fray, teetering on the brink of madness. Die. Chen raised his hand, gathering strength for a thunderous strike. Chen, you wretched zombie. I shall extinguish you. The Emperor bellowed, his aura surging with fierce 8th tier late stage ghostly energy. Soul-snatching ghost hand. Annihilate. This was the ultimate strike he had comprehended after a millennium of indulgence. He had not used it for centuries, but Chen's might forced him to unleash it. To die beneath my renowned technique is your honor, the Emperor boasted with reckless arrogance. Fool. Chen disdainfully regarded the Emperor. Remarkably, he charged directly at the Emperor, bracing himself to endure the blow. What? You? Arrogant fool. This strike rivals the 8th tier pinnacle. You are courting death. The Emperor's visage twisted in rage as he perceived Chen actions as a path to self-destruction. Then, his palm struck Chen. However, it seemed ineffective. Chen remained unscathed, standing firm. Is this what you call your famed technique? Chen taunted mercilessly. This. Why? The Emperor was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his soul-snatching ghost hand had failed. System notification. Congratulations. Host has triggered level 12 defensive passive, successfully withstanding an 8th tier pinnacle strike. Level 12 defense? Passive? Withstanding an 8th tier pinnacle strike? Chen suddenly understood. Seizing the moment of the Emperor's confusion, he thrust the burning sword into the Emperor's body, piercing through the latter's 8th tier late-stage spectral form as if it were mere parchment. Why? The Emperor's face contorted with disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. You were cheating. He weakly accused Chen. With a sinister hum, the burning sword embedded within the Emperor began to voraciously absorb his essence, devouring both his vitality and flesh. As it continued to consume, Chen discovered that the damaged burning silent sword was rapidly undergoing self-repair, its formidable power escalating swiftly. No, my strength, my cultivation, no, before long. The late-stage 8-class Ghost Emperor, by Luo Huang, was completely drained by the burning silent sword. This tyrant who had dominated by Luo City had finally met his end. His era of terror had come to a definitive close. Ding! You have slain one late-stage 8-class Ghost Emperor, triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 230,000. Another system notification echoed. What? Lord Bai Luo is dead? This zombie is incredibly powerful. Quick, flee! The ghost guards scattered, terrified to confront Chen, dispersing like startled birds. Worthless. Chen paid them no heed as he entered the inner courtyard of the palace. Seeking the location indicated by the system, an area possessing the water of extreme mean. The Huaqing Pool. This name echoed the place where Yang Guifei bathed in the Tang dynasty. Here, Bai Luo Huang had named it, where he often indulged with his ghost concubines. Who is it? Upon entering, he sensed movement within the water of extreme mean. Thus, he unleashed his soul power, issuing a stern warning. No, please don't kill me. I am innocent. I am not a ghost. I am a human. Chapter 52. The water of extreme mean. What? You are a human? Chen was immensely surprised upon hearing this. Through his spiritual connection, he communicated, Zombies, great lord, I am the one who fell from above. They have captured me to serve that so-called Bai Luo Emperor? How pitiful I am. Suddenly, a figure clad in a revealing bikini emerged from the pool. Her form was truly breathtaking. Her snow-white skin, tender and delicate as sheep-fat jade, and her long hair cascading over her shoulders, made one drool at the sight. Although Chen was a zombie, his soul still stirred with emotion, inwardly exclaiming, This woman is a natural enchantress, a peerless beauty. The Bai Luo Emperor has been slain by me. You are free now. His soul quickly regained clarity. After all, he was a zombie, and certain bodily functions had yet to restore. Even with a stirring spirit, he could do nothing to the young lady. Forcing himself to extinguish any unnecessary wicked thoughts and embody the composure of a sage. What? That lecherous demon is dead? Really? The girl sighed in relief, having genuinely feared for her life. The Bai Luo Emperor was a ghostly figure, an ugly monstrosity whom she utterly despised and did not wish to submit her body to. All right, I have matters to attend to. Please leave. Chen declined to waste any further time with her. He needed to seek the Hydra Cypress. Zombie brother, can I continue to follow you? This cursed place is filled with malevolent spirits. I fear they may harm me, she said, her voice tinged with trepidation. No, it would be dangerous for you to accompany me. Besides, I prefer not to have strangers around. Chen shook his head, refusing her request. He raised his hand with force, casting her aside. If you do not leave, I shall kill you. Do you understand? He warned loudly. Me? The girl, upon hearing this, dared not approach Chen, fearing he might truly end her life. With a splash, Chen leaped into the hucking pool, beginning to absorb the water of extreme mean. Beep, absorbed a drop of extreme mean water. Attribute points 300. Beep, absorbed a drop of extreme mean water. Attribute points 300. He frantically absorbed the extreme mean water. As it transformed into attribute points, it permeated his body, entering his dantian and various parts, continuously enhancing his strength. Hey, what is this zombie brother doing? Cultivating? Indeed, this extreme mean water is exceedingly precious for beings of the dark. The girl observed. choosing not to leave but to remain at the edge of the hucking pool. She was not foolish. Chen and Apos' earlier restraint indicated he was not an ill-natured person. Sitting on the steps, she sighed. I wonder when Aunt Zhao Ji will find me. I miss home. Is this a barrier? 8th rank. What has transpired in Sioux City? Who has set up such a formidable barrier? What is their intention? Have they gone mad? An aircraft descended outside Sioux City, and Qin Hong disembarked, keenly noticing the city enveloped by an immense barrier, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Master Qin Hong, we just tested it. This barrier is exceedingly sturdy. We cannot breach its defenses. See? Blood Ji expressed regret as she spoke. Do not worry. I will handle everything. Qin Hong raised his hand. Such a barrier requires at least an 8th rank combatant, or a barrier master, to break through. Understood. Blood Ji replied. Qin Hong channeled his 8th rank true energy, striking the barrier. And in an instant, it cracked open a gap. Subsequently, over 30 of them surged into the barrier, and soon after, the damaged barrier restored itself. Blood Ji, use our Qin family spirit crane to locate Tong Dajuan and Apos' hideout. Yes, Master Qin Hong. Tong Dajuan is in a dilapidated civil defense facility 15 miles to our east. Let us depart. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the site of the civil defense facility. Upon arrival, they discovered numerous tentacles thrashing about, slaughtering humans and other races. A scene that left Qin Hong, Blood Ji, and the others utterly astonished. What is happening? Where did these tentacles come from? Qin Hong squinted, questioning the situation. Master Qin Hong, these ghastly things resemble the vines of the Hydra cypress, Blood Ji observed, bowing her head. The Hydra cypress? Are you certain? Qin Hong inquired. The Qin family was an ancient lineage with profound heritage, possessing a wealth of ancient tomes detailing numerous arcane secrets. Blood Ji, an avid reader, recognized these tentacles immediately. Master Qin Hong, Blood Ji is certain, she stated respectfully. The Hydra cypress? What mischief is this beast up to? That barrier must have been his doing. Has he lost his mind? Qin Hong pondered, seeming to grasp the Hydra cypress and Apos' intentions. Blood Ji remained silent, wisely refraining from interrupting, patiently awaiting instructions. Forget him. We must first find Tong Dajuan. Qin Hong summoned a lamp-like artifact. Master, could this be the legendary Xianyang lamp? Blood Ji exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. The Xianyang lamp was famed as an ancient treasure, containing a strand of solar fire. Once unleashed, it possessed the power to annihilate all things in existence. It was one of the many treasures of the Qin family. Having only heard tales of it, she felt envious to see Qin Hong wielding such a lamp. Blood Ji. Any who reach the 8th rank may select an ancient treasure from the Qin family and Apos' vault. You are currently at the peak of the 7th rank. Once you attain the 8th rank, you too will possess such a treasure. Keep striving. Qin Hong encouraged her. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Blood Ji expressed her gratitude. Now follow me. Qin Hong, holding the Xianyang lamp, unleashed his 8th rank might, the lamp and Apos' light radiating forth, enveloping them in a protective glow. Annihilate. He softly chanted the incantation, wielding the Xianyang lamp. Flames erupted, incinerating the Hydra cypress and Apos' vines in their path. Curse you, detestable humans. I shall not spare you. I will return. The Hydra cypress, witnessing the devastation, vanished from the area. Boom. Qin Hong disregarded the Hydra cypress, directing the Xianyang lamp to breach the entrance of the civil defense facility. His target was Tong Dajuan. Tap, tap, tap. He transformed his shape, moving with remarkable speed. And in the blink of an eye, he penetrated the interior of the civil defense works, commencing his search for Tong Dajuan. Shueji, split up and search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary, but bring him back to me, he commanded. Understood. Shueji responded, gesturing with a grand sweep of her hand. You all heard that, right? Search diligently. Before long, they finally discovered Tong Dajuan. However, at that moment, he was in a state of utter disarray, his mind somewhat disoriented. Cowering in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Tong Dajuan, who killed the young master? Qin Hong and Apos' voice rang out sharply. It was Chen who killed him. Chen is not dead. He is the devil, seeking revenge for the young master. Kill Chen, kill? Upon hearing the name of the young master, Tong Dajuan's dazed expression momentarily sharpened, and he began to shout loudly. What? Chen did it? Chen is alive? This revelation left Qin Hong and the others utterly astonished. Shueji, what is your perspective on this matter? Qin Hong inquired. He harbored doubts regarding the credibility of Tong Dajun and Appo's words, considering that Chen and Appo's death was widely known. My lord, Shuiji believes that there is no smoke without fire. The murderer of the young master cannot be Chen, but he is undoubtedly connected to him, Shuiji remarked, offering a reminder. Chapter 53. A sword defeats the Shadow Serpent King. What? Is this related to Chen? Are you suggesting that the killer could very well be the Miao Mountain sect Saintus, Shangguanstianer? No, Shangguanstianer is at the pinnacle of the 7th stage and possesses an SS-level Holy Spirit sword body, yet she still lacks the power to kill the young master. She does not possess such strength. Qin Hong shook his head. My lord, if it is not Shangguanstianer, then the young master's death may indeed have been caused by Chen himself. He is endowed with an SSS-level talent as a battle god body, and only he possesses the capability to slay the young master. But isn't he already dead? Upon hearing this, Blood Princess continued to speculate. She paused momentarily before adding, My lord, do you think there is a chance that Chen is still alive? What? Chen is not dead? This? Impossible. The poison wine the young master consumed was an exceedingly rare poison, incurable. After drinking it, Chen would surely perish. Qin Hong could not believe that Chen was still alive, nor did he wish for it. For if Chen lives, it would be a calamity for the Qin family. After all, an SSS-level battle god body, once fully developed, would be unimaginably powerful. He did not respond to Blood Princess, instead focusing on Tong Dajun. Regardless of whether Qin Yudong was killed by Chen, Tong Dajun must die, for someone must pay for Qin Yudong's demise. Tong Dajun, your failure to protect the young master led to his tragic death. According to the Qin family's clan law, your crime warrants execution. Qin Hong did not believe Tong Dajun's words and immediately commanded his subordinates to execute him. No, I am a meritorious servant. Tong Dajun's words were cut short as his head was severed by Qin Hong. My lord, what shall we do now? Blood Princess inquired. It seems we can only continue searching for clues. Qin Hong responded, utterly helpless. Initially, he had considered this task simple. But now it appeared that Sioux City was rife with danger. Not only were there those foreign sea beasts, but also the Hydra. He understood that he must tread carefully from here on. Let us first seek out Shangguanstianer, he proposed. Yes. Biluoqing, Hucking Pool. Chen fervently absorbed the water of extreme Yin, his physical body vigorously drawing from that purest essence of Yin energy. Simultaneously, he began to practice the techniques recorded in the Yuan Shi Dao Jing, refining the extreme Yin water. Is that Chen? Damn it, this scourge is not dead. Why is he here? At that moment, the Shadow Serpent King, now a servant of the Hydra, also arrived at the 1st level. He quietly concealed himself in the shadows, and upon realizing that the target was Chen, he exhibited immense astonishment. Subsequently, he stealthily approached Chen, intent on hunting him down. This was a task assigned to him by the Hydra. This nemesis, his cultivation has become even more terrifying than before. No, he must be killed. He understood how troublesome Chen was and what he represented to the sea beasts. He also recognized that Chen was an SSS-level battle god body. He was acutely aware of how fearsome such a physique could become once fully matured. At this moment, he was in a state of invisibility, and no one could detect his presence, not even Chen. Thus, he gradually closed the distance to Chen, searching for an opportunity to strike. Chen, I shall utterly annihilate you, he vowed silently. At that time, within Chen's body, his 2 dantians transformed into 2 spiritual seas. As he absorbed the extreme Yin water, the area and depth of his spiritual seas continuously expanded. His strength was escalating at a meteoric pace. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. The Shadow Serpent King stealthily advanced. As he reached within 5 steps of Chen, he finally made his move. Kill, he commanded fiercely, raising his hand to strike at Chen. His palm contained deadly poison, the same poison that had previously afflicted Qin Yudong. Die, Chen roared. As his words escaped, his sword also moved. Whoosh. The burning Oblivion sword transformed into a torrent of sword energy, hurtling towards the Shadow Serpent King. This strike was intended for murder. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated as Chen's sword energy ruthlessly sent the Shadow Serpent King flying. His beastly form was wounded. The scales on his chest shattered. Cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the Shadow Serpent King, gravely weakened, half knelt upon the ground. Many of his scales lay broken, and his injuries were severe. Just as he engaged Chen, he found himself at a disadvantage, severely injured. His strength nowhere near Chen's. Your strength? Why? He questioned, astonished by Chen's power, particularly the terrifying sword strike he had just unleashed. Shadow Serpent King. You are still alive? Chen inquired, surprised that the Shadow Serpent King had survived the Hydra-esque grasp. No, you must have been controlled by the Hydra, right? Chen swiftly discerned the powerful restriction within the Shadow Serpent King's soul, and he instantly understood what it was. How do you know? No. Chen. You bastard, you truly are not dead? This was all you're doing, wasn't it? You deceived everyone? The Shadow Serpent King was initially stunned, but soon his fury ignited, believing everything to be Chen's conspiracy. Who told you I was dead? Have you not realized that I am merely a corpse now? I live solely for vengeance. Shadow Serpent King, I never wished to kill you, but since you seek death, I cannot be blamed. Chen declared sternly, with a swift motion. He summoned the burning Oblivion Sword, and in an instant, the sword light erupted forth, countless sword energies mercilessly bombarding the Shadow Serpent King. This was a lethal strike. Chen, you bastard, you cannot kill me. It was not I who harmed you. If you seek revenge, go after Chen Yudong. What does it have to do with me? The Shadow Serpent King, previously injured, now had no strength to retaliate. Faced with Chen's attack, he could only await his fate. I do not wish to die. He screamed in terror. Buzz, at that moment, the ground of Hucking Pool trembled, fissures appearing across its surface. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of tentacles shot toward Chen. You are Chen? The one publicly executed by the citizens of Sioux City? You are truly unfortunate. Useless. The voice belonged to the Hydra, who had come to rescue the Shadow Serpent King. After all, the Shadow Serpent King was his newly acquired servant. Allowing him to die would be a poor investment, one he would not entertain. Hydra, you vile creature, lurking underground and spilling blood, creating untold atrocities. Today I come to enact divine justice. Chen declared with conviction. Kill me? Chen, do you think you are worthy? Remarked the Hydra King with overwhelming authority. His fury palpable. He was genuinely enraged, for Chen's blatant disdain was intolerable to him. A mere dozen vines, I could extinguish them with a mere gesture. Chen raised his hand, unleashing the celestial fire from his primordial spirit. Boom. A torrent of flames surged forth, instantly igniting the vines. What is this? Celestial fire? Chen, you undead wretch. How could you possibly meld such a fire? No, this defies logic. The Hydra King was finally alarmed. Previously, he had failed to recognize that the flames Chen wielded were the celestial fire. Now, realizing this, his expression shifted dramatically. The celestial fire is a paragon among the exotic flames, embodying the mysteries of creation and dominion over destruction. It is an exceptionally formidable celestial fire. Without hesitation, the Hydra King severed his own tendrils and fled. He understood that lingering here was unwise, disregarding the Shadow Serpent King entirely. Hydra King, attempting to escape? Naive. Chen, noticing the opponent's retreat, sprang into action. With a flick of his wrist, the burning silent sword erupted with terrifying brilliance. Kill. A wave of menacing sword light surged toward the tendrils ensnared in celestial fire. How painful. The Hydra King, scorched by the celestial fire, roared in agony, cursing Chen. Being a creature of the plant realm, he naturally feared such flames. They were their nemesis. Kill. With another fierce command, Chen charged again, intent on subduing the tendrils. To him, these tendrils were nothing short of potential attributes waiting to be claimed for his own ascendance. Chapter 54 The Beginning of Chaos. The retreat of the sea beast Chen. Do not be so arrogant. I shall settle this score with you. If you dare to come to the third level, I will transform you into a puppet, to be driven by me for eternity. The Hydra, spoke with unparalleled hatred. His animosity towards Chen was palpable. Prepare yourself. I will send you on your way. Chen retorted sharply. You? Seethed with rage. Yet he found himself powerless against Chen and could only turn and vanish into the rift. Chen, I will not let you go. You are doomed. Notification. You have slain a tentacle of the Hydra. Reward. 1,200 attribute points. Notification. You have slain a tentacle of the Hydra. Reward. 1,300 attribute points. Notification. You have slain a tentacle of the Hydra. Reward. 1,400 attribute points. 16 notifications in succession. Chen acquired 26,000 attribute points, a modest gain. So you dare to threaten me? You are finished. Just wait. In a few days, I shall personally slay you, old monster. Having said this, Chen turned his gaze to the Shadow Serpent King. Now it is your turn to depart. Your support is gone. With the burning desolation sword in hand, he fixed his dark eyes upon the Shadow Serpent King. No, Chen, my esteemed master, spare me. I do not wish to die. If you do not kill me, I am willing to be your servant, to toil for you. Faced with death, the Shadow Serpent King discarded all semblance of dignity and integrity. He simply wished to live. I have no need for such a servant. Prepare to depart. Chen replied with utmost disdain. No, I still have my uses. Chen, I implore you, spare me. He incessantly begged. Those not of my kind harbor different intentions. Chen raised his hand and severed the Shadow Serpent King and Apos' head. Notification. You have slain a peak tier 7th level alien. Reward. Attribute points 56,000. A gasp escaped from the onlookers. This person is incredibly powerful. He has just repelled 2 monsters. Chen? That name sounded familiar. The girl who had accidentally fallen into this realm was also awestruck by Chen's remarkable prowess. Is he not human? Is he a zombie? And does he possess the heavenly fire? The girl was intensely curious about Chen. Chen returned to the pool of extreme water to continue his absorption, striving to enhance his strength. Having just clashed with the Hydra Bai, he understood the formidable nature of his opponent. Even a mere tentacle posed a considerable challenge. Without the heavenly fire, he would have been no match for Bai. I need greater power, he reminded himself. Notification. Absorbing a drop of extreme water. Attribute points 300. Notification. Absorbing a drop of extreme water. Attribute points 300. Another lengthy period of cultivation ensued. Meanwhile, the girl, feeling bored, began to wander outside the hucking pool. Oh, Sister Xiaoji, come and fetch me. I want to go home, she murmured repeatedly. Due to Chen and Apos as presence, the specters in the Billuo Palace had fled, leaving this place the safest in Sioux City. She approached the area where Chen was meditating. His eyes were closed, and the extreme water was visibly diminishing, while his aura grew ever more formidable. What kind of person is he? The girl sat on the stone steps, cradling her face in her hands, observing Chen with immense curiosity. To be honest, he is rather handsome, possessing the potential to become a top star. She sighed. This apocalypse is dreadfully dull. There are no dramas to binge, no games to play. The atmosphere darkened as chaos reigned in Sioux City, transformed into a hellish landscape filled with zombies, sea beasts, lethal tentacles, and specters. Countless humans became prey, some devoured, others assimilated into zombies. Once a thriving metropolis, Sioux City now lay in ruins. Damn it. Everything is in disarray. The King of Whales gritted his teeth, his human form strikingly handsome. News had just arrived that the Shadow Serpent King's soul lantern had extinguished. He was dead. This is all the doing of Bai, that wretched creature. He must be punished. The 8th tier sea beast monarch declared, his fury palpable. Yet he felt powerless. Bai lay hidden thousands of meters underground. And even Cthulhu lacked the confidence to guarantee victory against him. My lord, experts from the Dragon Jin clan have also arrived. The Chen family is here too. Should we fight or retreat? The King of Whales contemplated the prospect of retreat. My lord, I suggest we withdraw to the Jiangning fortress, he proposed. Have you spoken to them? Cthulhu inquired, acknowledging the King of Whales and Apos' superior intellect. My lord, Sioux City is too chaotic. We lack the advantage. In this state, it is a merciless meat grinder for us, not a paradise, the King of Whales articulated. We must recuperate. Our losses have been catastrophic. The other sea beast monarchs nodded in agreement. From the moment they invaded Sioux City, they had already lost 30 of their forces, with numbers still rising and meager rewards to show for it. Initially, they had planned to conquer Sioux City and enslave millions of humans. Now, with zombies and specters roaming, they sought to claim their share but found their plans thwarted. Cthulhu hesitated. If we retreat, will everyone be satisfied? He asked. My lord, even if we are reluctant, we have no choice. The waters of Sioux City have become muddied. If we do not leave, we risk being completely devoured. The specters, zombies, and Bai are formidable foes. We cannot afford to sustain further losses. If this continues, our sea beast clan will face extinction. The King of Whales urged, My lord, we must depart. Very well. Cthulhu gritted his teeth. We will retreat. This decision was made with great reluctance, but no alternatives remained. Indeed, the 5 sea beast monarchs bowed in agreement. A resounding war horn sounded, signaling the retreat of the sea beast clan. What is that? Yes, it is the retreat signal. Retreat. Countless sea beasts began to withdraw. In a zombie encampment, Zheng Xinmin observed this development, his blood-red eyes filled with astonishment. The sea beasts are retreating? Have they lost their minds? They are fleeing. What of the master's plan? What about me? He was about to lead his men to intercept the sea beasts, but after taking just a few steps, he hesitated. After all, he was no match for the sea beast king Cthulhu. My king, shall we send someone to intercept them? A 7th-tier zombie raised his hand and spoke. This zombie had just awakened. In his previous life, he was a peak 6th-tier warrior who, due to mutation, had unexpectedly evolved into a 7th-tier zombie. Very well. Let them depart as they wish. Chapter 55. A successful promotion. Green Zombie Chen also heard the war horn signaling the retreat of the sea beasts. They are retreating? He couldn't and imp. Oppos. To help but admire the courage of the sea beast leaders. After all, severing one and imp. Oppos. S own flesh is not a feat everyone can accomplish. This time, the sea beasts invaded Sioux City, suffering heavy losses, and just as they were on the verge of conquering the city, they chose to withdraw. Impressive. With a sigh of relief, he concluded his training. The waters of extreme Een in this pool had been completely refined and absorbed. His 2 dantians were vast, and his zombie hair had undergone a terrifying transformation, with 92 turning green. His body was almost entirely cloaked in green. All of this was a result of the extreme Een waters, yet he had not even enhanced them through additional points. Level 3 Corpse Raising Ground. What a delight. These waters of extreme Een were indeed invaluable. He felt an immense joy. However, he understood that such opportunities were rare, serendipitous rather than sought after. Next, he allocated points to his remaining hair. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to Green Zombie. 5 minutes later, Chen successfully leveled up. He had become a Green Zombie. Next level, Blood Zombie. Blood Zombie? As the name suggests, it relates to blood. The requirement for advancing to Blood Zombie is astonishingly high, 95? What is going on? Upon checking his advancement status, he quickly realized he was merely a step away from becoming a Blood Zombie. After a careful examination, he understood the situation. Blood Zombie, related to blood. Previously, Chen had allocated points to his heart, reviving it. The heart is the source of blood production, allowing him to create silver blood ahead of time. Now, he simply needed to allocate points to his bone marrow. Once the marrow underwent transformation, his blood would turn golden, and he would immediately ascend to a Blood Zombie. Excellent. He was filled with exhilaration. He then commenced his actions. Allocate points to bone marrow. Beep. Deducting 100 attribute points. Beep. Deducting 100 attribute points. Beep. Deducting 100 attribute points. As his attribute points were deducted, Chen could distinctly sense his bone marrow gradually reviving, and he noticed his strength continuously increasing. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. This transformation was ongoing. What is happening to him? A young girl noticed something unusual about Chen and Appo's body and murmured to herself. She did not approach him. Her family were martial artists. Chen was currently in training, and it was paramount that he not be disturbed. She hoped he was all right. The young girl's heart was kind and untainted. Jiang City. Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, Branch. Stargazing Pavilion. Alas, everything is a calamity. It is regrettable that our human race has lost an SSS-level talent. The Empress is foolish. At this moment, Su Miaoi, the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy branch and a guardian of Jiang City, deleted a text message that had just been received. Master, what has happened? A young girl inquired respectfully. Su Miaoi, like Chen, was among the first to awaken talents before the arrival of Doom. She too possessed an SSS-level talent, the 6-winged angel, capable of summoning 6-winged angels. This girl was Gu Liener, Su Miaoi's most cherished disciple. She was endowed with an SSS-level talent, the 7-star Phoenix, a top-tier spiritual pet known for its formidable power and a type of phoenix. Could it be that something has occurred in Sioux City? She quietly asked. The girl understood that the only thing capable of troubling her master so was the situation in Sioux City. She believed the recent message was about the events there. Despite the brutality of the alien races, her heart harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Yet, in this instance, she found herself secretly hoping they would breach Sioux City, annihilating the ignorant populace that had harmed her beloved Chen. She was not a saint, she had her own cherished ones to protect. When she heard that the citizens of Sioux City intended to publicly execute Chen, their guardian for a decade, her heart shattered. She loathed the millions of heartless citizens of Sioux City, even inwardly cursing for the aliens to lay waste to the city. So they would regret their foolish choice to condemn Chen, and that the aliens would avenge his demise. Sioux City had been overrun by the alien forces. Suffering countless casualties, even Qin Yudong had perished in battle. Nearly all 20,000 martial artists from Sioux City had been annihilated. Now, the aliens were slaughtering Sioux City. It was the end for Sioux City. Su Miaoi had previously dispatched people to monitor the war in Sioux City. When she received the text message, her mood was grim. But later she felt a sense of relief. The populace of Sioux City was unworthy of respect. They did not honor heroes or the strong. When Chen was judged, Not a single soul stood up to defend him, and even now, some were cursing him. Such indifference was chilling. Master, those people in Sioux City deserve their fate. Who told them to be so cold and selfish to judge Brother Chen? They have brought ruin upon themselves. This is divine retribution. Guillotine said. Enough. Such divisive words must not be spoken aloud. Do you understand? Su Miaoi cautioned. Master, I only speak before you. I want and oppose. To say anything outside. The hearts of people in this apocalypse are terrifying. Chen fought valiantly for 10 years for Sioux City, securing a decade of peace. Yet who could have imagined those people would ignore his contributions and even aid in his betrayal? They deserve to die. Guillotine and oppose, said angrily. Alas, let us not speak of them anymore, nor the Empress. They believe that an SSS-level talent that has not yet matured holds no value. Failing to realize that Chen did not reach the 8th stage or become a dragon transformation martial artist simply because he devoted all his energy to defending the city. He had no time to cultivate. Now, due to their own foolishness, our human race has lost a potential invincible being capable of challenging the Emperor. That Qin Yudong is nothing more than a mere S-level talent, yet he plots against Chen and oppose S abilities and cultivation through underhanded means, and the Empress dares to protect him. She is utterly foolish. Su Miaoi was deeply disappointed in the Empress. Chen was not just a soldier but also a martial artist. He had been oppressed and conspired against by Qin Yudong, yet the Empress failed to speak up for him. She is truly misguided. Now, within the borders of Long Country, not only soldiers but even martial artists have lost faith in the imperial court. This is a sign of national ruin. The Empress is self-deluded. She will inevitably regret her actions. Guillotine and oppose, spoke vehemently, showing no kindness towards the Empress. Enough of this talk. Lien and oppose, You are also about to break through to the 7th stage. Go into seclusion. Do not emerge until you reach the 7th stage. Su Miaoi, concerned that Guillotine might get into trouble, decided to send her into seclusion. Indeed, Guillotine did not argue. She understood that Su Miaoi had her best interests at heart. Master, do you believe that Brother Chen is still alive? Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. This? Su Miaoi remained silent, merely raising her hand to signal Guillotine to depart. She too was overwhelmed with sorrow. In the past, she and Chen had been comrades who relied on each other through life and death. With fervent passion, they had fought valiantly for the human race. Yet despite the relentless slaughter by the foreign tribes, it paled in comparison to the resilience of the human spirit. Chen, I miss you, she murmured, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 56, Pinnacle of 8th Level Power. Ding. Ding. The host has allocated 1,026,000 attribute points to the bone marrow. Ding. The bone marrow has awakened. Ding. Due to the awakening of the bone marrow, the 206 bones in the host's body have completed their enhancement ahead of schedule. Ding. The host has advanced. Blood corpse. Have I advanced again? Chen was astonished by his consecutive boosts in strength. Increasingly awed by this invincible attribute allocation system. This system is truly extraordinary. Since the awakening of the system, it has not only restored his peak combat power, but has even elevated it further. Now, he stands as a paragon among the 8th tier transformation realm. His combat prowess is unparalleled. All 206 bones have been enhanced? He felt immense joy at this revelation, having just noticed a significant leap in his strength. The human skeleton comprises 206 bones in total. The axial skeleton, which includes the skull and trunk bones, consists of 80 bones. The upper limb bones, including the clavicle, scapula, humerus, ulna, and radius, total 64 bones. The lower limb bones consist of 62 bones, including the ilium, ischium, pubis, femur, tibia, and fibula. The skeleton serves as a vital structure of the human body, supporting the form, protecting internal organs, providing attachment points for muscles, and is a fundamental component of all living beings. System, assess my peak combat power, Chen said with great excitement. He firmly believed his strength should have significantly increased, especially after advancing 2 levels in his zombie rank and with the awakening of his bone marrow power, not to mention the enhancement of his bones. Ding. Detecting host's peak combat power. Base combat power, 35,200. Level 13 strength enhancement, 5,500. Spirit Sea Realm martial power, 5,800. Battle God Body, 10-fold power amplification. Ding. The host and amp, oppose, S current peak combat power is 465,000. What? 456,000 combat power. Am I now able to claim the title of Pinnacle of the 8th level? This is astonishing. Chen was filled with immense joy upon seeing the results. He then opened his personal panel. The base combat power of 35,200 has increased tremendously, hasn't it? Host, Chen level, 5, Blood Corpse. Next level, Flying Corpse, life, -1 billion can reverse life and death through attribute allocation. Combat power, 35,200, host advanced to Blood Corpse, combat power increased by 20,000. Ability, level 15 energy attraction, autonomously absorbing various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters. Energy absorption speed increased by 8,000. Attribute point conversion rate of 520 points hour. Daily attribute point conversion limit of 6,000. This ability can be upgraded with no upper limit. Current upgrade requirement, 150,000 points. Level 1 corpse resistance, immune to all zombie and undead viruses, maxed out, cannot allocate points. Level 1 corpse poison, inflicts damage through poison. Can be upgraded with no upper limit. Current upgrade requirement, 100 points. Level 13 strength, combat power increased by 500, can be upgraded with no upper limit. Upgrade requirement, 200,000 points. Level 12 defense, impervious to ordinary blades and firearms, difficult to injure in early 8th tier, damage halved in late 8th tier. Can withstand 1 peak attack from a 9th tier expert, can be upgraded with no upper limit. Upgrade requirement, 150,000 points. Level 10 mobility, maxed out, arms can move freely. Capable of executing even the most complex martial techniques, more agile than a normal person, legs are fully liberated, more nimble than an average individual. Level 10 plunder, maxed out. Cannot be upgraded. This ability grants a 65% chance to successfully plunder the majority of attribute points from humans, zombies, and other beings upon their defeat. Talent. SSS grade talent battle god body, awakened, can enhance talent potential through attribute points, with a chance to trigger talent sublimation, each allocation of 100 points. Soul Devour, level 8. Can be upgraded. Upgrade requirement, 60,000 points. This increase is remarkable. After advancing to Blood Corpse, I was awarded an additional 20,000 combat power. It seems that as one progresses, the enhancements become increasingly formidable. No wonder in novels and films, lesser zombies are easily vanquished. Yet a zombie king poses a challenge even to the most skilled practitioners. Chen was elated at this turn of events. His combat power had surged, evolving into a Blood Corpse. He stood up. Have you finished your training? The young girl approached Chen to greet him. Yes. Chen was suddenly able to speak. Is this due to the activation of the bone marrow? He speculated to himself. You can talk now? Aren't and Oppos. To you a zombie? The girl inquired. Little girl, you really asked too many questions. Mind your own business, Chen admonished. Oh, so, can we leave now? The girl asked. Not yet. I must slay that Hydra by. He is my target, Chen replied, shaking his head. He anticipated the mysterious rewards mentioned by the system. Aren't and Oppos, to you afraid of that monster? He is more formidable than the Immortal Emperor, the girl cautioned. She wished for Chen to avoid danger. Afraid? Why would I fear him? His demise is certain, Chen declared, now possessing the peak combat power of the 8th tier, fearless of the Hydra by. He was determined to eliminate the scourge. Without waiting for the girl to respond, he embraced her and soared into the air, heading towards the second layer. As they entered the second layer, an overwhelming, terrifying aura swept over them. Is this demonic energy? Is this second layer inhabited by demons? Chen was taken aback. Demon race? In this cursed place, how could demons possibly thrive? You must be mistaken, the girl questioned. I and Oppos, am not wrong. The demonic energy here is exceedingly dense. Chen assured, shielding the girl behind him. He then executed an intricate maneuver, swiftly moving towards the depths of the second layer. He sensed the presence of demons at the entrance to the third layer. After a few moments, Chen and the girl finally encountered the guardian of the second layer. Are you a member of the Mighty Ape clan? You are Yuan Qi, right? The girl recognized the identity of the guardian. You know me? Who are you? The guardian. A member of the ape clan known as Yuan Qi was taken aback. I am Jiang Shiqi, the girl introduced herself. Jiang Shiqi? You belong to that family? Yuan Qi and Oppos' expression changed dramatically. He was extremely wary of the girl and Oppos' identity, hesitating immediately. Yuan Qi, I am well aware of your past. You went mad from practicing the taboo techniques of the Mighty Ape clan and subsequently defected, vanishing without a trace. To my astonishment, you have concealed yourself here. You are indeed formidable, remarked Jiang Shiqi. Jiang Shiqi, your status is exalted, and I am not one to provoke you. If you wish to ascend to the 3rd level, it is of no concern to me, however, he cannot. With a swift motion, Yuan Qi summoned a coiling dragon staff, directing it towards Yu Chen. To enter the 3rd level, you must first vanquish me. Yuan Qi, you dare to be so audacious. He is my savior, should you harm him. Our Jiang family will not let you go, Jiang Shiqi proclaimed loudly, resolute in her determination to protect Yu Chen from harm. Chapter 57. The Defeat of Yuan Qi and Jiang Shiqi and Amp. Oppos, S. Apprenticeship, Jiang Shiqi. Your words hold no threat over me. The Jiang family may be formidable. Yet this individual is not one of your kin. Should I choose to slay him, the Jiang family shall not retaliate, Yuan Qi declared with unwavering confidence. And you? Jiang Shiqi retorted, her fury palpable, yet she found herself powerless against the undeniable truth of Yuan Qi and Oppos' assertion. The great strength divine ape clan was an ancient lineage, one that the Jiang family, despite their might, would not provoke lightly. Very well. If a battle is what you seek, then let it commence. You just stated that upon defeating you, I may ascend to the 3rd tier, correct? Yu Chen interjected. Indeed. But can a mere human such as yourself truly vanquish me? I, Yuan Qi, am a prodigy of the great strength divine ape clan. My cultivation level can easily crush you. Come forth, Yuan Qi proclaimed. Launching himself forward with incredible speed, his staff sweeping menacingly towards Yu Chen. Child's play. Yu Chen responded, advancing rather than retreating. He wielded the burning abyss sword with deftness. Kill. The innate power of his battle body surged forth, his peak 8th tier combat prowess erupting in a terrifying wave that bore down upon Yuan Qi. Simultaneously, he brought the burning abyss sword crashing down. A thunderous explosion ensued as the sword met the staff, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The two combatants were thrust apart, and a tempest of raw energy radiated outward, distorting the very fabric of space and producing a cacophony of sharp sounds in the surrounding air. Who are you? How can your physical form be so formidable? Yuan Qi questioned, now standing in opposition to Yu Chen, his initial dismissiveness waning in the face of Yu Chen and Oppos' evident strength, which had earned his respect. I'm Yu Chen, Yu Chen declared, revealing his name. What? You are Yu Chen? The one who possesses the SSS class talent of the battle god body? The guardian of humanity for a decade, only to be wrongfully executed by your own kind? Yuan Qi inquired, having heard tales of Yu Chen's exploits. Indeed, that is I, Yu Chen replied with conviction. Truly you? No wonder you have the qualifications to contend with me. Yu Chen, you merit my full attention in this battle, Yuan Qi acknowledged, his caution heightening. The renown of Yu Chen cast a long shadow, even over one as esteemed as himself among the demon kin. He is Yu Chen? Young Jiang Shiqi finally grasped Yu Chen's identity, though she had long remained within the confines of the Jiang family's ancestral estate. She had heard whispers of Yu Chen's legendary deeds. First, he was the possessor of the SSS class battle god body. Second, he had defended humanity for 10 years, preventing any foreign entities from breaching Sioux City. Yet, upon learning of his unjust execution, she had sneaked away to bid him farewell. Little did she know that upon her arrival in Sioux City, she would find it besieged by foreign invaders, only to subsequently fall into Bailuo City and serendipitously encounter Yu Chen. She perceived this as fate. Enough chatter, let us begin, Yu Chen commanded with authority. Arrogance. Yuan Qi's agitation surged. He unleashed his peak 8th tier combat prowess, a terrifying surge of vitality aiming to crush Yu Chen. Kill. He merged with his staff, becoming a singular force. With a downward swing, countless staff shadows erupted, sealing off all of Yu Chen's escape routes. Yet, Yu Chen remained undeterred. He faced the oncoming staff with resolute composure, firmly grasping the burning abyss sword. Die. He finally made his move, executing the heaven-slaying sword technique. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted instantaneously, a terrifying display of might that was simply beyond Yuan Qi's capacity to rival. Yu Chen's prowess was astonishing, a true testament to his status as a peerless prodigy of humanity and the possessor of the SSS class battle god body. Such power was awe-inspiring. And should he continue to develop, he might very well become one of the most formidable beings in this realm. Jiang Shiqi speculated boldly, recognizing Yu Chen's potential. With a resounding crash, the sword light cleaved through Yuan Qi's myriad of staff shadows. Even the space itself was rent asunder by Yu Chen's blade, creating fissures imbued with otherworldly energy that obliterated everything in their path. Yuan Qi was sent reeling, yet found himself ensnared within the rift, where the otherworldly energies descended upon him, inflicting no harm. Impossible. This is otherworldly power. What level of zombie have you become? He queried. Blood corpse. Chen stated softly. What? Blood corpse? Weren't you just beheaded? How could you evolve so quickly? Chi's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps it is due to my immense resentment and unfulfilled grievances. Unwilling to perish, I have returned as a corpse to seek vengeance. I shall eradicate all my enemies. Sioux City shall not escape unscathed, Chen proclaimed coldly, voicing the profound anguish and hatred that festered within him. Chi finally felt the pressure mounting. A blood corpse? Despite being of the great strength Divine Ape clan, he was well versed in the lore of zombies, knowing that a blood corpse was a high tier and dead. Nearly on par with a zombie king. Come, continue. Chen wasted no time, unleashing his peak combat power once more. Kill. His hatred roared forth. A culmination of solitude and despair now directed at Chi. No. Chi was caught unprepared. Chen's sword was too swift, and he was struck, sent hurtling back. Cough. He stumbled backward, blood spilling from his lips. Chi, show me your remaining capabilities. I shall slay you. Chen's burning abyss sword radiated a terrifying aura of slaughter as he prepared to strike. Please, don't kill me. My grandfather is the elder of the great strength Divine Ape clan, a being on the verge of becoming an emperor. If you slay me, he will not let you off easily. Chi pleaded, leveraging his family's stature in a desperate bid for survival. Is that so? Let him come then. I, Chen, shall eradicate all enemies in this world. This era shall be ruled by me. Chen proclaimed with overwhelming dominance, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy. No, Chi has perished. His head has fallen to the ground. A generation and Oppos, prodigy of the demonic race, slain. Ding, you have killed a prodigy of the demonic race. Triggering plunder, gaining, attribute points 160,000, system notification. Hee, just as Chi breathed his last, a reward was credited, filling Chen with immense joy. 16,000 attribute points. This time he struck it rich. The peak of Quasi-Emperor? The elder of the mighty Divine Ape clan? Hearing this, Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. He was certainly no match for a peak Quasi-Emperor. For now, he could only remain incognito. He believed that the human race also possessed Quasi-Emperor level beings. This was his opportunity. He merely needed to develop in secrecy until he succeeded, at which point he would disregard all foes. What? Chen has slain Chi. How fierce! Jiang Shiqi. Witnessing this, applauded Chen in admiration. Chen, I wish to take you as my master. Chapter 58. The hidden puppet finally reveals itself apprenticeship. Upon hearing this, Chen feigned ignorance. He had no intention of accepting Jiang Shiqi as his disciple. After all, he was not one to teach. He was a killer. He stepped forward and confiscated the storage bracelet from Chi, whose spirit mark had vanished upon his death. Upon recognizing the bracelet as his, Chen discovered an array of treasures within, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, numerous tomes on demon clan techniques, and even a few alluring bikini photographs of top human beauties. The sight of these captivating figures stirred even Chen's heart. This monkey had quite the taste. He stowed the storage bracelet into his system's backpack. Master, please allow me to pay my respects, Jiang Shiqi declared mischievously, sensing Chen's silence and seizing the moment to bow before him. Wait, you. Chen attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Jiang Shiqi, I will not accept you as my disciple. I only know how to kill, not to teach. Having spoken, he approached the entrance to the 3rd level. It will be perilous ahead. Will you wait for me here on the 2nd level, or I shall accompany you? Jiang Shiqi insisted obstinately. Very well, Chen conceded, leading Jiang Shiqi into the 3rd level. As they materialized in the 3rd level, Chen was taken aback to find it devoid of spiritual energy, rendering his true chi ineffective. Is there a ceiling formation here? His eyes narrowed, the revelation surprising him. The red-clad ghost had mentioned that human prodigies had ventured into this place, and it seemed likely that this ancient tomb was a lair of sorts, perhaps used by a certain power to nurture the Hydra of the 9 heads. Master, what is the ceiling formation? Jiang Shiqi inquired. It is a formation that can imprison true chi and spells. In this realm, only innate abilities, brute strength, and physical power can be utilized, Chen explained. Jie, Chen, you have truly arrived. It seems Chi, that waste, has perished at your hands. How utterly incompetent he was. The voice of the 9-headed Hydra echoed ominously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of tendrils lunged toward them. The 9-headed Hydra. At the peak of the 8th tier and on the brink of entering the Quasi-Emperor realm, possessed a strength that was unfathomable. These tentacles could not be easily vanquished. Nine-headed Hydra, your end is nigh, Chen retorted coldly. Are you threatening me? Ha! Chen, do you believe yourself worthy? I shall not hesitate to inform you that I have powerful backing. This ancient tomb was constructed specifically for me, designed to cultivate my strength to the 9th and even 10th tier. Someone will obstruct you, the nine-headed Hydra boasted arrogantly. Who is this benefactor? Chen demanded. He had previously suspected that a hidden force was using millions of lives in Sioux City as sacrifices to elevate the nine-headed Hydra to the quasi-emperor level. Such an operation could only be orchestrated by an extraordinary entity, possibly one with a legacy spanning millennia. Is it us? A chilling voice resonated through the air. A luminous portal manifested, revealing several powerful individuals, both male and female. At the forefront stood a woman. Chen, you traitor, who has defied our teachings. Today, I have come to cleanse the ranks, the woman declared. Chen recognized her. She was, in some respects, his senior sister, a disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace. Her master, the Nine Extreme Sage, was among the rare top-tier masters of the age, having reached the peak of the 8th tier a decade prior. Reportedly just a step away from the 9th tier. Purple Extreme Palace? Lu Fongfong, so it was you who orchestrated everything in Sioux City. How malicious you are. It seems I was merely your pawn. Is that correct? A mere tool in your alliance with the Chen family. You have forsaken me, Haven Tiyu? Upon Lu Fongfong's arrival, Chen finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Qin Yudong's ability to act within the influence of the Purple Extreme Palace indicated their tacit approval. Though he had been reluctant to accept this reality, he could no longer deny the harsh truth. He had been abandoned not only by the millions of citizens of Sioux City, but also by the Purple Extreme Palace. Forsaken? Chen, it is not that you and your deceased master held any significance. How could the Purple Extreme Palace ever allow you two worthless beings to return? You should consider it a blessing to have sacrificed for the rise of the Purple Extreme Palace, Lu Fongfong sneered. As she spoke, she tossed a severed head to the ground. This is the head of your dead master. He discovered our plot with the Chen family and attempted to warn you, only to be slain by the Grand Elder of Divine Edicts. Remarkably, your life is quite resilient. We sought out an unparalleled poison for that waste, Qin Yudong. Yet he still failed. You transformed into a zombie and now possess the strength of the 8th tier. Lu Fongfong? Purple Extreme Palace? You have slain my master. This enmity shall remain unresolved between us, Chen declared, stepping forward to retrieve his master's head, gazing into the lifeless eyes that would never close. Rage surged within him. You shall pay dearly for this, Lu Fongfong. Chen, you lowly wretch. Why do you possess the SSS grade talent of the Battle God body? That talent should have been inherited by my junior brother. Now, he has reached the threshold of quasi-emperor. If you relinquish your talent to him, he could become the youngest quasi-emperor in history. The Purple Extreme Palace would then reign supreme. Lu Fongfong's visage twisted in malice. Does the palace master agree with this sentiment? Chen inquired. Within the Purple Extreme Palace, aside from his master, the Nine Extreme Sage, the only one who had shown any concern for him was the lofty palace master, Nangong Hintian. Now that the Nine Extreme Sage was deceased, his connection to the Purple Extreme Palace rested solely with Nangong Hintian. Chen, silence. Your master's name is not one to be uttered by a wretch like you. Once your master was alive, we dared not act against you. Now, however, your master favored my junior brother. You, a mere waste, are of no concern to him any longer. Without the master's command, do you truly believe that the venerable elder would dare to slay your deceased master? Very well. I have conveyed all that I needed to share with you. It is now time to depart. Lu Fongfong spoke with an icy demeanor, her disdain for Chen evident. Lu Fongfong, I bear you no animosity. Why do you harbor such hatred towards me? Why? Chen inquired, perplexed. Why, you ask? Let me tell you. When I confessed my feelings to you, your rejection was tolerable. But why did you publicize the matter and turn me into a subject of ridicule? From that moment on, I vowed to ensure your demise, Lu Fongfong retorted coldly. What? That incident was not my doing. I have explained this to you, Chen responded, taken aback by her words. Chapter 59. Abandoned again. Stop making excuses. If it isn't you, then who else could it be? The young disciple spoke. Having witnessed firsthand how you orchestrated the dissemination of this matter, his innocence is unquestionable. He would never lie. Everything is your doing. Upon hearing this, Lu Fongfong could not bring herself to believe Chen. Me? This? Lu Fongfong, I have told you before, it was not me. You? Everything was the doing of that scoundrel Fu Qishu. Is it him? Chen and Appo's mind raced. instantly linking the entire situation to Fu Qishu. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. The young disciple is not the type you describe. Yi Chen, today you shall meet your end, Lu Fangfang declared, raising her hand to issue a command. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 elite members from the Ziji Palace lunged toward Yi Chen. They were all mid-8th tier experts. Gold medal envoy of the Law Enforcement Hall of Ziji Palace? Lu Fangfang. You are truly wicked. Well then, you have slain my master. Any bond between us is severed. Today, it is either your death or mine. Yi Chen did not hesitate and immediately retaliated. Kill. He possessed the strength of a peak 8th tier warrior. Despite the 6 mid-8th tier adversaries joining forces, they stood no chance against him. Yi Chen, no. How pitiful for your master. Jiang Shiqi expressed her disdain for Lu Fangfang and the Ziji Palace's actions. She had seen shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Their conduct was utterly disgraceful, especially their secret nurturing of the 9-headed serpent by using the lives of hundreds of thousands in Sioux City to aid its evolution into a quasi-emperor at the 9th tier. Such actions were akin to betraying humanity. The Ziji Palace was playing with fire and would eventually burn themselves. Get lost. With a roar, Yi Chen charged forward, disregarding any injuries, and sent the 6 mid-8th tier disciples flying. Bang, bang, bang. All 6 were brutally incapacitated by Yi Chen. He refrained from killing them, perhaps out of respect for the ties of their sect. Why? How could we not breach your defenses just moments ago? Yi Chen, what level of cultivation are you at? One disciple inquired, unwilling to accept defeat. You are not worthy. Yi Chen chose not to divulge his secrets. He had already shown mercy by sparing their lives. You 6 have aided in heinous deeds. Today, I will only strip you of your powers as punishment. Should you dare raise a hand against me again, I will personally sever your heads and kick them like balls. He issued a fierce warning, his gaze now fixed on Lu Fangfang. Lu Fangfang, it is your turn now. He intended to eliminate the murderer of his master. As for the grudge against the Ziji Palace, he would address that in due time. At present, he understood he was not a match for the Ziji Palace. Whoosh. He lunged toward Lu Fangfang, who was a peak 8th tier opponent, undoubtedly a formidable foe. Yi Chen believed Lu Fangfang possessed hidden trump cards. After all, Nangong Hentian was an exceedingly protective master and would surely have bestowed upon her some treasures for self-defense. What do you intend to do, Yi Chen? I am your senior sister. If you kill me, master will not spare you. Do not be foolish. Lu Fangfang panicked, realizing she had underestimated Yi Chen's strength. You lowly wretch, why is it that even in death, you have become so formidable? It is unfair. I refuse to accept this. I must kill you. Only by killing you can I regain my status as the revered senior sister of the Ziji Palace. She was somewhat deranged. Boom. In a single exchange, Yi Chen and Appo's sword sent Lu Fangfang flying. She was utterly incompetent, unable to retaliate. Yi Chen and Appo's hands sent her crashing to the ground, where she coughed up blood, a pitiful sight. No, I will not lose. I cannot die. Yi Chen, I am your senior sister. You cannot kill me, she murmured, appearing almost insane. Yet Yi Chen offered her no opportunity. Die. He raised his hand, intent on delivering the fatal blow. Wait. Spare her. At that moment, someone approached from a distance. Is that Nangong Hentian? No, it is a clone. Once one attains quasi-emperor status, one can create clones to handle affairs and even eliminate foes. Yi Chen, what were you just doing? Fangfang is your senior sister. How could you harm her? Are you mad? Nangong Hentian reprimanded him loudly. Master, your words are unjust. She sought to kill me first. I merely retaliated. She was simply outmatched. This cannot be blamed on me. Yi Chen defended himself. Nangong Hentian found herself momentarily speechless. Yet she noticed Yi Chen's emotional state, which puzzled her greatly. He had once shown her such respect, yet now he stood in direct opposition to her. Yi Chen, are you still a disciple of the Ziji Palace? Your insubordination toward your elders warrants confinement in the small black room. Do you understand? Nangong Hentian questioned. Managing the Ziji Palace according to her whims, displaying a degree of incompetence. Master, Yi Chen shows no regard for his elders. Please slay him, Lu Fangfang implored, hoping to persuade Nangong Hentian to execute Yi Chen. What? Slay Yi Chen? Why? Him? Nangong Hentian hesitated. While she recognized Yi Chen had erred, she believed his offense did not warrant death. Master, if we eliminate him, the young disciple can devour Yi Chen's talent, thereby facilitating his ascension to quasi-emperor status. With 2 quasi-emperors in the Ziji Palace, our power will soar, and we may very well ascend to the status of a holy land. Lu Fangfang cunningly manipulated Nangong Hentian. What? Devour Yi Chen's talent? Qing Shu. 9th tier? This. Nangong Hentian remained indecisive, still wavering. However, it was not long before her gaze grew resolute. She had made up her mind. Yi Chen, as a junior, you dare lay hands on your senior sister? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Today, the palace master, shall cleanse the Ziji palace of your presence. Prepare to die. Nangong Hentian feigned righteousness. She sought to slay Yi Chen while grasping for a flimsy pretext. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glimmered with murderous intent. She was indeed intent on killing Yi Chen. The words of Lu Fangfang had taken effect. 9th tier. Quasi-Emperor. The expansion of their Ziji palace and Appos, as power? These enticing conditions have compelled Nangong Hentian to resolve to eliminate Yi Chen. She intends to have Yi Chen's extraordinary talents devoured by Fu Qishu, thereby birthing a top-tier 9th stage quasi-emperor within their esteemed Ziji palace. Such temptation is insurmountable. Even Nangong Hentian is not immune. Since ascending to the position of palace master, she has faced considerable skepticism. Over the years, she has navigated her role with utmost caution. Now, with the opportunity to silence all dissenters, she is determined not to let it slip away. Palace master, if you wish to eliminate me, do so directly. You have just placed such a heavy burden upon me that I cannot find peace even in death. How ruthless you are. From this day forth, Yi Chen, shall no longer be associated with your Ziji palace. Before Yi Chen could finish his declaration, Nangong Hentian unleashed a powerful strike upon him. Despite his indomitable physique, he was sent flying, suffering several broken ribs. You did not perish? You? Nangong Hentian exclaimed in utter astonishment. Chapter 60, The Seedling of the Devouring Spirit Bloodvine. Are you a zombie? A blood corpse? Yet, that is no justification for you to withstand my strike. Yi Chen, what secrets do you harbor? You are on the brink of death. Hasten to surrender your fortune to me. I will bestow it upon Qing Shu, for he is the future of our purple extreme palace. With your fortune, he shall revitalize our sect. This is your final worth. Nangong Hentian spoke with an icy demeanor, her words igniting an overwhelming disdain in Yi Chen. Nangong Hentian, have you lost your mind? You intend to kill me yet demand my fortune? Yi Chen retorted. Despite not being a match for Nangong Hentian, he would never bow to her. As for his fortune, it was utterly inconceivable to hand it over to Fu Qingxiu. Yi Chen, how can you lack perspective? You are a disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace. The sect has bestowed upon you its teachings. Should you not express your gratitude? Nangong Hentian insisted. Gratitude? Nangong Hentian, you dare utter such words? Your minions have slain my master. What a farce. My ties with your Purple Extreme Palace are severed, should the opportunity arise. I will eradicate you all, Yi Chen declared fiercely. The enmity for my master and Appos, murder is irreconcilable. This vendetta must be avenged. Yi Chen, your master and Appos' demise was not orchestrated by me. It was a tragic accident. After all, he was my senior brother, Nangong Hentian shamelessly argued. Spare me your deceit. You, Nangong Hentian, are the most hypocritical person in the Purple Extreme Palace. Without your indulgence, how would that elder of the divine command dare to kill my master? Do you think I am a mere child? Furthermore, your sect and Appos' madness in nurturing the Hydra Cypress here, sacrificing countless lives from Sioux City to elevate it to the 9th stage of semi-emperor, surpasses even the wickedness of those in the demonic path. Yi Chen spoke with a voice full of disdain. Yi Chen, the Hydra Cypress is our greatest secret and the key to our resurgence. Now, I bestow this upon your junior brother. Should you not sacrifice for him? Nangong Hentian asserted. Yi Chen and Appos' hatred for her intensified. This old woman has truly lost her sanity. Her unrestrained cultivation of the treacherous Fu Qingxiu will inevitably lead to retribution. She will come to regret her actions. Nangong Hentian, how can you utter such words? Is your mind filled with excrement? He scoffed. You? Seeking death. I shall slay you. Nangong Hentian and Appos' fury erupted at his words. She detested being labeled as foolish. Master, kill him. Extract his talents, and as for his fortune, utilize the soul search technique to seize his soul. I refuse to believe we cannot find it, Lu Fangfang said, her complexion pale. Indeed, Yi Chen, he is obstinate and has cursed me. He deserves death, Nangong Hentian continued, her semi-emperor aura manifesting as it pressed toward Yi Chen. Damn, I will fight to the end, Yi Chen declared, unwilling to yield. He allocated all his attribute points to his soul and summoned the power of his primordial spirit, unleashing the Azure Lotus Celestial Fire. This was his ultimate trump card. Boom. The Azure Lotus Celestial Fire surged forth. Nangong Hintian, you old hag, I will confront you. This was a tactic of mutual destruction. One must go mad to attain enlightenment. Damn, it's the celestial fire. Retreat. Nangong Hintian shouted in alarm. She raised her hand, wielding semi-emperor power to create a barrier against the flames. Crack. In an instant, the azure lotus celestial fire consumed the barrier and rampaged into the third layer of the ancient tomb. Sizzle. All living and dead entities within the tomb were incinerated. Everything it touched turned to ashes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a tentacle of the Hydra Cypress. Reward, 1,800 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a tentacle of the Hydra Cypress. Reward, 1,900 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a tentacle of the Hydra Cypress. Reward, 2,100 attribute points. Chen continuously allocated the acquired attribute points to his soul, fueling the azure lotus celestial fire as it spread relentlessly. Master, what is this? Lu Fongfong exclaimed in terror. She had never anticipated that Chen possessed such a hidden card. Now, even Nangong Hintian found herself at a disadvantage. It is the celestial fire. This traitor Chen has actually gained control over it. He has even refined it into his primordial spirit. His talents and fortunes rival those of Chishu. If only he would be obedient, Nangong Hintian thought, struggling to maintain her composure. But she was but a clone, and her energy was depleting rapidly. She would soon be unable to hold on. Fong, we must not linger here. Let us retreat. As for Chen, there will be other opportunities. He cannot escape. With that, she activated a teleportation portal and departed with Lu Fongfong and others. As she left, the inferno surged forth, engulfing the third layer in azure lotus celestial fire. Even the Hydra Cypress, at its peak of the 8th stage, was powerless against the flames. Chen, do not kill me. Spare me, and I shall submit to you, the Hydra Cypress pleaded, but Chen remained unmoved, continuing to command the celestial fire. The Hydra Cypress, a creature of darkness, was not to be trusted. The Hydra Cypress exhausted all its strength, conjuring countless vines to combat Chen, but they were all consumed by the celestial flames, plunging it into despair. No, it shrieked. Purple Extreme Palace, you deceivers. Why did you not save me just now? It began to curse those from the Purple Extreme Palace for not taking it with them before Nangong Hintian departed, filling it with hatred toward the sect. 10 minutes later, the Hydra Cypress was reduced to ashes. It had perished. Ding. Detection confirms the Hydra Cypress is dead. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious grand prize. The preparation is underway. Please wait a moment. Ding. Reward obtained. Seedling of the Devouring Spirit Bloodvine 1. Seedling of the Devouring Spirit Bloodvine. Among the myriad realms, it is the most insidious and malevolent spirit root, currently in its seedling stage. It is highly recommended that the host refine it into a personal divine object, as the Devouring Spirit Bloodvine possesses the ability for infinite evolution. Ding. Would you like to refine the seedling of the Devouring Spirit Bloodvine? Yes. Chen did not hesitate to agree. Subsequently, he discovered that the system had transferred the spirit-devouring bloodvine seedlings into his dantian, rooting them firmly within the vast spiritual seas of his two dantians, drawing upon the essence of the spiritual sea to augment their own power. Master, you are simply magnificent, exclaimed Jiang Shiqi, utterly astonished. The breathtaking scene orchestrated by Chen had left her in a state of disbelief. The earlier spectacle was overwhelmingly impressive. The Azure Lotus Celestial Fire? Such a divine entity from the legendary fire ranking was thought to be mere myth, yet here I am, witnessing it in my lifetime. Enough with the nonsense. We must depart immediately. This place is collapsing, Chen said tersely. He was not indulging in alarmism. Having just slain the nine-headed serpent Cypress had triggered the ancient tomb and Apos' self-destruction mechanism, and it was on the verge of collapse. Oh. Chen took Jiang Shiqi and left. As they emerged from the abyss, the ancient tomb crumbled behind them. Before long, a picturesque lake appeared before them. Wow, so beautiful. Jiang Shiqi clapped her hands in delight. Master, there are fish in that lake. Chapter 61. The Vengeance of the Purple Extremity Palace. What fish? Enough of this mermaid talk. Let us depart from here. With the demise of the Hydrabai, the situation in Sioux City is bound to change drastically. We cannot linger. Come. Chen chose to disregard the fish in the lake, believing that Jiang Shiqi had merely imagined it. No, Jiang Shiqi began to protest. But Chen hastily led her away. As they left, a strange fish lurking in the lake and Apos' depths observed Yi Chen with an eerie gaze, its eyes glimmering with a sinister crimson light. Well done, Yi Chen. Keep up the good work. Afterward, the fish disappeared into the depths of the lake, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! Yi Chen embraced Jiang Shiqi as he soared out of the abyss. Upon landing, he was astonished to find that the barrier they had encountered earlier had vanished. Indeed, that barrier had been conjured by the Hydrabi, and with its demise, it had naturally dissipated. Master, I truly saw a fish in the lake. That creature had wings, Jiang Shiqi continued to explain, her keen eyesight assuring her that she had not been mistaken. Enough of that strange fish. Jiang Shiqi, where will you go next? Yi Chen inquired, aware that he could not escort Jiang Shiqi as he had his own matters to attend to. Me? Master, could you take me to Jiang City? I have prostrated myself before you thrice, and in my heart, you are my master, Jiang Shiqi insisted stubbornly. You? Well, since I am also headed to Jiang City, you may accompany me. However, once I deliver you there, you must be able to fend for yourself. Do you understand? Yi Chen asked. Yes. Jiang Shiqi replied reluctantly. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, numerous zombies surged toward them from the distance. 2 humans. Let us feast upon them. These zombies belong to Zhang Xinmin. Currently, the city was inhabited solely by zombies and spirits, along with an uncertain number of survivors. Master, zombies! Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. Fear not, mere ants, Yi Chen declared loudly. Mere ants? Ignorant child, we are warriors under the command of the zombie king. Submit to us, and we shall assimilate you. Or we will drain your blood and devour your flesh. Little beauty, your delicate skin would be a waste to destroy. If you join us in revelry, perhaps we might allow you to live joyfully. What do you say? A 5th-tier zombie hissed, its decayed body hungrily eyeing Jiang Shiqi. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, wasted no time. Although he had not formally accepted Jiang Shiqi as his disciple, he would not allow these zombies to bully her. Kill. In a flash, he appeared before the zombie, raising his burning desolation sword and mercilessly bringing it down. The zombie had no time to react before it was slain by Yi Chen. Its essence was consumed by the burning desolation sword. This is bad. This kid and amp, Oppo's strength is peculiar. We must retreat. The remaining zombies, witnessing the scene, hastily withdrew. These mutated zombies possessed intelligence and feared for their lives. Oh, trying to escape? But can you? Yi Chen, seeing their retreat, sprang into action. He moved with incredible speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies fell beneath his blade, becoming nourishment for the growth of the burning desolation sword. Ding. Killed a 4th-tier zombie, triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 680. Ding. Killed a 5th-tier zombie, triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 980. Ding. Killed a 6th-tier zombie, triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 1580. An additional 60,000 attribute points were acquired. It was child's play for him to eradicate these lowly zombies at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Master, you are so impressive, Jiang Shiqi praised. Having witnessed Yi Chen and Amp, Oppo's prowess as if it were an art form. Enough. Let us depart from here. Yi Chen wished to avoid a large-scale confrontation with the zombies. Harboring no fondness for Sioux City, he would rather see the zombies eradicate the populace and turn them into their own kind. Understood. The two made their exit. Hardly had they left when hundreds of zombies appeared at the spot they had just occupied. Hey, our people? Dead? The leader was a peak 7th-tier zombie king named Woohoo. My lord, no trace found, a zombie reported. Damn it. Who was it? Woohoo barked. Immediately send out searchers throughout the city. Yes. Subsequently, the zombies in the city commenced a new round of hunting. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi moved towards the port, intent on leaving Sioux City, which necessitated a boat. Are we taking a boat? Jiang Shiqi asked. Let us assess the situation first. If a boat is available, we shall embark on it. If not, we will have to devise another plan. Traveling by boat is the quickest method. Yi Chen had come to the port, taking a gamble, wagering that the zombies had yet to seize control of it. After all, their numbers were insufficient, and the city's populace was far too numerous. For the zombies to consume them all would require time, not to mention the presence of nearly 1 million sea beasts in the city, which had once balanced the zombies' invasion. Now that those spirits had vacated the ancient tomb, once they possessed humans, they would also gain extraordinary strength capable of combating the zombies. All these factors would delay the zombies' offensive. Jiang City, deep within the Thousand Extremity Mountains, at the Purple Extremity Palace. In the main hall, Nangong Hintian suddenly coughed up blood, her expression fluctuating between anger and despair. The loss of a clone had cost her 2 tiers of strength, and it would take at least 2 years to recover that power. Master, are you all right? Lu Fangfang, having just regained her composure, immediately inquired with concern. I am fine. However, that scoundrel Chen dared to injure me. I shall not let him off easily. Nagong Hintian declared vehemently, harboring a desire to crush Chen to dust. Master, Chen has betrayed our Purple Extremity Palace. We must send someone to eliminate him. If he lives, he will pose endless trouble, Lu Fangfang urged. Chen? That ungrateful disciple has openly severed ties with our Purple Extremity Palace and declared himself our enemy. Does he believe that with his newfound opportunities, he can disregard the might of our palace? He is woefully naive. Does he think that by leaving our Purple Extremity Palace, he can attain true freedom? He is merely dreaming. Summon individuals to scour the land for Chen. Upon discovery, show no mercy, declared Nagong Hintian, her voice resonating with authority. Her pallid complexion and the tumult within her breast captivated the attention of many men present in the grand hall, leaving them utterly transfixed. One elder even drooled at the sight. Such reactions were hardly surprising, for Nagong Hintian exuded an irresistible allure. Clad in an opulent robe, her flawless figure remained tantalizingly visible. Her beauty was beyond mere description. Fair skin, striking features, and long legs defied articulation. Those legs, elegantly encased in stockings, undoubtedly ensnared the gaze of countless men. She was a bewitching enchantress, stirring wicked thoughts in the hearts of the men present, who fantasized about abducting the esteemed palace mistress to keep as a concubine. Furthermore, a bounty was issued, placing Chen's family on a list for extermination. Any who slay Chen's kin shall be handsomely rewarded by my Ziji Palace, proclaimed Nagong Hintian, ruthlessly leveraging Chen's family as a means to confront him. Her actions were utterly devoid of moral restraint. My lady, this course of action seems inappropriate, interjected an elder, voicing his dissent. What is inappropriate about it? Nagong Hintian retorted, her displeasure palpable. Esteemed mistress, misfortune should not befall the family, the elder continued. Preposterous. Chen has slain disciples of my Ziji Palace. Why should I not retaliate against his family? Moreover, Chen is a traitor to my Ziji Palace. To eliminate his family is to rid our human race of a menace, Nagong Hintian proclaimed with fervent obstinacy, determined to draw Chen out. Chishu, where has he gone? Chapter 62, The Hypocrisy of Fu Chishu Master. Chishu junior brother has gone out for training. He has yet to return, a female disciple said with cupped hands. She was Chu Yuding, a direct disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace, though not a disciple of Nagong Hintian. Training? How long has he been gone? Nagong Hintian inquired. It has been 2 days. He left, stating he was going to the eastern part of the East City to hunt sea beasts. He should be back soon. Chu Yuding replied, Hunting sea beasts? My Chishu is obedient. He is our Purple Extreme Palace and Appo's future, unlike that rebellious Chen, who disregards our palace and is unruly. He deserves to die. If I capture you, I will surely grind him to ashes. Upon hearing this, Nagong Hintian first praised Fu Chishu, then viciously cursed Chen. Her blatant favoritism was too evident. Many disciples and higher-ups of the Purple Extreme Palace within the main hall were left speechless. They dared not speak out. Having opposed the killing of the Grandmaster Jiao Ju previously, to no avail. The Elder of Divine Oracles, Ling Jingtian, also at the level of a quasi-emperor, was another of Nagong Hinchin's followers. She ruled the Purple Extreme Palace with an iron fist, making decisions based solely on her whims, without regard for right or wrong. Essentially running amok. Everyone felt a mix of anger and helplessness. At that moment, a figure soared into the hall. The newcomer, clad in a purple robe with starry eyebrows and sharp eyes, was quite striking, though his gaze harbored a hint of malevolence. Chishu junior brother, you have returned. Lu Fangfang exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling as if she were gazing at a beloved. The two shared a secret affection. Sister, you have returned. Oh, you were injured? Who harmed you? I will avenge you, Fu Chishu feigned innocence. It was that traitor Chen who harmed me. Not only me but also my master and Appo's avatar, which he destroyed. This traitor is utterly detestable, Lu Fangfang replied. What? Chen's senior brother? Why? No. Wasn't and Appo's. It said that Chen was publicly tried and executed by millions in Sioux City for betraying humanity? How could he have harmed our master? Fu Qingxu was utterly taken aback. That wretched creature has turned into a zombie. Somehow, he managed to refine a strand of heavenly fire. Our master was injured by his heavenly fire, Lu Fangfang seethed. She had previously been defeated by Chen, which fueled her hatred toward him. What? Heavenly fire? A zombie? Chen's senior brother is truly dead? How could this be? Fu Qishu spoke as if in disbelief, yet internally he reveled in this news. Previously, Chen had been his greatest concern. With an SSS-level talent in the combat divine body, Chen and awakens potential was terrifying. It was only a matter of time before he became a quasi-emperor. Many in the Purple Extreme Palace viewed him as the successor to the Palace Master. Later, Fu Qishu had schemed in the shadows to tarnish Chen and awakens' reputation, creating misunderstandings between Chen and Lu Fangfang, which further incited Nangong Hentian and awakens' disdain for Chen. Now, his plan had succeeded. Chen, transformed into a zombie, posed no threat to him any longer. As he spoke, he stepped forward and took Lu Fangfang and awakens' hand. Her delicate hand was soft as silk, igniting a tumult of desires within him. He longed to embrace her and retreat to a private room. However, he knew that this was not the time for such impulsiveness and suppressed his cravings. Qingshu, that traitor Chen deserves his fate. You must not follow in his footsteps. Do you understand? Nangong Hentian and awakens' voice was melodious, imbued with a seductive charm. She was indeed a captivating woman. Master, please do not be angry. Take care not to harm your health. Chen's senior brother was merely caught in the heat of the moment. Perhaps he will return, Fu Qishu feigned concern. He was a hypocrite, wishing for Chen and awakens' demise while professing lofty sentiments in his defense. As he spoke, his gaze instinctively drifted towards several stunning senior sisters in the hall, particularly resting on Chu Yuding, whose beauty surpassed even Lu Fangfang and awakens'. He had coveted her for a long time but had lacked the opportunity to act. Now that Chen was no longer a threat, he was destined to take control of the Purple Extreme Palace and claim these women, including Chu Yuding, as his own. As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced with excitement. Power and women. No man could resist the allure of these two temptations. Once a beggar, orphaned, and alone, he had seized the opportunity to enter the Purple Extreme Palace during the apocalypse, achieving his current power and status through his cunning. He could not bear to relinquish these gains. What? Return? He must end awakens'. That traitor Chen deserves to die. He and his deceased master are both obstinate fools. If I can kill his master, I can certainly kill him, Nangong Hentian exclaimed, her brows furrowing in fury. She harbored an intense hatred for Chen and declared a bounty to eliminate him and his family. Her malice was palpable. Master, this? Chen's senior brother was merely momentarily confused, Fu Qishu responded, a flicker of smugness flashing in his eyes. He understood that Chen, whom he viewed as an obstacle, had finally been dealt with. With Nangong Hentian placing a bounty on him, it wouldn't and awakens' long before Chen became a pariah, hunted down and killed. Enough, Qingshu. I know you are inherently good-natured. However, that Chen is incorrigible. He deserves to die. You need not speak on his behalf any longer. Where is Ling Jingtian? Nangong Hentian commanded. Greetings, Palace Master. A figure descended. It was Ling Jingtian, the elder of divine oracles and the foremost among the elders of the Purple Extreme Palace. Ling Jingtian, I command you to dispatch men to hunt down Chen. This traitor is a grave threat to our Purple Extreme Palace. He must be eliminated. Nangong Hentian ordered sternly. Palace Master, are we truly to kill Chen? He possesses SSS-level talent. Ling Jingtian queried, astonished. And what of his SSS-level talent? Qishu here also possesses SSS-level talent. With Qishu present, we have no need for Chen. Kill him, Nangong Hentian declared resolutely. Fu Qishu? SSS-level talent? Does he even qualify? Ling Jingtian interjected loudly. His words were blunt, akin to a slap in Fu Qishu and awakens' face, inciting immense rage within him. Yet, he dared not voice his anger. For his talent was not something he could boast about. He is merely a counterfeit of an SSS-level talent, a FAAD built upon the accumulation of resources and treasures. Such a talent, though superficially appealing, will amount to nothing when he faces those with true top-tier abilities, rendering him as good as obsolete. Chen, however, is a paragon of excellence, a prodigy that our Purple Extreme Palace cannot afford to overlook as a successor. These words are undeniably audacious. Even Nangong Hentian and awakens' expression darkened ominously upon hearing them. Ling Jingtian, are you questioning me? She inquired. Palace Master, I am not questioning you, but merely advising you. Chen is not someone we can afford to lose. Chapter 63, The Bounty Turmoil Enough. Concerning Chen, I have made my decision, declared Nangong Hentian. Ling Jingtian, should you betray me, I shall not show you mercy. I advise you not to deceive yourself. With that, She stormed away in a fit of anger. Ling Jingtian, witnessing her departure, felt utterly helpless and let out a soft sigh. He could not comprehend why Nangong Hentian displayed such foolishness. She had lost her senses. Yi Chun possessed the SSS-level talent of the battle god body, an unparalleled gift among all SSS-level talents, destined for terrifying accomplishments in the future. Even a peak quasi-emperor could be vanquished by him. Yi Chun was of immense value for cultivation. Yet now, under Nangong Hentian and Appo's orders, he had killed the Jiujuem master and was now tasked with pursuing Yi Chen. This left him in a profound quandary. He understood that while killing was easy, losing such a prodigy as Yi Chun would render their Ziji palace vulnerable to future calamities. A chaotic era was approaching, and a golden age awaited. Calamity could also be an opportunity. At this juncture, talent was paramount. As for Fu Qishu, his pseudo-SSS-level talent, a worthless product of postnatal cultivation, was utterly useless. The countless resources expended by Ziji Palace had merely resulted in the creation of a waste. Fu Qishu's combat prowess was abysmal. He would not even measure up to an S-level prodigy in the future. This was clear to him, and Ling Jingtian believed Nangong Hentian should also realize it. So why persist in cultivating Fu Qishu? You waste, Ling Jingtian. Wait until I ascend as the palace master. I will find a way to eliminate you, Fu Qishu seethed. Glaring at Ling Jingtian before storming off, Lu Fongfeng cast a disdainful glance at Ling Jingtian as well, though she refrained from cursing him, for he was a quasi-emperor. Elder, you should not have killed the Jiujuem master. His death has made Yu Chen our sworn enemy. He will not return, Chu Yuding remarked. Me? Ling Jingtian fell silent upon hearing her words. He was not angry, for he knew Chu Yuding spoke the truth. Yet, at the time of the murder, he had been equally powerless. As the elder, he had no choice but to comply with Nangong Hentian's decree. Alas, what has become of Ziji Palace? He lamented as he departed helplessly. He subsequently dispatched individuals to eliminate Yu Chen. There was no other choice now. Remember, Yu Chen's strength is no longer what it once was. Do not underestimate him, Ling Jingtian warned. He understood that Yu Chen, having vanquished Nangong Hentian's avatar, had reached the terrifying pinnacle of the 8th stage, not far from the 9th. Understood. 6 peak 8th stage elders of Ziji Palace turned and vanished. They constituted the backbone of Ziji Palace. The decree read, Today, our disciple Yu Chen, known for his rebellious nature, cruel bloodlust, arrogance, and selfishness, has harmed his fellow disciples and defied his mentors. His heart is deserving of punishment. Henceforth, we expel Yu Chen from our sect. A bounty of 1 million spirit stones in the Earth-grade martial technique Chaos Demon 9 Blades is hereby offered for his capture. As Yu Chen and Jiang Shiqi entered the central district, they heard this proclamation. Master, what is this? Jiang Shiqi inquired, filled with curiosity. It is the bounty from Ziji Palace. They are offering a reward for my death. That vile woman, Nangong Hentian, is truly malicious. It is a fight to the death between us. One day, I shall repay her in kind, Yu Chen replied coldly, his heart ablaze with hatred. What? A bounty? Ziji Palace? Master, we must leave at once. Return to the Jiang family with me. Under their protection, none would dare to act recklessly, Jiang Shiqi urged with genuine concern. It is of no consequence. They are mere ants. I shall slay as many as come. Yu Chen dismissed her concern with a shake of his head. He did not regard the bounty as a threat. After all, he was a man who had already died once. Yet, he had not anticipated that Nangong Hentian would act so decisively. This, however, extinguished any lingering goodwill he had towards Ziji Palace, allowing him to act without restraint against them. What camaraderie among fellow disciples? Nonsense. Master, arrogance invites disaster, Jiang Shiqi cautioned, unafraid of inciting his ire. Huh? You are not afraid of my anger? Yu Chen asked, taken aback. I am not, for I know you are a good person. Not one to harm me, Jiang Shiqi confidently replied, her unwavering faith rendering Yu Chen speechless, for indeed, he could not bring himself to harm her. Enough of this. Let us go. Once the bounty decree from Ziji Palace was made public, the news swiftly swept across Long Country and beyond, even reaching foreign factions. The announcement was staggering, drawing the attention of numerous forces. What? Am I hallucinating? Yu Chen, the possessor of SSS-level talent, is a disciple of Ziji Palace, and they have expelled him? Have the higher-ups of Ziji Palace lost their minds? What are they doing? Yu Chen, the SSS-level battle god body, is a prodigy who has subdued millions of sea beasts in Sioux City. Such a genius is sought after by many, yet Ziji Palace has cast him out? And now they are offering a bounty for his death? Are they insane? Upon seeing the bounty decree, The reactions from various factions indicated that they believed ZG Palace had gone mad. Soon after, many realized that Yi Chen was not dead. Wait, wasn't Yi Chen executed? Why has ZG Palace issued this bounty? Does it mean he is alive? Or, while some questioned the rationale, others adept at gathering information revealed Yi Chen's latest circumstances online. Lord Yi Chen is not dead. He has transformed into a zombie due to overwhelming resentment. Now, he has returned for vengeance and has reportedly slain numerous enemies in Sioux City. The death of the Chen family's young master is also linked to him. Moreover, recent news suggests that Yi Chen has grown immensely powerful. Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, he has even acquired heavenly fire, and with it, he annihilated the quasi-emperor avatar of Nangong Hentian. It was noted that the source of this information was ZG Palace, though the individual remained anonymous, leaving no one aware of their true identity. Nangong Hentian is a fool. She does not value senior brother Yi Chen, yet trusts that wasteful braggart Fu Qingxu. Fu Qingxu is nothing but a parasite, and his current cultivation is solely due to his flattery towards Nangong Hentian and Lu Fangfang. He is a waste and deserves to die. Many netizens openly cursed Fu Qingxu and Nangong Hentian, their words harsh and unforgiving. These internet users are all affiliated with the Purple Extreme Palace. After all, outsiders remain oblivious to such internal matters. Who are they? I demand that these treacherous individuals be exposed. I long to eliminate them. Within the confines of the Purple Extreme Palace, upon discovering these remarks, Fu Qingxu was consumed by an overwhelming fury. Subsequently, he raged hysterically within his lair. Serves him right. A man of dependent stature. How dare you bully senior brother Yi Chen? May the heavens open their eyes and smite this hypocritical wretch. Many disciples of the Purple Extreme Palace, hearing the roar, could not help but curse. They were all appalled by Nangong Hentian and Fu Qingxu's bullying of Yi Chen. Chapter 64. The Slaying of Qin Hong and the Ruthlessness of Ji Ilan in the Depths of the ZG Palace. Nangong Hentian discovered the rampant discussions circulating online. Enraged, she commanded, "Bring forth an exhaustive investigation into this matter. I wish to unveil the traitor who distorts the truth from within our ranks." Her advisor, Chuyuding, bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, this task may prove exceedingly difficult. The online comments are anonymous, leaving us with no means to trace their origins. We lack the authority to compel these internet companies to reveal the identities of those involved. These companies are supported by the Dragon Kingdom and Appos, S officials, and various powerful factions." "What?" Nangong Hentian exclaimed in frustration. "If we cannot trace them online, we shall conduct an internal investigation. The information circulating online is known only to our own people. Those disseminating such rumors must be from within the ZG Palace. We shall spare no effort to expose them. They shall not escape my wrath. Execute them without mercy." "Understood," Chuyuding responded, accepting her orders with a deep bow. She recognized the authority of the palace master and had no choice but to comply. "Your Majesty, should we issue an official response regarding the online comments?" she inquired. "Let Pei Nanya take charge of this matter. She shall handle it independently," Nangong Hentian decreed. "Yes, in Longying, within the Imperial Palace." "What? Yi Chen is a disciple of ZG Palace? He is alive? He was the one who killed Qin Yudong? Transformed into a zombie?" Ji Ilan seethed upon receiving this news. Yi Chen is alive? He has become a zombie, slain Qin Yudong, and obliterated even the quasi-emperor avatars? Should he continue to grow stronger, once he reaches the 9th or 10th tier? At that moment, Ji Ilan instinctively regarded Yi Chen as a formidable threat. Languidly reclining on the dragon bed, her captivating long legs drew the attention of the palace maidens, who were utterly entranced by her beauty. "Your Majesty," a golden-armored guard entered. "You have heard of Yi Chen and Appos' situation, I presume? Is it true that he has not perished?" "Indeed, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. This matter appears to be serious," he replied. "This individual is a formidable expert sent by the Ji family, known as Ji Hongfei. He stands at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, half a step from quasi-emperor. You are to dispatch someone to personally investigate this matter," Ji Ilan commanded. "Understood." Ji Hongfei raised his hand to speak. "But Your Majesty, should we kill him or merely observe?" "Execute without mercy," Ji Ilan coldly ordered. "Your Majesty, if the rumors are true, Yi Chen possesses an SSS-level talent as a combat deity, with power nearing that of a quasi-emperor. If he were to serve our human race, it would be a tremendous boon for us," Ji Hongfei suggested respectfully. "Enough. This matter does not concern you. Follow my orders and act accordingly. Do you understand?" Ji Ilan responded with displeasure. Yes. Ji Hongfei dared not speak further and could only accept his orders. I take my leave. In Sioux City, the central area, Chen and Jiang Shiqi had just arrived. From all directions, numerous uninvited guests soared toward them, all intent on his demise. Among them were several zombies and members of the Qin family, led by Qin Hong, accompanied by the Blood Princess and others. You are Chen? Qin Hong bellowed. He had killed Tong Dajuan and was now searching for Yi Chun and Shang Wanxianer. After discovering the multitude of rumors online, he had come seeking Yi Chun. Did you kill my young master? He demanded. Indeed. Yi Chun boldly confessed, unafraid of the gathering adversaries. To him, Qin Hong was but an insignificant insect. As the 8th tier was nothing of concern. What? Yi Chun, you have slain my family and Appos, as young master. You shall pay for this. Qin Hong seethed with rage. Kill me? How dare you? Yi Chun scoffed, his disdain evident. With his power approaching the realm of a quasi-emperor, he regarded the 8th tier Qin Hong with utter contempt. Kill, he commanded. And as his words fell, the battle commenced. Master, go for it. Jiang Shiqi cheered for Yi Chun, eager for a bloodbath. She thrived on chaos, fanning the flames of conflict. Yi Chun found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that accompanying Jiang Shiqi had been a grave mistake, he thought, this girl is too reckless. She is a calamity. Kill, Qin Hong ordered, and the 10 or so elite members of the Qin family surged toward Yi Chun. Die? Yi Chun uttered succinctly, not even drawing his sword. He merely raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying palm strike that sent a shockwave through the air, obliterating the 10 Qin family experts. Boom! As they were flung backward, their bodies exploded, and they perished. You, how dare you? I will kill you. Qin Hong charged. He was in the early stages of the 8th tier, significantly stronger than the previous Qin family members. Yet, as he made his move, his head was severed by a flash of sword light. Why? He gasped, dying in confusion. Fool! If I can extinguish Nangong Henshin's quasi-emperor avatar, do you think I would fear you, an early 8th tier? Yi Chen's words struck deep. In an instant, Qin Hong's life was extinguished, leaving only the Blood Princess alive among the Qin family. Deliver a message to the Qin family. The slayer shall always be slain, Yi Chen declared. He spared the Blood Princess not out of mercy, but for her usefulness as a messenger. Why, yes. The Blood Princess trembled, shaken by the brutality she had just witnessed. Yi Chen's ferocity was astonishing. The 8th tier Qin Hong had stood no chance against him. Hastily, she took her leave, quaking in fear. Let them all perish, Yi Chun proclaimed, unleashing his divine power, summoning the wrath of heavenly fire to incinerate the remaining zombies. Ding! Slain an 8th tier warrior. Triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 1200000. Ding! Slain a 6th tier zombie. Triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 1600. Ding! Slain a 5th tier warrior. Triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 990. Master, you are incredible. Slaying 8th tier foes is as easy as killing dogs. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed in awe. In the distance, Zheng Xinmin discerned the formidable power of Yi Chen's celestial fire, and he was instantly filled with trepidation. Summon our people back at once. Do not engage Yi Chen. He is a peculiar being. Those who oppose him shall find no refuge in death. He issued his command resolutely. Understood, replied several subordinates. It is time for us to depart from Sioux City. This place is a realm of chaos. Our presence here will only render us targets, vulnerable to suppression by various forces. Such folly is unwise, Zheng Xinmin declared. He was not only fearful of Yi Chen's combat prowess, but also compelled to vacate Sioux City. The Hydra, Bai, had perished, and with him, his patron had vanished. Indeed, those zombies heed his commands solely because of his overwhelming strength. Chapter 65. The arrival of the 20,000 Scarlet Flame Army and Lu Qin Hong, an 8th rank warrior. He is deceased. This news soon spread across the internet. In Longjing, the Qin family was infuriated. Yi Chen, you dog, the Qin family will not rest until we have avenged ourselves upon you. Qin Tianda declared his intent to kill Yi Chun and simultaneously ordered a retaliatory strike against the Yi family. A bounty was placed on Yi Chen's head. Whoever slays Yi Chun shall be rewarded with a 9th rank semi-imperial artifact, the Illusory Dragon Lamp. The Illusory Dragon Lamp, a formidable artifact of semi-imperial rank, imbued with the essence of the illusory dragon, capable of dispelling illusions. Such a grand gesture by the Qin family. It is said that this lamp was merely damaged, otherwise, it would be a true imperial artifact of 10th rank. However, In comparison to the rewards offered by the Purple Extreme Palace, this bounty seemed rather meager. After all, the Chen family's influence pales in comparison to that of the Purple Extreme Palace, which boasts powerful figures of semi-imperial stature. Online discussions erupted. How detestable these individuals are, using their power to suppress others. First, the Purple Extreme Palace, then the Chen family. Why has no one stepped forward to defend Yi Chen? Yi Chen is a hero of our human race. He has made significant contributions to humanity. Why? Why has the Dragon Kingdom court not expressed its stance? Does this not risk disheartening the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom? Or is it that the higher-ups care only for the interests of the influential, completely disregarding the lives of ordinary people? Questions were raised. This inquiry rapidly gained traction online, with countless netizens questioning the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Why has no one spoken out for Yi Chen? Indeed, what does the Empress mean? Why has the officialdom not acknowledged General Yi Chen and Apos as merits? Do they see only the wealthy and powerful, neglecting the common man? What of Peng Hui? Where are they? They conspired against General Yi Chen, leading to the fall of Sioux City. Who will be held accountable for their actions? What is the official stance? Is the Empress prepared to protect individuals like Peng Hui? The tone toward the Empress grew increasingly sharp online, with netizens expressing their profound anger. Sioux City is a tragedy. A conspiracy manipulated by the Chen family and the Purple Extreme Palace from the shadows. Yi Chen is the sole victim of this plot. As for the millions of citizens of Sioux City, no one felt sympathy for them. Many netizens believed these people brought their suffering upon themselves. They were ungrateful, ignoring Yi Chen's efforts to protect Sioux City and publicly supported Peng Hui in his attempt to harm Yi Chen. They have brought ruin upon themselves, deserving of their fate. In Sioux City, Zhang Xinmin led the army of the undead in retreat. They entered the southern mountains of Sioux City, lying in wait. Our king is wise. The undead heed Zhang Xinmin and Apos' commands. Good. First, the sea beasts departed, and now the undead have left. Only the spirits and survivors remain in Sioux City, with the spirits seizing human bodies and becoming malevolent entities. Yi Chen, Zhang Xinmin, shall return one day. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Yi Chen paid no heed to these spirits who had taken possession of human forms. Instead, he, accompanied by Jiang Shiqi, made his way to the northern port area, intent on leaving. As for the mess that was Sioux City, it no longer concerned him. He felt a profound sense of despair for Sioux City. The rain poured down. Master, it is raining again. Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi walked in the rain. Indeed, the Hydrabai is dead. His barrier has vanished. This rain was inevitable. However, this round of red rain should soon come to an end, Yi Chen remarked softly. No, don't, Li Dashan, you scoundrel. Let go. Do not tear my clothes. If you touch me, I shall haunt you as a ghost. He, you are but my plaything while alive. Do you think you can threaten me as a ghost? Are you capable of such? Ignorant fool. I am not Li Dashan. I am a lecherous spirit. Come, my dear, I shall treat you well. The sounds of the spirits tormenting the survivors resonated around them, yet Yi Chen did not intervene. These individuals had previously disregarded his contributions, publicly judged him, and watched as he was poisoned and executed. Now, their retribution had arrived. Their families were shattered, reduced to prey for the spirits. Master, are those spirits causing chaos? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Yes, those spirits fled from Biluo City. They have come to the surface, taking possession of humans and committing atrocities, Yi Chen stated as he continued walking forward, indifferent to the spirits. Master, are we just going to walk away? Jiang Shiqi said, feeling pity and unable to bear the sight of the survivors being tormented by the spirits. What? You wish to save them? Then go ahead. I shall wait for you. Yi Chen replied. Master, you know I cannot contend with those spirits. I only wish to ask for your help. Jiang Shiqi began. Spare me. Even if it were to save a dog, I would not save these ungrateful wolves. They do not deserve it. This is their retribution, Yi Chen said sternly. Having died once, he no longer believed in empty words about repaying kindness with kindness or prioritizing the greater good. It is exceedingly difficult to warm a heart that has grown cold. Yi Chen could not fathom the venomous words directed at him by the very people he had strived to protect when he was publicly judged by tens of thousands. He had vowed that if the heavens granted him another chance, he would exact double the revenge. Master, I apologize. I spoke incorrectly just now, Jiang Shiqi said, offering her apology. It is nothing, Jiang Shiqi. Remember, in this apocalypse, do not harbor a savior and Apos. As hard. Human nature is unpredictable, and I am the best example of that. Do not think of saving others. Focus on surviving first, Yi Chen advised Jiang Shiqi. He understood her genuine kindness, yet this world had changed. Such kindness could lead to his demise. Master, I will remember. Jiang Shiqi nodded in agreement. Oh, this is bad. It is that zombie who invaded Biluo City. What is he doing here? Could it be that something has happened in Biluo City? Warn everyone not to provoke him. He is a formidable foe. Some spirits noticed Chen. However, they did not recklessly confront him, for Chen and Appo's strength was formidable. Yes. Subsequently, the spirits actively avoided Chen. Halt. I am Lu Qi, the demon-subduing celestial master, here by the Empress and Appo's decree to exterminate you wretched zombies. Die. In the torrential rain. Zheng Xinmin and his men had just evacuated from the southern city gate when they were immediately surrounded by 20,000 Scarlet Flame soldiers. This army was composed of martial artists, and at its helm stood the demon-subduing celestial master, Lu Qi. Lu Qi? The Scarlet Flame army? You? Zheng Xinmin, upon witnessing this, was filled with dread. He chose to leave Su City, fearing that the court would dispatch troops for extermination. Little did he anticipate that he was already a step too late. The initial stage of the 8th rank? The zombie sovereign? It appears that you cannot be spared any longer. Execute. Lu Qi, a decisive general in the battle against evil, recognized Zheng Xinmin and Appo's formidable strength and understood that he could not let him escape. Yes. Fire. He commanded. Subsequently, 2 battalions of archers from the 20,000 Red Flame army stepped forward. With a swift motion, they unleashed their specially crafted magic arrows designed to combat zombies, sweeping them towards the undead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential downpour of arrows descended upon them. Be careful, Zhang Xinmin shouted, but his warning came too late. Over 100,000 zombies were instantly felled by the barrage. These magic arrows were particularly effective against zombies, leaving those of the 6th rank and below utterly defenseless. No. Zhang Xinmin cried out in anguish, his eyes turning crimson. Just as he was about to fight back, he was restrained. No, great zombie sovereign. You must not take such risks. I will hold back these foes. Quickly, flee. Avenge us. A peak 7th rank zombie king pushed Zheng Xinmin aside and ordered others to escort him away. Me? Chapter 66. The countenance of the Emperor. I, Zheng Xinmin, vow to exact revenge on them. I swear it. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Xinmin regained his composure. He departed with hundreds of his followers, shouting, kill, kill, kill. The remaining zombies fearlessly charged at the Scarlet Flame army, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Zheng Xinmin. Zheng Xinmin howled towards the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration and hatred within him. Scarlet Flame army? Lu Qi? I, Zheng Xinmin, shall not rest until we settle this score. In the distance, Lu Qi, upon noticing Zheng Xinmin and Appo's escape, remained unperturbed. As long as he could eliminate the main force of these zombies, he was confident he would track down Zheng Xinmin. This tier 8 zombie king must be exterminated. After the 6th volley of arrows from the Scarlet Flame army, Lu Qi led his forces into a fierce melee with the surviving zombies. These few thousand remaining zombies were either injured or maimed. They posed little challenge to the Scarlet Flame army. It was not long before they were all slain. Report. My lord, they have all been killed. There are no survivors. A senior officer of the Scarlet Flame army reported the situation. All the corpses of the zombies have been incinerated. After a brief rest, we will pursue the few that managed to escape. We cannot allow that zombie king to remain at large. Lu Qi commanded. Yes. Thud, thud, thud. A large contingent of Scarlet Flame soldiers gathered to burn the remaining zombies. Into the city. 10 minutes later, 20,000 soldiers of the Scarlet Flame army entered the city. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of the devastated, blood-soaked Su City, rendering all 20,000 soldiers of the Scarlet Flame army silent. This scene was utterly tragic. My lord, it is too horrific. A general lamented with deep sorrow. He was filled with rage. Indeed, this is the brutal reality of a war between races. We must remember this blood feud. Until the alien race is vanquished, our dragon kingdom will never know peace. Lu Qi seethed with anger, his right hand clenched tightly, his nails piercing his skin, blood trickling down. Report. My lord, we have discovered numerous survivors within the city. However, I find these survivors peculiar. A dozen scouts arrived to report. Survivors? Peculiar? Lu Qi inquired, his curiosity piqued. My lord, these survivors do not appear human. A scout stated. What? Not human? What do you mean? Lu Qi felt an ominous premonition. My lord, we have been observing them in secret and discovered that many among the survivors are quite sinister. They are bullying women, and their speech and demeanor are entirely unlike those of ordinary people, resembling monsters. I believe they are possessed. The scout explained. What? Possessed? Lucci began to suspect that the scout might be speaking fancifully. Yet he was intrigued about the origins of these malevolent beings. Where did they come from? Master, I have discovered that the zombies and sea beasts in the city have vanished. Have they all left Sioux City? Why? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Did not these sea beasts and zombies fight to the death for Sioux City? Why have they retreated? From this day forth, Sioux City will become a battleground. There are no defenses to hold. Whoever remains in Sioux City will become a living target. Whether zombies or sea beasts, they are not foolish. They will not waste their strength on this ruined city. Yichen elucidated. So does that mean our human race can reclaim Sioux City? Jiang Shiqi asked innocently. What do you mean by our human race? Jiang Shiqi, do not conflate me with the human race. I have been abandoned by them. I am merely myself. I am Yichen. Yichen corrected Jiang Shiqi's misunderstanding. What? Master you? Jiang Shiqi was taken aback, hastily attempting to persuade him. But Yichen interrupted her after a few words. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. The Empress despises me, the Chen family has placed a bounty on my head. And the Purple Extreme Palace seeks my capture as well? I am a forsaken child, unloved by either parent. Since the human race has cast me aside, I shall not serve them. My sword will only protect those I wish to safeguard. As for reclaiming Sioux City, it bears no significance to me. Yichen spoke with unwavering resolve, his heart wounded by the betrayal of the human race. Master? I'm sorry. Jiang Shiqi felt a pang of sympathy for Yichen. Enough. I do not blame you. You are not at fault. The true mistake lies with this era. Jiang Shiqi. If I were in your position, I too would not choose to reclaim Sioux City at this moment. At least not until we have regained control of the Jiangning fortress. Sioux City, having lost the fortress as a stronghold, is now surrounded by both zombies and sea beasts. Even if we were to reclaim it, it would be futile, a mere target for the alien race's hunting. Yichen articulated his thoughts. Indeed, Master, you are truly remarkable. You are my idol. Jiang Shiqi acknowledged Yichen's analysis. Then, she continued, Master, the Empress may have been misled. There are still many people among the human race who recognize your 10 years of dedication. Just now online, those from the Purple Extreme Palace spoke in your defense. They too abhor the slanders from Nangong Hentian and his ilk. The eyes of the people are keenly observant. She sought to console Yichen, yet in her heart, she understood that the actions of the Empress, the Purple Extreme Palace, and the citizens of Sioux City had deeply hurt Yichen. Were she in his position, she might have reacted with even greater fury and radicalism. After fighting tirelessly for the human race for a decade, the ultimate reward was betrayal, abandonment, and disregard. Even upon discovering the truth, the Empress did not bring the culprits to justice simply because Yichen was already deemed dead and therefore useless. This was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow, let alone for Yichen, an SSS-level talent. He was an unparalleled genius, and such a reality was intolerable. Nonsense. The eyes of the people are keen. What does it matter to me? Jiang Shiqi, from this day forth, I have no connection to the human race. I will live only for myself and for those I care about. The fate of others, whether they live or die, is of no concern to me. Yichen's words were chillingly indifferent. I, Jiang Shiqi, witnessing this, chose not to press further. The heart does not grow cold overnight. Yichen's emotional turmoil would be difficult to unravel. After all, he had faced public trial and execution once. Such hatred cannot simply be dispelled with words. Master, I will no longer persuade you. I support you. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by your side. She promised, raising her delicate fist to Yichen. Very well, I appreciate your sentiment. However, if I seek vengeance, I shall not require your assistance for the time being. You would do well to focus on your own cultivation, little weakling. Upon hearing this, Yichen felt a warmth in his heart. He could discern that Jiang Shiqi was not deceiving him. What? Little weakling? Master, I am your disciple. Such words are unbefitting. He retorted. I possess remarkable talent. Yet I simply lack the desire to cultivate. Should I choose to train, I would undoubtedly become formidable. My father has told me that I possess the potential of an emperor, a prodigy beyond compare. Jiang Shiqi declared with utmost self-admiration. What? Your talent is exceptional? A prodigy? Potential of an emperor? Very well, very well. You are indeed a prodigy. Let us not dwell on this matter further. We should depart from Sioux City first. Yes? Yichen chuckled softly, perceiving Jiang Shiqi's words as mere jest. Master, I speak nothing but the truth. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. her urgency palpable as she sought to defend herself against Chen's disbelief. She attempted to persuade him, yet Chen paid her no heed, continuing onward. Master, I truly possess unparalleled talent. You must believe me. She was desperate to avoid any misunderstanding on Chen and Appo's part. Shoo, silence. Someone approaches. At that moment, Chen raised his hand to interrupt Jiang Shiqi, his gaze shifting toward the northeastern direction, his eyes brimming with caution. Who goes there? Show yourself. Chapter 67. The Ascendant Emperor Ling Jingtian clap. 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 What a remarkable individual Chen is, truly deserving of his SSS-level talent. A solitary figure emerged from the shadows of the night, walking forward while applauding with both hands. This person exuded a restrained yet formidable aura. Clearly a master of exceptional prowess. The newcomer was none other than Ling Jingtian, the Grand Elder of the Purple Extreme Palace, who had come with the intent to eliminate Chen. The Grand Elder? Upon seeing the visitor, an inexplicable tension gripped Chen's heart. It was no surprise, for the man before him was overwhelmingly powerful. It is I have come to purge the traitors of the Purple Extreme Palace. Chen, do you have any last words? Ling Jingtian declared, his vigilance towards Chen palpable. After all, he had recently discerned that Chen possessed the potential to contend with someone at the quasi-emperor level, which astonished him greatly. Grand Elder, do you truly intend to kill me? Chen inquired, fully aware that he was not a match for his opponent. His previous victory over Nangong Hentian and Appo's avatar was attributed to his possession of heavenly fire and the limited strength of that avatar. Now, facing a true quasi-emperor, he held no hope of survival and was engulfed in fear. Indeed, I cannot defy the will of the palace master. You have betrayed the Purple Extreme Palace, and I must eliminate you, Ling Jingtian asserted. He was a staunch supporter of the Purple Extreme Palace, viewing anyone who posed a threat to it as an enemy. Grand Elder, when did I betray the Purple Extreme Palace? Must I remain passive while Nangong Hentian seeks to kill me? Am I not allowed to take revenge for my master's death? Chen understood that the one responsible for his master's demise was Ling Jingtian himself. Yet he recognized Ling Jingtian as merely a pawn in Nangong Hentian and Appo's game. However, his attempts at reasoning were futile. Ling Jingtian was blindly loyal. Chen, your words are of no consequence. It was I who killed your master, Ling Jingtian replied. Grand Elder, what merits does Nangong Hentian possess that you support her so fervently? She is a madwoman. Under her leadership, the Purple Extreme Palace will inevitably meet its end. Chen retorted, filled with indignation. Chen, cease your slander. I ask you again, do you have any last words? Ling Jingtian's patience had worn thin. Last words? No. I have none. Because I shall not die today, Chen shook his head confidently. Even in the face of a quasi-emperor, he felt capable of navigating the situation with ease. Chen, your arrogance is excessive. Such hubris comes at a cost. Do you understand? Ling Jingtian chastised him. My confidence stems from my strength, Chen stated as he unsheathed the burning silence sword, preparing for battle with unwavering resolve. Tap, tap, tap. Is that you? Lord Ling Jingtian of the Purple Extreme Palace? I am Lu Qi. At that moment, 2,000 soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army arrived, led by Lu Qi. Crimson Flame Army? You are Lu Qi? Ling Jingtian inquired. Indeed, I am Lu Qi, he replied respectfully. I have come under orders to eradicate those undead. What brings you here, my lord? He asked, not recognizing Chen. I am cleansing the traitors of the Purple Extreme Palace, Ling Jingtian answered. Although he was a quasi-emperor and not obliged to explain himself to Lu Qi, he felt compelled to do so since Lu Qi was affiliated with the Empress Jialan, who was also a quasi-emperor. Moreover, the Xin Yuan clan stood behind Jialan, a force that the Purple Extreme Palace could not afford to offend. Oh, could he be Chen, the one for whom the Purple Extreme Palace and the Qin family have placed a bounty? Lu Qi, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced Chen's identity. After all, not everyone warranted the personal attention of a quasi-emperor like Ling Jingtian. It is he. So, Lu Qi, do you wish to meddle in this affair? I advise you not to overstep. Chen is a target explicitly marked for death by our palace master. Ling Jingtian warned Lu Qi. Master, is Ling Jingtian someone noteworthy? Jiang Shiqi inquired curiously, having never heard of him. He is the Grand Elder of the Purple Extreme Palace, one of the quasi-emperors of the present age, known as Ling Jingtian. This man is exceedingly formidable, his combat prowess second only to Nangong Hentian. Yet, his loyalty is blinding, Chen explained gravely. What? He is the Grand Elder Ling Jingtian of the Purple Extreme Palace? My goodness, it is truly him. He has also taken action. Master, you shall become renowned. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed in admiration, her feelings genuine and unfeigned. Renowned? Yichen echoed, puzzled by Jiang Shiqi's thought process. Master, Ling Jingtian is a quasi-emperor. Regardless of the outcome of your duel, you will emerge victorious in reputation. Even if you perish, your name will echo throughout the world. Jiang Shiqi stated. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ling Jingtian's words, Lu Qi wisely refrained from intervening, opting to withdraw his forces. After all, a battle between two top-tier masters could unleash terrifying energies that could easily engulf his men. Though the soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army were martial artists, their abilities were still limited, unable to withstand the presence of an 8th-tier peak against a 9th-tier powerhouse. Lord Ling Jingtian, we shall retreat immediately. Lu Qi, being a mid-8th-tier warrior, lacked the courage to engage Ling Jingtian in battle and chose to withdraw. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, the 2,000 soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army retreated 10 miles. Yichen, prepare to meet your demise. In the midst of his words, Ling Jingtian made his move, unleashing the full force of his quasi-emperor power. Kill. He raised his hand, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, bearing down upon Yichen. This ambush was executed under the orders of Nangong Hentian, and he was determined to slay Yichen. Thus, he unleashed his full strength from the outset. With a resounding crash, Ling Jingtian grinned menacingly as a dreadful black aura enveloped him. Under his command, this dark energy coalesced into a colossal river of blackness, rushing toward Yichen and Jiang Shiqi with unstoppable momentum. Not good. It is the power of a quasi-emperor. How shameless. He is using his strength to bully the weak. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. As she spoke, the terrifying black river, accompanied by the wails of countless spirits, surged forward. This was a manifestation of demonic power. Such a trivial technique. Yichen's expression darkened as he faced the approaching black river. He completely disregarded the overwhelming intent to kill it harbored within, a manifestation of quasi-emperor will that could easily pierce the soul flames of both martial artists and alien beings. Ling Jingtian, I shall meet your quasi-emperor power head-on. He shouted defiantly. Subsequently, the sword of desolation in his hand stirred. Yichen's soul level, through numerous enhancements, completely surpassed the quasi-emperor will of Ling Jingtian. Simultaneously, he infused the power of heavenly fire into the sword of desolation, and in an instant, the annihilating force within the sword was unleashed. Annihilation. Strike. Thereafter, the sword in Yichen's hand moved. With a single stroke, it tore through the void, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to tremble. The terrifying sword aura instantly shattered even the crimson rain falling from above. The sword technique of heaven slaying, Yichen's strike was the pinnacle of brilliance, his most formidable attack. If it failed, he would perish. Yet he had exerted every ounce of his strength. Yichen, resign yourself to fate. There is a fundamental difference between the dragon transformation realm and the quasi-emperor realm. You cannot bridge this chasm. Die. Ling Jingtian proclaimed with overwhelming authority. He activated the power of the quasi-emperor to its fullest, and the dark river surged forth, enveloping Yichen and Jiang Shiqi with countless sinister forces. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Be annihilated. Chapter 68. Yichen. Will you submit, or not? With a thunderous roar, the initial clash between Yichen and Ling Jingtian came to a hasty conclusion. Yichen was forcefully repelled by the residual force of their confrontation. Step by step, he staggered back 6 paces before finally stabilizing his stance. His right hand, gripping the sword, began to bleed, golden blood. He had sustained an injury. Although his body was that of a zombie, enhanced and fortified, he was still wounded. The quasi-emperor was a force he could not withstand, at least for the moment. Ling Jingtian, you have won, he declared, resting the burning annihilation sword upon the ground. He could accept defeat. He was not afraid of losing. Jiang Shiqi, come to my side. Despite his injuries, he still protected Jiang Shiqi. Aware that Ling Jingtian was a quasi-emperor and fearing that the latter might harm the innocent. At this moment, Yichen and Apos' understanding of the quasi-emperor and Apos' might deepened. Previously, when facing the avatar of Nangong Hentian, he had found the opponent's strength limited and the battle relatively straightforward. Now, confronted with the genuine power of Ling Jingtian, he immediately recognized the vast chasm between their strengths. The disparity between the quasi-emperor realm and the dragon transformation realm was immense. Master, are you all right? Jiang Shiqi approached Yichen, her voice trembling with anxiety. She noticed the blood trickling from his right hand. Ah, master, you are bleeding. How can I help you? She inquired, her panic evident. There and Apos, no need to worry. I am fine. I won and Apos, T die, Chen reassured her with a gentle shake of his head. He was a seasoned warrior, familiar with the trials of battle. What was this minor wound in the grand scheme of things? But, Master, Jiang Shiqi fretted, feeling helpless. Chen, you have once again impressed me, Ling Jingtian remarked, astonished. That last strike, infused with the full power of a quasi-emperor, is something even ordinary quasi-emperors would struggle to withstand. Yet, you absorbed it with such ease. Truly, you are worthy of your SSS grade talent. It pains me to think of taking your life. Ling Jingtian was visibly shaken. As a quasi-emperor, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Yet this peak 8th-tier warrior had withstood his might. Such an extraordinary feat was astonishing. He recognized that if Chen were to ascend to the quasi-emperor level, he would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable entities among them. This unparalleled prodigy was indeed a treasure for humanity, especially in this age of calamity, when the enemies posed a grave threat and the human race was feeble. To eliminate such a talent would be a loss for humanity, a sorrow for friends, and a delight for foes. However, the orders from Nangong Hentian left him in a difficult position. He, unable to act against him? Hypocrisy. Chen scoffed, not believing Ling Jingtian and Apos as pretentious words. Lord Lu Qi, who exactly is this man? How can he possess such strength? Qi Zhongyu, a senior officer beside Lord Lu Qi, pondered aloud. Lord Ling Jingtian has long been a renowned quasi-emperor, yet Chen just took his terrifying strike without faltering. He is merely at the 8th tier, yet he is extraordinary. Indeed, he is a legend known as Chen, once a peerless genius of our human race. He commanded troops at Jiangning Fortress. Sadly, he was betrayed and executed in the judgment of millions in Sioux City. Now he has returned, his power nearing that of a quasi-emperor, Lu Qi lamented. Such misfortune. If only he had not been lost to us, he added, his voice heavy with regret. Lu Qi, an 8th-tier master himself, felt dwarfed in comparison to Chen's SSS grade talent. Had Chen not spent precious time fighting fiercely for humanity at Jiangning Fortress, he would undoubtedly be a quasi-emperor by now. Such noble sacrifice was commendable. Yet it pained him to see a top-tier prodigy and benefactor of humanity fall victim to the struggles for power and human greed. He could not fathom the thoughts of those in the higher echelons of society. Even as the world faced impending doom, they still vied for power and wealth. Did they not fear the collapse of the heavens? What? He is Lord Chen? The great hero who safeguarded humanity for a decade? Is he not a benefactor of our dragon nation? Qi Zhongyu exclaimed, incensed. Lord Lu Qi, why are there bounties placed on him by the Purple Extreme Palace and the Qin family? Why has the Empress not sent anyone to intervene and protect him? On what grounds do they dare to issue a bounty for Lord Chen? Are they devoid of reason? Upon realizing Chen's true identity, Qi Zhongyu felt a surge of anger towards Ling Jingtian for attacking him. Chen is a benefactor. How dare the Purple Extreme Palace lay a hand on him? Have they lost their minds? Enough. These are matters for the higher-ups to deliberate, not for us to meddle in. I warned you before not to speak recklessly about politics. Have you forgotten? Lu Qi replied sternly. Chen's plight was a scandal for the court and the Empress, embroiled in numerous ugly dealings. This topic was a minefield. Anyone who touched it would suffer consequences. Yes, I understand, Qi Zhongyu said, though still puzzled, he refrained from pressing further. As a soldier, his duty was to obey. Yet, he felt a profound disappointment. Alas, the human race has lost Chen. This is our loss. The Empress has misled the nation. Sioux City stands as the best example. Had Chen lived, Sioux City would not have fallen. While Lu Qi forbade Qi Zhongyu from discussing politics, he himself was filled with discontent. As a commoner, he was deeply angered by Chen's fate. Being a high-ranking officer, he was also aware of the behind-the-scenes machinations targeting Chen. The likes of Qin Yudong and the Purple Extreme Palace were merely a part of it. The Empress and the court and Apos' negligence towards Chen and Apos' plight stemmed from the power struggle between the elite and the common people. Chen was a commoner who had risen to a high rank due to his talent and merits, tasked with guarding Jiangning Fortress. However, his humble origins made him a target for the court's disdain, leading to relentless suppression from those in power. In the eyes of the elite, those outside their circle could not be trusted. Chen, being of humble origin, was viewed with suspicion. What troubled him even more was the lack of support from the citizens of Sioux City, who should have rallied behind Chen, given his struggles for their rights. Chen's actions had infringed upon the interests of the powerful, making him a target for their oppression. Jealousy and slander reigned supreme. Murder. Yet, why did the millions of civilians in Sioux City feel compelled to protect Chen with their lives, only to subject him to public trial and execution? Chen did not infringe upon their interests, did he? Everyone is scheming, Everyone is harming Chen. Indeed, he has been publicly tried and executed by them. But what is the outcome? Shortly after Chen and Apos' demise, sea beasts invaded, and the undead rose, resulting in the deaths of countless soldiers of the defense forces. Sioux City has fallen, and millions of citizens have become targets of slaughter by foreign tribes, including numerous nobles who have also perished. They were slain by those foreign entities. Perhaps this is retribution. Chen was forsaken by the people of Sioux City, yet heaven, in its compassion, allowed Chen to return in the form of his corpse. As for Qin Yudong, he too has met his end. This is also retribution. Chen, will you submit, or will you resist? Chapter 69. The Breaking of the Underworld Dike. Water flooding Sioux City. Chen. If you kneel and admit your mistake, I, Ling Jingtian, will ensure your safety. What do you say? Ling Jingtian, having developed a fondness for talented individuals, refrained from striking Chen down. Instead, he began to persuade him. Do you think you are worthy of my kneeling? I, Chen, would rather die than submit. Chen resolutely rejected Ling Jingtian's suggestion, holding on to his pride. Are you truly seeking death? Ling Jingtian spoke coldly, his disdain for Chen and Apos' attitude evident. His earlier suggestion was meant to humble Chen, who, as a prodigy, was far too arrogant. Such individuals are difficult to manage without tempering their pride. However, the outcome left Ling Jingtian disappointed and dissatisfied. Death? Whether I live or die is not for you to decide. I admitted defeat earlier because I could not match your strength. But that does not imply you possess the ability to kill me. Moreover, asking me to admit my mistakes for your protection, do you think I am a mere child? Chen scoffed. Nangong Hentian, that old witch, is devoid of loyalty and courage. What she thinks is painfully clear to me. She wishes for me to relinquish my SSS-level talent to that waste, Fu Qin, allowing him to become a quasi-emperor. How shameless can one be? She ought to consider what Fu Qishu truly is before demanding such a sacrifice from me. You? Arrogant. What status do you hold to question the palace master? No wonder you have become a target of scorn. The world of martial arts is not merely about fighting. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. Understand this. While you are gifted, you must also learn to yield, to compromise, to bow your head. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Ling Jingtian sighed in resignation. How dare you lecture me, Ling Jingtian? Such nonsense about social intricacies and outdated culture. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, you still cling to these decayed notions. Try discussing your so-called human relationships with those from other races. Look at Sioux City. What has it become? Before the apocalypse, indulging in such frivolities was tolerable, but now, strength is what matters. Those archaic social structures are utterly useless in times of chaos. I, Chen, have fought and bled for humanity, only to be met with betrayal and conspiracy. What have you gained? Sioux City has fallen. Half of Jiangnan and Apos' territory is gone. Chen and Apos' voice was filled with contempt for hollow social niceties. Before the apocalypse, the rigid class structures were rampant online. Children of civil servants becoming civil servants. Children of bankers entering banking. These ideas are everywhere. The promotion of outdated feudal values, such as respect for elders and social hierarchy, is a backward step. If you continue to decay like this, it will not only be our human cities that fall, but your ancient sects will not escape unscathed either. You all know that the dark forces lurking in the shadows are no weaker than you. They lie in wait, ready to strike. I tell you, Ling Jingtian, your fanciful notions of social relations and class distinctions will not save this world. In the end, we all shall perish. Perhaps you might attempt to share your so-called human relationships with those from other races. They may appreciate it. Chen and Apos' laughter was mocking. He saw through the intentions of these ancient sects in the Empress Jilan. They remained oblivious to the reality of the situation, still vainly believing themselves to be the ruling elite, unaware of what the apocalypse truly signifies. The apocalypse brings the collapse of heaven and earth. All things old and decayed will be obliterated before external forces. The Xinyuan clan, the various powers, the top families, they will all become mere history in the face of other races. Chen, you are far too arrogant, spreading deceit among the masses. Ling Jingtian seethed with fury, deeming Chen and Apos' words exaggerated. Me? Spreading deceit? Are you certain? Ling Jingtian. Nangong Hentian has demanded that I surrender my SSS-level talent to that useless Fu Qishu. If I were to comply, what do you think his future would hold? Fu Qishu is cunning. If he were to become a quasi-emperor, how many opportunities would he have to ascend to true emperor status? And how much substance would his quasi-emperor status even have? Will your ZG palace snatch an emperor and Apos S fruit for him to refine? Even if you could manage that, what would that emperor and Apos S combat power be? Yi Chen mercilessly exposed the weaknesses of Ling Jingtian and his companions. Yi Chen, Ling Jingtian was infuriated yet powerless against Yu Chen's truths. He had previously spoken with Nangong Hentian, but she had stubbornly dismissed his concerns, leaving him utterly helpless. How infuriating. My earlier admiration for Talon has been shattered by your arrogance. He unleashed his quasi-emperor level power once more. Yi Chen, since you are so obstinate, I shall personally send you on your way. Just as Yi Chen prepared to retaliate, a resounding noise erupted. Damn it, what is lurking beneath the earth? Ling Jingtian, who was about to strike Yi Chen, was compelled to halt, his expression grave as he gazed into the fissures in the ground. Sensing that the recent uproar had originated from deep below. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi inquired, her curiosity tinged with concern. Do not fear, the sky will not fall. I will handle everything. Yi Chen reassured her, taking the opportunity to heal his wounds while also pondering the mysterious disturbance below. What? Something is underground? A monster? Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Qi furrowed his brow, having noticed that the commotion emanated from the fissures. A sense of foreboding filled him, prompting him to urgently instruct Qi Zhongyu. Relay my orders. The Red Flame Army must evacuate Sioux City immediately. Hurry. His voice boomed as he realized something was emerging from those cracks. A profound unease caused him to lose composure. Yes, quickly, everyone evacuate Sioux City. Now, Qi Zhongyu shouted to the 20,000-strong Red Flame Army. Though his warning came too late. Not good, get out of the way. Yi Chen also perceived that something was emerging from the fissure. He swiftly shielded Jiang Shiqi with his body. A foul stench assaulted his senses, and just then, the system's alert sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding. Detection reveals that beneath Sioux City, a dike of the underworld has broken, causing the waters of the underworld to surge into the mortal realm. This is a dire omen. However, for the host, there is no harm, as the host is a zombie and exists beyond the 5 elements, transcending the 6 realms. What? The waters of the Yellow Springs? Is that not the water of the underworld? At this moment, Yi Chen was filled with astonishment. Gurgling sounds echoed as a substantial amount of yellow spring water gushed forth from a fissure. Master, what is that water? It reeks. Jiang Shiqi covered her nose and whispered a question. Is this the yellow spring water? We must depart from this place. We cannot linger here. Just as Yi Chen was about to take Jiang Shiqi and flee, he discovered that he was unable to fly. Damn it, it's the yellow spring water. It dawned on him that he had read in books that the yellow spring water makes it difficult for birds to cross. What to do? At this moment, he found himself at a loss. The hierarchy of realms in this text is as follows. First, one perceives the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, drawing it into the body. This realm is known as Qi Induction, Body Refinement Realm. This involves refining the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to strengthen one's physique. Enhancing vitality. The more robust the vitality, the greater the strength. Spirit Sea Realm. Here, one transforms the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into one's true energy, storing it in the Dantian, growing from a small stream to a vast ocean. Divine Spring Realm. The Spirit Sea absorbs and refines the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. While the Divine Spring Realm involves the opening of divine springs within the Spirit Sea, the more divine springs one opens, the greater the potential. The strength of the divine springs directly affects the quality of the golden core, while the strength of the divine spring realm correlates with the Spirit Sea, requiring a vast Spirit Sea to support the opening of divine springs. Golden Core Realm. Above the divine springs lies the golden core. The golden core is divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the finest, known as the perfect golden core. Beyond the 9th grade lies the Great Tao Golden Core, representing the pinnacle of the golden core. Cave Heaven Realm. Above the golden core is the Cave Heaven, which utilizes the power of the golden core to open the cave heaven, drawing upon its strength to enhance oneself. The more cave heavens one possesses, the greater the potential. Divine Fire Realm. Above the cave heaven is the spirit platform, where the power of the cave heaven nourishes the spirit platform, giving birth to a strand of divine fire. As the divine fire grows, it transforms into the tree of primordial spirit, the height of which defines the strength of the spirit platform realm. Celestial Phenomenon Realm. The laws and manifestations of heaven and earth categorized into different grades and types, with the strongest being the chaotic ascendance to the bright moon, and the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. Dragon Transformation Realm, Preparatory Emperor Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 70. The mysterious coffin and the red-robed ghost mother. The previously unleashed fissures created by the Hydra were innumerable, and now the floodgates of the Yellow Springs had burst, causing the waters to surge forth. In no time, these waters had infiltrated every conceivable path, obstructing the way for all. Master, what are the waters of the Yellow Springs? Jiang Shiqi inquired. It is recorded in the texts, the azure sky and the Yellow Springs. The waters of the Yellow Springs belong to the realm of the underworld. They are infused with the essence of death, extremely ominous. Chen elucidated, watching as the Yellow Springs waters engulfed their escape routes. What shall we do? He was in a state of panic, for the waters would inevitably rise. Though he, being a zombie, felt no fear, Jiang Shiqi, a mere mortal, could not withstand their encroachment. Not only Chen, but the entire 20,000 Red Flame army found themselves in peril. Ah, no, please. There is something strange in the water. There are bugs. A soldier from the Red Flame army suddenly screamed in agony. Xiuchuan, you? Chen turned to see a 6th-tier soldier on a nearby dilapidated roof, frantically clawing at his own body, tearing off his armor and clothing. Something was writhing within his flesh. Master, what is that? Jiang Shiqi asked, her face pale with fear. It is a corpse bug. It is gnawing at his flesh. Once it reaches his brain, he will be beyond saving, Chen whispered. What? A corpse bug? Jiang Shiqi, as a girl, was terrified of insects and rodents. In the water? What about us? She was filled with dread, though she feared not death itself. The thought of those bugs devouring her insides, her organs, and her brain horrified her. Calm down. Nothing is going to collapse. I am here, Chen reassured Jiang Shiqi. Though he did not explicitly state his intention to take her as an apprentice, he regarded her as one in his heart, unwilling to see her harmed. At that moment, the soldier and Appo's head exploded, and his body fell straight into the Yellow Springs, vanishing beneath the surface. Xiuchuan, no? His comrades cried out in despair. Yet, soon after, an eerie event unfolded. From beneath the Yellow Springs, a bizarre blood lotus began to unfurl. What is that? Someone asked. A blood-red lotus? Upon witnessing this flower, Ling Jingtian, a quasi-emperor, was visibly shaken. Yes, it's the fiery red lotus. It is an ominous flower. His expression was one of sheer panic. No, simultaneously. Screams erupted from the crowd, both male and female, young and old. Ah, it hurts. Kill me. Put me out of my misery. As many were tormented by the corpse bugs emerging from the Yellow Springs, a realization dawned upon some. They began to guard against the waters. There is something in the water. Everyone be cautious. Those ghostly entities that have possessed humans seem to know more secrets. This is bad. The Yellow Springs have burst. Trouble is imminent. Filth from the underworld is coming. Some of the ghostly beings spoke in a state of panic. The very thought of such formidable and terrifying taboos left Chen feeling a chill of dread. From the underworld? Surely not. Chen was deeply concerned. The underworld was a realm filled with the bizarre and the unknown. If these strange entities were to emerge from the Yellow Springs, it would spell catastrophe. At that moment, from the depths of a fissure, an ancient and eerie coffin began to float upward. The melody from earlier echoed from within it. Is that a coffin? Something is singing from inside? Someone gasped in terror. Such a familiar scent? Have we arrived in the realm of the living? I adore the essence of the living. I am famished. A sinister laughter emanated from the coffin. With a slight tremor, the coffin quivered, and then countless blood-red, eerie substances, like quicksilver, flowed forth, heading towards the Red Flame army. Come, accompany me. I am so lonely and cold, the eerie voice beckoned, imbued with an unnameable allure that rendered those who heard it entranced, particularly the dozens of soldiers who stood motionless before the blood-red liquid. Such a good boy. You make me so happy. Before anyone could warn them, the soldiers were engulfed by the blood-red liquid, drawn into the coffin. Oh, no, do not drink my blood. Soon. A chorus of inhumane wails filled the air. Master, what monstrosity lies within that coffin? Jiang Shiqi trembled, her face drained of color. Fear not. It is merely a malevolent spirit. I will protect you. Chen reassured her. He drew his sword, prepared for battle. For the threat within the coffin posed a greater danger than even Ling Jingtian. Delicious. After millennia, I am finally satiated. The humans of the living realm are truly delectable. I delight in them. 10 minutes later, the screams from within the coffin ceased. Then, the voice of the female malevolent spirit emerged, filled with satisfaction. She is truly wicked. Feeding on humans. Gulp. It is the red-robed ghost mother. She has arrived. Many hidden specters shuddered at the mention of her name, filled with dread. The red-robed ghost mother? Chen noted the significance of this revelation. System, what is the red-robed ghost mother? He queried. Beep. The red-robed ghost mother is an exceedingly malevolent creature from the underworld. Known for her penchant for devouring humans, she is irreverent and fearless, with unfathomable power, currently at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation. Legend has it, the red-robed ghost mother, known as Jin Lian, was once a virtuous woman who fell victim to a scoundrel. While pregnant, she was betrayed and buried alive by him and his new concubine. The spirit of Jin Lian, consumed by resentment, transformed into a vengeful ghost after her demise, devouring her own offspring in the process, thus evolving into the red-robed ghost mother. The red-robed ghost mother, burdened by her fixation, vowed to consume all of humanity. She traversed the breached yellow spring to the mortal realm, driven by a profound loneliness that compelled her to feast upon human beings. A system prompt emerged. What? The red-robed ghost mother endured such a tragic fate? She is indeed a pitiable soul, yet her obsession to devour every human being is undeniably cruel. Upon hearing this, Chen gained a preliminary understanding of the red-robed ghost mother. A peak quasi-emperor? Such formidable power rendered him utterly powerless in her presence. What to do? He found himself in a quandary. With the yellow spring waters at hand and the looming threat of the red-robed ghost mother, a peak quasi-emperor, he felt like a skilled artisan unable to craft without materials. Despite his cleverness and eloquence, they were rendered futile in the face of absolute strength. He felt incapable of altering the course of events, yet he remained resolute in his determination not to surrender. Master? Chapter 71. The Slovenly Taoist speaks softly. Do not raise your voice. There is a formidable monster within that stone coffin. Chen whispered a warning to Jiang Shiqi. What? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Within that coffin lies a creature known as the red-robed ghost mother. She is an exceedingly powerful being, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength. Be cautious not to attract her attention, Chen explained in hushed tones. The red-robed ghost mother? Jiang Shiqi understood immediately. Oh, a quasi-emperor? How rich in blood energy. I find it quite appealing, a voice emerged from the coffin. You monster, cease your tricks. I am not afraid of you, Ling Jingtian declared. Though his words betrayed a hint of fear, for the situation was undeniably peculiar. Thunder rumbled, a strange crimson rain intensified from the heavens. The sky darkened ominously. Gurgling sounds echoed as numerous streams of yellow spring water surged forth from the ground, rising ever higher. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, visibility plummeting. Shiqi, come. We must change our location. Chen lifted Jiang Shiqi onto his back. Master me? Jiang Shiqi nestled against Chen, feeling a touch of shyness. Although he was her master, he was also a grown man, and the intimacy of the situation made her somewhat anxious. I am 19, she murmured. That is of no consequence. I am your master. Let us go. Chen dismissed her concerns, as the yellow spring water was encroaching. He carried Jiang Shiqi towards higher ground, taking a gamble. Despite the sinister nature of the yellow spring water, which could taint souls and corrupt living beings, he was a zombie, an anomaly beyond the 5 elements and the 6 realms. Thus, he believed the yellow spring water would not harm him. When he stepped onto the yellow spring water, the foul liquid, which instilled dread in all living creatures, parted before him as if it had encountered its nemesis. Ah, it truly works. Splendid. Chen exclaimed joyously, continuing onward with Jiang Shiqi towards the distant heights. Haha, marvelous. Not only have I encountered a red-robed ghost mother today, but I have also stumbled upon a blood corpse-level zombie. This calamity is indeed fierce and extraordinary. A hearty laugh echoed from the heavens, drawing closer until a disheveled Taoist appeared before them. Old Taoist, you again? The red-robed ghost mother seethed, clearly harboring a grudge against this slovenly figure. Have you come to thwart my plans once more? She demanded. I have previously advised you to relinquish your obsessions and seek rebirth in the Pure Land. You ignored my counsel. Now you dare to wreak havoc in the realm of the living? How could I stand idly by? The slovenly Taoist retorted, holding an ancient wine flask aloft. He stood unmoved in the void, impervious to the encroaching yellow spring water, a display of formidable power. Old Taoist, in this life, you cannot stop me. I hold the mandate of heaven. The red-robed ghost mother proclaimed with confidence. The mandate of heaven? What is that? Do you truly believe in such nonsense? We beings of our caliber defy heaven in our cultivation. If we were to heed such so-called mandates, what purpose would our practice serve? The slovenly Taoist countered. That you harbor resentment, remember that grievances have their origins and debts have their masters. You have crossed into my realm, disrupting the order of the living, thus. I must intervene, he stated with unwavering authority. You? Arrogant. Zhuang Susi, your yin-yang sect is thoroughly detestable. I have vowed that should the opportunity arise, I will annihilate your sect and eradicate all you foul Taoists, the red-robed ghost mother hissed. Then come. Until I subdue you, this breaching yellow spring cannot be quelled. Make your move. The slovenly Taoist asserted, his aura emanating Taoist brilliance that caused the crimson rain to cease and even brightened the dim surroundings. Old Taoist. I fear you not. Let us battle. The red-robed ghost mother, equally formidable, declared as the stone coffin trembled violently, threatening to burst open, instilling terror in Ling Jingtian and Lu Qi. This female monster, if she escapes the coffin, how will we survive? They pondered, realizing the yellow spring water had sealed their retreat. Meanwhile, Chen and Jiang Shiqi seized the opportunity to evade, reaching the rooftop of a nearby building, where they observed the duel between the slovenly Taoist and the red-robed ghost mother. Master, who is stronger? Jiang Shiqi asked. I cannot say for certain. This elder of our human race possesses an ethereal demeanor, suggesting he is indeed a formidable figure. He should be capable of suppressing the red-robed ghost mother. Chen replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, the red-robed ghost mother had crossed realms, wielding terrifying powers, making it difficult to discern who held the upper hand in this confrontation. Old Taoist, today I shall vanquish you. With a thunderous crash, the coffin lid of the crimson-robed specter was flung open. A figure of unimaginable terror surged forth from the stone sarcophagus. Then, with a swift motion, she charged towards the disheveled Taoist. Old hag, to extinguish me? You think yourself worthy? Kill. The unkempt Taoist, now serious, hurled the wine flask in his grasp. It hovered in midair, radiating an ethereal light, seemingly accompanied by a formidable demonic suppression. Demon suppression flask. Annihilate. The Taoist raised his hand, forming a seal. As the formidable power of demonic suppression emerged from the flask, intertwining to create a terrifying array of luminous energy, instantly ensnaring the approaching crimson-robed specter. Old priest. Last time I fell beneath your demon suppression flask. Do you truly believe I would be unprepared this time? A sinister chuckle escaped her lips as the crimson-robed specter revealed a treasure of her own. 10,000 souls banner. Shatter. Chapter 72. A Great Terror. Boom. A wave of terrifying sound erupted instantaneously. A fusion of ethereal light from the Taoist gates and the sanguine glow of ghostly arts intertwined, only to explode outward, sweeping in all directions. The ground trembled as ferocious energy swept across the realm. Hundreds of towering pillars of the yellow springs surged into the sky. A spectacle of immense grandeur. Ah, my face. My hands. How it hurts. Many, including the soldiers of the Red Flame Army, were struck by the splashes of water. The corrosive liquid penetrated their bodies, swiftly eroding flesh and blood. Some were left disfigured, others lost limbs, with some even losing their legs. Master, what kind of power do those two possess? It is too terrifying. Jiang Shiqi inquired. She and Chen, positioned high above, remained unharmed by the water and Appos, onslaught. Peak of the quasi-emperor realm, half a step to becoming an emperor. Chen replied. What? Half a step to becoming an emperor? Jiang Shiqi was utterly shocked. Half a step to becoming an emperor? Good heavens, such beings are invincible in this world. Shiqi, becoming an emperor is not the end of cultivation. It is merely a new beginning. Remember, the path of cultivation knows no bounds. We can never be satisfied, Chen advised. Oh, Jiang Shiqi responded faintly. She was still young and lacked a profound understanding of Chen and Appos' words. After all, the concept of an emperor felt distant to her. Master, I will remember. Chen had intended to roll his eyes, but his vision had yet to fully return. He could not yet move them. Bang, bang, bang. The demon refining pot and the wand of souls clashed in midair, their immense power causing the heavens to tremble as if on the verge of splitting apart. Such a display of prowess was truly astonishing. They were not ordinary half-step emperors. Their strength was likely not far from that of a true emperor. Chen marveled. The red-robed ghost mother. The slovenly Taoist. What other dangers does this apocalypse conceal? The red-robed ghost mother had mentioned that this old Taoist was from the Yin-Yang sect. Correct? Previously, did he not have a mission to join the Yin-Yang sect? The Great Yin-Yang Codex? His attention swiftly shifted to the old man, contemplating how to forge a connection with him. Red-robed ghost mother, how many resentful souls of my human race have you sacrificed to your wand of souls? You vile woman, I shall slay you today. The slovenly Taoist seethed, witnessing the wailing ghosts on the wand of souls. Zhuang Suzi, cease your lamentations here. The heavenly way is merciless. What distinction is there between right and wrong? In this world, all is divided by strength. I slay these human beings and refine the wand of souls because my skills are exceptional, akin to your Taoist brethren who redeem countless ghosts for merit, and Appos, as the same principle. With this wand now perfected, I will refine you, old Taoist, within it and help it transform into an imperial weapon. Die. The red-robed ghost mother was unafraid of the slovenly Taoist and Oppos. S words. Her aura was formidable. An imperial weapon? Bah. You old hag. Do you truly think you can forge an imperial weapon? Dream on. The slovenly Taoist scoffed. His demon refining pot was an ancient treasure, the supreme artifact of their yin-yang sect, surpassing even imperial weapons. Old Taoist, you will collect her. Destruction. As the two top-tier masters exchanged words, combat resumed. The demon refining pot unleashed countless ethereal lights, each brimming with the secret power to annihilate all. Zoink Susie, collect me? You are not worthy. The red-robed ghost mother bellowed. She suspended the wand of souls before her, transforming countless ghostly figures into a terrifying void of spirits, beginning to counter the destructive ethereal light of the demon refining pot. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as both forces collided with great might. The annihilating ethereal light from the demon refining pot was unstoppable, shattering the void ghost realm in an instant, charging directly toward the red-robed ghost mother. One of souls. The earth is upheaved. The red-robed ghost mother suddenly exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, the yellow springs water on the ground, summoned by an inexplicable force, began to rise into the air. First as droplets, then as torrents of murky yellow water. The scene was utterly terrifying. Master, what is this? Jiang Shiqi gasped in shock. Can such power truly be wielded by mortals? With a mere gesture, can one overturn the heavens and the earth? Indeed, they are not ordinary quasi-emperors or half-step emperors. They command the rules, and within their realm. They can do as they please, Chen spoke solemnly. He did not feel envy, for he believed that one day he too would possess such power. That day, he felt, was not far off. Master, can we mortals truly become immortals? Jiang Shiqi regarded this ability as that of celestial beings. Immortal? Perhaps, Chen replied uncertainly. After all, he had not witnessed it himself. However, in this world, there are zombies, ghosts, and demons. Thus, immortals and deities must also exist. But such beings would undoubtedly be terrifying, far beyond his current comprehension. The path he was destined to tread was still long. The heavens are overturned, the universe is inverted. You foul Taoist, this is my domain, can you withstand it? The red-robed ghost mother cackled loudly. She was a ghostly being, yet her cultivation was astonishing. At the half-emperor level, this level enabled her to coalesce half a ghostly body, a spiritual form gradually transcending the shackles of the departed, hinting at her potential to reverse life and death. Perhaps when she became an emperor, she could indeed transcend death, shedding her ghostly form to become a living being. Domain. You old hag, you have crossed this threshold. Quite impressive. But do you think that will make me bow down? Ignorant. The slovenly Taoist was infuriated. He was not someone to be easily trifled with. With a wave of his hand, myriad ethereal lights erupted. A roar resonated as the myriad lights transformed into dragons. Break. The old Taoist had not mastered a domain, yet he had honed his power to its pinnacle. A dragon? It is the manifestation of power at its zenith. This strike was the slovenly Taoist's ultimate attack, nearing the ultimate strength of an emperor. Crack. A deafening sound echoed as the slovenly Taoist, imbued with overwhelming strength, tore through the red-robed ghost mother's domain. The true dragons born of his myriad powers were terrifying and unstoppable. Foul Taoist, you? The red-robed ghost mother gasped in shock. Realizing her miscalculation, the old Taoist before her was far too formidable. The ultimate power of strength. The battle prowess of an emperor. Old hag, return to your underworld. The slovenly Taoist declared fiercely. As he approached the red-robed ghost mother, his right hand, enveloped in an invincible aura, descended with an unstoppable force, truly formidable. No, the red-robed ghost mother, a sorceress by nature, felt immense fear facing the close-quarters assault of the slovenly Taoist. She was caught off guard, receiving a punch to her chest. Wow, she screamed, her body immediately hurtling backward. You vile Taoist, I shall return. The scarlet-robed ghostly mother, displaying her own ferocity, chose not to linger. She swiftly wrapped herself in the banner of souls and dove into the stone coffin, vanishing into the waters of the yellow springs. Old hag, you were fortunate to escape. The disheveled Taoist could only sigh in resignation, his gaze fixated on the heights where Chen and Jiang Shiqi resided. With a flick of his right hand, he retrieved the demon-slaying pot. The waters of the yellow springs, which had surged several meters high, suddenly collapsed as their supporting power dissipated, causing a deluge that unleashed even greater calamity. Ah, no. Many were caught in the ensuing chaos, including those humans possessed by malevolent spirits. These spectral beings were not spared either. The waters of the Yellow Springs bore the same peril for both the living and the dead. Its touch could erode one's soul and bones, obliterating any spirit that came into contact with it. Are you Chen? The disheveled Taoist took a swig of liquor before turning his gaze toward Yi Chun. Ah no. Don and Appos, T. Just as Yi Chun was about to respond, a horrific scream echoed from the depths of the Yellow Springs. It was the anguished cry of the scarlet-robed ghostly mother. A deafening explosion erupted as the previously calm water surface detonated. Subsequently, the battered stone coffin floated to the surface, an ominous torrent of crimson blood seeping forth. The banner of souls drifted forlornly atop the water. Such overwhelming terror. The upper half of the scarlet-robed ghostly mother emerged from the coffin, laboriously uttering 5 words. Before she could finish, an enormous hand surged forth from beneath the water, seizing both the coffin and the scarlet-robed ghostly mother. Chapter 73. Is Jiang Shiqi a primordial spirit body? What does that mean? Jiang Shiqi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yi Chun fell silent, equally startled. The scene he had just witnessed was utterly terrifying. The half-emperor-level scarlet-robed ghost mother had been subdued by a mysterious black hand. He was engulfed in trepidation, pondering the nature of that ominous hand. Was this the harbinger of doom? The apocalypse had merely entered its second phase, yet the peril seemed insurmountable. The disheveled Taoist appeared to possess some knowledge, his expression gravely serious. With a resigned sigh, he declared, from this day forth, Sioux City shall be designated an SSS-grade forbidden zone, accessible only to those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status. He himself was at that pinnacle, nearly possessing the combat prowess of an emperor. As he spoke, he raised his hand to establish a barrier. Where the barrier spread, ripples appeared, far surpassing the level of the 9-headed serpent by from earlier. Yi Chun, come here. The disheveled Taoist beckoned after completing the barrier, letting out another sigh. Yi Chun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not defy him, for the man was a top-tier authority. Senior. He clasped his hands in respect. Yi Chun, I have heard of your plight. As an old practitioner, I am deeply incensed by what has befallen you. However, due to certain constraints, I cannot take direct action against the Chen family in the Purple Extreme Palace. Yet, I am willing to take you as my disciple and provide you with protection. Will you accept? The disheveled Taoist proposed. Senior, if I were to become your disciple, would I be able to seek vengeance upon my enemies? Would you intervene in my quest for retribution? Yi Chun inquired, not refusing but seeking clarification. I shall not. I am not one to adhere to rigid principles. The world is governed by the law of the jungle. I will not pursue the karma of your past, as long as you do not betray your master. You are free to act, the Taoist assured. I am willing. Yi Chun responded, bowing in agreement. Excellent. Here is a token of my Yin-Yang sect. By refining it with your primordial spirit, you will gain access to extensive information about our sect. When you return, arrangements will be made for you. Although you carry considerable karma, the Yin-Yang sect can still offer you protection, the disheveled Taoist explained. Yes, master, Yi Chun replied, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Yet, upon becoming a disciple of Zhuang Suzi, he did not receive a task completion prompt, and he quickly realized he must physically visit the Yin-Yang sect to fulfill this task. He felt a sense of relief. By taking Zhuang Suzi as his master, he had secured a formidable ally for protection, especially considering the multitude of enemies he faced. Without his official identity, he found himself in a precarious position. Moreover, with a system task at hand, joining the ancient Yin-Yang sect seemed purposeful, hinting at deeper reasons for his involvement. Yi Chun, my ancient Yin-Yang sect believes in inclusivity. Though you are a zombie, you still have the opportunity to shed your corpse and reclaim your humanity. I hope you remember that you are, above all, a member of the human race. Use your abilities and talents wisely and fight for our kind in the future. Do you understand? Zhuang Suzi conveyed. Recognizing the importance of nurturing talent amidst the impending chaos brought by the apocalypse, as the human race needed more capable successors. Previously a hero, Yi Chun had been wronged and returned as a vengeful corpse. Zhuang Suzi recognized the immense potential in Yi Chun's powerful soul, stronger than when he was alive, and could not bear to see him fall into darkness as an enemy of humanity. Master, I will. I am also of the human race. However, I shall not easily forgive those who seek to harm me, Yi Chun affirmed, asserting his boundaries while still aligning with the protection of humankind. Very well, Zhuang Suzi replied, understanding how rare it was for Yi Chun to express such sentiments. He then turned his attention to Jiang Shiqi. You are Jiang Shiqi from the Jiang family, are you not? He asked. Yes, Master Ancestor, Jiang Shiqi responded. Master Ancestor? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Suzi glanced at Chen. Master. She is the disciple of my disciple, Chen clarified. Oh, is that so? Little Shiqi, since you are the disciple of my disciple, I shall not be stingy with you. I will gift you a small item as a plaything. Zhuang Suzi, upon hearing this, produced a small box and handed it to Jiang Shiqi. Master Ancestor, what is this? Jiang Shiqi inquired. This is the Xian Emperor grass refined into the Xian Emperor Ascension pill. Little Shiqi, your grandfather, Jiang Shanghai, once sought this from me, but I did not grant it. This pill is crucial for your cultivation. It will activate your innate talents and awaken your primordial spirit body, which is in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. A supreme body for cultivation, Zhuang Suzi explained softly. Primordial spirit body, one of the 10 SSS grade talents? Shiqi, you were not deceiving me earlier? Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The primordial spirit body is indeed an SSS grade talent. Master, do you now believe in my potential to ascend to emperor status? Jiang Shiqi stated. However, awakening the primordial spirit body is exceedingly difficult. One must not recklessly cultivate before its awakening, or it may lead to catastrophic consequences. Enough of that. Su City is no place for lingering. You must leave immediately. This area will soon be designated an SSS grade forbidden zone, and you are not to return, Zhuang Suzi commanded. Understood. Chen replied, sensing the gravity of the situation, which was likely tied to the ominous black hand he had witnessed earlier. Yet, he remained curious about the true nature of that hand. Zhuang Suzi, a being of quasi-emperor level and possessing the strength of an emperor, raised his hand, employing profound magic to transport Chen and Jiang Shiqi out of Su City, along with Lu Qi and others. Afterward, he approached Ling Jingtian. Are you Ling Jingtian? Return and inform Nangong Hen Tian that Chen is now my disciple. Should anyone from the Purple Extreme Palace harm him, I will personally annihilate your sect. Do you understand? This was Zhuang Suzi's stern warning, delivered with unassailable authority. Yes, I will relay your words without fail. Please forgive me. My lord, Ling Jingtian stammered. Begone. Zhuang Suzi's terrifying power sent Ling Jingtian flying. Moments later, Ling Jingtian found himself outside Su City, landing awkwardly on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Suzi, you shall pay for this insult. One day, we from the Purple Extreme Palace will settle this score, he vowed as he departed, knowing he could not act against Chen for the moment. Fully aware of Zhuang Suzi's formidable identity as the ancient Yinyang sect's founder and the current sect leader's revered ancestor, within the ancient Yinyang sect, one held an esteemed status and possessed formidable strength. During his moment of discontent, Lu Qi and others were cast out. However, the number of survivors among them was fewer than 100. As for the rest, along with the common folk, they were abandoned, left to fend for themselves within the confines of Su City. Lord Lu Qi, what shall we do about the rest of our brothers? Inquired Qi Zhongyu. Enough of this discussion. We must promptly report to the Empress. I implore her to send aid, Lu Qi responded, fully aware of their inadequacies and power. Despite being renowned as a demon-subduing master, he possessed no means to confront the ominous waters of the Yellow Spring. How tedious, Ling Jingtian remarked. Choosing not to elaborate further, he departed with urgency, compelled to inform Nangong Hentian about the upheaval in Su City. As for the survivors within Su City, their fate bore no significance to him. Chapter 74, The Black Ship Incident. Master, will Ancestor be all right? Jiang Shiqi expressed her deep concern. She had just received the Xian Emperor Ascension pill from Xian Shuzi and had come to acknowledge him as her master, hence her worry for his safety. Master can send us out. Surely, he can handle the dangers of Su City. For now, we must leave immediately. We are heading to Jiang City, Chen responded. Xian Shuzi stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, a half-step emperor, possessing the combat power of an emperor. Although Su City was fraught with peril, it was unlikely that it could pose a threat to him. After all, we are now in the second phase of the apocalypse. The laws of heaven and earth permit only those at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm to exert their full strength. Even an emperor would be suppressed by these laws, unable to unleash their true power. That formidable force capable of subduing the red-robed ghost mother is indeed powerful. But it cannot traverse the waters of the Yellow Springs into the mortal realm. Otherwise, its strength would inevitably be restrained. If not for the absence of an emperor, the scruffy old Taoist would not be in peril. Ancestor, will he truly be safe? Jiang Shiqi inquired, still not reassured. Chen did not respond to her question and instead took the lead. At that moment, the crimson rain in the sky began to thin. The darkness that had enveloped the blood moon receded, and the sun finally emerged. Master, the rain has passed, and the sky is clear. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her smile radiant. Indeed, this is a good omen, Chen remarked, feeling a surge of hope. They continued their journey and soon arrived at the riverbank. To reach Jiang City, they needed to board a ship. Clop, clop, clop. After walking for an indeterminate time, they finally spotted a vessel at the shore. Many people were boarding it. Seemingly the residents of Sioux City fleeing the chaos. However, from the millions in Sioux City, only a scant few remained alive. The rest had perished. Boss. We wish to cross the river, Chen inquired. One spirit stone. The ship's owner, an elderly man, replied. A 7th-tier martial artist? Chen quickly discerned the man's strength, making him somewhat wary. All right, he said, for he was not lacking in spirit stones. However, his earlier generosity had drawn the attention of several men aboard the ship. When Yi, that kid, and the girl possess spirit stones, if we seize them, we too can become martial artists, one man whispered. Get lost. If they have spirit stones, it means they are martial artists. Provoking martial artists is tantamount to seeking death. When Yi, who was Lu Winda, the leader of their group, retorted. Boss, worry not. I have a treasure. I chanced upon it earlier. It's called the 1,000 Mechanisms powder. This substance is colorless and tasteless, specifically designed to incapacitate martial artists. We can use it to drug them and steal their spirit stones. Additionally, I must have that beautiful girl if I can spend a night with her. I and Amp, Oppos, gladly trade 10 years of my life, another man said lecherously. 1,000 Mechanisms powder? Gaopeng, does that stuff actually work? If we fail, we're all dead. Lu Winda said. Boss, it's foolproof. I've used it on Kuan Yi and Amp, Oppos, little wife several times. That woman had a truly exquisite figure. Unfortunately, she became a zombie during the apocalypse, Gaopeng replied. What? You've been with Kuan Yi and Amp, Oppos, woman? Are you insane? Lu Winda exclaimed, though internally he felt envious. Kuan Yi's little wife, Xiao Wan, had been a model, the belle of the school, possessing both beauty and an exquisite figure. Everyone who followed Kuan Yi wished to take her home, but none dared to act, for Kuan Yi was a notoriously ruthless man. However, Kuan Yi had perished in the apocalypse. Why fear? Isn't he living just about enjoying food, drink, and pleasure? What's wrong with our boss woman? We can indulge without hesitation, Gaopeng boasted. Lu Winda had no retort to that. Yet, he regretted it. The image of Shaowen in white stockings was simply too alluring. Fine. We will proceed with this scheme. Gaopeng, you will administer the drug. We strike tonight. Lu Winda ordered. Understood. As these ruffians plotted, Yi Chun and Jiang Shiqi boarded the ship. It was a medium-sized passenger vessel. They paid the spirit stones and entered the cabin. The conditions on the ship were somewhat lacking, but in the apocalypse, having a vessel was already a considerable fortune. And they were not picky. Clop, clop, clop. Master, I sense that the people on this ship are not good. Just now, someone was leering at my thighs. What a lecher. Jiang Shiqi voiced her displeasure. Enough, little Shiqi. There and Amp, Oppos, no need to fear. I am here to protect you. Yi Chen reassured her gently. Then lay quietly on the floor. Master, aren't you going to rest in bed? Jiang Shiqi asked. No, as a zombie, I lack sensation. Lying on the bed or the floor makes no difference. You should rest on the bed, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Oh. Jiang Shiqi acquiesced and settled onto the bed. Before long, the sound of her snoring filled the air. She had been quite exhausted from the day's tribulations. A few reckless souls dared to covet my disciple, courting death. Yi Chen muttered darkly. He had already sensed that this ship was a black vessel, and the schemes of Gaopeng and Lu Winda had not gone unnoticed. His spiritual consciousness could envelop the entire ship at any time. However, he refrained from acting hastily, waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Night fell soon after, and the ship set sail. At last, Gaopeng and Lu Winda made their move. Gaopeng carefully blew the 1,000 Mechanisms powder through the door crack into the room. This drug required only a whiff to render one powerless, easily becoming prey. He had used this very method to capture Kuan Yi and Amp, Oppos' little wife. Cackling, as the powder wafted into the room, a triumphant expression spread across Gaopeng and Amp, Oppos' face. Soon, he would have Jiang Shiqi in his arms, ready to learn foreign languages. Lu Winda and the others were equally eager, for Jiang Shiqi was extraordinarily beautiful. Such a rare gem in the apocalypse was a divine opportunity bestowed upon them. Gaopeng, how is it going? Lu Winda inquired. unable to contain his anticipation. Boss, no need to rush. In 3 minutes, we will enter. However, I want to be the first to enjoy her. The first pick is mine, Gao Peng stipulated. You? Lu Winda initially expressed dissatisfaction but retreated upon seeing Gao Peng and Apos' fierce gaze. Gao Peng possessed the elusive Qinji-san, and who could say whether he harbored other poisons within him? To err on the side of caution, he chose to yield, for life was paramount. Very well. I shall be second, Lu Winda declared. Agreed. The realization of Lu Winda and Apos' concession filled Gao Peng with a sense of triumph. 3 minutes later, they employed a specially crafted key to unlock the door, proceeding with utmost care into the room. However, upon entering, they were confronted by an unexpected figure. Gulp. They were instantly paralyzed with fear. Why you? Gao Peng stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. He recognized Chen. Who gave you the audacity to scheme against my disciple? Chen inquired, his voice echoing with a terrifying resonance, reminiscent of a demonic summons from the depths of hell. I must confess, we seem to have taken a wrong turn. Do you believe me? Gao Peng quavered, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Their greatest reliance had been on the Qinji-san, and now that it had failed them, they were engulfed in dread. After all, Chen was a formidable martial artist. Did you speak? Chapter 75, The Cosmic Cauldron. No, we truly did not intend for this. It is a misunderstanding. My lord, spare us, Lu Winda pleaded. Spare you? Allow you to continue your treachery and murder? You have even sullied your own leaderess woman. Such scoundrels deserve not, but to be rid of, Chen declared sternly. No, please don't kill me. I will not dare again. Yes, it was Gao Peng. He suggested it. Lu Winda, seeing the situation, immediately sold out Gao Peng. Lu Winda, you shameless wretch. Gao Peng erupted in anger. I merely spoke the truth. Was it not you who concocted this plan? Did I err in my assertion? And the 1,000 mechanisms powder, was that not also your doing? What does it have to do with me? Lu Winda retorted, desperate to save his own skin, casting aside any semblance of morality. Moreover, he was not naive. Gao Peng was no virtuous soul either. He had even dallied with Kuan Yu and Apos' concubine. Such individuals are hardly paragons of virtue. Presently, they were merely useful. Given time, they would be betrayed and eliminated. Selling Gao Peng out was a prudent move on his part. Gao Peng seethed with fury, yet found himself powerless against Lu Winda's treachery. What of it? You are no saint either, Lu Winda countered. Gao Peng was left speechless, filled with regret for his earlier hubris in coveting Jiang Shiqi, which had now led to his imminent demise. Enough of this petty squabbling. I inquire of you. All of you shall meet your end today, Chen proclaimed. What? You intend to kill us all? Why? You cannot do this. If you slay us, we will report you to the authorities. The Empress has decreed that martial artists must not harm civilians, Lu Winda exclaimed, astonished. Upon uttering such words, he immediately drew Chen and Apos' wrath. Who seized Lu Winda by the throat? Were you just using the Empress Jilan to threaten me? Chen and Apos' voice echoed like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, instilling fear. And no, my lord, it was a misunderstanding, Lu Winda gasped, struggling for breath. A misunderstanding? Is that so? Chen replied, twisting Lu Winda's neck with a swift motion. He then discarded Lu Winda's lifeless body aside. Waste. Not good. Run. Flee. Gao Peng and his companions, witnessing the horror, turned to flee, only to be engulfed in flames that reduced them to ash. No, their final words faded into oblivion. At that moment, the captain of the ship arrived, having received news. He recognized Lu Winda and his cohorts, who had caused trouble aboard his vessel numerous times. But they had always been considerate, offering him benefits in return. They brought women to entertain him, allowing him to turn a blind eye. When he encountered Jiang Shiqi earlier, he was tempted, knowing Lu Winda and his crew would not spare Chen and his companions, so he approached, eager to partake in the spoils. After all, Jiang Shiqi was truly beautiful, a sight to be admired by any man. Lu Winda, Gao Peng, you little rascals, be sure to leave that lovely lady for me. It has been days since I've had a woman. Before he could finish, he noticed Chen glaring coldly at him, sending a wave of terror through him. What of Lu Winda and the others? The captain stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. They are dead, Chen announced. Dead? You killed them? How could you commit such a massacre? This is a crime that warrants imprisonment. The captain exclaimed. Imprisonment? Are you jesting? Chen replied, his anger flaring at the captain's words. Another brazen fool. You dare to threaten me? I will report you immediately. Expect to face judgment, The captain blustered. Report? Judgment? Do you truly believe you have the chance to report me? Furthermore, do you possess the courage to reveal the vile deeds you have committed? Chen scoffed. I? The captain fell silent, realizing the gravity of his situation. Chen was a martial artist. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a being was tantamount to courting death. No, please do not kill me. I am willing to give you all my wealth. You seek spirit stones, do you not? I will provide them. My money, all of it, is yours. The captain quickly capitulated. Money? Spirit stones? Mere trifles. You were just coveting my apprentice. Do you think I would spare you? Chen shook his head. It is time for you to depart this world. In your next life, strive to be a better person. With that, he summoned a strand of heavenly fire, reducing the captain to ashes. Having dealt with these nuisances, Chen reclined once more, resuming his attribute allocation. At present, he possessed nearly 10 million attribute points, yet he refrained from enhancing his body or spirit. Instead, he retrieved the Xianyang lantern, a prize obtained from vanquishing Qin Hong. After recognizing the lantern as his own, he utilized his spiritual force to refine it. The unrivaled attribute allocation system not only allowed enhancements to the body, spirit, and martial arts, but also to treasures, weapons, and various materials. Beep. Would you like to expend 10,000 attribute points to upgrade the Xianyang lantern, low-grade spiritual artifact, to the Songlei lantern, top-grade spiritual artifact? The system prompted. Yes. Chen agreed. Beep. Successfully deducted 10,000 attribute points. Beep. Obtained. Top-grade spiritual artifact Songlei lantern. Huh? It worked? Chen was filled with joy, realizing he had uncovered a swift path to strength. Continue. Artifacts are also a facet of power. Beep. Successfully deducted 100,000 attribute points. Beep. Obtained. Top-grade treasure Zhulong lantern. Beep. Successfully deducted 300,000 attribute points. Beep. Obtained. Top-grade quasi-imperial weapon Jiozhuan Zhulong lantern. Beep. Successfully deducted 5,000 attribute points. Beep. Obtained. Supreme Imperial Weapon Cosmic Cauldron. Supreme Imperial Weapon? The Cosmic Cauldron? Chen was astonished. He never anticipated that through attribute allocation, he could transform the low-grade spiritual artifact Xianyang lantern into the Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Cosmic Cauldron. The Cosmic Cauldron was the testament of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Just as he reveled in his discovery, a crew member burst in. Captain, trouble. Huh? Trouble? An anxious sailor rushed in. What is the situation? Upon witnessing the situation, Chen opened his eyes. Who are you? He inquired. The crew member replied. Our captain has perished. I now take command of this vessel. Pray, inform me of the circumstances. Ah, what? My captain is dead? You? The crew member was taken aback. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura descended upon him, rendering him powerless to resist. This presence could extinguish his life at any moment, instilling an overwhelming fear within him. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. No, please do not kill me. He stammered in sheer terror. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Enough. I did not declare an intent to slay you. Now, tell me the exact situation, Chen commanded. Why yes, it is as follows. My lord, we are indeed in trouble. A tempest looms outside, accompanied by a whirlpool. The crew member spoke hastily. What? A whirlpool? A tempest? Impossible. At this season. Where could a storm arise? Chen and Apos' expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. My lord, it is true. You must venture outside to see for yourself. I suspect there is something amiss with this storm. It appears to harbor something within, the crew member insisted. Something? Chen mused, releasing his spirit senses. Soon, within the confines of his soul's vision, he beheld a tornado advancing towards them across the river's surface. Chapter 76, A New Talent. Mastering Water Tornadoes? What on earth? Is there really a storm? What is happening? Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Kuden and Apos' helped but curse. The storm surged violently, generating towering waves as numerous water columns shot up into the sky. Any object that came into contact with these water columns was instantly obliterated, reduced to ashes. Such a phenomenon was terrifying in its sheer ferocity. Even an 8th-tier expert would likely meet a gruesome fate against such a force. After a moment of observation, he finally withdrew his spiritual power. All right, I understand the storm now. Take me to the control room at once, Chen commanded. Yes. The crew members were entirely subjugated by Chen and Apos' overwhelming prowess. He closed the door behind him and entered the control room. Malu, who is this? Why did you bring him here? The supervisor of the control room, Feng Gang, demanded loudly. Supervisor Feng, our ship now answers to this esteemed individual. He has killed the captain, Malu replied. What? He killed the captain? Upon hearing this, Feng Gang and Appo's fury ignited. He drew his gun from his waist and aimed it at Yi Chen. You brat, you killed our captain. I will kill you. He shouted. Kill me? Do you even have the right? Yi Chen scoffed. Setting aside the fact that he was at the pinnacle of 8th tier strength, his body was that of a zombie. Even the most basic zombie could withstand bullets. Now, he was a blood zombie, impervious to such attacks. From this moment on, this ship belongs to me. You all will obey my commands, or I shall kill you, he threatened loudly. Kill me? In your dreams. Brat, I have a gun. Be wise or I. Feng Gang and Appo's words were cut short as his hand spontaneously ignited. Ah, it hurts. My hand. Moments later, his right hand was gone, and the gun clattered to the ground. Why, you are a martial artist? He stammered, clutching his severed hand in disbelief. Feng Gang, I warned you earlier. Disobedience leads to death, Yi Chen remarked coldly. He paid no heed to Feng Gang, who was merely a nuisance. Eliminating him was but a trivial matter. No, don't kill me. Feng Gang's words faltered as flames engulfed his body. He had witnessed the terrifying might of martial artists before, and now, facing someone like Yi Chen, his cowardice was palpable. But alas, it was too late for him. Yi Chen would not show him mercy. After Feng Gang had threatened him with a gun, his fate was sealed. Feng Gang was soon consumed by the flames. Are there any among you who still defy me? Yi Chen inquired. No, no one. After Feng Gang and Appo's demise, the crew members in the control room immediately lowered their heads in submission. They yielded. After all, no one wished to court death. If you wish to live, you will heed my words. This storm is no ordinary one, Yi Chen stated. Yes. Everyone present fell into submission. Who is the first mate? Yi Chen asked. I am the first mate. My name is Ruan Dafu, a trembling 36-year-old man replied. From now on, you shall assume the role of captain. Yi Chen declared. Captain? Me? Ruan Dafu was utterly astonished. Indeed, you will be the captain. Everything belonging to the former captain, including his wealth and women, will now be yours, Yi Chen continued. What? Everything belonging to the captain is mine? Is this true, my lord? Ruan Dafu asked, incredulity etched across his face. It is indeed true. I do not deceive you. Should anyone oppose, I shall kill them, Yi Chen asserted with unyielding authority. He meant every word. Thank you, my lord. Ruan Dafu's face lit up with joy. Their former captain had accumulated a fortune over the years, especially with several alluring women kept below deck, whom his subordinates had long coveted. Now, becoming the new captain meant he could claim all of it for himself, and he was thrilled. From now on, you shall address me as sir. My surname is Yi Chen announced before stepping onto the deck. Is that a beast? Standing on the deck, he squinted his eyes. A 7th tier beast has come seeking trouble, courting death. His spiritual essence pierced through the heart of the storm, revealing that a powerful creature was responsible, an apex 7th tier demon. Kill. In an instant, he flickered and appeared before the formidable beast. His zombie form was utterly terrifying. In the center of the storm, the demon, with a human head and a monstrous body, towered ominously. Kakik. Human. Today this demon king shall finally feast. Humans are simply delectable. This demon was a transformed base, self-named Sea Overlord. This title was indeed noteworthy. Previously, it had been a mere base in the Tianlan River, but during the cataclysm, it accidentally consumed a water herb, awakening its intelligence and a fragment of its demon bloodline. Within 10 years, it had risen to become a 7th-tier demon king. Typically, it did not dare to provoke humans recklessly, only stirring minor disturbances. Today, however, it had decided to attack this passenger ship, hoping for a hearty meal. Is that so? But can your teeth even bite through me? Yu Chen's voice suddenly echoed before the demon. Who goes there? The self-proclaimed Sea Overlord looked around frantically, displaying sheer panic. After all, it had just encountered a human, yet it was too slow-witted, failing to notice Yi Chen hovering above it. Seeing this, Yi Chen could only shake his head in exasperation and called out, "Look over here. I'm right here, above you." At his prompting, the fish demon finally noticed him. But its expression was one of sheer astonishment. "Why you are?" It stammered. "I ask you, did you create this storm?" Yu Chen inquired. Yes, it was me. I awakened a fragment of the bloodline of the great demon Xiang Lu, which allows me to summon the winds and rain, the fish demon hastily explained. The bloodline of the great demon Xiang Lu? Summoning the winds and rain? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen realized the significance. Xiang Lu was a water demon, and its abilities were indeed connected to water. Are you here to kill me? The fish demon quivered. Yes, Yi Chen replied, without waiting for further protest. He charged toward the fish demon, unleashing his lethal intent. Kill. As a single word fell, Yi Chen found himself in close proximity to the fish demon, his hands brutally piercing through the formidable demon's body, subsequently tearing it asunder. No, the fish demon succumbed to death with immense reluctance. Filled with regret for having ventured out to create chaos, the outside world was far too terrifying. A notification chimed. You have slain a 7th-tier demon beast, triggering plunder. You have acquired talent, water manipulation. What? Yi Chen's jaw dropped in astonishment. This reward was utterly unexpected. Water manipulation? A talent. This talent was extraordinarily formidable. He promptly began to refine this newfound ability. Water manipulation, a talent for controlling water, current level 1, can be upgraded. Required attribute points for upgrade, 300. Cackling with delight, he realized he had struck gold this time. Ecstatic, he swiftly departed from the scene. The tempest that had erupted earlier gradually lost its potency and faded into nothingness with the demise of the fish demon. In an instant, he returned to the passenger ship. My lord. Several crew members hurried forward to pay their respects to Yi Chen. Your bravery is commendable. More flattery ensued. Enough idle chatter. Return to your duties, he commanded. Chapter 77. The Emergence of Sword God Island Master. How long have I slept? I feel so comfortable. As the night enveloped the world under the blood moon, Jiang Shiqi slowly awakened from her slumber, shaking off the remnants of fatigue and brimming with energy. It has been 8 hours, Yi Chen replied, who had also just emerged from his meditation. Master, aren't you tired? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Tired? Not at all. Have you forgotten? I am a zombie. Fatigue is foreign to me, Yi Chen explained. Master, I will certainly find a way to turn you human, Jiang Shiqi said, her eyes glistening with tears as she felt for Yi Chen. Very well, I shall await your method, Yi Chen responded, a hint of appreciation in his voice. Master, our Jiang family's treasury is filled with precious medicines. I will assist you, Jiang Shiqi assured him, clenching her small fist. Ah, good, Yi Chen exclaimed. Just then, Ma Lu entered the room. Master, we have discovered an island ahead. It is rather peculiar, one that does not appear on any prior maps. What? Yi Chen replied, astonished. Master, shall we go take a look? Could it be some hidden realm? Jiang Shiqi suggested eagerly. Uncertain. Let us investigate first, Yi Chen decided. They made their way to the deck, and indeed, as Ma Lu had reported, a mysterious island loomed in the northwest, shrouded in white mist, rendering it difficult to discern its true nature. Master, could it be the immortal island mentioned in novels? Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her eyes alight with curiosity. Let us go and see, she proposed. That island's appearance is too strange. I fear, Yi Chen hesitated, his caution overtaking his curiosity. Master, what is there to fear? It may be a land of unclaimed treasures or an astonishing inheritance. Let us investigate, Jiang Shiqi urged, playfully tugging at Yi Chen's arm. Me? Yi Chen remained indecisive. At that moment, a terrifying battle cry erupted from the island. Beast, seeking death. Great dragon command. Boom, boom, boom. A familiar roar resonated, revealing it to be Ling Jingtian. It is Ling Jingtian. Who has forced him into such a state? Yi Chen pondered, taken aback. Ling Jingtian's cultivation, while not on par with experts like Xian Shuzi, was nonetheless formidable. Yet, here he was, howling in distress, indicating he had suffered a severe blow. Master, is there something on that island? Jiang Shiqi asked. Indeed, it appears this island harbors secrets. We must tread carefully to avoid unforeseen dangers, Yi Chen responded with keen rationality. Very well, Jiang Shiqi conceded, recognizing the peril they faced, especially with a quasi-emperor like Ling Jingtian being overwhelmed. Another thunderous crash echoed. Then, the air was filled with sword energy, and soon, Ling Jingtian emerged, looking utterly disheveled. Beast, the revenge for my severed arm shall be repaid, he vowed. Anguish etched upon his face, having lost his left arm. A chilling roar from a beast responded, sending massive waves crashing against the river's surface. Thankfully, their sturdy vessel withstood the onslaught. Damn it, what was that? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Help, help. Suddenly, a cry for help emerged from the water. It was Ma Lu, who had fallen in during the tumult. Yi Chen swiftly summoned his chi, pulling Ma Lu back aboard. Go to the cabin, he commanded coldly. Yes, yes. Malu replied, scampering away, still shaken from the ordeal. Alert! Sword God Island detected. Temporary quest initiated. Please ascend Sword God Island. Observe the boundless sword wall and comprehend sword intent. Quest reward, 206 Sword Dao Emperor Bones. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. What? Sword Dao Emperor Bones? 206? This reward is extraordinarily generous. Chen thought, excitement building within him. Sword Dao Emperor Bones? Such bones are the supreme foundation for cultivating swordsmanship, second only to celestial bones. The prospect of 206 bones was sufficient to replace all his mortal bones, thereby enhancing his innate talent for sword cultivation. Perhaps the boundless sword wall held further opportunities. Previously inclined to depart, he now found himself pausing. This quest, issued by the system, carried such bountiful rewards. He ought to delve into the island in search of the sword inheritance. Master, let us also go to the cabin, Jiang Shiqi suggested. Her fervor quelled upon witnessing Ling Jingtian's plight. Even a quasi-emperor had suffered grievously. The island was undoubtedly treacherous. Xiaoqi, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to, Chen stated. Master, what matters? Jiang Shiqi asked. As her gaze shifted towards Sword God Island, disbelief washed over her. Master, you intend to venture to that island? Indeed. I must explore Sword God Island. It holds opportunities one require, Chen confessed, revealing the island and Apos' name to Jiang Shiqi. Sword God Island. Opportunities. Master, this risk is not worth taking. It is far too dangerous, Jiang Shiqi warned, her concern for Chen evident. Shiqi, wait for me here, and remember not to wander, he instructed. Chen and Apos' words faltered. He hesitated, contemplating whether to bring Jiang Shiqi along. Sword God Island was fraught with danger. Yet the Tianlan River was not necessarily safe either. After a moment and Apos' indecision, he asked, Shiqi, would you like to join me in exploring Sword God Island? Master, you want to take me with you? Jiang Shiqi gasped, astonished. Yes, I fear for your safety if I leave. Should danger arise, I can protect you while you are by my side, Chen explained. Master, me? I still prefer not to go. My cultivation is too weak. I fear I may become a burden to you. Jiang Shiqi shook her head, fully aware of her own limitations and unwilling to be a hindrance to Chen. Xiaoqi, you are not a burden. I have made up my mind. I will take you with me, Chen declared. He remained unconvinced that leaving Jiang Shiqi behind on the ship was safe, as he harbored doubts about the people aboard. Master, me? Jiang Shiqi and Apos' eyes reddened at his words. Deeply moved. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from afar atop Sword God Island, enveloped in ominous storm clouds, as if some forbidden entity had provoked the wrath of heaven and earth. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi and Apos' face paled at the sight. I am uncertain. What could this be? Chen replied, his brow furrowing in concern. Nevertheless, after a brief hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Shiqi and Apos' slender waist and boldly soared toward the island. Fortune favors the bold. With the ambition to claim the 206 pieces of Sword Dao Emperor bones, he was resolute. Chen moved with grace, a peak 8th-tier master, possessing a fleeting ability to traverse the skies. This brief moment was sufficient for him to carry Jiang Shiqi onto Sword God Island. As they drew nearer, the ancient aura of the island became palpable, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He unveiled the Hengyu divine furnace in his right hand, an ultimate imperial weapon. In times like these, it was the only thing that could provide him with reassurance. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the void, hurtling toward them. Master, be careful. Chapter 78. Fragment of the 9 Swords of Xiantian Cursed Fate. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen hastily evaded. However, the bolt of lightning seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. No! Jiang Shiqi cried out in despair. In that critical moment, Chen activated the Hengyu divine furnace, channeling his vital energy into it. Instantly, the furnace emanated a surge of imperial weaponry and Apos' might, which obliterated the incoming lightning into mere ashes. Yet, the residual energy splashed onto Chen, scorching even his blood-soaked body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Reminiscent of a prior experience before the cataclysm, with a determined resolve, he breached the restrictions of the Sword God Island. Humming softly, his form seemed to traverse through an invisible ripple, leading him into an entirely unfamiliar realm that appeared to be an ethereal paradise, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, where exotic plants thrived amidst a swirl of spiritual essence. What a dense aura of spiritual energy, Jiang Shiqi remarked. Beep. Congratulations, host, for entering the Sword God Island. The location of the infinite sword wall has been marked. Please proceed promptly to comprehend the sword intent. And rewards await you. A system notification emerged in Chen and Appo's mind, revealing a navigation map with a red arrow indicating the position of the infinite sword wall. All he needed to do was follow the mark to locate it. Splendid. He and Jiang Shiqi advanced toward the direction of the infinite sword wall. Master, what is our purpose here? Jiang Shiqi inquired. To seek opportunities. Chen succinctly replied, keeping the existence of the system as his greatest secret. Opportunities? Oh, are we gathering spiritual herbs? Or perhaps mining spirit stones? Jiang Shiqi innocently suggested. Let and Appo's, let's not rush. First, we must find the infinite sword wall. That is the greatest opportunity on Sword God Island. Let us go. Chen urged, not wasting any time, as they continued onward. On Sword God Island, the towering mountains and dense forests exuded an impression of omnipresent danger. Despite possessing peak 8th tier combat prowess, Chen remained vigilant. Beep. Detection reveals that the host has entered an ancient sacred ground, where the spiritual energy is 100 times denser than the outside world, making cultivation here 100-fold more effective. Another message arrived. Ancient sacred ground. Sword God Island is a sacred place. Indeed, the infinite sword wall, the sword intent, and the mysterious beasts guarding Sword God Island all indicated that it was an exceedingly perilous domain. However, Chen had no time for cultivation. His priority was to locate the infinite sword wall. Once he comprehended the sword intent within, he would then deliberate on whether to cultivate on Sword God Island. Swish, swish, swish. Concurrently, several individuals entered Sword God Island through various means. Clearly, it was not a secret, but rather a vital place for trials. Young Master, Sword God Island has manifested. The Master wishes for you to proceed to the infinite sword wall, the place for understanding sword intent. The speaker, an elderly servant named Lu Laoshuan, revealed that Sword God Island was once a pinnacle force of the ancient era, now reduced to remnants after the chaos of a bygone age, leaving only the Sword God Island intact. The infinite sword wall was a legacy from the island and Appo's original ancestor, rumored to contain a sword scripture. A scripture? Young Baigong Chen, the 7th young master of the Baigong family, inquired, his aura exuding formidable strength, signifying he was at the pinnacle of the transformation dragon realm. Indeed, according to the ancestors of our Baigong family, this scripture is the fragment of the 9 swords of Xiantian, the highest sword technique of the ancient Xiantian palace. If the young master could attain it, even mastering a mere technique would allow him to surpass most prodigies of this era. Let us proceed then, Baigong Chen declared. Yes, Lu Laoshuan affirmed. Grandfather Lu, would you share more about Sword God Island? Baigong Chen requested. Of course, young master. Sword God Island is a hidden realm of inheritance that materializes every 10th year following a great upheaval. Countless opportunities abound within, cultivation methods, secret manuals, treasures, and even imperial weapons await. Each emergence brings forth a multitude of exceptional talents for our human race. The last entrant was the Taoist son, Dao Wui, who comprehended the 8th tier sword intent at the infinite sword wall, overpowering all prodigies and establishing an undefeated legend. As Lu Laoshuan recounted these tales, his eyes shimmered with nostalgia and yearning. Dao Wui? Shiqi, stop. There is danger. After approximately half an hour of travel, Chen suddenly grasped Jiang Shiqi and Appo's hand, cautiously surveying their surroundings. His spiritual sense had detected imminent peril nearby. Huh? Danger? Master, what is it? Jiang Shiqi asked nervously, glancing around. It and Appo's wolves. A pack of forest wolves. Leading them is a forest wolf king of the 7th tier, Chen whispered. They are lying in ambush within the dense foliage, waiting for us to fall into their trap. What? A forest wolf king? 7th tier? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi immediately relaxed. 7th tier? Ha, that is nothing. My master can easily suppress it. Just then, the concealed forest wolves, having overheard Chen and Jiang Shiqi, revealed themselves from the shadows. The forest wolves, a breed of the wolf clan, were known for their cruelty. Humans, surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end. Or else, Kiki, declared a wolf king, its crimson eyes glaring with fury. Humans, you are audacious, the wolf king snarled. Audacious? Is that so? It is merely a reflection of my strength, Chen retorted, dismissing the wolves as insignificant. This Wolf King was far too weak. He could dispatch it with a mere gesture. Those who previously provoked our forest wolves, be they from the demon or human race, have all become our meals. With another howl, the Wolf King summoned its pack. Master, he is calling for reinforcements, Jiang Shiqi noted. Fear not. Let him summon as many as he wishes. Today, I shall annihilate these wolf pups, Yi Chen declared with fierce determination. His tone dripped with disdain. The forest wolves, akin to hyenas, were mad creatures among the beasts. Any target they set their sights upon, even the kings of the animal kingdom like lions and tigers, would be mercilessly torn apart. They dared to hunt anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Humans, you shall regret this. I will rend you to shreds and scatter your bones to the wind, snarled the Wolf King. As time passed, the number of forest wolves in this dense thicket grew exponentially, now numbering at least 1,000. With a soft rustle, these wolves drew closer, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. They regarded Yi Chen as prey, yearning to devour him and Jiang Shiqi. Have your wolf pups arrived? Yi Chen inquired. What? Wolf pups? Human, you court death, the Wolf King retorted, furious. He despised being referred to as a wolf pup, recognizing it as a blatant insult. My son's kill. Chapter 79. The Duan family of Nanlong Prefecture. A cacophony of howls erupted as thousands of forest wolves lunged recklessly toward Yi Chen, driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh. These beasts were frenzied, their instincts screaming for food. Yet, Jiang Shiqi remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm and composed. The wolves were feeble creatures, hardly worthy of even a scratch from her master. Foolish beings. They sought death. Observing the chaos, Yi Chen raised his hand, summoning the Bloodfire Sword. This weapon thrived on the essence of life. Only the blood of living beings could awaken its dormant power. Go forth. Slay to your heart and Appos. As content, he commanded. In an instant, the Bloodfire Sword soared forth, as if endowed with sentience, transforming into a streak of radiant light that swept through the throng of wolves. A series of thunderous clashes echoed, and soon, the wolves lay pierced by the sword and Appos' gleaming trajectory, collapsing like snowflakes upon the ground. In a moment, the bodies vanished without a trace. Gulp. The Wolf King, witnessing this carnage, gasped in horror, realizing the dire situation he was in. I'm doomed, he thought, lamenting his ill-fated decision to confront Yi Chen. Sensing the peril, he turned to flee, his legs moving with astonishing speed, wishing fervently that he had been born with more limbs. Mother, I am terrified. Thud, thud, thud. What? This cunning beast. Yi Chen was taken aback. Hadn't it been said that forest wolves were reckless and fearless? Why did this Wolf King cower in fear and retreat? Master, this Wolf King is quite the coward. Jiang Shiqi remarked disdainfully. Does he think he can escape? In his dreams. Even if I were inclined to spare him, the Bloodfire Sword would never allow it. He is as good as dead, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. The Bloodfire Sword, a demon blade of insatiable bloodlust, would never let slip the chance to vanquish a 7th-tier Wolf King. As if on cue, the sword returned, having dispatched the remaining stragglers. Locking onto the Wolf King with unerring precision. In a flash, it shot forth once more. Swish. Ah! In the next moment, the sword reappeared, piercing the Wolf King through. My life ends here, were the Wolf King's final words, filled with regret for having provoked Yi Chen. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Ding. Killed 288 forest wolves. Total gain. 282. 885 attribute points. As the Bloodfire Sword returned, Yi Chen received the system notification. After a brutal slaughter, he had amassed nearly 300,000 attribute points, quite a lucrative endeavor. Master, what was that? It was so fast. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. Enough with the flattery, Yi Chen retorted, though he summoned the Bloodfire Sword nonetheless. Master, is this your sword? Jiang Shiqi reached out to touch the blade, but Yi Chen quickly stopped her. Shiqi, do not be reckless. This sword is extremely fierce. It is a demon blade, imbued with malevolent energy. Be careful not to harm yourself, Yi Chen cautioned. What? A demon blade? Master, this sword is magnificent. Jiang Shiqi responded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If you like it, I shall gift you a more powerful one when time permits, Yi Chen said, his affection for Jiang Shiqi growing deeper. This girl was loyal and devoted. He had decided to keep her as his disciple. Really? Master, thank you. You are the best master in the world. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. All right. Let us continue. We must seek the infinite sword wall, and you should try to sense something there. It is a place for comprehending sword intent, Chen instructed. Following the trial in Sioux City, Jiang Shiqi became the second person he trusted, aside from Shangwan Xian and Amp. Oppos. He stowed the bloodfire sword away, and they pressed on. After traveling several miles, they arrived at a valley. Master, there is a scent of blood, Jiang Shiqi remarked, her keen senses alert. Indeed, I have noticed it as well. Chen replied, though he lacked a sense of smell. However, his spiritual power was extraordinary. He discerned signs of a struggle at the valley and Amp. Oppos' entrance, where blood stained the ground. Let us go. They quickened their pace, walking for a few minutes until they stumbled upon a massive beast lying lifeless on the ground. Look, this azurite bull has just perished. Its blood is still fresh. It appears it was slain by someone who crushed its insides with a punch, Chen observed, narrowing his eyes as he examined the scene. Just died? Crushed by a punch? I realize there are others on Sword God Island. Not just us, he concluded, growing increasingly cautious. Master, what is the strength of this beast? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Early 8th tier. However, the power of demon beasts is several times greater than that of human cultivators at the same level. This creature's combat prowess rivals that of a mid-8th tier beast. The one who killed it must be at least in the late 8th tier. We must tread carefully. There may be other challengers on Sword God Island, Chen warned. What? There are others? Master, what should we do? Jiang Shiqi hesitated, worry etched on her face. Fear not, for I am here, Chen assured her. He was no weakling. Not only did he possess a system, but he also wielded a supreme imperial weapon like the Hangyu Divine Furnace. At the very least, he had the means to protect himself on Sword God Island. A resounding roar echoed nearby. There are still demon beasts in the vicinity. Let us investigate, Chen declared, swiftly wrapping his arm around Jiang Shiqi and Amp. Oppos' slender waist as they hurried toward the source of the sound, his speed astonishing. After a few moments, they finally arrived at the origin of the noise, discovering yet another formidable 8th tier beast, a thunder lion. This was indeed a troublesome foe. Yet, who was the person engaged in battle with it? Chen's gaze fell upon a towering beast approximately 200 meters long, grappling with a masked man. Its body riddled with wounds from which blood flowed freely. Master, I recognize the sword in that masked man's hand. It is the Fire Lin sword, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. Oh, I understand now. That masked man is Duan Hong, the son of Duan Lang, the head of the Nanlin sword sect. The Fire Lin sword is a treasured heirloom of the Duan family. Presently, the bearer of this sword is none other than Duan Hong, Jiang Shiqi elucidated. Being the jewel of the Jiang family, she was well versed in many legends of the martial world. In Nanlin Prefecture, the Duan family was an ancient martial family, possessing immense power and secretly controlling all aspects of Nanlin, including politics, economy, and culture. The Empress of the Dragon Kingdom finds herself at a loss. The fire sword? Duan Hong, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier? Yet another prodigious talent. Upon hearing this, Chen's understanding has certainly broadened. He awakened his martial arts aptitude only after the apocalypse, having just entered the martial arts realm. His comprehension, accumulated over a decade, pales in comparison to that of Jiang Shiqi. As the cherished princess of the illustrious Jiang family, she possesses an intimate knowledge of these renowned powers. In stark contrast, Qin Yudong appears as nothing but a waste. Master, Duan Hong must be accompanied by a guardian. You should exercise caution, Jiang Shiqi advised. A guardian? Chen's heart swelled with envy upon hearing this. Those who are deemed guardians are invariably of the highest caliber, at the very least. At the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Chapter 80. Duan Wuda truly lacks virtue. After a series of fierce exchanges, Duan Hong wielded the Fire Unicorn sword, unleashing a brilliant fiery sword aura that severed one of the forelegs of the horned lion thunder beast. With a howl of pain, the beast, rather than weakening, became frenzied, its aura surging as it approached the threshold of a quasi-emperor, displaying terrifying combat prowess. Young master, be cautious. Retreat quickly. A shadow emerged from the darkness, hurling a treasure towards the horned lion thunder beast. This figure was none other than Duan Hong's protector. Do not harm my young master. With a sharp cry, the treasure erupted in a blue light, encasing Duan Hong in a protective shield. Crack. Though the blue light absorbed the beast's attack, it could only withstand one strike. The enraged horned lion thunder beast, having undergone a tremendous surge in power, shattered the protective barrier with a single blow. This creature's strength is formidable. The shadowy figure finally revealed himself, a white-haired elder clad in blue. He was Duan Wuda, the most unscrupulous member of the Duan family. Jiang Shiqi recognized the elder with astonishment. Duan Wuda? Lacking virtue? Yi Chen, upon hearing the name, could only shake his head, pondering who would bear such a name. Humans deserve to die? The horned lion thunder beast roared, its voice echoing like thunder. The might of a quasi-emperor level beast could shake the heavens with a sweep of its tail. It uprooted towering trees in the forest. Master, this creature is at least more powerful than Ling Jingtian, Jiang Shiqi remarked. The beast possessed the power of its bloodline. Having awakened its ancestral lineage, albeit only in its nascent stage, it wielded boundless strength. Had it not lost a foreleg, its power would be even more terrifying. The other races possess innate bloodline powers that our human race cannot compare to. Each inside. The only advantage humans have lies in their innate abilities, such as his SSS-level talent, the battle god physique, which allows him to contend with other races. Indeed, each time calamity strikes, the foreign races invade our homeland, reveling in the slaughter of our kind, leaving us with countless losses. Their malevolence is beyond comprehension. When will we finally eradicate these foreign beings? Jiang Shiqi lamented. Killing foreign races is not a trivial matter. It cannot be rushed, Yi Chen replied. Fool, do you think my young master is someone you can harm? Die. At that moment, Duan Wuda took the initiative, approaching Duan Hong and unleashing an overwhelming ancient quasi-emperor aura. Is he a quasi-emperor? Duan Wuda is a quasi-emperor? Jiang Shiqi was utterly astonished, having sensed the elder's profound strength. Quasi-emperors vary in might. Previously, Xian Shuzi was an exceptional figure among quasi-emperors, renowned as the foremost beneath the emperors, capable of challenging ordinary emperors. Jiang Shiqi, a jewel of the Jiang family, was somewhat familiar with the ancient Yin-Yang sect, a powerful and ancient force that had once dominated multiple eras but gradually declined in the face of countless calamities. Time is a relentless force, and even the divine cannot withstand it. Yi Chen had not anticipated that this unscrupulous elder was a quasi-emperor at the late stage. He realized he was dealing with a formidable old monster who had likely lived for an extensive period. After all, the apocalypse had merely begun a decade ago. 10 years to become a quasi-emperor? Impossible. While some prodigies might have great fortunes to rapidly enhance their strength, it was unrealistic to expect anyone to reach the quasi-emperor level within a decade. The chasm between the dragon transformation realm and the quasi-emperor level is vast, impossible to bridge in a short time. Boom, boom. The horned lion thunder beast roared wildly, launching a series of devastating punches at Duan Wuda, each infused with terrifying power. Crack. A single missed punch obliterated a massive stone into dust. Fool, you seek death. Duan Wuda retaliated, his right hand enveloped in terrifying power, striking down upon the horned lion thunder beast. Boom. The two forces collided, and the horned lion thunder beast was sent flying. Its massive body resembling a leaf caught in the autumn wind, drifting helplessly away. In an instant, its chest was pierced, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Me? Damn it. No. The beast, having just touched the quasi-emperor level, was filled with despair, unable to accept this reality. Crack. At that moment, Duan Hong raised the fire unicorn sword and severed the beast. Thank goodness for you, Wuda old ancestor. Duan Hong was genuinely terrified, realizing he had miscalculated. He had believed he could handle a peak 8th tier beast, only to discover it had forcibly broken through to the quasi-emperor level, nearly costing him his life. Well, it's just a minor incident. Everyone must experience such challenges. However, your performance was lacking. Though this beast forcibly reached the quasi-emperor level, it is not invincible. You surrendered without a fight, a significant error. I had warned you to remain calm in the face of adversity, yet you heeded none of it. You must take heed in the future, Duan Wuda admonished. Understood, Wuda old ancestor. I shall learn from this. Duan Hong humbly accepted the elder's teachings, acknowledging his previous mistakes. Do you truly understand? Duan Wuda inquired. Ancestor, I grasp the principles, but I need time to digest them, Duan Hong replied sincerely. Some lessons can only be learned through experience. I believe today's events will serve as a valuable lesson for you. The warnings of elders pale in comparison to the brutal lessons life imparts, Duan Wuda remarked, not probing further. Ancestor, surely you wouldn't say such a thing? I feel quite ashamed, Duan Hong said, sheathing the fire unicorn sword. Meanwhile, Duan Wuda stored the beast into a storage pouch. This beast, nearing the 9th tier, was a treasure trove, promising substantial gains when brought back. Who is it? Get out here. He had just collected the corpse of the unicorn lion beast when he immediately spotted Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi not far away. In an instant, he unleashed a fierce assault directed at them. Buzz! A fist pierced through the void, descending mercilessly. This was a lethal strike. This is bad. Master, we have been discovered. What should we do? Jiang Shiqi exclaimed anxiously upon hearing this. She wanted to flee, but found herself utterly immobilized. Duan Wuda's imperial might had ensnared her. She was powerless to break free. Master, we are in deep trouble. Chapter 81. The beast uprising at that moment. The void trembled, and an overwhelming imperial might was unleashed, neutralizing Duan Wuda's full force strike. Then, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from Duan Wuda. What? Was that the power of an emperor? Young man, do you possess an imperial weapon? Who are you? After Yi Chen dispelled Duan Wuda's attack, Duan Wuda also withdrew. Clack, clack, clack. Not far away, Duan Hong hurried over. Ancestor, who are they? He inquired. Uncertain, they might also be here to participate in the trials of the Sword God Island, Duan Wuda replied. I do not slay nameless individuals. State your names. I am Jiang Shiqi of the Jiang family. Jiang Shiqi immediately proclaimed to safeguard her identity. What? You are the Jiang Shiqi from the Jiang family? Then who is he? Duan Hong asked, captivated by Jiang Shiqi's beauty, his eyes filled with admiration. He is the young master of the Duan family from Namlan Prefecture, destined for a remarkable future. Only a gem like Jiang Shiqi, belonging to such a prominent force, could be worthy of him, she elucidated. He is my master, Jiang Shiqi clarified. What? Your master? Him? No, on what grounds? Duan Hong expressed his dissatisfaction, filled with endless hostility toward Yi Chen. No, to be precise, it was jealousy. Duan Hong, you are exceedingly rude. How dare you speak of my master in such a manner? He is formidable. Apologize immediately. Jiang Shiqi retorted, her anger flaring. Jiang Shiqi, you are a jewel of the Jiang family. How could someone like him be worthy of your status? I am far superior to him. He does not deserve to be your master, Duan Hong protested. You? How dare you? I will not allow you to speak ill of my master. Apologize, at once. Jiang Shiqi commanded fiercely, genuinely enraged. Duan Hong, I perceive you have been deceived by this waste. He is unworthy of being your master. Do not remain deluded. Duan Hong continued. This infuriates me. Jiang Shiqi found herself at a loss against Duan Hong's obstinacy. She was furious, yet too weak to contend with him. Although she had obtained the Xian Di Ascension pill, she had yet to consume it or commence her cultivation. Faced with Duan Hong, she could only shout helplessly. Duan Hong, you are a scoundrel. Enough. Young master, temper your ambitions. The jewel of the Jiang family would never look upon you. Restrain yourself, Duan Wuda interjected. Ancestor, I have taken a liking to Jiang Shiqi. Upon my return, I will ask my father to propose a union with the Jiang family. You must assist me. First, eliminate her so-called master. What master? He is not much older than I am. Clearly, he covets Jiang Shiqi's beauty. How could he be worthy? I will not allow him to succeed, Duan Hong seethed. This? Me? Duan Wuda, upon hearing this, raised his hand and struck Duan Hong across the face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Duan Hong was dealt a resounding slap. He was left utterly stunned. Ancestor, why? He stammered. Silence. You are a young master of our Duan family in Namlan Prefecture, not some rogue brigand. Understand? It is natural for a man to appreciate beautiful women. That is instinctual. However, your recent behavior was utterly disgraceful and shameful. I must teach you a lesson, Duan Wuda admonished. In truth, he was compelled to act. Duan Hong had not realized that Yi Chen had just neutralized his attack with an imperial weapon. Setting aside the fact that obtaining Yi Chen's weapon would be no simple feat, the mere possession of such a weapon indicated that Yi Chen's origins were far from ordinary, likely stemming from a significant force. While the Duan family of Namlan Prefecture was formidable, they were not invincible. There were certain powerful factions they dared not provoke. It was for this reason that he struck Duan Hong, attempting to alleviate the misunderstanding between them. Miss Jiang, my young master was merely speaking thoughtlessly. His words do not count. Please forgive us. May I ask who your master is? Duan Wuda smiled apologetically. My master is Xian Shuzi, Yi Chen replied, devoid of any emotional inflection. What? You are a disciple of Master Xian Shuzi? I apologize for our earlier rudeness. I extend my sincere apologies to both of you. Duan Wuda's demeanor visibly shifted to one of fear and trepidation upon hearing this. Xian Shuzi was a taboo figure. Even when Duan Wuda was a child, Xian Shuzi had already gained renown throughout the world. At that time, he was a quasi-emperor of the ancient Yinyang sect, but no one regarded him as an ordinary quasi-emperor, for he had slain numerous foreign emperors. His greatest achievement was single-handedly annihilating the immensely powerful Tianyu Holy Land, sealing his reputation as a deity in one battle. He eradicated an entire Holy Land, including its emperor. Although he was a righteous figure, his methods of slaughter were more fearsome than those of foreign races or demons, earning him the title of Blood Bodhisattva. Ancestor, why do you apologize to this waste? He is nothing. What is this Xian Shuzi? I have never heard of him. Duan Hong expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently, not only slandering Yi Chen but also insulting Xian Shuzi. What waste? What did you just say? You insolent fool. Master Xian Shuzi is not someone you can insult. You are courting death. Duan Wuda, witnessing this, acted swiftly, raising his hand to slap Duan Hong to the ground. Afterward, he began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. He was not holding back. He truly pummeled him, and although Duan Hong was at the peak of the 8th stage, he soon found himself begging for mercy. Ancestor, I was wrong. Spare me, he cried, admitting defeat. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. It seems your master and Appo's identity is indeed quite useful. Yu Chen remarked. Master? You mean they fear my master? Jiang Shiqi pondered. Indeed, if my master is as formidable as they say, they would not dare offend us. The Duan family of Nalon Prefecture could not withstand the wrath of my master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi instantly comprehended Yu Chen's implication. She had also heard from her family that Xian Shuzi was an extraordinarily powerful figure. Any Jiang family member or affiliated force could not dare to oppose him. For those who did would meet their demise. Initially, she had little awareness of the significance of those words, but now, witnessing Duan Wuda's evident trepidation towards Xian Shuzi, she has come to realize that the ancestral figure she recently acknowledged might indeed be an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. What is happening? Where does such a commotion stem from? The four of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the distance, where a cacophony of colossal sounds echoed from the western mountains and forests, reminiscent of an army on the march. This is not good. Upon noticing this, Yu Chen and Appo's expression changed, for he understood that a horde of monstrous beasts was charging towards them. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi inquired. It's a surge of monstrous beasts. They're about to come crashing through. We must find a place to take cover, Yu Chen explained. What? A surge of monstrous beasts? Is that true? This exclamation did not originate from Jiang Shiqi, but from Duan Hong, who was grievously injured. Ancestor, what should we do? We must flee at once, he urged. There is no time left, Duan Wuda replied. The beasts are approaching far too swiftly. Chapter 82, The Hidden Hand. The demonic conspiracy emerges. As the words fell, the multitude of demonic beasts finally came into view. Their passage shattered countless trees, causing the earth to tremble violently and stir up clouds of dust. What terrible luck we have. We have barely set foot on Sword God Island, and already we are embroiled in a beastly riot, Duan Hong lamented. Old ancestor, what shall we do? Are we doomed? He inquired. At this point, escape is no longer an option. We can only fight to the death. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of survival, Duan Wuda replied with resignation. What? Fight to the death? This? Duan Hong and Appo's expression turned troubled. He thought to himself, with so many demonic beasts, can they truly prevail? Panic began to creep in. Alas, Duan Wuda observed, feeling immense disappointment. The youth of today are increasingly lacking. They do not possess the indomitable spirit of warriors. In his own generation, when faced with the invasion of foreign races, despite being at an absolute disadvantage, they did not falter, but rather rose against adversity, engaging in fierce combat. Yet, here was Duan Hong, already cowering before the fight had begun. It was clear to him that such a character was destined never to become a top-tier powerhouse. When he turned his gaze to Yi Chen, he found him remarkably composed, exuding calmness without a trace of panic, even harboring an unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes. Comparing Yi Chen to Duan Hong, he realized Duan Hong was utterly inferior, merely a waste. Yi Chen, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, possessed both the courage and strength to engage in a contest of wits with a quasi-emperor, while Duan Hong lacked the audacity to challenge authority. Such a person was merely a conservative, incapable of leading the Duan family of Nalon Prefecture towards a brighter future. Furthermore, in these chaotic times, a preservationist like Duan Hong in power would spell disaster for the Duan family. Master, they are coming. The demonic beasts are here, exclaimed Jiang Shiqi. Well, Look at that centaur. It and Oppos. S massive, like a moving mountain. And over there, a lion engulfed in flames. Is that a wild bull? What is that? Faced with danger, Jiang Shiqi showed no fear. Instead, she began chattering excitedly. Then let us kill them. In the narrow paths, the brave prevail. Kill. Chen and Oppos. S gaze turned icy upon hearing her words, and he suddenly leaped forward. Clang. His sword was drawn. In his right hand, the burning silence sword awaited, while the celestial fire within his soul was poised to erupt at any moment. He did not dare to underestimate the multitude of demonic beasts. Shiqi, stay behind me and do not move. Do you understand? Chen instructed. Yes. Jiang Shiqi obediently responded. Chen then steadied himself, awaiting the oncoming charge of the beasts. Unperturbed, as the demonic beasts approached within 100 meters, Chen finally unleashed his true energy, enveloping both himself and Jiang Shiqi, and then raised the burning silence sword, swinging it with determination. Kill. Thud. 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 At the forefront charged a colossal triangular wild bull, towering at a height of 100 meters and stretching 300 meters in length. It regarded Chen as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Roar. It lifted its enormous right foot, aiming to stomp down upon Chen, intent on turning him to pulp. Yet, Chen remained unfazed, cleaving through the air with the burning silence sword. Buzz. The sword struck with terrifying force, sending a beam of brilliant light soaring. The triangular wild bull bore the brunt of the attack, and the sword light cleaved through its body, mercilessly bisecting it in two. The enormous carcass crashed to the ground, toppling the following demonic beasts in its wake. The death of the triangular wild bull triggered a chaotic trampling incident as numerous beasts perished underfoot. Hiss. Duan Hong and Duan Wuda, not far from Chen, were astonished by his valor. They had not anticipated such a fierce assault from him. Old ancestor. Did he just slay an 8th-tier pinnacle triangular wild bull with a single strike? How? How did he achieve that? ISN and Oppos. T the triangular wild bull and Oppos. S physical defense unrivaled? Duan Hong stammered, momentarily forgetting to retaliate, oblivious to the lightning snow leopard charging at him. A formidable beast of late 8th-tier prowess, its claws gleaming ominously. Be careful. Duan Wuda acted swiftly. As a quasi-emperor of 9th-tier strength, he instantly positioned himself before Duan Hong, launching a powerful punch. Boom. A ferocious punch, accompanied by the illusion of a giant tiger, intercepted the leopard and Oppos' strike. Vile creature, perish, he roared, unleashing his quasi-emperor might. An invisible wave of icy energy radiated from him, manifesting his ice domain, ice kill domain. Any beast entering this domain would find their movements slowed and potentially be mercilessly frozen to death by his icy power. Roar. At that moment, the demonic beasts ensnared within the ice kill domain roared in frenzy. Though they were 8th-tier beings, their combined might was formidable. Annihilate. Duan Wuda commanded. At his words, the lethal force of the ice kill domain surged forth. In an instant, the demonic beasts trapped within the domain were engulfed by the icy power, gradually succumbing to the loss of life signs. Domain power? Damn it, it is indeed a human quasi-emperor? This domain bears the chilling essence of ice, evoking a sense of familiarity reminiscent of a long-time adversary and Oppos' craft. Could it be the work of that scoundrel, Duan Wuliang? Meanwhile, in the shadows, several figures observed the unfolding battle. These individuals were the masterminds behind the demonic beast uprising, clearly not of human descent. Lord Demon Emperor commands that on this Sword God Island, our mission is to eradicate all human prodigies. As long as no prodigies remain, the human race is doomed. This speaker, a formidable figure of the demon race, a quasi-emperor known as Daishan, had awakened an ancient bloodline of the demon clan, making him exceptionally difficult to handle, rivaling Duan Wuda and Oppos' prowess. Yes, Lord Daishan. The other 6 experts agreed. They belonged to the first hall of the demon race, an assassin organization under the demon emperor's command. Their mission encompassed various operations against the human race, including, but not limited to, the elimination of prodigies. This was a strategy to ensure utter annihilation. Without prodigies, the demise of the human race was merely a matter of time. This plan was exceedingly malevolent. Very well. Next, you 6 shall eliminate that troublesome Duan Wuda. He has claimed the lives of many of our demon race elites in previous battles. Today, let us collect our dues. As for Duan Hong, I shall personally deal with him. Daishan spoke. Indeed, the 6 formidable beings from the demon clan echoed in agreement. Subsequently, they stealthily approached Duan Wuda, refraining from taking immediate action. Instead, They chose to observe the unfolding situation, watching as the monstrous beasts clashed fiercely with Duan Wuda, aiming to deplete his strength. The ice-killing domain, while powerful, was not invincible. After all, the exertion of such a domain required a significant consumption of vital energy. Even after slaughtering over a dozen beasts, Duan Wuda found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Reluctantly, he withdrew the domain and Appos, S power, transforming into a glimmer of cold light as he charged toward the aquatic beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His speed was astonishing, effortlessly traversing the battlefield. With a sword in hand, named Taiha, a mid-grade spiritual weapon of unparalleled sharpness, each strike could easily pierce the vital points of the beasts. Humans seek death. A peak 8th level ape lunged forward with alarming speed. With a swift motion, it unleashed a terrifying onslaught, employing the thunderous fist technique. Chapter 83, Swordsmanship. The Wild Blossoms of Sword and Tint. This segment featuring Duan Wuda is indeed quite troublesome. It remains uncertain whether this ape can vanquish him. In the shadows, a member of the demon clan murmured. This ape, having awakened a certain lineage of the ape tribe within, possesses formidable combat prowess that should not be underestimated. Even if he cannot best Duan Wuda, he could still inflict injury and deplete his strength. Our opportunity is approaching. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ape, wielding a sturdy iron staff, lunged forward, the weapon imbued with an unparalleled force, crashing down violently. This is bad. Duan Wuda had not anticipated the ape's ferocity. However, as a quasi-emperor, he reacted swiftly, raising his Taitsong sword to block the blow. Crack. A deafening sound reverberated, followed by a terrifying ripple of energy. Subsequently, Duan Wuda was forced back 2 steps. Indeed, 2 steps should not be underestimated. Duan Wuda is a quasi-emperor, while the ape is at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. There is a significant disparity in their strengths, yet the ape managed to push Duan Wuda back. Damn it, has this beast awakened its bloodline power? He exclaimed furiously. Humans, who slay my beast kin, must perish. The ape said no more and swung its staff once more. Astonishingly, this ape unleashed a remarkably sophisticated staff technique. A torrent of strikes that enveloped the heavens and earth. Even the quasi-emperor Duan Wuda could not evade, forced to engage directly. Staff sweeping across the world. Annihilating strike. Staff shattering the skies. The 3 techniques were unleashed simultaneously, and even Duan Wuda was driven back repeatedly, struggling to defend himself, with his Taitsong sword sustaining numerous chips. The staff in the ape's hands was no ordinary weapon, it was a quasi-emperor artifact. Master Ancestor, you must hold on. At that moment, Duan Hong cowered behind Duan Wuda. Trembling. Typically, he would bully the weak, relying on his peak 8th tier strength to subdue those beneath him. Yet now, facing these terrifying beasts, he lacked the courage to fight back. He was paralyzed by fear. Useless. Duan Wuda, engaged in a fierce battle with the ape, inwardly berated Duan Hong. Duan Hong, a prodigious talent with SS-level aptitude among the human race, had also reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier, capable of contending with a beast of the same level. Yet now, he was reduced to a quivering mess on the ground. Such a person is unworthy of becoming humanity and Appos' future. This cannot be serious? At that moment, he glanced at Yi Chen, only to discover that nearly 100 beast corpses lay at his feet. Yi Chen's ferocity only grew with each battle, exuding an aura of invincibility. Should he survive, he was destined to ascend as a sovereign in the future. This child is a prodigy, he mused. Kill. While Duan Wuda observed Yi Chen, the latter unleashed a powerful move. Annihilate. A single word. Accompanied by the sword technique of the Burning Silence sword, the Wild Blossoms of Sword and Tint. Swish. 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 Utter destruction. Yi Chen's true energy and sword intent surged into the blade, forming a lotus of sword energy in the void, which then erupted. Boom. With a thunderous roar. The sword intent transformed into countless petals, propelled by the explosive force, wreaking havoc. Ah! A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The leading beasts were instantly pierced by these petals, meeting a gruesome end, akin to a hornet's nest, in a horrific display. Kill. 1, 2, 3. As the power of the sword lotus was exhausted, at least 300 formidable beasts lay slain. Gulp. The previously frenzied beasts finally halted. They were not unafraid of death. Yi Chen's display of power had instilled fear within them. Cease. A thunderous roar resounded as yet another peak 8th tier beast emerged. This beast was the azure-faced thunder python, a terrifying creature that had also awakened the bloodline of its ancestors, its combat prowess rivaling that of a quasi-emperor in the early stages. These beasts, having awakened their bloodline power, could summon the ancestral might within. Such power is immensely fearsome. Each beast ancestor transcends that of an emperor. Though they may have perished and vanished into the sands of time, their battle spirits still protect their kin. This is the most terrifying aspect of every clan. Following the emergence of the azure-faced thunder python, the agitated beast gradually calmed. Old ape, return. The once manic ape ceased its assault. Recognizing the high esteem held by the azure-faced thunder python, boss, the ape spoke. These humans are quite troublesome. We need not engage in a protracted battle with them. The azure-faced thunder python replied, one of the 10 beast monarchs of Sword God Island, known as the Poison Emperor, given its venomous nature. Boss, why not eliminate them? The ape inquired. Ape 7, remain calm. Not so hasty. The azure-faced thunder python spoke solemnly. These individuals are not simple. Engaging in a protracted battle may not yield favorable outcomes. It has its own calculations, yet they have slain numerous comrades of ours. Old Bull 8 is also dead. Ape 7 remarked, referring to the ape and Appo's nickname. I understand, but so what? We cannot defeat them. Even if we could, we would suffer significant losses among our brethren. Do you deem that worthwhile? The azure-faced thunder python voiced its discontent. Then what do we do? Although unwilling, Ape 7 had to concede that the strength of Chen and Duan Wuda instilled a sense of respect. This battle will continue. Perhaps more lives will be lost. Notification. Defeated 1 peak 8th tier beast, triggering plunder, earning. Attribute points 120,000. Notification. Defeated 1 mid 8th tier beast, triggering plunder, earning. Attribute points 92,000. Notification. Defeated 1 late 8th tier beast, triggering plunder, earning. Attribute points 101,000. Why have they stopped attacking? Come on, let us continue. Chen, exhilarated by his earlier kills, was displeased to suddenly find the beasts ceasing their assault. Have you all lost your courage? He taunted. This was a deliberate provocation aimed at inciting the beasts to resume their attack, allowing him to reap more attribute points. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Your 7th grandfather, will smash you. Die. Upon hearing this, Ape 7 became exceedingly irate. He detested Chen's arrogant demeanor. Oh really? Do you possess such power? Are you worthy? Chen scoffed, genuinely dismissive of the beasts. He had yet to unleash many of his techniques, such as the Heavenly Fire and the Cosmic Divine Furnace. The Cosmic Divine Furnace, an imperial artifact, could be activated at least 3 times, summoning the power of the Emperor's thrice. Killing these beasts would be trivial. You seeking death? Ape 7 roared in fury. Just as he was about to strike, he was held back. Enough. Yin Qi, do not act impulsively. He is deliberately provoking you. Do not fall for his tricks. The green-faced thunder python, despite feeling an overwhelming fury, could not shake off the fear instilled by the killing god, Chen. He sensed that Chen's arrogance was not mere bravado but was backed by formidable strength. If you let us leave, I can divulge information regarding Chen. He possesses an imperial weapon, stammered Duan Hong, trembling. His revelation about Chen was motivated by self-preservation as well as a desire for revenge. What? An imperial weapon? Him? The green-faced thunder python's eyes glimmered with greed upon hearing this. An imperial weapon belonging to a human? Such a weapon is a supreme treasure. Weapons are categorized into ordinary, spiritual, profound, quasi-imperial, and imperial. Above imperial weapons are the ultimate imperial weapons, which are said to be celestial artifacts. Young man, do you truly possess an imperial weapon? If so, hand it over today, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Otherwise, we will not show you mercy. You may have an imperial weapon, but we outnumber you, and you are no match for us. Moreover, the young lady behind you, so exquisite, must be someone of great importance to you. What will happen to her if you fail? Should she fall into our hands, we will show her no mercy. Her fate is sealed. The green-faced thunder python threatened Chen with brazen audacity. Are you threatening me? Chen inquired. Indeed. The thunder python replied defiantly. He was willing to risk everything for the sake of the imperial weapon. And what if I choose not to comply? Chapter 84. Duan Hong's betrayal. The green-faced thunder python has always been domineering, disliking those who dare to oppose him. Is that so? Can you truly kill me? Chen inquired. He also detests being threatened. Kid, I can see that you possess some skills and exceptional talent. However, it is regrettable that you have yet to mature. We are many and powerful. Annihilating you would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, the green-faced thunder python asserted with confidence. Is that so? I beg to differ. In my eyes, you are merely a bothersome nuisance, not impossible to eliminate, Chen retorted. Dare to be so arrogant, Chen? Today, Your demise is certain. The esteemed lords of the Beast clan will rend you to shreds. You are doomed, Duan Hong, in a desperate bid for survival. Shamelessly sided with the beasts, revealing himself to be a disgraceful wretch. Silence. Duan Wuda barked, his complexion a stormy shade of fury. Did I speak incorrectly just now? It is he who has summoned these beastly individuals. Had it not been for him, we would not be in such dire straits. I wish him dead. Duan Hong seethed with jealousy towards Chen, primarily due to Jiang Shiqi. He intended to use the beast to eliminate Chen, allowing him to seize Jiang Shiqi for himself. As he gazed upon her enchanting figure, he silently vowed to claim her. Preposterous. My Duan family harbors no such spineless descendants. You are unworthy of being our heir. I propose that your claim to inheritance be revoked, Duan Wuda declared, though he was indeed ruthless. He maintained a bottom line: he would not betray humanity. Duan Hong's recent sycophantic behavior towards the beast incensed him, and he could not countenance such a cowardly heir in the Duan family of Nanlan Prefecture. No, ancestor, I did not. Please listen. Duan Hong stammered, fear gripping his heart. The heir of the Duan family? He could not relinquish that title. He understood its significance. The heir was destined to become the master of the Duan family, a ruler in Nanlan Prefecture, above all, able to command wealth, power, and women at will. What? Thud. Duan Hong fell to his knees. Ancestor, I truly realize my mistake. Please spare me. He cried, tears streaming down his face. I promise I will never dare again. Another plea for mercy? Duan Hong, do you possess no dignity? Shameless. A person like you is unworthy of being our heir, Duan Wuda admonished, truly disappointed in Duan Hong. No, ancestor, please. I promise to keep your secrets. Once I become the family head, I will obey you. You have an affinity for Master Wu Jio's wife. Do you not? I will assist you in that. I will send Master Wu Jio to guard the pond, and I will deliver his wife to you. Will that suffice? If not, I will make you the Grand Elder. How about that? Duan Hong, in his desperation to retain his status, made ludicrous promises to curry favor with Duan Wuda. What? You? Utterly shameless. I cannot spare you. Duan Wuda and Appo's fury erupted at Duan Hong and Appo's words. No, ancestor, please do not kill me. I will give up my claim to the inheritance. I relinquish it, all right? Duan Hong pleaded, clinging desperately to Duan Wuda and Appo's thigh, tears flowing profusely. Duan Wuda's heart softened at the sight, yet he remained oblivious to the flicker of malicious intent that shone in Duan Hong's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Hong summoned a black-red insect, which then crawled onto Duan Wuda and Appo's body and bit him, burrowing into his flesh. Ah, damn it. You treacherous scoundrel. What have you done to me? Seeking death, Duan Wuda realized too late, raising his hand to unleash a surge of quasi-emperor power, sending Duan Hong crashing into a nearby forest, his fate uncertain. How amusing. Is this the despicable nature of your human race? Quite repugnant indeed. The green-faced thunder python remarked upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, Duan Wuda, furious, spat blood. The black-red insect was no ordinary creature, it was a blood-biting bug. Infamous on the list of aberrant insects, known for feasting on flesh and blood. The one that had burrowed into Duan Wuda's body was a vicious specimen that Duan Hong had nurtured for years, unaware of how many spirit beasts and humans it had devoured. Duan Wuda gritted his teeth and severed his left leg. The severed limb flew through the air, exploding upon impact. In the blink of an eye, a hideous insect emerged from the severed leg, glaring at Duan Wuda with palpable hatred. How grotesque. The insect emitted a bizarre sound, evoking disgust in all who heard it. Master, what is that? It looks so ugly, Jiang Shiqi inquired. That is a blood-biting bug. A ferocious creature from the list of aberrant insects. Fortunately, it has not reached maturity. Otherwise, not even a quasi-emperor, let alone a true emperor, would stand a chance against it. Duan Hong is truly vile for employing such poison against his own ancestor. It seems he sought to silence him permanently. Such a man deserves death, Chen declared fiercely. It was fortunate that Duan Wuda managed to strike Duan Hong down. Otherwise, Chen would have been compelled to intervene. This Duan Hong is utterly shameless. Previously, I thought he was a prodigy destined for the potential dragon ranking, only to discover he is nothing but a hollow shell, full of flaws. I shall expose his vile deeds. His sycophantic behavior towards those beasts was utterly revolting. He is a disgrace to our human race, Jiang Shiqi proclaimed loudly. Clap, clap, clap. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Duan Wuda, you wretch, this is your retribution. A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to be Dai Shan. Previously intimidated by Duan Wuda's strength, he had refrained from confronting him directly. Now, with Duan Wuda having lost a leg, he felt emboldened enough to step forth. Daishan. Is it you? Damn it. I never imagined this chaos was orchestrated by you vile demons. What are your intentions? To incite a war between humans and demons? Duan Wuda. Recovering some composure, consumed a healing elixir and staunched the bleeding from his severed leg. However, upon spotting his nemesis, his fury flared anew. A war between humans and demons? What of it? Do you think our demon race fears you humans? Absurd. WD, a millennium ago, my two younger brothers met their demise at your hands. This grudge has long been etched in my heart. Today, I shall seek retribution. Perish. Chen, upon hearing this, replied with venomous disdain. Chen, you wish to slay me? Such is the folly of your dreams. I would rather perish than submit, WD asserted resolutely, refusing to bow before these fiends. Ah, what business do these wretched creatures of the demonic clan have here? Are they up to their mischief once more? The green-faced thunder python became vigilant at this revelation. Although the demon clan and the fiendish clan are allies in their shared animosity towards the human race, their sentiments towards the fiends are far from amiable. Master, these fiends appear formidable. Do you possess the confidence to confront them? I believe it would be prudent for us to retreat, Jiang Shiqi whispered. Retreat? Why should we flee? Today, I intend to orchestrate a grand endeavor. These creatures of the demon and fiendish clans are but treasures in my eyes, Chen proclaimed, shaking his head. Having just assessed Shen's prowess, he noted it to be comparable to that of Du and WD. Albeit the latter had lost a leg and expended considerable energy in the previous battle, leaving him with little chance of victory against Shen. Yet, he possessed an advantage. He wielded heavenly fire in the H'Angi divine furnace. By channeling his energy to ignite the heavenly fire and harnessing its power to activate the furnace, this battle would surely leave these scoundrels behind. Master, are you not exaggerating? I am aware of your prowess. However, facing the experts of the demon and fiendish clans, particularly the newly emerged fiendish master, who is a quasi-emperor. Do you truly stand a chance? Jiang Shiqi hesitated. Chapter 85. Unexpected turn of events. Duan Wuda has perished 22,360,000. Chen's most formidable trump card lies in the attribute points he possesses. As long as he has sufficient attribute points, his strength can surge at any moment. 17. You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my strength, he corrected with conviction. Eh? Jiang Shiqi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at Chen. Master, you actually made a joke? She inquired. Chen intended to retort, but was interrupted. Duan Wuda, make your move, Daishan declared with unshakable confidence. Certain of his ability to vanquish Duan Wuda. With resolute steps, he approached Duan Wuda, conjuring a blood-red demonic spear. This weapon, known as the Phoenix-Beaking Wind Spear, is a superior spiritual artifact. Our feud must come to an end, Daishan proclaimed. Fight. Duan Wuda, the unscrupulous elder, remained undeterred, gripping his Taitsong sword tightly. Ready to defend himself against Daishan, who was indeed a formidable adversary. Kill, he bellowed. Despite having lost a leg, he charged at Daishan with an unstoppable momentum. Contemplating that even in death, he would drag Daishan down with him. Good. Daishan responded with a fierce roar, his spear whirling as he lunged at Duan Wuda. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed rapidly, exchanging blows in a fierce display of skill. In mere moments, they had engaged in over 100 strikes. Both were of the quasi-emperor level and had comprehended domain power, their strengths closely matched. Autumn Leaf Slash, Great Song Omnipotence. Their forms darted through the forest, their terrifying true energy cleaving towering trees in half, branches and leaves ruthlessly reduced to powder. Numerous rocks were sent flying like arrows, and anyone caught in their path met with certain demise. How terrifying! Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. Quasi-emperor level warriors are indeed exceedingly fearsome, Chen remarked. Yuan Qi. Do we stand a chance? The green-faced thunder python and Yuan Qi, along with other demon clans, wore expressions of trepidation. The strength displayed was nothing short of astonishing. Boss, quasi-emperors are formidable, but our numbers are vast. With our bloodline power, we could potentially slay an emperor, Yuan Qi proclaimed, his reckless nature shining through. Those demons lurking in the shadows may very well have orchestrated today's events, aiming to incite a conflict between us and the human race, allowing them to reap the benefits. The green-faced thunder python deduced, fully aware of Daishan's scheme. What shall we do, boss? Yuan Qi asked. We must endure for now. Our enemies are the human race. If we manage to eliminate Duan Wuda and that young man today, It would be a tremendous boon for our kind. When we invade the human realm, our chances of victory will be greatly increased, the green-faced thunder python replied quietly. All right, Yuan Qi agreed, trusting the green-faced thunder python as they were comrades in adversity. Boom. A deafening crash resounded as dozens of towering trees toppled, and two figures emerged from the forest. Duan Wudo was seen with a sword embedded in his back, collapsing to the ground in a state of helplessness. Duan Hong, you treacherous disciple, you deserve to die. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Duan Hong, the one recently slain by Duan Wuda. He had miraculously survived. Ancestor, your failure to kill me just now is a testament to your incompetence. You aim to strip me of my inheritance rights. Did you think I would allow you to live? Only in your death can I claim the position of heir to the Duan family. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for being so out of touch, Duan Hong said darkly, his eyes filled with malice. You Duan Hong, ungrateful wretch, you will meet a dreadful fate. Someone will expose your vile deeds. You are doomed, Duan Wuda warned just before Deus Han approached him, thrusting his demonic spear through Duan Wuda's body, pinning him to the ground. Ugh, Duan Wuda fell to the earth, powerless. At that moment, Yi Chun, accompanied by Jiang Shiqi, took flight towards the east. This unforeseen turn of events had caught him off guard. He decided against a reckless confrontation and chose to flee instead. Master, why are we running? Did you not just say you could easily defeat them? Jiang Shiqi questioned. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Chun had no time to respond. He noticed pursuers closing in behind them, the green-faced thunder python and Deus Han, both possessing quasi-emperor combat prowess, posed a serious threat. Rumbling. A series of thunderous crashes erupted as massive trees fell, the green-faced thunder python revealing its true form, a colossal serpent nearly 1,000 meters long, rampaging through the forest and toppling trees. We must eliminate that young man, it declared, having witnessed everything. Duan Hong joined the chase, while Deus Han moved with frenzied agility, his speed remarkable as a genuine quasi-emperor. Boy, come to a halt. If you willingly submit to our demon clan, I can spare your life. What do you say? He tempted Yuchen. However, Yuchen remained undeterred, continuing his frantic flight as the group pursued him through the dense ancient forest, leaving devastation in their wake. Master, they are closing in, Jiang Shiqi warned, sensing the green-faced thunder python and Deus Han less than 1,000 meters away. Fear not. Let them come, Yuchen replied fearlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his burning annihilation sword had been infused with true energy. Kill. Finally, as the green-faced thunder python was about to catch up, Yuchen retreated instead, flinging his sword forward. A terrifying beam of light, enveloped in flames, hurtled toward the green-faced thunder python. Die. The serpent roared. Its tail swept through the air, the monstrous energy colliding with the flames and the burning annihilation sword, sending them flying. Ha, boy. You? It cackled with sinister delight, but before it could finish, Yuchen closed in, delivering a powerful punch that sent the massive creature hurtling backward. No, this cannot be happening, it gasped, unable to comprehend the reality before it. Those who offend the human race shall face annihilation, Yuchen declared coldly. In the green-faced thunder python's incredulous gaze, Yuchen ruthlessly tore into its flesh. Puff. In an instant, blood and gore erupted everywhere. The green-faced thunder python stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how its formidable body, akin to a spiritual artifact, could be ravaged by a seemingly feeble human. This truth was intolerable for it. No, it howled in despair. Afterward, he exerted every ounce of his strength to launch an assault on Yuchen. This was a desperate final stand. What a delusion. He had lost the initiative in their fierce battle, and now he was no match for Yuchen. In Yuchen's right hand, a surge of heavenly fire erupted. A giant python, is it? Fond of devouring humans, is it? Then perish. With a mere gesture, he unleashed an unimaginable force. The magnitude of this power was beyond comprehension. The azure lotus flame swiftly enveloped the azure-faced thunder python, and in an instant, the terrifying flames penetrated its body, obliterating its veins and flesh entirely. Ah, no, damned. This is heavenly fire, the azure-faced thunder python exclaimed. No, it is not merely heavenly fire. I neglected to mention, I am not human, I am a zombie. Yuchen had just infused the python's flesh with his own venom. At this moment, the azure-faced thunder python was tainted by the venom, and time was not on its side. Yuchen, now a blood zombie, possessed a venom of unparalleled potency, certainly beyond the capacity of the azure-faced thunder python to counteract. What? You are a zombie? No. The azure-faced thunder python's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Chapter 86, The Might of the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon Kit. You can't escape. Daishan had also arrived. However, upon discovering the severely weakened azure-faced thunder python, the words he intended to utter faltered. The scene before him left him utterly astonished, a reality he struggled to accept. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, finally confirming that what lay before him was no mere illusion. Who on earth are you? He inquired, hesitating to advance and assist, uncertain of Chen's origins and strength. The azure-faced thunder python had awakened its bloodline power, capable of contending with quasi-emperors, yet now it lay in a pitiful state, on the brink of demise. All due to this seemingly inconspicuous human. Were you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Daishan remarked. I am not like you. I possess strength yet do not flaunt it. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen, the human race Chen. Remember this name well. When you tread the path of the underworld, do not forget it. I am the one who will slay you, Chen declared loudly. He continued to channel his power, incinerating the azure-faced thunder python, which struggled in vain against his overwhelming might. Daishan, save me. He is a freak, a zombie. Kill him. The azure-faced thunder python cried out. What? A zombie? You are a zombie? No. What did you say your name was? Chen? That name sounds familiar. I feel I have heard it somewhere before. Daishan's apprehension towards Chen deepened, and he dared not act rashly. He was well aware of the terror that zombies represented. Among the alien races, there existed both blood clans and corpse clans, and the latter consisted of zombies, known for their formidable strength and defense. Chen, he murmured, suddenly enlightened as he recalled Chen's identity. Is it truly you? You are the possessor of the SSS-grade combat body of the human race, Chen? Weren't you supposed to be executed? Daishan expressed his astonishment. Indeed. I am Chen. I was dead, but heaven took pity and allowed me to return as a corpse, destined to annihilate my enemies, Chen replied coldly. What? You returned as a corpse? You? Daishan was equally frightened. No, that's impossible. Even if you returned as a corpse, you could not have become this formidable in such a short time. Who exactly are you? He questioned. Why is it impossible? Chen scoffed. Daishan, you fool. Stop dawdling and help me. I can't hold on much longer. The azure-faced thunder python shouted. The 8th stage peak. The 8th stage late stage. The 8th stage mid-stage. Its realm was plummeting, inducing a sense of utter dread. Are you really capable of saving me? Chen sneered. Chen, you? Release him. Or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy, Daishan threatened, his tone harsh yet lacking conviction. He remained paralyzed by fear of Chen, unwilling to act. After all, that raging heavenly fire was no joke. Enough. The time for games is over. I shall personally send you on your way. Chen summoned the Hengyu Divine Furnace. Have you heard of the Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon? He asked. What? The Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon? You mean the one in your hands? No, that is impossible. Few possess an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon in this world. You? I cannot believe it, Daishan replied, gripping his magic spear tightly, wary of Chen's potential attack. This journey to Sword God Island was meant to be a chance encounter. But you chose to cross paths with me, thus, I shall oblige you. To be frank, given enough time, I could easily subdue you even without the Hengyu Divine Furnace. However, to conceal my identity and whereabouts, I must eliminate you all at once. A friendly reminder, in your next life, remember not to provoke anyone named Chen. For you cannot afford to do so, Chen asserted fiercely. No sooner had his words fallen than he activated the power of his 2 dantians, simultaneously unleashing the primordial fire of his soul. The 2 energies surged into the Hengyu Divine Furnace, awakening a trace of extreme imperial power within it. Suddenly, the surface of the Hengyu Divine Furnace erupted with terrifying flames. Daishan, I shall take you first, Chen declared, locking onto Daishan. With a gentle hum, the flames on the furnace erupted explosively. No, Daishan, witnessing this, was consumed by fear. He swung his magic spear in defense, only to be met with an overwhelming will crashing upon him, infused with the might of heaven and earth, rendering him immobile. His will to resist was quickly clouded, and the terrifying flames engulfed him. Even a quasi-emperor's magical body succumbed to the fire unleashed by the Hengyu Divine Furnace, turning to ash in an instant. I refuse to accept this. Why? Daishan perished. Notification. Killed a mid-stage quasi-emperor of the demon race, triggering plunder, gaining attribute points 1, 200. 000 notification. As this is the host's first successful kill of a quasi-emperor level expert, a special encouragement package of 6 has been issued. Please wait while it is prepared. Notification. Opening the encouragement package. Notification. Rewards acquired. 100 beginner enlightenment fruits. Notification. Rewards acquired. 1 quasi-emperor experience card. This card lasts only 10 minutes upon use. It temporarily grants the host the power of a quasi-emperor at full circle. Notification. Rewards acquired. One ancestor which blood. Notification. Rewards acquired. Top-tier divine ability. Upper clear divine thunder. Notification. Rewards acquired. Earth-shattering power upgrade card. This upgrade card enhances strength capabilities, significantly boosting the base attributes upon upgrading. Notification. Rewards acquired. Xuanwu power upgrade card. This upgrade card enhances defensive capabilities, significantly boosting the base attributes upon upgrading. Wow. This is incredible. The encouragement package? How splendid. Chen exclaimed, feeling exhilarated. The rewards from this package were exceedingly generous. The system was evidently encouraging him to unleash a killing spree. The more he killed, the faster his strength would rise. Beginner Enlightenment Fruit, a divine substance that enhances intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the greater the comprehension, with a chance to enhance the host's talents and abilities. This fruit has no side effects, consumed freely. What? Daishan is dead? Chen, you? No, do not kill me. The azure-faced Thunder Python's former arrogance had completely vanished. He pleaded for mercy from Chen. Spare you? Do you truly believe that is possible? Just moments ago, you were so arrogant. Go on, continue your bravado. Chen declared as he vanquished the azure-faced Thunder Python. The azure-faced Thunder Python perished in an instant. Master, you were incredibly impressive just now. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. In merely a few minutes, two foreign quasi-emperors had met their demise at Chen and Appo's hands. The Hongyu Divine Furnace? A supreme imperial weapon. How magnificent. The Jiang family possessed a similar supreme imperial weapon, a treasured legacy passed down from their ancestor, the Flame Emperor. It served as the foundation of their clan. Now, Chen wielded a supreme imperial weapon of his own, a most excellent safeguard, with such power in his possession. As long as he refrained from provoking the elite imperial clans, he would remain unharmed. We must depart to seek the infinite sword wall. Chen activated the Hongyu Divine Furnace, taking Jiang Shiqi with him as they shattered the void and departed. Such was the might of a supreme imperial weapon. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Duan Hong. A supreme imperial weapon? Chen. Duan Hong gazed at Chen as he departed, his heart brimming with an unquenchable rage. He could not accept this reality. In his eyes, it was unjust that Chen possessed Jiang Shiqi and a supreme imperial weapon, both of which he believed rightfully belonged to him. Chen, I shall reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. Just wait. Chapter 87. The Blood of the General. Kill. 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 In the valley from before, Chen returned holding the Hongyu Divine Furnace, seeking vengeance. At this moment, his divine might was unparalleled, a terrifying power sealing the void. The flames and overwhelming imperial aura unleashed, mercilessly slaughtering the demon and beast clans in their path. No, Yuan Shi, confronted by the ultimate imperial might of the Hongyu Divine Furnace, faced an inexorable suppression despite his countless grievances. His body was consumed by divine flames, reduced to ashes. Annihilation. Chen urged the Hongyu Divine Furnace to obliterate everything without mercy. The entire valley was flattened by the terrifying force. Subsequently, torrents of water surged in, transforming the area into a marshland. In this battle, thousands of demons and monsters perished, and Chen acquired over 10 million attribute points, which filled him with immense joy. Half an hour later, when others arrived to witness the strange occurrence, Chen and Jiang Shiqi departed from the valley, heading towards the endless sword wall. What happened? Was this place a valley before? How has it turned into a marshland? What just transpired? Oh, look quickly, this seems to be a severed limb of some beast. Yes, this is Yuan Shi's rib, still bearing the bloodline power of their monkey clan. Yuan Shi is dead? Who did this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, dozens of individuals gathered here. Among them were humans, demons, and beast clans. Even sea beasts made an appearance. We are unclear. We arrived too late. The murderer has left. A human quasi-emperor remarked. This individual was a quasi-emperor of the Immortal Palace named Zhuo Bufan, popularly known as the Sword Immortal. Zhuo Bufan, was this your doing? A powerful demon shouted. Not us. Yuan Shi's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, it is said that Yuan Shi was accompanied by the Qingmian Thunder Python. Their alliance would be formidable enough to challenge even late-stage quasi-emperors. The murderer must be at least a peak quasi-emperor, Zhuo Bufan asserted. Is that so? A peak quasi-emperor? The demon powerhouses commented ominously. You humans aren't without your own, are you? Me? Spare me your nonsense. Our blood feud with your kind is undeniable. If we were responsible, we would not shy away from it. Do you think we fear you? Zhou Bufan retorted loudly, drawing his sword to slay. You? The atmosphere became charged with hostility. Enough. Our great vengeance does not require haste. The Sword God Island has emerged, and the opportunities within are what we value most. As for the deaths of Yuan Qi and others, they are but mere trifles. Are they truly significant? Another voice chimed in. This was a quasi-emperor level sea beast transformed from a swordfish, wielding a bronze spear, his formidable presence commanding respect. Indeed, seeking opportunities is our priority. Yuan Qi and the Qingyan Thunder Python are gone. It matters not. Over the years, how many prodigies from various clans have fallen? All right, let us disperse. Each to their own homes, and we shall settle our grievances 3 days hence at the endless sword wall. Fine. With that, everyone dispersed. The Sword God Island opens once every 1,000 years, brimming with countless treasures and spirit items, invaluable even to quasi-emperors. And perhaps even a chance for quasi-emperors to ascend to emperors. Damn you, Zhou Bufan, I shall personally take your head. In Jiang City. At the Bian family mansion, somewhere within, sister, I have just learned that the blood of the general is with the Mo family. Their ancestors were a demon-slaying clan. Though they have since fallen, they have a drop of the general's blood left from their forebears. The general is the zombie king. What do you need his blood for? Summer Lanlan hurried back. Since Shangguanxian and the others returned to Jiang City not long ago, Summer Lanlan had rejoined them. The two provided mutual support. This item is of great use to me. Come, let us visit the Mo family. The significance of this item, as Shangguanxian mentioned, is for Yichen. Yichen is a zombie, and the general is the zombie king. His blood is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. She aims to collect supreme treasures for Yichen's cultivation, aiding him in transforming into a zombie immortal, so they may share the same bed. Yes, Summer Lanlan affirmed. In the car. Sister, what is your plan? Will we rob or purchase? Summer Lanlan inquired. Purchase? Rob? Sister, you are still too naive. I will have the Mo family present it to us. Shangguanxian declared with unwavering confidence. What? Present it willingly? Would they agree? The Mo family also has their own experts, Summer Lanlan remarked. Experts? 6th rank? Is that considered an expert? If they do not comply, we will kill them. After Yichen's incident, Shangguanxian had grown increasingly decisive. Her former gentleness fading away. Yes, Summer Lanlan could only acquiesce to Shangguanxian and Appo's commands. Before long, their vehicle arrived at the Mo family villa. Tap, 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 stop. Several Mo family guards blocked their way. Open the door. Shangguanxian rolled down the window. Who are you? A guard inquired. Inform the Mo family that I am Shangguanxian of the Maoshan sect, she stated. What? The Maoshan sect? Please wait. I will relay the message immediately. Someone. Let them through. The guard complied promptly. He then communicated via intercom with the Mo family's guard captain, Gong Jun, informing him of Shangguanxian's visit. At that moment, Mo Jiaxin was in the villa's bedroom, learning a foreign language with 2 foreign girls, and he was doing quite well, feeling immensely pleased. Master, you are amazing. Neither of us can match you. We feel like our bones are about to break. The 2 foreign girls exclaimed playfully. Haha, my prowess is only just beginning. Tonight, I shall continue to discipline you both. Mo Jiaxing proclaimed with pride. Having recently broken through to the 7th rank, his strength surged, making him feel invincible. Even against the 2 foreign girls, which filled him with satisfaction. Master, you are so bad. But we like it. A blonde girl remarked. Is that so? Little temptress. I shall seek you out tonight. You will beg for mercy, Mo Jiaxing responded cheerfully. The greatest achievement of a man is to conquer women. Knock, knock. Gong Jun knocked on the door. Master, there is urgent news to report. Come in. Mo Jiaxing commanded, and Gong Jun entered. He approached the bedside. Gazing at the 2 golden-haired ladies, his heart aflame, yet devoid of any ill intentions. After all, this woman was associated with Mo Jianqing. Guangjuan, what is the matter? Mo Jianqing inquired. Master, the brothers outside just reported that Shangguanxian and Appo's, from the Maoshan sect has arrived, Guangjuan replied. What? Shangguanxian and Appo's, from the Maoshan sect? What brings her here? Mo Jianqing asked, perplexed. Unclear. Perhaps you should go greet her? Guangjuan suggested. Very well. The Maoshan sect is not one we can provoke. You go ahead. I shall join you shortly, Mo Jianqing responded. Understood, Guangjuan replied softly. My dear, I must attend to matters of importance. We shall continue later this evening. Mo Jianqing kissed the 2 ladies before donning his attire and striding out of the room. Upon reaching the hall, he encountered Shangguanxian and Appo's, Xia Lan Lan. It is our honor to welcome the esteemed holy maiden to our humble abode, he said with utmost obsequiousness. Mo family head. I have heard that your family possesses the blood of a general. Is that true? Shang Wanxian and Apos declared imperiously. The blood of a general? Holy maiden, you must be mistaken. How could we possibly have such a vile substance? I assure you, we do not possess it. It is slander, Mo Jiansheng chuckled, attempting to deflect the accusation. Mistaken? Do not be absurd. When have I ever erred? Mo Jiansheng, I advise you to comply and refrain from inciting my ire. I have not come to seize it from you nor to demand it. Rather, I expect you to willingly present it to me. Should you refuse to cooperate, I shall become quite displeased, Shang Wanxian and Apos stated, her tone laced with menace. Chapter 88. The ancestral land of the Mo family, the blood of the general. No, my lady. We, the Mo family, truly do not possess the blood of the general. Mo Jiaxing gritted his teeth as he spoke. The blood of the general was a cherished treasure of their clan, and he was unwilling to part with it. Oh, is that so? You claim that the Mo family lacks the blood of the general? It seems I may have erred in my assumptions, murmured Shang Wanxian to herself, observing the unfolding situation. Xia Lanlan understood that misfortune awaited Mo Jiaxing. She was all too familiar with her senior sister's temperament. The tone she now adopted indicated her considerable anger. My lady, I assure you, we truly do not possess the blood of the general. If we did, would we have fallen to such a state? The Mo family was once a top-tier martial arts clan, Mo Jiaxing argued eloquently. Boom. An invisible force erupted, and Mo Jiaxing was struck as if by a speeding vehicle, sent hurtling backwards. Ah! He shrieked, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, utterly disheveled. As Saintus, what are you doing? I shall report you for excessive use of force. He shouted frantically. Report me? Is that so? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to do so. However, you must first surrender the blood of the general, or I will take your life, Shang Wanxian declared fiercely. What? You cannot do this. This is outright robbery. The Mo family will not yield. Mo Jiaxing continued to resist, still unwilling to relinquish the precious blood. The blood of the general was that of the zombie king, an exceedingly rare substance. Just one drop could concoct top-tier elixirs or, through secret techniques, enhance martial prowess. Such a treasure was worth its weight in gold, and he certainly would not part with it easily. As for Shang Wanxian's threats, he dismissed them. He was confident she would not dare to kill him. Despite her status as the saintess of the Maoshan sect, the Dragon Kingdom imposed strict legal constraints on martial artists, and any act of indiscriminate murder would be met with judgment. You refuse? What will you do then? If you do not surrender the blood of the general, I will kill you. Do not question my resolve, for you cannot afford to lose, Shang Wanxian asserted. Mo Jiaxing was still stubbornly holding his ground. Just as he finished speaking, Shang Wanxian turned her gaze to Gong Jun. Do you know where the blood of the general is? She inquired. Me? Wise lady. I cannot betray the family head. Gong Jun hesitated. Is that so? Why not betray? Do you not desire to become the head of the Mo family? Do you not wish for Mo Jiaxing and Apos as power, including his women? From what I gather, you were just eyeing the two foreign women in his bed. Shang Wanxian and Apos seemed to read his thoughts. Her words caused Gong Jun and Apos' expression to shift dramatically as he immediately began to defend himself. And no, that is not true. He stammered, noticing that Mo Jiaxing's gaze towards him had changed. Thud. He fell to his knees. My lord, it is not as you think. I am innocent. She is sowing discord. Yet his words could not convince Mo Jiaxing. Gong Jun, you scoundrel. I sensed something was off about your gaze. You were coveting my women. You wretched creature, after all I have done for you, you dare to lay eyes on my women. Damn it. I will kill you. Mo Jiaxing roared with fury. And no. My lord, I did not. I was just, Gong Jun attempted to explain. What were you then? You damnable creature. You are courting death. I shall kill you. Mo Jiaxing declared, preparing to strike. However, just as he gathered his energy to attack Gong Jun, Shang Wanxian raised her hand and struck him down. Wow. Mo Jiaxing spat blood, utterly weakened. No. Why? Shang Wanxian and Apos. You are breaking the law. The Empress, the Martial Arts Alliance, will not let you go. You are doomed. He continued to confront Shang Wanxian and Apos, oblivious to the disdain Xia Lanlan felt towards him. What Empress? What Martial Arts Alliance? Fairness? Before the apocalypse, there was no such thing as fairness. Now, in this era of ruin, where is the fairness? The world is governed by the law of the jungle, and everything speaks through strength. Her senior sister is the saintess of the Maoshan sect, endowed with SS-level talent, destined to be the future leader. To speak of fairness and legality in front of her is sheer ignorance. Today, the one destined to perish is not Gong Jun, but you. Gong Jun, is it? Go and kill Imo. Everything he possesses will be yours, provided you bring me the blood of the general, Shangguan and Appos, or instructed. What? Really? Upon hearing this, Gong Jun gritted his teeth. He realized that Imo was leaving him no option but to fight back. After all, if Imo was determined to end him, he could not simply await his demise. No one wishes to die. Moreover, he reminisced about the stunning figures and alluring charms of the two foreign women, while also eyeing the other beauties within the Imo family villa. There were over 20 young, beautiful women, all Imo consorts, each one a seductive enchantress. He had long coveted them, yearning to share their beds and bask in their affections. Do you know where the blood of the general is? Shangguan and Appos are pressed. Yes, my lady, I truly know. Behind the rockery, there lies a hidden chamber, the ancestral land of the Imo family. It conceals many treasures, including the family and Appos' martial arts manuscripts. I can take you there. However, about the conditions you just promised me, Imo and Appos' status, position, and women. Gong Jun said. Very well, Gong Jun. You are a clever man. I, Shangguan and Appos, am the saintess of the Maoshan sect. With me here, when I declare you the head of the Imo family, none will dare oppose you. You should trust me, Shangguan and Appos, or asserted. All right, I trust you. Gong Jun exclaimed, filled with joy. Gong Jun, you traitor. You are betraying the Imo family. I will kill you. Imo bellowed. He harbored a deep hatred for Gong Jun, yet remained oblivious to the fierce intent in Gong Jun and Appos' eyes as he approached him. And no, what are you planning? I warn you, murder is against the law. Imo cautioned, but he realized too late. Gong Jun would not spare him. Some matters must be taken to the extreme. As the captain of the Imo family's guard, he was ruthless, otherwise, he could not keep his subordinates in check. The knife in his hand plunged into Imo. Imo. Having been grievously injured twice by Shangguan and Appos, found himself utterly defenseless. Confronted by the blade, he had no opportunity to resist. No, his cries did not earn him mercy from Gong Jun. With a swift stroke, Gong Jun severed Imo and Appos' hand. You wretched creature, do you still dare to commit crimes? Have you not taken enough lives over the years? Killing and arson, do you think I, Gong Jun, am a fool? Imo. I merely glanced at those two foreign women, and you wish to take my life. Have I not served you loyally all these years? You are truly ruthless. As Gong Jun spoke, he struck off another hand of Imo. Imo screamed in agony, seething with rage. Enough, slay him. I desire the essence of the general. Shangguan and Appos are commanded. Yes, yes. Gong Jun ceased his words and swiftly ended Imo and Appos' life. Subsequently, he personally accompanied Shangguan and Appos to the underground palace, where they sought the essence of the general. Gong Jun, from now on, you are the new head of the Imo family. Should anyone oppose, eliminate them, Shangguan decreed. Thank you, esteemed lady. After bidding farewell to Shangguan and Appos, Gong Jun returned to his chambers, where he gazed upon the two exquisite foreign women with immense satisfaction. Soon, they all retired to bed together, ushering in another night of fervent passion. In the carriage, sister, what do you intend to do with this essence of the general? Is it for cultivation? Xia Lanlan inquired. No, it serves a greater purpose. On Sword God Island, within a secluded cave, Chen and Jiang Shiqi were resting. Ding, successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Ding, successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Ding, successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Thus began yet another opportunity for enhancement of power. Chapter 89, Level 20 Earth-Shattering Power, Host, Chen, Level 5, Blood Corpse. Next level, Flying Corpse, Life, -1 billion, can reverse life and death through attribute points. Combat Power, 35, 200, Combat Power increased by 20. 000 upon host advancing to Blood Corpse. Abilities, Level 15 Energy Absorption, autonomously absorbs various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters. With an energy absorption rate increase of 8,000, attribute point conversion of 520 points per hour, daily maximum attribute point conversion limit of 6,000. This ability can be upgraded with no upper limit. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 150,000. Level 1 corpse resistance, immune to various zombie and corpse viruses, maxed out. Cannot be further enhanced. Level 23 corpse venom, capable of inflicting harm through venom, can be upgraded with no upper limit. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 660,000. Current venom can kill those at the peak of quasi-emperor level, and even a great emperor would suffer severe damage. Level 13 earth-shattering power, combat power increase of 25,500. Can be upgraded with no upper limit. Upgrade requires 200,000 attribute points. Level 12 Xuanwu power, immune to 8th tier damage, reduces 9th tier damage by half. Can withstand one attack from a peak quasi-emperor, can be upgraded with no upper limit. Upgrade requires 150,000 attribute points. Level 10 mobility, maxed out, arms can move freely, allowing execution of even the most complex martial techniques with greater agility than an ordinary person. Legs also fully liberated, surpassing normal flexibility. Level 10 plunder, maxed out. Cannot be upgraded. This ability has a 65% chance to successfully plunder the majority of attribute points from slain humans, zombies, and other races. Talent, SSS-level talent, Battle God Body. Awakened can enhance talent potential through attribute points, with a chance of triggering talent sublimation, requiring 100 points for each enhancement. Soul Devourer, level 10, maxed out. Treasure, Cosmic Divine Furnace, current level extreme Dao weapon, can be upgraded. Upgrade requires 160 million attribute points. Next level is an immortal artifact. Burning Silence Sword, damaged. Cannot be enhanced, requires repair. Divine Powers, Upper Clear Divine Thunder, current level 1, can be upgraded with no upper limit. Upgrade requires 200 attribute points. What? Just the earth-shattering power alone increased combat power by 20,000? What about my strength? My goodness! Chen was utterly astonished. The result was astonishing. System. Please detect my peak combat power. Beep. Detecting host and oppos. S peak combat power. Base combat power. 35,200. Level 13 earth-shattering power combat increase. 25,500. Spirit Sea Realm Martial Arts combat power. 5,800. Battle God Body. 10-fold combat power enhancement. Beep. Host and oppos. S current peak combat power is 665,000. 665,000? This value? Can I now be considered a quasi-emperor? Incredible! This combat power filled Chen with immense joy. However, this value did not account for the Cosmic Divine Furnace. If he possessed it, he would be invincible among quasi-emperors. As of now, he had sufficient strength for self-preservation in this world. His potential was vast. After all, he was still merely a blood corpse in the realm of zombies, with limited early-stage strength enhancement. Once he transitioned to a flying corpse, his combat power would experience a dramatic surge. Furthermore, his martial arts strength was only at the Spirit Sea realm. Once he reached the 7th or 8th tier, his combat power would soar exponentially, at which point he would sweep through the world, unmatched. Beep. Successfully deducted 200,000 attribute points. Beep. Earth-shattering power successfully upgraded to level 14. Beep. Successfully deducted 500,000 attribute points. Beep. Earth-shattering power successfully upgraded to level 15. Beep. Earth-shattering power upgraded to level 20. Current combat power increase, 46,000. He continued to upgrade. Beep. Xuanwu power upgraded to level 20. Beep. Energy absorption upgraded to level 32. Beep. Upper Clear Divine Thunder upgraded to level 26, capable of summoning Upper Clear Divine Thunder, covering a radius of 26 kilometers. This Divine Thunder can currently harm 8th tier beings. After resting for half a day in this place, Chen concluded his training. Upon opening his eyes, he found Jiang Shiqi snacking. Crunch, she was eating potato chips. Shiqi. Did anything happen while I was training? Chen inquired. Master, nothing happened. It's very safe, Jiang Shiqi replied. Come, master, try the snack I brought. She was offering a treat to Chen. All right. Shiqi, let us continue our journey. Chen responded. They had delayed for quite some time and needed to head towards the infinite sword wall. Master, can we not wait until tomorrow to depart in the dead of night? Jiang Shiqi asked. The infinite sword wall is of great importance. We cannot afford to delay. Currently, various factions are converging on Sword God Island, all coveting its legacy. We must remain vigilant, Chen said softly. Yes, Jiang Shiqi affirmed. Clop, clop, clop. The two advanced towards the infinite sword wall. Soon, The moon over Sword God Island appeared blood-red, casting an eerie ambience, and they entered a swamp. The swamp was dark and ominous, with a greenish hue that instilled unease. Master, should we fly over? Jiang Shiqi suggested. Not so fast. Wait a moment, Chen said as he checked the system's navigation, which indicated that this area was a no-fly zone. Cannot fly? Then we must travel by boat or raft. He then crafted a wooden raft. The sky gradually brightened. Shiqi. Let us go. Chen instructed Jiang Shiqi. Yes. The two stood on the raft and began their journey. Chen propelled the raft forward with his true energy. He summoned the cosmic divine furnace. In this swamp, he sensed an ominous presence. Master, this swamp is too quiet, Jiang Shiqi remarked, glancing around. Indeed, I noticed that too. Chen nodded. Master, look quickly, there are floating corpses in the swamp. They and Appos, re-beasts. Are they dead? Jiang Shiqi, with keen eyesight, spotted the corpses floating on the water's surface. Floating corpses? Chen said, becoming wary. He understood that this swamp was indeed peculiar. Who could it be? His consciousness swept across the area, monitoring every detail within 100 miles. As their raft approached one of the floating corpses, Chen moved forward to turn it over. To his horror, he saw a gaping hole in the abdomen of a leopard, its innards having been extracted by some unknown entity. Master, this is too bizarre. Could it be a heart-eater? Jiang Shiqi speculated. What heart-eater could possibly exist in such a place? But if it is not a heart-eater, it may be a creature with similar predilections. Shiqi, we must proceed with caution, Chen warned. Yes. Jiang Shiqi nodded in agreement. Chen raised his hand and incinerated the corpse with heavenly fire, fearing the transformation of these monstrous remains. However, his strength had significantly increased, affording him a greater capacity for self-preservation within this marshy expanse. Although the unknown still instilled a modicum of trepidation, it did not alter the overall situation. After several minutes of silence, the tranquil water and Appos' surface and the surrounding environment finally began to stir, which provided a slight sense of reassurance to the two companions. Any movement, at the very least, indicated the presence of life, rather than a realm of the deceased. Behold, hexagram-spotted fish, trident fish, embroidered butterfly fish, and golden-backed foxfish. The marsh teemed with aquatic life, and Jiang Shiqi astonishingly identified numerous species, many of which Chen had only heard of online, and were exceedingly rare. Master, these fish are quite precious. We should catch them. Even if we do not sell them, we can feast upon them ourselves. What do you say? Jiang Shiqi proposed. Fishing? Surely you jest. We have neither the time nor the energy for such pursuits. Chen firmly declined. He was intent on hastening to the infinite sword wall, where his mission awaited him. Obtaining the 206 pieces of Sword Dao Emperor and Appos' bones would significantly enhance his combat prowess. What? You cannot be serious. Master, these fish are truly a rarity. Exquisite culinary ingredients, Jiang Shiqi lamented, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Very well, Shiqi, I promise you. Once we have accomplished our primary task, we shall return to fish. Does that suffice? Chen assured her. All right then, Jiang Shiqi acquiesced reluctantly. At that moment, a grand vessel appeared within their line of sight, lavishly adorned and manned by numerous guards, clearly affiliated with a formidable power. A large flag emblazoned with the character Lu flapped in the breeze. Master, look quickly. There is a giant octopus aboard that ship. Chapter 90. Ninth Order Monster Beasts. Stop the ship. There are people ahead. The sound of footsteps echoed, finally revealing Chen's presence. Quickly, bring him aboard. Before long, Chen and Jiang Shiqi were welcomed onto the ship. Thank you, Chen expressed, recognizing the safety the large vessel provided compared to their wooden raft. Moments later, a group approached, led by a beautiful woman. Second Miss. Many guards saluted her. Are you external trial participants? The woman inquired. Indeed, Chen affirmed. You are of the human race? No, you are not alive. I sense a chill of death about you. Is this the aura of the undead? Are you a zombie? The woman quickly discerned Chen's origins, surprising him somewhat. I am Chen, who by fortuitous circumstances has become a zombie. May I ask who you are? Chen did not dispute her observations, but rather acknowledged them openly. We are the indigenous people of Sword God Island, from the Lu family of Sword God Mountain. They are our family guards, and I am Lu Yan, the woman replied. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Lu Yan, Chen said, bowing respectfully. There is no need for formality. Please follow me. Lu Yan invited Chen and Jiang Shiqi into the ship and Appos' cabin, offering them warm hospitality. Are you two here for the trial at the Infinite Sword Wall? She asked. Yes. Chen confirmed. Perfect. We are returning to Sword God Mountain, and you may accompany us. We will traverse the marshes to the Ningluo River and then proceed to Sword God Mountain, Lu Yin stated. Then we shall graciously accept your offer. Thank you. Chen replied without hesitation. Please, it is but a small favor, Lu Yin assured. This vessel was a business of the Lu family, specifically designed to accommodate trial participants, trade goods, and offer services. It boasted numerous entertainment facilities and even hosted auctions. Although the auctions were not directly a Lu family enterprise but in collaboration with the transcendent force on Sword God Island, Wanbage. Wanbage was an external power, shrouded in mystery, possessing the ability to freely traverse between Sword God Island and the outside world, including formidable experts at the Emperor level. Miss Lu Yin, I recently encountered a large octopus causing havoc. What is its nature? Chen inquired. He had just discerned that the octopus possessed peak 8th order strength, a significant threat. Do not worry, our Lu family can handle it. It is merely an 8th order beast, Lu Yin confidently assured. Is that so? Very well, Chen responded, refraining from further inquiry as he had already speculated about Lu Yan's strength. An 8th order beast? He immediately concluded that there were Emperor-level beings aboard Lu Yan's ship. After that, he chose not to dwell on it. Come, please show the two guests to their quarters, commanded Lu Yan. Chen and Jiang Shiqi were escorted to the second deck. Room 206. Master, there is something peculiar about Lu Yin and the ship, Jiang Shiqi remarked. Oh? What seems strange? Chen asked. Master, I cannot pinpoint it exactly, but I instinctively feel that they harbor secrets. There is something off about the ship, Jiang Shiqi replied. Enough with the conjectures. Let us rest first. There is no calamity that we cannot face tomorrow, Chen chuckled lightly. Very well. Jiang Shiqi acquiesced and proceeded to take a bath and rest. The cabin was quite luxurious, comparable to a 5-star hotel. Chen reclined on the sofa, continuing to enhance his abilities, recognizing that strengthening his physical form was paramount. His undead body, coupled with breaking through limits, endowed him with formidable strength. This physical prowess rendered him comparable to the ancient remnants, immensely powerful. He resonated with Jiang Shiqi's earlier concerns. There was indeed something amiss aboard this vessel. However, he was unperturbed by the tempests, recalling the adage that the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. He fortified his skeletal structure, the source of his strength, ensuring that only a robust skeleton could bear more terrifying power. He allocated the remaining millions of attribute points to his bones, enhancing them ninefold. Now, his bones shimmered brilliantly, radiating an enigmatic transformation. As he gently stretched, he discovered newfound agility, the formidable strength within his physique palpable. He believed he could effortlessly rend a mid-phase Emperor-level monster to shreds with his physical might. This was not mere fantasy, it was an undeniable reality. What a delightful sensation it was to possess such strength, he mused. On the deck, the octopus raged, battling dozens of guards. Just then, a streak of sword light streaked through, cleaving the peak 8th order octopus mercilessly in two. Wow, what was that? That sword was incredibly swift. Many guards gasped in astonishment. Lower your voices. That was the work of Lord Siegyoga. What? Lord Siegyoga is here too? As the crowd murmured, a beam of sword light returned from afar, landing in the hands of a man clad in a blue robe, Siegyoga. Bring the corpse of that octopus aboard. It is an 8th order peak beast and can fetch a handsome price. Do not let it go to waste, Siegyoga commanded. Yes. The guards complied, not daring to defy him, for Siegyoga was a revered presence aboard the Lu family's merchant vessel, a sword cultivator of Emperor level, whose terrifying strength was not to be trifled with. Miss, it seems Siegyoga's power has grown even more formidable, remarked an elderly woman beside Lu Yin. During the last opening of Sword God Island, he comprehended the 6th grade sword intent within the infinite sword wall. Now, he likely has integrated that sword intent into his own, transforming it into his sword path seed. It is likely he will ascend to the late Emperor phase within a century. Granny Kuehua. Our Lu family has invested significantly in him. Our ancestor has even decided to marry my elder sister to him, Lu Yin replied, not particularly fond of Siegyoga, viewing him as overly arrogant and proud. Yet, her elder sister admired him greatly, leaving Lu Yin with little choice. Miss, if our Lu family hasn't joined us, our power would multiply several times over, making domination of Sword God Island a tangible possibility. The glory of Dao Wui will eventually fade, the old woman remarked. In truth, there is no force that can endure forever. It is the way of heaven, Lu Yin noted. In recent years, the Lu family and Appo's influence had grown increasingly formidable. especially after their collaboration with Wanbage, positioning them with the potential to surpass the Daoist sect. Daoist sect, the legacy left by Dao Wui. As the chaos unfolded, a stirring emerged from the depths of the swamp, where a colossal figure lay concealed, gradually revealing itself. In the blink of an eye, a massive shadow abruptly appeared beneath the merchant vessel, followed by a resounding impact as its tail struck the hull with tremendous force. The ship shuddered violently, and torrents of water erupted skyward. An overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from the depths. "Beware, there is a monstrous beast in the swamp," exclaimed a peak 7th tier guard, having discerned the ominous shadow lurking below. "Alas, it is a gigantic python, the crimson-winged black python. We are in grave peril." The guard quickly recognized the identity of the beast and alerted the others. "What? The crimson-winged black python? Is it truly here?" Soon, nearly 100 martial artists ascended to the deck, many bearing expressions of confusion and terror. The reputation of the crimson-winged black python was indeed formidable, a 9th tier beast. What brings it to this swamp? With a thunderous crash, a massive figure emerged from the water, revealing itself to have wings sprouting from its ribs, crimson in hue, with a gaping maw and menacing fangs that inspired dread. Is it really him? The harbinger of death has arrived. We are in trouble. At that moment, Chen also perceived the unfolding events outside the vessel. His spirit sensed the presence of the 9th tier beast, igniting his desire for combat to test his own prowess and simultaneously replenish his attributes. Where is that wretched creature? Lu Yin and her team arrived on the deck. Let us slay it. Chapter 91. The battle commences. The red-winged serpent, a 9th tier beast. Our Lu family's merchant ship is destined for fortune. Previously, the Wanbao Pavilion proclaimed its intent to acquire materials from 9th tier beasts. Summon Xie Zhouge and Master Jiang at once. Today, we shall launch an assault on this abominable creature. Lu Yin, a merchant by trade, gazed upon the red-winged serpent with avarice gleaming in her eyes. Indeed, several guards were dispatched to fetch the two. "Miss, this creature is exceedingly formidable. Can we truly prevail?" one inquired. While the red-winged serpent was indeed powerful, it was not invincible. "What is there to fear?" Lu Yin declared boldly. Soon, Xie Zhouge and Master Jiang arrived, both of whom were formidable figures on the cusp of imperial level. "Ah, is this the abominable beast? It seeks its demise," Master Jiang exclaimed. "This creature is not to be trifled with. Its strength is likely nearing the mid-9th tier. Generally, among creatures of the same rank, beasts far surpass human warriors in power. We must not underestimate it." Xie Zhouge spoke with utmost seriousness. "What? Mid-9th tier? Then it will be more troublesome than a late-stage imperial warrior." Lu Yin whispered, "Do you possess confidence in subduing it? This creature is a treasure trove, especially its inner core, which is worth a king and Apos' ransom." "Humans, did you slay my kin?" The red-winged serpent roared amid the crashing waves, its lantern-like eyes instilling dread. It had come for vengeance. "What kin of yours?" "We have none," a guard retorted. "Is that so? Do you still dare to deceive me? My kin perished here moments ago, and you are the only merchant ship in sight. Who else could it be? If you do not surrender the murderer, I shall annihilate you all." The red-winged serpent bellowed, thrashing its massive body and conjuring violent waves to block the ship and Apos' escape. "Oh heavens, it's the 9th tier beast. The red-winged serpent. We are doomed. What shall we do?" Many martial artists aboard the merchant ship cried out in terror. The red-winged serpent was notorious for its lethal prowess. Its appearances always heralded great calamity. "Calm yourselves. We are aboard the Lu family's merchant ship. The Lu family is a top-tier power on Sword God Mountain, and we have imperial-level guards with us. We shall be safe," reassured one of the passengers. After all, the Lu family was a formidable clan, always accompanied by imperial warriors to handle emergencies. Indeed, the Lu family's merchant ship is fortified with top-tier formations. It is precisely due to these formations that we have not yet met our doom at the hands of this monster. Let us not panic. All will be well. "Beast, we have only just slain an octopus. You cannot claim that it was your kin. Clearly, you are not of the same lineage," a mid-8th tier guard defended. "Could my kin not be a giant octopus? Are you questioning my words? Since you have accepted this matter, prepare to face death. Blood debts must be repaid." The red-winged serpent thundered. "Oh, no. Are we being extorted? Is this creature attempting to rob us? Has it lost its mind?" Lu Yin scoffed. "Miss, we should prepare for battle," an elder advised. "Very well. Imoching, lead the charge and teach this beast a lesson," Lu Yin commanded, eager to gauge the creature and Apos' strength. "Understood. Imoching." The ship and Apos' captain and a late 8th tier warrior rallied the crew. Prepare for combat. Spirit element cannons. Boom. Upon receiving Lu Yin's orders, Imo-Ching swiftly organized the crew for counterattack, wielding his flying sword to confront the abominable beast. Miss, their strength is limited. I fear, the elder cautioned. Pay them no heed. Let them test the creature's might first. Afterwards, we shall allow Xie Zhoge and Master Jiang to engage, Lu Yin instructed. Very well. The elder replied, remaining silent as she observed the unfolding battle. Her duty was to protect Lu Yin. Other matters did not concern her. A roar erupted as the red-winged serpent sensed the impending assault from the merchant ship. It loathed deceitful beings. Kill. The serpent's gargantuan form surged from the waters, its cavernous maw unleashing a terrifying blast of energy toward the vessel. With a colossal crash, the energy collided with the ship's defensive formation, causing it to tremble perilously. This was an ominous sign. Beast, do not be so arrogant. Attack. Fire the cannons. Came a furious roar as numerous spirit element cannons unleashed their volleys at the red-winged serpent. Do you dare to oppose me with such feeble artillery? You know not the depths of your folly. The red-winged serpent was evidently provoked by their actions. Kill. It relentlessly battered against the protective barrier. Too near Imperial warriors? This is quite a formidable lineup. However, even united, they may not withstand the red-winged serpent's might. This merchant ship is in peril, Chen observed, sensing a terrifying energy within the serpent that hinted at an awakened bloodline power. An awakened 9th-tier beast possessed an unfathomable destructive capability. He refrained from acting rashly, understanding the wisdom of subtlety. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly 200 projectiles were launched at the red-winged serpent, yet they merely ricocheted off its robust armor. Those that missed erupted in geysers in the water. Curse it, beast, I shall meet you in battle. Die. Imo-Ching leaped into the air, his sword gleaming with azure light as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy toward the red-winged serpent. Another pawn for the slaughter, Chen mused, recognizing that Imo-Ching was no match for the serpent. How pitiful, he remarked. Kill. Imo-Ching's blade struck the serpent, flaring with sparks. Yet it inflicted no discernible harm. The red-winged serpent's defenses were insurmountable. A terrifying sound reverberated as the water erupted spontaneously, sending sprays cascading. Humans, you court death. The red-winged serpent, finally enraged, battered the merchant ship's barrier with relentless force. I shall tear you apart. Subsequently, the crimson-winged Xian python advanced boldly into the fray, undeterred by blades and swords, and sent the recently ambushed Imo-Ching flying. A resounding crack echoed as Imo-Ching and Appo's sword shattered. Ah, wretched creature, how dare you flaunt such power? He exclaimed. You deserve nothing less than death. Kill. Many warriors murmured among themselves. Miss, shall we not take action as well? Master Jiang urged for battle, unable to tolerate the brazen arrogance of the crimson-winged Xian python, yearning to slay this audacious beast. Take action? No, we must wait a little longer. Chapter 92. The Fierce Serpent. Beep. Warm suggestion. The host can currently allocate all attribute points to restore the ability to eat and digest, continuously enhancing the mouth, esophagus, stomach, intestines, and other organs may grant the opportunity to obtain the divine power of the flesh, devour heaven and earth. As Chen observed the battle from his cabin, the system and Appo's prompt resonated in his mind. This suggestion illuminated his thoughts. Divine power of the flesh? Devour heaven and earth? He yearned for it with great anticipation. Such a divine ability sounded immensely formidable. Beep. Due to limitations in the system and Appo's evaluation of combat strength, the host and Appo's physical power is not included in the system and Appo's combat rating. Once the host and Appo's power reaches the level of an emperor, the system will upgrade, and the physical combat power will be incorporated into the host and Appo's total strength. Current host and Appo's physical combat power. Peak semi-emperor, half a step to emperor. The system and Appo's notification struck him with astonishment. Peak semi-emperor, half a step to emperor? How terrifying had my physical form become? Indeed, I have invested countless points into enhancing my body. These attribute points have significantly improved my physical potential and combat power. Chen gradually developed a new understanding of his strength. He had not anticipated that his physical prowess would surpass his own realm, which solidified his resolve to prioritize the refinement and enhancement of his corporeal strength in the future. All the efforts he had exerted had not been in vain. Perhaps before long, his body would evolve into an indomitable treasure. Half a step to emperor? He could not help but laugh maniacally within. He then began to allocate points to his intestines, stomach, mouth, teeth, tongue, and oral cavity, reinforcing every aspect from cells to skin, utilizing all remaining attribute points. His strength continuously evolved. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, Chen discovered that his digestive organs and teeth had regained their capabilities. His stomach was active again, and his esophagus had revived. He continued to allocate points, for he had yet to activate the divine power of the flesh. Beep. Successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Beep. Successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Roar. The crimson-winged serpent unleashed a ferocious roar. Its strength was truly terrifying. The guards responsible for probing were no match for it at all. Kill. Bang. 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 A massive tail swept across, sending men and horses tumbling, with many being obliterated. Seeing this, Chen felt a surge of fear. The disparity between the two sides was too vast. He approached Lu Yan. Miss, we are no match for this monstrous beast. His injuries are severe. All right, Master Jiang, Zhou, it is time for you to step in. This 9th-tier serpent possesses formidable power. It will require your combined efforts to have a chance of victory. Be vigilant and do not underestimate it, Lu Yan instructed. Understood. Upon finishing, Zhou brandished his sword and charged toward the crimson-winged serpent. Flash. He raised his hand and unleashed the semi-emperor domain. At this moment, he was entirely serious. After all, he was facing the crimson-winged serpent. A human semi-emperor expert? You dare to kill me? You are not worthy. The serpent and Appo's blood-red eyes were chilling. Then, its wings flared. Whoosh. A shadowy figure ruthlessly struck the shield. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the ship and Appo's defensive formation shattered instantly. Not good. Everyone be careful. Zhou shouted, but his warning came too late. The crimson-winged serpent penetrated the center, with an eerie glow flickering along its body. When his sword light struck, it merely produced a series of sounds and sparks, failing to inflict any damage. Damn, its scales are too resilient. What was happening? His mind buzzed. He had never encountered such a situation before. It was simply unfathomable. What a monstrous beast, Master Jiang remarked. His cultivation was slightly higher than Zhou's. Now, witnessing the latter's ineffective strike, he shed his previous underestimation. Tap, tap, tap. Behold my blade. He summoned his prized artifact, the Dragon Slayer blade, a weapon of semi-emperor caliber. Prepare to meet your doom. Master Jiang swiftly darted forward. In the next moment, he positioned himself before the colossal serpent, swinging his blade down. His strike finally breached its defenses. The serpent and Appo's scales were marked with numerous fine wounds, although minuscule. They were still cuts. Damn it. The crimson-winged serpent was forced back by successive strikes, green blood seeping from various areas of its massive form. Get lost. Its tail swung back. Not good. Master Jiang realized and hastily raised his blade to defend. A tremendous force struck him, sending him flying. Boom. Even as a semi-emperor expert, Master Jiang was hurled away, crashing onto the deck, leaving a human-shaped dent. Hiss. This serpent was exceedingly ferocious. Even Master Jiang could only barely breach its defenses. Was it truly necessary to employ a certain technique? Lu Yan and Appo's expression grew grave in response. Semi-emperors were indeed powerful compared to lesser beings, but against the elite among semi-emperors, the weaker party could still face annihilation, as demonstrated by the plight of Jiang and Zhou. Rumble. Master Jiang and Appo's crash onto the ship caused it to sway violently. This is dire. Master Jiang has been defeated. We are doomed. Panic erupted among the Lu family and Appo's merchant ship as numerous warriors and merchant travelers expressed their fear, shouting wildly. 1,000 illusion sword array. Annihilate. Zhou summoned his ultimate technique. He summoned 6 flying swords, forming a sword array. Crafting a realm of his own, an embodiment of his semi-emperor domain, 10,000 trees and forests, 10,000 trees and forests, one of the wooden attribute domains, could trap and wound foes, and it possessed paralyzing power as well. A domain? A sword array? Is that the extent of your abilities? Humans, do you not understand that sheer force can overcome wisdom? The crimson-winged serpent dismissed Zhou and Appo's ultimate move, unperturbed by his display. Then, its overwhelmingly powerful body charged toward the sword array. Buzz, the serpent's form emanated an eerie glow, as if imbued with some secret power. Unfazed by the sword array's might, it barreled through, crushing the array effortlessly. Crack! The sword array shattered. Bang! 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 The 6 flying swords were swept aside by the serpent and Appo's tail. sent flying in all directions. Ding, ding, ding. The 6 swords transformed into streaks of light, shooting off chaotically. Several guards were struck by the long swords, impaled to the ground. What? Xie was taken aback. He could not comprehend why, despite both being semi-emperors, the disparity was so vast. Nearby. Chen was pierced by errant blades on the brink of death. What a monstrous beast. Lu Yin, witnessing the scene, was filled with indignation. Miss. This fellow likely possesses the strength of a late-stage emperor. Jiang Tianjun and Xie are no match for him. Shall I intervene? Inquired the old crone. Humans. You shall all perish today. Avenge my kin, hissed the crimson-winged Xian python ominously. As it spoke, its colossal form shifted. Kill, it commanded. Its terrifying aura enveloping the merchant ship. This fiend has unleashed his deadly intent. We must eliminate him, Lu Yin grit her teeth. Indeed, replied the old woman as she soared away. Unfazed by the oppressive presence of the crimson-winged Xian python, she approached with an air of calm. With each step, a formidable pressure emanated from her aged frame. Abomination. Kill. The old crone and Appo's power was, astonishingly, even more fearsome than Master Jiang and Appo's beat. The host experiences a stroke of fortune. While enhancing internal organs, a lucky strike is triggered, activating the divine ability of the flesh, devour heaven and earth. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Yichen, through the enhancement, activated the divine ability of the flesh, devour heaven and earth. With a tremendous roar, the confrontation between the crimson-winged Xian python and the old woman reached its climax. Thud, thud. The old woman staggered back several paces, coming to stand before Lu Yin. Her aged visage bore a mix of pallor and flush, and then, to everyone in Appo's astonishment, she coughed up blood. Old hag, I had thought you formidable, but it seems you are merely a wretch. Begone! The crimson-winged Xian python roared with arrogance. As it spoke, it astonishingly transformed, morphing into a middle-aged man with enchanting purple hair. The game is about to conclude. Chapter 93. The cruel truth. What? The game is over? What do you mean by that? Lu Yin exclaimed loudly. Did you say that? The crimson-winged python replied with a sinister charm. A strange expression flickered across his face, causing an inexplicable shiver to run through Lu Yin. She felt a chilling dread at the prospect of a terrifying truth that filled her with profound sorrow. No, you are talking nonsense. It's impossible. He is my brother, he wouldn't he? Lu Yin cried out in despair. Brother? The python cackled. Ignorant humans, for power. People would go as far as to kill their own parents, let alone you. You are merely a sister. His words shattered Lu Yin and Appo's last glimmer of hope. Me? No, this cannot be true. Lu Yin and Appo's mind began to unravel. Miss, do not heed his words. This monster is deliberately sowing discord between you and the young master. The young master would not harm you. You are siblings. The old woman interjected loudly. Yes, what the elder said is correct. This isn't true. My brother would never kill me. He cares for me deeply. Moreover, he is the legitimate heir. The head of the Lu family will be his in the future. He has no reason to kill me. Lu Yin gradually regained her composure upon hearing this. Tell me, who sent you here? If you refuse, I will ensure your demise, she said harshly. As the second young miss responsible for the Lu family's merchant ships, she was no delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Her words were laced with fierce determination. Lu Ji sent me. He wants me to consume you, the crimson-winged python declared loudly. Swish. Upon transforming, his power became even more terrifying. His movements grew increasingly agile. In one swift motion, he lunged toward Lu Yin with a lethal strike aimed at her. Beast, do not harm our young lady. The old woman stood in front of Lu Yin, raising her hand for a counterattack, channeling her imperial domain and all her true energy into the blow. Fail, and you will perish. Old hag, do you think you can stop me like this? Foolish. The crimson-winged python scoffed, and as he spoke, a terrifying energy surged from him as he summoned his bloodline power. Kill. Boom. The two forces clashed. Crimson-winged python. I shall perish with you. The old woman's eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, her body exploded, unleashing a dreadful power that enveloped the crimson-winged python, sending him flying before he could react. Coughing up a mouthful of green blood, the crimson-winged python was finally wounded. No, elder, crimson-winged python. I shall make you pay for your blood debts. You will not die peacefully. Lu Yin proclaimed fiercely, her voice dripping with murderous intent. She loathed the crimson-winged python for being the cause of her beloved elder and Apos' demise. This grudge was etched deep within her heart. Revenge? Lu Yen, do you think you are worthy? Although injured, the crimson-winged python was far from defeated. He still had the strength to fight. Tap, tap, tap. At last, Master Jiang and Xie Zhoga had arrived. Together, they stood a chance against the crimson-winged python, flanking him on either side. Xie Zhoga, Master Jiang, kill him. He has slain Elder Kuei-hua, and I want him to suffer, Lu Yen commanded. Yet, as her words fell, Xie Zhoga and Master Jiang remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to her orders. Do something. What are you waiting for? Lu Yen urged. Haha, foolish being. Are you blind? Can't you see they are in league with me? The crimson-winged python cunningly remarked. What? No, that cannot be. You are deceiving me. This is not true. Lu Yen shouted. But then, Master Jiang and Xie Zhoga turned their weapons toward Lu Yen, leaving everyone bewildered. They could not comprehend the situation. Are Master Jiang and Xie Zhoga allies of the crimson-winged python? What are they planning? To kill us? Someone inquired. Are you blind? Can't you see? This entire setup is aimed at Miss Lu Yen. Someone wants her dead. Who? Miss Lu Yen is in charge of the Lu family merchant fleet. Who would dare to harm her? Do they seek death? You're not just blind. Your intellect is lacking. Don't you understand? There are those within the Lu family who do not wish for Miss Lu Yen to live. It seemed a rift had emerged within the Lu family. Tap, tap, tap. A figure emerged from the cabin. The newcomer was a woman. Second miss, your time has come to an end, the woman declared. Fu Nianqing, is that my elder sister? No, it's impossible. She has always cared for me. She would never turn against me. Why? Lu Yen was utterly astonished, unable to believe her own eyes. Second miss, the eldest lady has decreed that she will be the one to lead the Lu family. Any who contest her will meet with death, Fu Nianqing stated. Sister, you've been quite secretive. It seems I am not the only one. My elder brother and younger siblings will also become her targets, correct? Lu Yen lamented. This matter does not concern the second Mississippi. The eldest lady has instructed us to allow you a chance for your final words. Do you have anything to say? Fu Nianqing inquired. Final words? No need. My family is doomed. I have nothing left to say. Come, let it be done, Lu Yen replied. Second miss, please do not hold it against us. We are merely following orders. We are sorry. Proceed. Send the second miss on her way, Fu Nianqing commanded. Understood. Then, Xie Zhoga, Master Jiang, and the crimson-winged python closed in on Lu Yen. She had no escape. Am I truly to die? Sister, why? Lu Yen could not accept this grim reality. Clap, clap, clap. What a splendid conspiracy. How utterly fascinating. However, I apologize, Lu Yen. Chen, have arrived. As footsteps approached, Chen was finally ready to intervene. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in this murky water. It could choke you, Fu Nianqing warned. Fu Nianqing, is it? Tell me, if you kill Lu Yen, will you spare those on our ship? We are not your prey, are we? You won't silence us, will you? Chen questioned. He has unraveled the conspiracy of Fu Nianqing and her cohorts. It is for this reason that he stepped forward to rescue Lu Yen, believing that she could guide him to the Sword God Mountain. Someone, eliminate this reckless fool. Fu Nianqing exclaimed loudly, her frustration palpable. In this moment, it was evident that Chen's earlier words had struck at her vulnerable point. My heavens! These individuals are truly vicious. They have killed Miss Lu Yen and now seek to silence us? How malevolent! Many present overheard this, their emotions spiraling into chaos. No. We cannot remain passive. We must eliminate them to protect Miss Lu Yen. Only she can ensure our survival, one suggested. Indeed. We cannot allow them to take Miss Lu Yan's life. You wretched fool. You have disrupted our young lady's plans. She will not spare you. Your fate is sealed, Fu Nianqing declared loudly. Spare me? You think yourselves worthy? Upon hearing this, Chen was no longer inclined to engage in futile banter. He was prepared to take action. Chapter 94, the grand finale, I am the supreme of the great way. Chen summoned the Hengyu divine furnace. Now wielding the power of a quasi-emperor at its pinnacle, he commanded the formidable extreme Dao imperial weapon with his physical might, a terrifying force indeed. You all must die. Extreme Dao imperial weapon? Who are you really? I advise you not to misjudge the situation. Offending our young lady means certain death, regardless of your weaponry, Fu Nianqing warned. However, the flicker of fear in her expression did not escape Chen's keen observation. Your young lady? Even if she is the current empress, I, Chen, am capable of slaying her. Die. Chen declared loudly, unleashing the extreme Dao imperial weapon. Before Xiejogao, Master Jiang, and the crimson-winged mystic python could even react. They were suppressed by the overwhelming imperial might, rendered immobile. Release us at once, or you shall regret it. Xiejogao threatened. Are you still threatening me at this moment? You dare? Chen retorted, clearly displeased. Channeling his spiritual essence, the extreme Dao imperial weapon erupted in brilliant divine flames, incinerating Xiejogao. Notification: killed Quasi-Emperor Xiejogao. Triggering plunder. Gained. Attribute points 3. 6 million. What? 3. 6 million? This is astonishing. Chen exclaimed in surprise. Jiogao? No. You bastard. You have killed our young lady's husband. Fu Nianqing seethed. Chen, I will kill you. You all must die, Chen reiterated, shaking his head. He activated the extreme Dao imperial weapon once more, transforming divine flames into a blade that cleaved Fu Nianqing. Fu Nianqing fell. Lu Yan watched in sheer terror. Unable to fathom Chen's ruthlessness, she was equally curious about his true identity. Eventually, she recalled a figure from the past, a prodigy betrayed a decade ago, who had defended the human race only to be framed and executed by the citizens of Sioux City. But hadn't he died? How could he reappear in this world? Chen subsequently dispatched Master Jiang and the crimson-winged mystic python as well, acquiring an additional 8 million attribute points. Aha, I've struck it rich. He reveled in his newfound power. With Jiang Shiqi by his side, he harnessed the might of the Hengyu Divine Furnace, traversing the void and arriving at the infinite sword wall, boldly penetrating the defenses. Stop, kid! Someone shouted, but was swiftly silenced by Chen. The imperial might of the Hengyu Divine Furnace sealed off the infinite sword wall. Those who do not wish to die, leave. Chen commanded imperiously before stepping into the infinite sword wall. In no time, he ascended to the rank of emperor, inheriting the legacy hidden within the infinite sword wall. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation surged within him, resulting in a staggering increase of attribute points in the trillions. Chen then resurrected himself. Notification: congratulations. Host has reversed yin and yang, transforming from a corpse back to life. Special rewards issued. Notification: gained. Eternal Cultivation 1. Notification: gained. Eternal Memory 1. Notification: gained. Eternal Burial Coffin 1. Notification: gained. Body of Supreme Great Way 1. Notification: gained. Indestructible Soul 1, with a series of clicks. Chen refined these items, elevating his cultivation to unfathomable heights, his essence beyond comprehension. This power is magnificent. My memories have returned. I am the eternal celestial sovereign, the one and only supreme of the Great Way in this universe. Chen is merely a fragment of my consciousness. In truth, his existence was born from the solitude of the eternal divine realm, a thought manifested into reality. Through trials of life and death, he had now comprehended his essence. The system was merely his protective treasure, the Hongming Pearl, his life's essence, always safeguarding him. He beckoned Jiang Shiqi. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi noted a stark change in Chen, overwhelmed by his terrifying power. Shiqi, awaken. Chen commanded, and instantly, a voice resonated in Jiang Shiqi's mind, reviving her sealed memories of her past life. I am the primordial dream celestial monarch? I am your wife? No, how can this be? Jiang Shiqi gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her reincarnation as a celestial monarch. Enough. Primordial dream, let us confront Ji Ilan, Chen stated coldly. That wretched woman deserves death. With Jiang Shiqi in tow, he traveled to Longying. He has awakened. Ji Ilan sensed Chen's terrifying aura, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. She made no attempt to resist, for she understood better than anyone the extent of his power. Supreme of the Great Way? No, Chen has transcended the Great Way. His strength is immeasurable. He had once returned to the primordial era and exterminated the bizarre ancestors from the enigmatic wasteland beyond the gates of reality. Now, he has returned. All her schemes laid bare, she realized. I am doomed. Ji Ilan, do you have anything to say? Chen inquired. Kill me, she replied resignedly. I was betrayed by the Qin family, and you orchestrated it from the shadows. The Ji family is your puppet. You are the root of the apocalypse. Why did you do this? Chen pressed. Because I seek revenge. You took me from my Lulang. I loathed you for it. I lured your consciousness into the world, aiming to kill you in retribution. Now, I have succeeded. I have killed you once, Ji Ilan proclaimed. You are mad. As I mentioned before, that Lu Jifeng is an abomination from the dark forces, intent on overthrowing all life. My slaying of him was for your own good. For the 3 realms, Chen explained. I refuse to listen. You killed my Lulang. I demand retribution. Ji Ilan insisted. I will not kill you, but I will erase your memories and make you mine. You shall be my woman for all eternity. Annihilation. Chen obliterated Ji Elan's memories and vanished. The next moment, he appeared in the territory of the Chen family. "Chen Tianda, come forth to die," he roared. "Kill." As his words echoed, the heavens dimmed, and all fell silent. The ancestral grounds of the Chen family trembled. "Who dares?" "Arrogance." Several members of the Chen family emerged, among them Chen Tianda. "It's you, Chen. What do you want?" Chen Tianda exclaimed in shock. "And what do you think? I am here to annihilate your entire family." Chen spoke sternly. "Damn it. I will not spare you. You have killed my son, and I shall take your life in return." Chen Tianda retorted loudly, "Do you possess the strength to do so? Are you worthy?" Chen responded with disdain, raising his hand, and all the members of the Chen family were instantly encased in ice, their souls obliterated. Doomed to eternal despair. "It is time to seek my Xian and Appos," he declared as he arrived in Jiangqing and found Shangwan Xian and Appos. Subsequently, he restored her memories. Shangwan Xian and Appos was his legitimate wife. When his thoughts descended into the mortal realm, his beloved followed suit. Deeply in love, they became childhood sweethearts, their bond profound. "Husband, Xian and Appos has missed you. Let us consummate our union," she said. The end.